What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, and we're brought to you by friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team today. We thank you for tuning in this Wednesday morning, December 3rd, 2025. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop.
Yeah.
Johnny Cakes Allville's here.
Hello, everybody.
And Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
That is the foursome. As always, you want to get in touch with us throughout the show, you can hit us up at 1-800-636-1067. That's the same number for our Main Street Bank text line.
Mm-hmm.
Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Later in the program, because he is on the West Coast, Spencer Carberry will join us at 9:45. Caps have won 8 of their last 9 games.
Just red hot is all. That's all they are.
Got a nice 3-1 win last night.
Just crushing of late.
Yeah.
So we will talk to Coach Carberry.
He's going to be up early on the West Coast for us.
Oh, they have another game tonight.
We got another game tonight. They play
back-to-backers.
San Jose tonight.
Play the Sharks tonight. Yeah, correct.
Also, it is a game show Wednesday coming up at 7:20. We will give you a chance to win tickets to go see the Washington Capitals. We also have tickets to go see OAR, their 3 Decades tour. So that is at 7:20.
Good stuff.
Before we jumped on the air, Cakes was asking EB about his trip to go see George Mason against Cornell, and that was with your mom,
I
right?
want to hear all about it.
Yeah, first of all, props to whatever they've done on 495. I don't know if it's a weird time of the year. I don't know if it's smooth sailing.
Cleared
How
up.
did they
Really?
finally opened the express lanes in Virginia
Express
from
lanes
Tyson's?
are open. I didn't see any construction. I mean, it was weird. Maybe it's because it was a rainy day.
I don't think they do construction when it's raining.
Could be.
So that's
And it was post 5 o'clock when I left.
Yeah.
But still, that can just always be dicey.
Dude, it was.
But just
Awesome.
traffic in
Yeah.
general. I mean, even if there's no construction, it's rush hour.
Listen,
Should be.
I'm sure
packed.
traffic hasn't been solved, but I got there like in 50 minutes.
Wow, I would have been
good.
bracing for impact as soon as I got past democracy. I'd have been cringing like
No.
that's
Hey,
It
sometimes
was
it happens.
amazing.
Sometimes
That's
it
awesome.
happens.
That's
Just
great.
for no reason whatsoever.
No.
The gates of heaven.
you're
open.
running pure. You ran pure.
I did. I ran
Somehow.
hot. I ran hot.
Maybe
but the only
because
thing I did notice, though, I have to say, is I didn't see any sign of construction, right? And so I saw clear express lanes. Like it was like 9 lanes. It was like a million lanes. Now, again, I'm sure it's not solved,
But it should be
still
better.
at the box.
no, I'm sure.
But also, I didn't even recognize because I haven't been. I mean, I have, but I was on 66 and I was kind of paying attention a little bit because I was concerned with time and everything. 66 is like 100 lanes now too.
Yeah.
By the way,
Thankfully, I'm
When
not
I
out
haven't
there
been
that
out there,
often,
you
but-
know.
Well,
yeah.
because
we
they've got
used
the
to commute.
express lanes.
Yeah, they got their express lanes and
It's been like
everything.
that for a while. But
Yeah. I'm
But
not
they-
saying it's new.
But they were working
for
on
me,
that
it
for
is.
like a decade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And finally, I guess it's pretty
Well,
much
again,
done.
I
or-
didn't take it past Fairfax.
Yeah.
And I'm sure 66 is still a nightmare. But yesterday, it was smooth sailing. I was just blown away. Could also be because, like, I don't know, there was 200 delay. I don't know. Who knows why?
Does your mom backseat drive?
No.
While you're driving, saying
knows
you're going
better.
too fast?
She knows better.
Mm.
The only thing she
So-
does is she starts freaking out if I like adjust something on my phone while I'm driving. I have my phone in a holder that's right up there by the, so I'm always, but who
Yeah,
doesn't?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
I'll switch my podcast or I'll switch to Spotify or I'll,
Right,
whatever
she
I'm
freaks
going.
out.
She freaks out a little bit. If
Eric, put on the Charleston.
yeah,
My wife does the same thing if I'm driving and I'm on my phone.
yeah, but
I try not to, but sometimes.
Yeah, try
I
not to, but it's an unavoidable when you're driving. You use that to listen.
So
to
what
Spotify.
time did you? How many people were in the car?
It was just we took a bunch of cars. It was just me, my mom, and Meg.
Okay, so you 3 in the car, and you left your house at what time?
5:15, got there. Honestly,
6.
6. Got
Wow.
there at 6.
Pretty good.
I mean, it's
That's really good.
incredible, actually.
Kensington to Fairfax?
to
Let's
Fairfax?
take that.
45
Incredible.
minutes?
Incredible.
Might be
Okay.
a world record.
Yeah, like world record.
But you
Yeah.
chose to go 66 because
I
often
didn't
when I would go to
chose
Mason,
nothing. I followed my thing.
Yeah.
got you. Because often when you
Go
go to
to
Mason,
50.
yeah,
No, it took me to 66.
not even at 50 to like where Braddock Road is.
Right. That's what I thought it was going to take me. It told me to go 66. I go 66.
Uh-huh.
And 66 was no problem. There's 100 lanes. In fact, it was indistinguishable for me. Once I got to 66, I was like, this feels like the Beltway. There's as many lanes on 66 on that little stretch as there is on the Beltway.
Well,
And
by and large, you, Cakes, me, we're Maryland guys. Now, we used to drive to Fairfax
no.
5 days a week for a
I'm in
portion of our
Virginia
lives.
4 times a week, but I take the Dulles Toll Road.
Right.
Mhm.
So I usually don't go that far down. And so, and the Dulles Toll Road's fine. It's just usually getting there is a nightmare.
Sure.
But anyway, and I have to say this. And so then I was a little bit anxious because I haven't been to Eagle Bank Arena, honestly, probably since Mason made their run.
Since it was
You
the
know,
I haven't
Patriots
been
Center.
there.
2006.
I haven't been there since my older daughter's high school graduation.
Yeah.
And
They
that-
had it there.
they had it there, and that was
7 or 8 years ago.
Hold on, that was
6, 7 years ago.
About 7 years.
Yeah,
ago.
I haven't been there since, we did stuff
Well,
with them.
2019. Yeah,
And again, I have to say, I've been to a ton of gyms around the country. And, most of them are mid-major gyms, that sort of thing. That's a very good sized arena.
Yes.
That's a
Nice
awesome
mid-sized
gym
arena. Probably
that
holds
people
8 or 10,000.
sleep
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
People sleep on how big that gym actually is.
easy to get to
and
for the most part.
And the
That's where I
people
had my
that-
boxing match.
Yeah, dude. I just you looked around and I was like, man, because I've been to a bunch of gyms now. This is a big gym.
Mhm.
This is way bigger than people just sleep on how big it is. And I was nervous because it's massive parking out there. I had my mom, and we did bring her little portable little wheeler thing, but I was like, so I asked the first cop I saw, I have my elderly mother here. Where no problem, sir. No problem. Just take a U-turn right here
Mhm.
and just go down this road. And he basically let me drop her off right in
Right.
front of the arena.
Perfect.
And I look behind me. Someone pulled out. Like the gates of heaven were just opening up everywhere. There's a spot right there. So I'm like hauling her. I'm get out of the car. Get out of the car. Let me get the spot. And so
I'm
got
going
her
to
out
guess
of-
the yelling was less because your daughter was there.
no.
You still yelling at her with her grandma
Right,
in the
she-
car?
She's my daughter. I mean, she knows me 100%. I don't change anything for anybody. Hurry up. I want to get that spot.
Yeah.
In fact, it was Meg who saw it. So got the spot. Still a little bit nervous. Didn't have our tickets or anything. The will call people couldn't have been nicer
Mhm.
because that actually everyone's supposed to have an ID. Now, I don't know why. It's bizarro land to me. My mother brought nothing.
Oh,
She brought nothing.
Not a purse, nothing.
yeah.
Nothing. She just
That's
brought-
good. She's not responsible for anything.
She brought nothing. I said, you brought nothing? You got nothing? You got no. She brought her phone. That's all she brought. So, and so they could give me my ticket. They could give Meg her ticket.
Yeah.
But
Technically, they're not supposed to
not
give
to
your mom.
I said, she's my mom.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
she's
almost
90.
90.
Yeah.
She'll be 90. And they're like, we just need something. And then so the guy said, she doesn't have a credit card. I
Uh-huh.
said, Mom, you don't have a credit card? She, didn't bring, she brought nothing.
Zipping.
She
But-
didn't bring something, don't want to lose it.
They well, actually, to be honest with you, I think she left it at my sister's house. To be honest with you, she didn't even bring anything to my house. She brought
It's like-
nothing.
She said she dated George Mason.
Yeah, right. She brought nothing. But you know what they did? And it's just a way to get everybody out of it, and it worked great. They're like,
Mhm.
does she have a Facebook? Does she have anything with her face on?
Anything
it?
on the
Facebook,
phone?
No chance.
Oh, she has a face.
She has a fa- Your mom has fa- That's the ultimate upset.
Of course.
I'm
Face has been
shocked
around.
by
Face
that.
has been around for 15 years.
That's true.
20 years.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, I mean, she said, just pull up her Facebook so I
They
can see her
haven't
name
Yeah.
and her picture. So, and
she
you know what?
wrote on the poll of the day.
Awesome. Now,
I'm stunned that they had individual names for will call. Usually it's just put it under Bickle and you get your 4 tickets.
it was under each individual name.
It's so
And
weird.
I think it was because we were on the Cornell team list.
I hate will call. Will call till. I like to have either. I prefer paper tickets, but I know that's come and gone.
Yeah.
But at least on the phone.
Yeah.
So-
but I have to, let me just say, they couldn't have been more accommodating. They kept coming up with different solutions.
Yeah.
They couldn't have been any nicer. They offered up their elevator. We had
Very
a
nice.
personal escort. And I don't think it's because, they thought that I was some sports junkie or anything.
Mhm.
I don't think they had any clue. I don't think they cared
Sure.
about nobody. They just were being accommodating. Like, they're really accommodating. I mean, it was-
for somebody who's having a hard time getting around, who's almost 90, they should be
I
accommodating.
guess.
That was nice of them.
I don't think I would be as caring. Like I couldn't believe how nice they were.
The job's not for you.
That job's not for me.
Yeah, you're not.
I'm not a customer service person.
Yeah,
I'm not a customer service person. I couldn't believe how
you want to be on the other
service.
end of it. You want to be on the receiving end of the good customer service.
They would just give you great service.
Sure.
Mhm.
Hey, so you said that you got the tickets through the.
We were on a team list.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I was going to have an issue with like if you asked Bill Rowland or we asked the SID to get you tickets, and all of a sudden you're wearing your big red gear.
Yeah. No. I didn't do that, and I purposely didn't do that because I didn't want to. I wanted to sit with the Cornell folks too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I didn't want to sit in Mason and wear my red or whatever. But Bill reached out. Bill texted me right away. He was nice. Again, everybody there was awesome. A couple listeners came up and said hello. Very nice. And again, I was blown away. We sleep on that gym, and I'm sure they have a ton of concerts there. I haven't really gone to a concert there. That's a great concert.
I've been to a couple shows there over the years.
That could be a great concert venue.
It's also it's a great place to watch good hoops.
Because there's not a bad seat.
Not really, but it goes up way further than you can imagine.
Yeah, you don't want to be at the top.
You don't want to be at the top.
But for the most part,
one of the nutcrackers we did when we were at HFS was at then Patriot Center.
Right.
They have
a long time ago.
They have a thing for I guess donors and alumni that's like back in the hall where it's like a tailgate thing.
It's like a little private club.
Yeah, it's catered and it's awesome back there.
Yep, that's how I got to the freight elevator to get down to where I needed to get.
Go get popcorn like between halves. It's silly.
It's actually a great venue, and so the game starts, and you can first of all when I'm watching the warm-ups, immediately you go, okay, Cornell's good, right? Cornell will probably finish in the top 3 or 4 in the Ivy. Yale's always a juggernaut. It'll be tough. We'll see. Coop's having a great season. Going in the games, average like 22 games. So it's been really fun watching them. But right away, you see Mason, and that's a big athletic team.
Yeah.
Like, it's a big athletic team.
We might be in for a long night, boys.
You look at layup lines, you can say, well, that squad's just.
You're like, that squad's loaded. We're gonna have to be balling.
Yeah.
Okay, tonight. Because it felt like when we were in South Bowie, we went and played one of the hills.
Yeah,
sure.
Hudson Hill, Landover Hills.
Like, oh my God, look
Silver
at the
Hills,
Temple Hills.
Look at the size on these kids. And Jason was telling me that, I don't know, 5 or 6 or 7 of the guys are all transfers.
I believe the starting 5 was all transfers.
Yeah.
Welcome to modern day college basketball.
I know.
Yeah,
it's
no
nuts.
kidding. No, now Cornell has 1 or 2 transfers. I think we have 2, but they don't have 7, and they're not getting paid, $150K each or whatever. Who knows?
One of the kids from the transfer is a Terp. Jahari Long was a Terp.
Is that right? One of them is also from St. Andrews. Where Stevie went to high school.
Yeah.
Shout out to Coach Kevin Jones. But I'm watching it right away. And I'm going, wow, that's an athletic, strong team. And they're 8-0 going into it. And then the game starts. It's awesome. It's thoroughly enjoyable. Cornell's hanging in there. It's a 2-point game at halftime. And, Coop's struggling a little bit with his shot. But I'm like, man, if he could just get hot a little bit, hey, who knows what can happen. And then I shouldn't even say it. Inexplicably, coach went to zone. I don't know why.
And they started draining them.
They just started making everything.
Really?
They couldn't make a stop, and they just slowly pulled away. But that's a very good Mason team. Yeah. Very good.
Undefeated, 9-0.
The Big Red got nothing to be ashamed of. If you look at our stats, like we shot fine as a team. They just shot better. We just couldn't stop them.
Modern day college basketball, you mentioned that kid Jahari Long who was at Maryland for 2 years. Looks like he was at Seton Hall for 2 years before that.
Yeah, he was a transfer into Maryland.
So Seton Hall 2 years, Maryland 2 years, now he's George Mason.
3 schools in 5 years.
That's the way it works.
Well, I recommend people go and support Mason. They seem like good kids, good coach. We know Tony Skin, and of course Bill. Has been covering that team for years and years and years. They'll be interesting to see how they do. I'm sure they've got to be one of the favorites in their conference.
Oh yeah, sure.
They're really good.
What was the crowd like?
Modest.
Yeah.
It was a modest crowd. It wasn't
so half full, maybe 70%, something like that.
Maybe half.
Yeah,
maybe half full. And
maybe
slightly under. To be honest with you, they have a great pep band. They still have that guy, directing them. I'm sure if you've ever been to a game before, you've seen.
I think I remember that.
He wears an outfit. I don't know what he's doing.
I know exactly.
A Patriot or something. I don't know what he's doing.
He's wearing an outfit. That is.
And then
listed attendance was 3,600.
Okay,
so it was under 50.
Under 50. Yeah,
but
that's what I thought it would be.
It's
another reason why it was easy to get in.
Yeah. But the Beltway itself was fine, Jay. I'm telling you.
That's you got lucky.
But also more lanes should help.
Sure.
It should help. but it's not gonna solve it.
Of course.
But it definitely did help. Now today we play Towson.
Right. So they get on the bus. They go up to Towson,
They're
up to
staying
Baltimore.
in Baltimore last night.
Right.
They wanted that the parents wanted to meet for dinner, but Meg doesn't get off work until like there's just no way I can meet for dinner. It's just I'm figuring it's gonna take me an hour and a half to get. I don't think it's gonna be a smooth sailing.
Probably
going
not.
to Towson tonight.
Probably not.
Right.
Even though you don't have to go into Virginia, but you got to deal with 95.
I feel like I gotta do like 295s, right? And then I have to do like 95, and then I have to get what on? Like
got a 695.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been to Towson in years.
You'll be driving forever.
Maybe you'll get lucky.
It's gonna be a long haul.
You can go visit Cakes' old dorm in the towers.
Yeah, sure. You can drive by it.
Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know anything about Towson. Somebody was telling me
5-3.
they're 5-3. I think
they lost their last game to UC San Diego.
I think they're picked to win their conference. I think if you look up Mason's KenPom ranking, we're all talking about KenPoms and everything.
Yeah.
I think their KenPom's pretty solid relative.
I would say Mason and GW and maybe like St. Louis are the top 3 teams in the A10. GW's good.
But that'll be a great game then.
Oh yeah, GW and Mason will be a great game.
All right, got to take a break. If you want to chime in throughout the show,
everybody at Mason, they were awesome.
You can hit us up at 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
All right, guys. You know me. I'm always out there, out on the golf course every day. If I'm not on the golf course, out in the backyard hitting balls. I'm playing tennis with my wife, whatever. But I'm old, man. And injuries happen. Actually, no matter your age. But back spasms, bone, joint pain, all that stuff, your knee pain, hip bothers me. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho hotline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. I've seen how much of a difference they can make.
Coming up at 7:20 in about an hour, we'll give you a chance to win Caps tickets to go see OAR, their 3 Decades tour. We will play Junkerty on a game show Wednesday. But right now, let's open up the Junkie Sports page with Bish.
Brought to you by our good friends over at Open Road Distillery, Reston Town Center. So head on over there. Got a great distillery. You can do a tasting with their vodkas and their gins and their bourbons and their whiskeys. They got great food. Great sports bar setup, a lot of TVs. They got Heirloom, which is the speakeasy inside. It's awesome. It's great food, and you will thoroughly enjoy it. I promise you. Anyway, all right, front and center, boys. There's only one more college football playoff ranking to be released, and that'll be on Sunday after the championship week. And, of course, championship week starts Friday. 9 conference championship games this weekend. No surprise at the top 4 with Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, and Texas Tech. Few interesting things. Ole Miss did not slip. We kind of speculated that the committee might ding them a little bit since they're losing Lane Kiffin and some of their offensive coaches, although Charlie Weiss Jr. is going to be allowed to call plays for them. He's going to go to LSU with Kiffin, but he's going to stay with Ole Miss, call plays throughout the playoff. But they went up a spot. So they went from 7 to 6. So the committee didn't ding them for losing Kiffin and some of the other coaches. So that was kind of interesting. Also, Bama jumped Notre Dame. And this is interesting because, and this is important because if you follow this, if you're in that 9-10 spot, okay, depending on what happens this week, whoever's in 10 could possibly be left out. Now, right now, that's Notre Dame. And why I say this is because if BYU, who's currently 11, if they beat Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game, they're going to be in because they'll be a conference champion.
So a team like Miami can be iced out.
Well, Miami's out now anyway, yes.
Right.
But
Miami's bitter because they beat Notre Dame.
Correct. They've got the head-to-head.
So does head-to-head matter?
It might let's just see what happens this weekend. If they have them right next to each other on Sunday, they may use the head-to-head as the tiebreaker.
But neither team's playing, right?
They're both idle. Correct.
Because the ACC championship is Virginia Duke.
Virginia Duke. But my point about Notre Dame is if you're in the 10 spot, right, and BYU wins, whoever's in the 10 spot is going to be left out.
They're going to be salty.
Because BYU and Texas Tech are going to be in, so BYU would take that extra spot.
The financial advisor is going to be very rich if Notre Dame gets bounced.
And then the team in 9 will be in. So that would be Bama because Bama's not playing this week. But it's just very interesting how they dinged Notre Dame for pounding Stanford. Alabama won a rivalry game over Auburn, and they jumped leapfrog Notre Dame. So anyway.
It's one thing I do remember about your Pops, Cakes. He was not a fan of Notre Dame.
Not a Notre Dame guy.
He'd be very bitter that Notre Dame has a higher ranking than Miami right now.
Pops is always an underdog guy. Rooting for the dog.
And of course,
he'd be rooting for JMU to get in there.
Speaking of JMU, the other thing is with the format, it's the 5 highest ranked conference champions, right? So if Duke wins and beats Virginia and they're an ACC champ, they are not going to be in the they're going to be in the playoff. But think about this: if Duke wins, all right, and JMU wins, and North Texas plays Tulane, it's going to be very interesting to see what they do with all of these conference champions. Okay?
I can't keep up with all of it. Just tell me when the field is set.
Because if Duke wins,
when the games are set.
But I'm saying if Duke wins, the ACC is going to be left out of the college football playoff.
They're not guaranteed.
No, it's the 5 highest ranked conference champions. There's no way Duke is going to be in the top 5.
Their commissioners are going to be extra salty.
So think about it: a conference with Clemson, with Georgia Tech, with Pitt, with SMU, with Louisville, with Virginia Tech. All right, and Virginia's had a great year. If Duke wins, they're going to be left out. And a team like JMU could possibly get in. It'll be very interesting to see what happens. Now, JMU plays Troy, so that's not a shoo-in, but it'll be interesting to see if JMU gets in and an ACC champion does not. Kind of crazy to me anyway. I know you guys are very interested. All right, we talked about the Caps. The Caps win again.
Super hot. 8 of 9.
8 of 9. They go out west, beat the Kings. What was the final? 3-1?
3-1.
An empty netter at the end.
Okay. Who was that? Who scored
Pro.
that?
Pro got the empty netter. Yep.
He's having a good year too.
He is too.
Willie
Tom
scored.
Wilson's the guy who's been on fire.
Willie's on pace for 49 goals.
He's
Wrap your head around that.
I know.
49 goals.
What's his career high in the 20s? Maybe.
He crested 30, I believe, last season. I'll have to double
Really?
check. Yeah, he's definitely gotten into the 30 club,
Right.
if memory serves correct.
Right.
But he's never flirted with 50.
And Logan Thompson's on a bit of a heater.
Yep.
He has 12 wins, second most in the NHL.
Love it.
Yep. He's been on fire. So 8 of 9, and now they're going to play tonight. I believe they play the San Jose Sharks.
Willie had 33 last season.
Oh yeah, 33.
Yep.
Man, he's been on fire.
65-point campaign. He's going to obliterate that.
He's been a
this season.
scoring machine the last couple of years.
Pretty much,
So
yeah.
16 goals. He's their leading scorer this season.
Yes, correct.
So
Pretty remarkable that Ovechkin is second on the team in points.
Well,
Just-
Ovi is averaging a point per game.
I mean, it's
At
remarkable what
the
he's doing.
age of 40.
I mean, it's
Okay,
unbelievable.
That's
Remember, he had a little bit of a slow start, and then he went on
yeah,
that tear.
that's what he does.
I mean, it's just
That's what he does
it's
the last
nuts.
couple seasons at least.
so
It's nuts.
the Caps just I don't know, 2.5, 3 weeks ago were dead last in the Metro. Now they are tied with Carolina at the top of the Metro.
Yep. Now,
And
Carolina's got 2 games in hand there. They
Okay.
played 2 less games,
played
but
2
that's
less
fine. You love where they are compared to 2 weeks ago.
5 straight wins for the Caps, 8 of 9. They're back on top in the division. They play Carolina next week.
Yep. During the heater, by the way, they've averaged 4.4 goals per game.
Yeah.
Which was not what they were doing
No.
early in the season.
You know what? It's a long season.
Yep.
Every team's going to go through, a downtime where they're having trouble scoring.
We're going to
but
give
now they're
Carbs his flowers at 9:40 when he joins us today.
back. Coach of the year.
He was last year.
Coach of the year. All right. Benj, I know you watched the Wiz Sixers game last night.
Oh, that's a tough watch.
They lose
did.
by 19. Maxey had 35 for Philly. I'm not sure who the leading scorer for the Wiz was.
Well,
but
remember
Tristan
what?
Vukcevic.
Remember
was
what?
it?
Well, by the way, look at his plus minus.
Yep.
what was the biggest lead for Philly in the game?
I think 30,
Was it really?
close to it. The Wizards got within 5 in the third quarter. Then, like 5 minutes later, they were down by 30. It was very interesting.
Wow. Mhm.
Vooch's plus minus was minus 28. So even though he was the leading scorer when he was on the court, he was the lowest plus
He offered
minus
little
for the Wizards.
resistance.
But remember what Will Dawkins, the Wizards GM, said to us yesterday, and I think it was Cakes teed him up on the question. It was about Bilal Alcatraz.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he's like, well, he's going to face a different style player
Mhm.
tonight in Tyrese Maxey. Maxey goes for 35 points. So
Trouble.
Bilal Alcatraz did not shut
Yeah,
down
yeah,
him. And Bilal Alcatraz's offense, even worse, straight up offensive,
Yeah.
2 points.
JP loves to attack Bilal Koulibaly.
Yes,
Well, I
when
love
he
to
has-
defend him too.
when he
but
has bad
JP
game,
loves
he's
to
a
attack
bust.
him.
Well, if Koulibaly had 19 last night, that would have been your lead story. You
No,
would have
it
jumped.
wouldn't.
Yeah, you would.
No,
You would have jumped all
no,
over it.
No, my lead story would have been the Caps on a heater.
Oh, okay.
It would have been the second story. it would not have led.
I mean, we talk about players who get drafted high that are either hits or busts. He appears to be somewhat of a
I'm
bust.
going to keep arguing he's not a finished product. But
I agree he's not a finished
that can only
product.
go so
No,
far.
It just doesn't look like he's going to become what they were hoping for. And usually you see flashes as a rookie. Now he can be a good defensive player.
Hmm.
He's just
He's a role player.
exactly.
Unfunny Ben, can you hip me to this person because I've the first time I'm ever seeing his name in a box score? Who is Malachi Branham?
Malachi Branham. They actually got him.
Who is this person?
They got him in a trade from San Antonio this offseason.
Okay.
Remember when they traded for Kelly Olynyk? He
I
was part of
do,
the deal
yes.
with CJ McCollum, and
All
everyone
right.
was like, we can't have Kelly Olynyk here. He scored 26 on us in
Right.
game 7 many, many years ago. They traded Olynyk, and they got Malachi Branham and this other guy named Blake Wesley, who they bought out.
Okay.
Branham's just essentially a third string point guard for us.
Got
He's
it.
just a
He
body.
was a former
Yeah.
first round pick too. It's funny.
Yep.
Guy was a number 20 pick in the draft.
Can
I
I,
was-
back up
I was-
Bilal for you, Cakes?
I'm sorry.
You-
I'm back up Bilal for you
Yeah.
real quick.
Yeah, please.
So Maxey goes for 35, and he's the third leading scorer in the NBA,
Mhm.
obviously. And you could point to some of the possessions there where Bilal got beat, but a lot of the possessions where Maxey was getting downhill, getting to the rim was on CJ McCollum and Bob Carrington as well. A lot of them. So it wasn't
Thank
just a
you,
Bilal
Unfunny
issue.
Ben. I appreciate that. I mean, we have to team up against JP, who's
You're kinda-
the lead Bilal.
The
Koulibaly
Washington Post
attacker.
had an interesting article about Ryan Rollins, who was on the Wizards, but then they dumped him because of shoplifting.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Oh,
in
I
the
think I
mix.
remember that.
He's in the mix apparently for most improved player in the league this year,
Mm-hmm.
Really?
averaging 17.7 points, 5.8 assists,
How many
and
steals?
1.6 steals.
A lot of steals. He's a shoplifter. And I mean, I live in a glass house, so I shouldn't throw stones from way back in the day.
By the way,
You had
so
sticky fingers.
Sure.
I think he's on the Bucks. Ryan Rollins. Giannis yesterday did the move where he deleted all of his tweets.
Yeah, the Wizards broke Giannis. They broke his
For
brain. I love
3 years, and some people are reading into us the last tweet that he left. So he deletes all his 2025, all his 2024, and I think most of his 2023. I might be wrong on the dates, maybe even beyond that. His last tweet that he left up there was a happy birthday wish to Kobe Bryant wearing a Lakers uniform.
Wow.
So people are speculating he wants out.
He wants to go to the
and
Lakers.
he wants to go to one of the big boys.
All right.
He probably does. Right?
But he's making over $50 million. There's
Yeah,
only
no.
so much you can do.
So the Wiz fall to, I think, 3-17. Could be wrong on that. 3-17. 1-11 away from home.
Yeah. Don't win a lot away from
So
Cap
what is the
One.
projection for the year then? A 12-win season?
You got to be over 10 now. Are they over 10, Ben? Unfunny Ben? Are they over 10?
I don't even track what the win total is going to be. Will
Yeah.
Riley looked good last night, by the way.
Oh, he did?
Very good.
Yeah.
A lot of grit, a lot of hustle. Loved it.
Good.
Right. Remember,
All right, so there was one positive.
Will Riley went to the G League for a minute and had like 35 points, and they called him right back up.
They call him back
Let me
up.
do an impromptu tankathon lottery sim. I'll just run one. See who gets the first pick.
Not going to be us.
Indiana. Washington gets the 6th pick
Yeah.
in the sim I just ran.
So
There you
that's
have it.
Washington's luck.
There you have it.
Um,
Not great.
Shouldn't it be more weighted towards the poopier teams?
It
It's-
is.
It doesn't seem to be.
You want me to run
well,
one
the
more
top
time?
3 teams have a 14% chance. to
Yeah,
get the
that's
top.
not more weighted.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
One
they do
more
that. They
sim.
do that because they don't want the teams to tank, but it still doesn't.
Ran
provide-
it again. They get the 5th pick.
Yeah, it
It's
ain't great.
impossible to get the first
It ain't
pick.
great. It
How'd
ain't great.
Boozer do last night? I think he had 29,
Oh,
right?
he was a baller. I didn't see any of the game. I just saw some highlights, but he was killing it. And the ACC Big Ten or ACC SEC Challenge last year, the SEC went 14-2 against the ACC. Last night, the ACC went 6-3 against the SEC. So they flipped the script. More games tonight. But you talked about some of the locals in college hoops last night. You went to the Mason game against Cornell. They won by, I don't know, 17 or 18.
Mm-hmm.
They improved to 9-0. The Terps beat Wagner by 25-ish.
Pharrell Payne had 29 or 30.
So
Pretty wild.
they got the win. Virginia Tech in the ACC SEC Challenge went down to South Carolina, beat them. So I think they got their 6th win. Props to GW. They went up to Army at 11 a.m. They played yesterday. 11 o'clock tip, and they won by 14 or so.
Looking at the Duke Florida game, which was the premier game in that ACC SEC matchup, Duke wins by 1. Cameron Boozer finished with 29 points.
Mhm.
So he's
gonna be a top 5
Is he
pick.
like 6'8"?
Yeah, he's a big dude.
6'9". He's listed at 6'9", expected to be one of the top picks. Now his brother Caden Boozer comes off the bench. He's the Nubs Boozer.
Mm-hmm.
He's only averaging 6 points a game.
Yeah.
It's always weird. Are they twins? Or are they just a year apart and somehow
I don't think they're twins.
Yeah. Okay.
I could be wrong on that, but I don't think they're twins.
They're both freshmen.
Yeah, but how tall is the younger one? Thought he was a guard.
They could
He's 6'4".
Yeah, so I don't think they're twins.
They could be just like a year apart and somehow
Not identical. Yeah.
maybe one kid moved up. And,
Cameron and Caden.
yeah.
They're twins.
Oh, there you go.
All right,
So,
so-
I mean, unless this headline is wrong, meet twin sons.
Are they identical? But they're not
Cameron and
identical, right?
Caden.
They can't be identical.
That's-
I
I
guess
don't
they-
know.
Can you be identical and one be like 4 inches taller or whatever?
Fraternal twins.
They are not
fraternal.
identical.
Hey, real
They're-
quick.
They're talented. They're
Hey, real-
not identical either.
Yeah. Real quick. Today is signing day in college hoops. Getting back to college football. Sorry, me. Getting back to college football. It's a 3-day signing period today through Friday. Now, 95% of the players have already committed. But what's interesting is Virginia Tech came into the signing period ranked about 142.
All right.
All right.
That's really low.
142.
I mean, how many Division One teams
Yeah,
are
that's
there?
like outside of all of FBS.
brutal.
But but then they got to 55.
Okay.
And now, since Franklin is flipping all these kids that were going to Penn State now to Virginia Tech, they're up to 32.
Where's the Terps class?
Well, they got one of the top 5 players. I'm not sure where the class ranks. I'd have to look that up. But Virginia Tech, since Franklin has been hired, has flipped it from 140-ish to top 35.
That's very impressive in a short period of time.
So it'll be
Doing
interesting
good work
to see how many. And then they flipped one of the stud quarterbacks from California. Can't remember his name. He was committed to Penn State. Franklin committed him or flipped him to Virginia Tech. So they've got a top quarterback coming in, at least one coming in next year.
Coming up next, you won't believe the drunkard that was found at a local liquor store. Coming up at 7:20, we're going to play Junkerty, the original Junkies game show. Give you a chance to win Caps tickets. We also have tickets to go see OAR. They are celebrating 3 decades. It's their 3 decades tour.
Good for
so
them.
we'll give away tickets for that.
Love those guys. Good dudes. Good people.
It's right in line with us. We're going to be celebrating 3
Right.
decades
Yep.
next year.
That is true.
It's crazy.
I know we had that conversation months ago. Some people would put us on 31 years.
Yeah.
No, next year's our 30th anniversary on the radio.
Yes.
So we'll be celebrating that. And OAR is going to be doing that. So that's coming up at 7:20. So I saw the story yesterday. I thought it was funny. I think all of us have passed out at some point in life.
Oh,
I passed out during a
many
Christmas
times.
show.
Yeah.
You mean just from boozing too much?
Yes.
Yeah. I've been overserved. It's happened.
And sometimes you wake up in spots and you're like, how did I get here?
Sure.
When we did the holiday drinking show,
Yeah.
where whoever had the highest BAC
I can't believe you
would
did
win
that.
$500. We
Went
had your
hard.
boy, the bartender, and I remember telling him, hey, I'm going for the
My
dub.
man Paulie.
Yeah.
I told Paulie, I said, I'm going for the dub. This last hour, I want a shot every commercial break. And that put me over the top.
Yeah. It also had
Well,
you
you-
slumped in a corner until like 2 p.m. that
Well,
day.
yeah.
How
The
did
next thing I
he was
know-
vomiting all himself.
The next
He was frozen like a dog.
It was the
He was
most.
on all fours.
Was that worth 500?
Yes.
It was the most unfun thing. Was cleaning the
Oh,
studio after
had to
that.
be
After JP
terrible.
puked.
Well, just the debauchery, not
Yeah.
just the puke, but the spills
I'm
everywhere.
surprised it still doesn't.
No, but what I
smell.
don't understand is, from my understanding, is JP was frozen like on all fours.
Yeah, I was on the ground.
just
No, I
stuck
was like in the
on all
fetal
fours.
position.
Yeah.
I heard you were on all fours like a dog.
I woke up and here's the point. I woke up passed out in CK's office. So at some point,
And you don't
at some
remember
point,
getting there.
I threw up here,
Yeah.
but I ended up in CK's office. But that's happened to all of us. We've
Yeah.
we've
I
passed out.
definitely had puked
Yeah.
during a drinking show back in the day.
So
What year? Well, hold on. How old were you? What was that? 4 years ago?
47? I don't know.
Oh, it was
50.
It was 8
I'm
years ago.
55. I don't know what year that was.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
no,
Is
it's
my
like
point.
less
Okay.
than 5 years
You were in
ago.
your 50s,
It's a 50.
like a dum dum. $500.
$500 sliced.
Yeah.
If I put $500 right here, cash, and said, "Hey, take it," you'd be butt-sized.
Yeah, but I wouldn't vomit all of myself for it. No
Well, I
chance.
didn't know that was all going to happen.
Yeah, you
No
didn't.
chance
When you
I did.
passed out, did you know it
didn't
was going to
that
happen?
When you tell the guy, give me a shot every commercial break, you got to know that it's probably
I
going to happen.
haven't been like that, seriously, probably since college, the way you were.
Okay, but
5 years ago.
But in your history,
Yeah.
It's happened.
you have woken up, passed out,
Sure.
and wondered
All-
where
it's
you
happened
were.
to all of us.
So I thought this story was funny. There's a liquor store in Ashland, Virginia. I
Okay.
think it is.
Where is that? I've heard of it.
Down towards Richmond.
Okay.
Yeah, near like King's Dominion,
Okay.
maybe.
All right.
All right, I'm having a tough time punching up the story, but I read it.
Yeah.
So a guy goes to work
Mhm.
and he sees there's a bunch of bottles like smashed,
Right.
and he's cleaning up, and somebody clearly got into the liquor and passed out.
Yeah.
Then they found in the bathroom the culprit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It wasn't a human. A raccoon got into the liquor store,
And started drinking it all.
smashed some
Did
bottles,
he go for
started drinking it, and it was passed out right by the toilet in the
I'm
bathroom.
surprised it wasn't
Unbelievable.
dead.
Of course, yeah. A raccoon weighs what, 15, maybe 20
Do
pounds.
they have silly hands or something?
They definitely have hands that can pry open your trash can. And
Yeah.
they go in
'Cause
there and just
they've done
eat
that
everything.
before, and like they've like
They're
really.
trash bandits.
My wife always says I have terrible fine motor skills.
Yeah,
like if
I
I
do
have
too,
to do
yeah.
with like a thread and
Yeah.
a needle or something,
Oh,
and
who
it's terrible.
could do that?
They must have silly fine motor skills.
Yeah. They have like workable hands.
I hope he didn't get the open road vodka and break
Hope
one of
that
their
was
bottles.
smashed all over the floor.
Right.
That's wild.
No, this picture is crazy with the raccoon right next
It's
to the
actually
toilet.
it's kind of cute.
It's kind of funny. I'm going to tweet it. I'll put it up at Junks Radio. Give us a follow at Junks Radio. But it did make me think of the worst place I've woken up, passed out, and
Yeah.
that would be CK's office. What's your worst?
Oh, worst
Cakes
place-
was legendary for doing
Yeah.
the whiz in like weird
I
spots.
definitely went.
That was his
I
calling
go in
card.
somebody's hamper or something.
I done that. I definitely went. My roommate was not happy. I went to the bathroom in the kitchen.
Right.
My roommate came and he's like, I know you're hammered. I know you did this. You're gonna clean it up when you sober up. And I did.
Yeah.
I went in.
What,
down
just
on-
all over the floor.
I got down on hands and knees like JP, like a dog, and cleaned it up.
yeah.
I mean, not my proudest moment, but it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I've woken up. I woke up in the backseat of a car. Like,
How does that happen?
Somebody's driving
Here's
him
how.
home.
No, here's how. I was on Kent Island hanging out with people, and I was partying.
You're a red eye.
And so probably near the Red Eye Dock Bar. And I went outside at some point, passed out in the backseat of the car, woke up at like 7 a.m. Sun is just beaming down, cooking me like a rotisserie chicken. I've got the cotton mouth. I'm like, I didn't know where I was. And then I got my bearings and figured out, I stumbled outside during the party, fell into the backseat of this car, and just woke up.
Do you have any idea whose car it was?
No.
Yeah.
Somebody who was at the party. It's not a great place to wake up.
Yeah, I mean, it happened to me in college multiple times.
Sure.
I remember one time, I don't remember. I mean, this is when were we in college? 88 to 92. Yeah. I mean, it's so many years
Some
ago.
of us longer.
But but when I was in living in the dorms, I woke up in the dorm bathroom. And the last thing I remember was being on Route 1.
Right.
My buddy Bill scooped me up and it was like, dude, you're in bad shape.
Here's like
Got me
getting
back to
run
our
over.
dorms. And I think just set me up by the toilet in case I was going to throw up. And I just
I remember
woke up passed out there.
I remember taking you home from some party and you were like puking in the toilet. I can't remember where that was. But I do remember bringing you home to your parents' house. It's like post-college or pre-college. I don't know.
You know what Cakes' brother did, which, nowadays you wouldn't do it. Now, it was a neighbor that we knew, but, we talked about the homes that we grew up in, the Levitt homes that we grew up in Bowie. And we grew up, my house was a rancher, one-story rancher. And the house across the street was a one-story rancher. And one time my brother was so hammered that Ross dropped him off at the house 2 houses down from you, which looks like our house.
Right.
And then my brother is entering the house or knocking on the door. Like nowadays you get shot,
Sure.
something like that.
Well, do it in the middle of the night. People
Back
don't know
in the day, you
But
could.
that was the De La Garza's house,
Yeah.
right down the street from us.
Have you ever I remember this in college, but you're out and about, and then for whatever you stumble, you take a fall, and then you go into your bedroom, and then you go sleep, and you wake up. It's like The Godfather with
You
a
got
horse.
cuts all
Yeah, you
over
got cuts all over you. The sheets are red. Looks like a horse head was in your sheet in your bed with you.
Sure.
Well,
Well,
that
you
hasn't
gotta do-
happened to me, but Cakes has that infamous fight,
yeah,
right?
I got into a fight. I don't even think I threw a punch because the way my face looked, I was the one who was getting punched. But I don't remember. I just remember waking up the next day.
But didn't you?
Scrapes all over my face. And the worst part, I had to go to a wedding like 2 days later, and I looked like the Elephant Man at the wedding. It was pretty fun. It was a pretty fun bit.
They say, "What happened to you?"
Yeah, I said I drank too much at Poor Richards, and I got into a fight.
Didn't it happen because you hollered at some girl
I
across
saw
the
a
street?
girl across the street after I had 20 beers who I thought was one of my floor mates. So I was just saying hello to her, and somebody took offense to it. He dragged me into an alley, started beating my ass, and then luckily my suite mates was like, "Where'd Cakes go?" And they saw me getting pummeled. They grabbed
Then
me,
they beat that guy's
threw me
ass.
into the back of the car. I guess I didn't beat
You
him
had
up.
big
I know that.
roommates.
I had big roommate. I was lucky. Had big roommates on the hoops team. They were looking. They were at my back because I was getting pummeled. Had no recollection. It's cautionary. I'm a cautionary
I'd
tale.
love to see those wedding pictures
Never
if you
leave your
have them.
boys. Make sure you're
don't-
always around your boys.
You gotta go out with a squad.
Yeah.
All right, got to take a break. Remember, Game Show Wednesday comes up at 7:20. Your chance to win Caps tickets to OAR as we play Junkerty here on The Fan.
Hey, I got to tell you about Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC went out back in June this past summer, I called Dan Foley, and he didn't just send his crew out. He showed up himself, the owner. He is the owner, 100% of the company. No franchise, no giant corp, no private equity. He runs a tight ship, takes pride in every single install. His team replaced my HVAC system, my water heater, and my sump pump all in the same day. I saw firsthand how skilled, how hardworking this crew is. These guys do care. Foley Mechanical is full service, heating, AC, hot water, boilers. They specialize in older homes with radiator heat. They serve DC, Maryland, and Virginia, and they proudly install Amana HVAC equipment like they did at my house. So if you want quality service from a company that you can trust, I promise you, call Foley Mechanical. Ask for Dan Foley. Tell him Bish sent you.
Once again, Tom Wilson led the scoring off for the Caps last night with an early power play goal.
Flared in front, they score! And it's Wilson again! His team leading 6th power play goal of the season. Putting it past Kemper, it's 1-0 Washington.
The Kings then evened things up at 1 apiece, but Anthony Bolivier put the Caps back ahead for good. And just for good measure, Alexi Protas knocked in an empty netter. Caps beat Sacramento 3-1. And the Wizards were unable to hit shots in the second half of a back-to-back. They lost to the 76ers last night, 121-102. 7 different Wizards scored in double figures, but as a team, they shot just 40% from the field and 25% from the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk. Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. We're streaming live on the free Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, as always, presented by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Spencer Carberry, Caps coach, going to join us at 9:40. Don't miss that. Caps on a heater. They have won 8 of their last 9 games. On their first game on their West Coast roadie, 3-1. Ovi with 2 assists. Tom Wilson, another goal. He is their leading goal scorer so far this season. So we will talk to Coach Carberry at 9:45.
Hey, don't forget my guy Biovler with the game winner. That was an important goal too. Don't sleep on him.
Biov.
Yeah.
So they've won 8 out of 9. We will talk to Coach at 9:45. Coming up in about 20 minutes. Game Show Wednesday. Your chance to win Caps tickets as well as tickets to go see OAR in concert. But it's 7 o'clock time to hit the skins. And that is cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue. That's in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, premium cuts, grilled right at your table. It's a dining experience that's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the family. Oseo means come on in.
I can't remember. I think we talked about this. I know we've discussed the possibility of this for a couple weeks now since DQ's taken over as D coordinator. Did we talk about his response? Did we mention that yesterday when he was asked if he would consider?
We did.
Yeah.
We played the audio.
Yeah. Okay, good. So we did talk about it.
But he was on the fence, really. He didn't really commit to anything.
He didn't commit, but he certainly left it open.
Short.
He certainly left it open.
Yeah, like I said, on the fence.
Which I'm excited about. I think he's good at it. But anyway, I know some other shows were discussing that yesterday. I think a lot of people were shocked that he would even consider doing that. So I guess the Commanders were making some waves yesterday because the HBO Hard Knocks was airing. I think it had its debut episode, and I saw some tweets of some clips. I know Valdez has at least one where Jeremy Reeves got in front of the group, and they wanted to give a Commander shout out to somebody.
That I've personally been here with through a lot. We've seen every aspect of this building, man, and now he's on a new journey. We're super excited for you, brother. I'm happy for you, man. So us and the fellas want to give you a huge Commander's appreciation for what's to come, man. New head coach, Stanford. Holy.
If you are not here, I feel full of gratitude right now. And I'll tell you this, when I came into the league a year ago, I knew I was going to learn ball. Like, that's what you always hear, you know, it's your PhD in football. What I wasn't prepared for since Q got here and AP and you guys was learning that brotherhood happens, like brotherhood equaling winning happens on the highest level. And like you guys have proven that, you showed me that. And what you've allowed me to take back now in this new role, again, I'm grateful because I go back with a strong conviction that that's what it's all about. And so thank you guys for that. You guys are going to have some Commanders fans in Palo Alto. Because my boys are like that. We're still going to cheer for the Commanders. Right? I'm like, yeah, we're going to. And you still got some fans there? Our doors are open, man. You guys are ever in the Bay, please come by and see me. I can't thank you enough, Q, for everything you've done. AP, the whole staff, like that brotherhood that I talked about with these guys you guys showed me, but all of you on staff, the special connection that we form, it'll last forever. And as we say in this thing, man, football is very cyclical. It's not goodbye, see you later.
That's
Very
awesome.
cool. Very cool.
It's awesome.
He's got his work cut out for him, but
Yeah,
So
but
he
it's
was
got his head
basically
job.
opportunity though.
He was basically Andrew Luck's backup.
Yeah, they're best friends.
What's interesting is his dad played college football at Washington State. Pretty cool nickname. So his uncle, former NFL quarterback Jack Thompson,
Oh, I remember him.
Yeah.
For the Bengals.
Played for the
His
played for the
nickname-
Browns or the Bengals. Yeah.
I thought it was the Bengals.
Yeah,
but
the
maybe the
throwing
Browns.
Samoan.
That is a good nickname. It's solid.
That was his dad, or that was
No, his
uncle?
dad. Sorry, his dad played center at Washington State. His uncle played quarterback
Okay.
in the NFL. His uncle was the throwing Samoan.
Mhm.
Was it the Browns or the Bengals?
I
Maybe
don't
you're
know.
right. Maybe it
I
was
meant-
the Browns. For some reason, I thought Bengals, but
Bengals sounds right.
Jack Thompson. I
Yeah.
didn't really have a file on him.
Oh,
It
no,
says
I-
here that he played Bengals and Buccaneers.
Bengals.
Yeah, Bengals, yeah.
Okay. Nope, I definitely remember him.
I had his football card.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool opportunity. Later, I know Valdez said it's hard to get some of these clips, audio reasons.
I thought that I could hook him with my HBO password, but I did cancel. Apparently, it's done.
As soon as you cancel,
I don't
it's
have
done.
HBO.
No more access.
I thought I had
Yeah,
it for a couple more weeks.
I canceled all of my movie channels.
Oh,
So
you
I
did?
Yeah. I mean, I was spending $50 a month on all these movie
Look at
channels.
you.
And I said, F it. I never watch them.
I don't know why I'm keeping
So
my
I didn't see it.
ESPN/Hulu/Disney bundle. I pay for that.
Cancel it.
I
If you're
never
not
really
using
use
it.
Disney. I think with ESPN, like I could watch like wacky games, but I don't really need to. I mean, every once in a while, I guess I could watch my nephew play lacrosse at
Mhm.
Villanova, but
Yeah, I think you should keep it for that. I think it's worth it.
maybe that month. But if
For a
I'm
couple
paying
months.
$18 a month
Yeah.
to pay for a year, that's a lot of money.
Okay.
I didn't see it because, like I said, I canceled it. So.
Yeah.
And I don't
Well,
watch The Mandalorian or anything on
No,
Disney.
Of course, you're not watching
No, I
that.
don't watch any of that stuff, but I do watch ESPN Plus all the time. They have every game of every sport. Like it's pretty cool. And
I
like
don't
your
watch
kids-
Peyton's Places or
Yeah.
whatever
Well, I
else
have
is
that
on there.
because my buddy gave me his
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 password. Yeah.
So I can watch any game. I just can't watch Hard
But
Knocks.
one clip that was making the rounds was DQ addressing the team after a frustrating loss. There, you could tell how shook Vaughn was when we had Vaughn on the show yesterday. Guy hadn't slept in hours. It was you could tell just first of all, Texas A&M losing to Texas, and then losing to the Broncos last second play, overtime. But DQ was fairly optimistic, and he said, we lost, but we're not effing lost anymore.
Mhm.
In other words, I think he feels like they found something, right? They found their competitiveness again. I think he's been pretty resigned these last few weeks, and while certainly the season's over as far as chasing a playoff spot and realizing expectations that everybody had on this team, I think it's important. You got to at least find yourself, and I think they found themselves a little bit. They can be competitive now. Let's see what happens down in the last 5 or 6 games.
Well, they're going to find an inept quarterback, no matter which one is under center for the Vikings this week, whether it's Brosmer or JJ McCarthy.
Mm-hmm.
So probably going to be a quarterback that makes a good amount of mistakes that puts the Commanders in hopefully a good position to win to get out of this losing streak.
Now, what's interesting is even though they're now 3-9, and it is kind of hard to believe after last season that we are at this place, but 3-9 in the middle of a 7-game losing streak, Fox Sports announced that it's going to broadcast a Saturday doubleheader involving the Commanders. And we're going to be essentially another primetime game, essentially. They're going to be on at 5 p.m. against the Eagles on Saturday.
Very
They're
good.
still a team. They could have flexed out of that, or
Mhm.
they could have moved it, or whatever they wanted to do potentially.
Mhm. Which date? I'm sorry.
That is
December 20th.
December 20th. I'll be
Saturday.
actually flying to Tampa that day, but I'll be flying in the morning, so that'll be fine. I'll be able to watch that game. It'll be a 5 p.m. start. Following that game, the Packers are scheduled to travel to Chicago to take on the Bears. That game
The
is set to begin at 8:20.
Mhm.
So again, the trend is even though they're 3-9, the NFL is choosing not to flex their games. The one everybody thought was going to get flexed was that game with Denver, which ended up being a super entertaining game.
I'm guessing part of that is they probably expect Jaden back for that game.
For sure.
So, prime division matchup, even though the Commanders are out of it, you get the Eagles facing Jaden and the Commanders. I guess they feel enough eyeballs will be drawn to it to keep it in a prime spot.
Yep. And again,
of course,
it's not
they
a
still-
primetime game, but it's a standalone game.
Yeah.
And of course, they still play on Christmas in week 17
Against
against
Cowboys.
Dallas. Yep.
What time is that
Remember-
kick? That's
remember
a 1
all-
p.m. kick.
1 o'clock.
Also, networks can block like games being plucked from them to be flexed to whatever Sunday night that they're doing.
So you think that could be a factor too?
That's definitely a factor. Because if I'm Fox or if I'm CBS and I don't know what the game of the week, Steelers Ravens is supposed to be at 1 o'clock, and CBS is going, whoa, this is for the division. We don't want to give this game up to NBC. They can say you're out, you're finished. You can't take it. We're blocking this.
Let me see. I'm just reading here, and it's something that we've talked about. I mean, I could kind of care less. I mean, he has moments, but he makes me crazy at times too. What do you think the future of Marcus Mariota is going to be? As he's he's had some decent performances. He tends to have a kind of a critical mistake or two that just makes me nutty.
Played a pretty good game this week, despite the interception.
Pretty good game this week.
And his numbers are actually pretty similar to what Jaden was giving you when Jaden was on the field. Now, his touchdown interception ratio is not as great. I think he's got 9 touchdowns, 6 picks, but his production has been pretty good. I think it's up to Marcus. Marcus likes it here. I think that if he wants to come back, they'll give him another year.
And I think it's tied to whether Cliff stays here as well.
Right.
If Cliff is here as the OC again, I think there's a very good chance that Marcus comes back.
No, I don't
They'll
think
hand him a 1 year, $9 million deal, whatever it is, $10 million.
I don't think the issue is will the Commanders want him back. The issue is the other opportunities that are going to be out there because
That's why I said it's up to Marcus.
It's extended playing time.
Now, they could go the cheaper out. He's making $8 million, but then you're really getting Drek.
No, I need a dependable backup that fits into the system well. If Jaden is a guy who's going to miss multiple games each year, hopefully that's not the case. But I need to depend. I can't have the Max Brosmers of the world. I know he's a third stringer.
Yeah,
but I need a capable backup. I can't
need a
have
veteran backup. Yeah.
I can't have
Brosmer's
bottom
young.
of the league type backup.
They're saying the Jets, the Saints, the Raiders, the Dolphins, and the Cardinals all could be looking for new quarterbacks. The Steelers, obviously, they probably be looking for one, and Minnesota potentially, as you talked about. Who knows what's going to happen with
There's going to be a
McCarthy?
market.
Those 6 or 7 teams that are certainly going to, if not want like a stopgap starter or a backup to be ready to play.
Yeah.
Could you bring back somebody like Sam Howell? His cap hit's only $1.1 million.
No,
I mean,
I mean, you could bring anybody in here. If he's a backup, you're done.
I tend to
Right.
agree.
I mean, you're done. I mean,
Right. So maybe if you want to save a few bucks, you get somebody like
Yeah,
a Sam
maybe.
Howell.
But Mariota, maybe he maybe he just works well with Jaden. So maybe they like him in the quarterback room.
That could be the case.
As opposed to some of these other younger
But like
guys.
if a team like Minnesota is losing faith in JJ McCarthy and they want a reliable veteran to pair with him instead of a young guy and not Carson Wentz,
yeah,
Mariota could be an attractive option
That's true.
for a
That's
team
true.
like that.
That's true.
I don't know.
He could work well
It
with.
shouldn't
any
be a
young quarterback.
priority. That's what I would say. Like ideally, if you're the Commanders, I think Mariota fits into their scheme.
Mariota.
I'm not calling him that anymore.
Yeah,
Mariota.
I wouldn't break the bank on him.
Well, why
And
would
if-
you break
if
the bank on a guy that's like 1-8? Like that's honestly
Right.
what it is.
So I'm saying. So maybe
Yeah.
you save a few bucks.
I mean, his numbers have been okay, but they got 1 win.
I mean,
Well,
how
look at the result.
how was the
Well,
starter?
And then just look at the mistakes late in games. I mean,
Yeah.
I know you
they're
guys
maddening.
talked about it.
I
Yeah.
don't have a problem paying a backup $8 million if you know he's going to see potentially a bunch of snaps. I don't want to have a guy who's a 6th round rookie backing up Jaden Daniels. Like I want a capable player there.
Okay,
Well, if
somebody like say I'm blast from the past. How about our guy Taylor Heineke?
I mean, I
I
think
think's inactive this year.
I think Mariota's an upgrade from Taylor
Heineke's not on
Heineke.
anybody's roster. If he's not on anybody's roster, it's over. It's really hard to
It's hard
go
to come back
a
from
year out of the league and then get back in. I mean, it can happen. It's happened, but it's hard.
Is he with the Chargers?
that. I thought he was, but
I'll check.
he's not their back. He's not their backup
I think he's a free agent right now.
He's
because Trey Lance is their backup.
I don't think we've gone through the PFF grades. They're always kind of interesting. You guys care to guess at all? The guys that got the bulk of the snaps. Let's go offensively. Who's some of the highest rated guys?
McLaurin had to be up there.
McLaurin was number 2.
Yeah.
I think Mariota's up there.
Mariota was actually 12 out of 19. Not a horrible rating. It was a 62.7, but he was 12. Sam Cosby was number 1, had a 91.4 grade. Very, very high for him. Just behind Terry McLaurin, played every snap, and I believe, I could have this wrong, I believe he's the only guy on the offensive line who's played every snap. Josh Connolly got a 76.9 rating.
Getting better.
So the last 4 or 5 weeks, he seems to be getting some pretty high grades. Laramie Tunsil, also very highly graded. Colson Yankoff only played a few snaps, won't count him. Rodriguez, the highest rated running back of the crew. He had a 66.9. That's basically it. The bottom, this room probably needs to be upgraded. John Bates, lowest rated according to PFF, and then just above him. Now he only played in 15 snaps. Ben Sinnott. So the tight end room didn't fare all that well. Yankoff did okay, but he was only in for 4 snaps, and then Zach Ertz was middle.
We
of the
were
pack.
talking about,
even though Zach Ertz had all those catches, he was their 10th rated player offensively.
We were talking about the running back room yesterday, and some of us agree that it's maybe not a priority, but a need. I do anyway. Tight end is a priority.
Tight end, I think, is going to be a priority because you're going to have to move on from Zach.
You want to give
Jaden
a reliable weapon over the middle? Yeah, that's not 35 years old. I agree.
All right, and let's just quickly go to the defense. Of course, I maintain, I think most people's eyes, the defense has played better the last few weeks. Cakes care to guess of guys that played a significant amount who the highest rated defensive players were. I don't think this will jump out at you.
Bobby Wagner.
Bobby Wagner usually gets a decent grade. He was 7th.
Okay.
I'd go Kinlaw.
Kinlaw, lowest rated.
Wow.
Javon,
I feel like Kinlaw and Payne played pretty well.
Kinlaw, lowest rated. Jacob Martin just above him. Payne was 6th. Payne got a decent rating. The top guys, Jordan McGee, Jonathan Jones, Noah I, the much maligned Noah I, Mikey Sanistro playing a little bit better last couple weeks.
Good to see.
And then you get to the Payne, Wagner, Eddie Goldman, those guys. Von Miller, middle of the pack, 10th. Maybe that's why he was grumpy. But so it's always interesting to see what PFF thinks when you go through the grades there. So there you go, Cakes.
Now, where are you going to be able to watch the Viking game live?
I think so. I don't think I'm traveling anywhere this weekend, am I? I don't think so. The Viking game is 1 o'clock, right? And that's Sunday,
it's the
right?
first 1 o'clock, like it's 7 or 8 weeks.
In forever. Yeah, that'd be great. And it's, but by the way, I think weather-wise, I think we're looking at low 40s, high like the next,
but cold.
Yeah, the next 10 days or so. Like I just don't see a break in sight. I don't see any.
Friday's supposed to be a little bit dicey with the possibility of snow.
Some snow. Yeah. I just don't see any like silly 50s or 60s days like around the corner right now.
Well, it's December.
I know, but every once you
but sometimes you get hooked. You get 55.
Pockets, you'll get a couple days where all of a sudden out of nowhere, it's nice. That's what I'm looking for.
Winter's looming.
I'm not
here.
I'm not suggesting it should be 50 every day. I'm just saying, hey, give us.
Sometimes you get hooked. It's simulator season.
It's simulator season, I guess. Not as fun, but yeah.
Coming up next, it's a game show Wednesday. We're going to play Junkerty, your chance to win tickets to go see the Washington Capitals and OAR in concert. You can call us now at 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
All right, guys. FanDuel's the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. Right now, it's the perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet hits. So bet on the players you love the way you want. All you have to do, head to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Remember, Spencer Carberry, Caps coach, joins us at 9:40. You don't want to miss that. Caps have won 8 out of their last 9 games.
Love it.
So at least we have one team here in DC that is playing well.
Now it's a hot ticket.
Like some people would say, well, the Washington Spirit, they made it all the way to the finals.
Come on.
They lost in the finals. But in terms of the big four,
Get that out of
national stink.
Get that out of here.
Are they going to sign anybody in free agency? Probably not. Doesn't seem
Probably
like it seems like they're just going to be a low budget team again.
The Wizards,
With
they're going to be
Wizards.
they're going to be your 2028, 2029 NBA champions.
I'm not saying these guys are bad at their job. They might be very good. The Nats have a bunch of 25-year-olds running the team.
Yeah, it's a young core.
Basically.
I mean, they're just
it's
so
a real
young.
youth movement over there.
Yeah. And that might be good. I don't know. I'm
Could
just
be.
saying. It's
We'll see.
crazy
The
how it's
manager,
switched.
the manager's really thin. Did you see him?
I've only seen still photos.
You don't
of
have
it.
any muscle.
Butera,
He's
That could be
33,
wrong.
right?
Just my
Blake
perception when I
Butera?
saw him, I was like, man, that guy, I mean, he's fit. He looks like he's fit.
Sure.
He probably played.
Maybe that's all
played
it is.
baseball and
Maybe
everything.
he's just still fit.
But he
didn't
just
have
might
that-
be like 5'9", 150 or
He
something
didn't have
like
that beer belly yet.
I let me look
His,
it up.
his testosterone hasn't petered out yet.
I talked to
fizzled.
Riz a little bit yesterday
Oh,
on
you did?
text.
How's
Yeah.
he doing?
It's good.
Where's he
Just-
based right now?
He's
still
living
here.
down here.
Okay.
Yeah, still here.
Chilling.
Yeah, that hasn't hooked up with any teams yet. He said he's had opportunities, but it's just not feeling it yet. So he's. I'm sure
He's
it's happening.
weighing his options.
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
see,
But he's-
survey the
he's-
landscape.
He seems like he's doing well though.
Very good.
So in college, Blake
Where did he play?
Butera, or
Blake-
maybe this is minor league stats. I just punched something up of his playing career. He was listed at 5'9", 175.
Mhm.
But he looked thinner than that to me.
Really small, younger
But
dude.
young guy, yeah. What is he, mid-30s?
I thought he was 33.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's early 30s.
So, I mean, that's what I remember.
He's going to have multiple players older than him
And
on the
I
team.
think didn't they hire a pitching coach or hitting coach who's 30?
Yeah, I believe so. My oldest kid, by the way, is 5 years younger than the Nats manager.
Yeah.
Think about that's weird. That's a weird thing.
All that means is you're just closer to death, Case.
Tell him
100%.
he can leave the medical profession
Yeah,
and become the manager of the Nationals.
because he's so steeped in baseball.
Right.
The way he's been
Probably
raised.
got a lot from you.
He loves baseball.
Did you even sign him up for one baseball
He
team
played
growing up?
baseball for about 10 minutes, got
Right.
bored with it, pivoted to lacrosse.
There you
Nice.
go.
Yeah.
Wise move for him.
Mhm.
There you go.
All right, let's punch up our contestants. We're going to play Junkerty. 3 questions, that's it, per category, and let's see if we can get some winners.
All right, let's go. So I got to punch up more than one at a time.
Yep.
Let's go to Jason, Capitol Heights. Hey, Jason.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello,
All right,
Jason.
so I'm going to lock him in. Let's go to Andy in Fredericksburg. Hey, Andy.
Good morning, boys.
Good morning,
Hey,
Andy.
buddy.
By the way, we always say that when we played the Hills,
Mm-hmm.
Bowie would get work.
Yes.
Mhm.
And we played for South Bowie in
Mhm.
basketball. But the Heights kind of gave us the business
The Heights
too.
would get, yeah. You saw
District Heights,
District
Capitol
Heights,
Heights.
Yeah, any
Oh, yeah.
Heights.
They kind of
yeah.
gave us the business
Yeah.
too.
The only one we really mocked, Beltsville.
Yeah. Because generally the
I feel like
Heights,
we had a shot against Greenbelt,
Beltsville.
Beltsville, Laurel.
the guys who played for the Heights, they had more height than us.
Yes.
Well, everybody
Smart.
did.
Laurel actually back in the day
They had some
had a pretty
squad.
Had some ballers.
They had a couple whiteys that could shoot it.
Okay.
Yeah, they were pretty good. They were
Okay.
better than a lot of the other
I
white.
had one epic coaching comeback when I coached my younger brother's team against Lanham.
Lanham.
Oh yeah,
Oh, really?
epic comeback. It might have been my coaching masterpiece,
Yeah.
like a 17
Your
point
magnum
comeback.
opus,
That
if you
might have
will.
been my masterpiece. Yeah, I'll
And
never
you
forget.
kicked out of one game too.
Yeah, he got kicked
I got
out.
kicked out. I got suspended for a game.
What was it for?
I got into it with the scorekeeper. I mean, she was being ridiculous. Don't question me.
All right, here's the deal,
Oh no, I only
boys.
have 2. Don't you want 3?
Two contestants for Junkerty. The category is going to be NFL playoffs. There's a 1-point question, a 3-point question, a 5-point question. We start with the jump ball
By the way, you guys are
and
playing
the
for
1-pointer.
a pair of tickets to see the Caps take on the Hurricanes. That is your prize.
Ooh, next Thursday, I believe.
Yes.
If you know the answer, say your name. That's how you get control of the
Say
board.
my name.
okay?
Say my name.
The category again is NFL playoffs. Jason and Andy, here's your jump ball. They are the number 1 seed in the AFC playoff picture right
Andy.
now.
Andy.
Andy's in. Who's that?
Patriots.
That is correct. You have 1 point and you have control. Jason in Capitol Heights, you got to wait patiently and hopefully he makes a mistake.
Mhm.
All right, your 3-point question. This 8-4 team currently is the 3 seed in the AFC playoffs, and they sit atop the AFC South.
Let's go with is it the Jaguars?
It is the
nice,
Jaguars.
Nice pull.
You're up 4-zippy,
Jason's on life support in Capitol Heights.
but this is the 5-point question. You can close out the game and get a win here if you know this. At 9-4, this NFC team is currently the 7 seed in the NFC playoff picture.
I'm gonna go Niners.
It is the Niners. Congratulations.
All right, you win. You get a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals Thursday, December 11th at Capital One Arena as they take on the Carolina Hurricanes. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/contests.
The Heights might have won basketball, but they just got worked in.
Trivia got swept.
Didn't even get in.
All right, hold on. Let me unlock it there, Valdez. There you go. I don't know.
Lock it. Lock it.
Let's see. He's on hold. Okay. Got another?
Andy's the big winner.
Now
All right,
the-
yeah, we got OAR tickets. Punch up two more
two more?
contestants.
All right, let's go to, speaking of Capitol Heights, let's go to Antoine. Antoine, what's up? Antoine, are you there? All right, I guess not.
Nope.
Let's try Matt in Springfield. Matt.
Morning, Junks.
Hello,
Hey,
Matt.
buddy. All right, let me put him on lock.
Matthew.
And let's go to Keith in Laurel. Hey, Keith.
Good morning, boys.
Hey,
Hello, Keith the
buddy.
prize pig.
All right, same deal. We start with the jump ball. That's how you seize control of the board. There are 3 questions, a 1-pointer, a 3-pointer, and a 5-pointer. And your category is Christmas movies. So Matt and Keith, here is your jump ball. Say your name to get control of the board. This holiday classic starring Jimmy Stewart is what?
Matt,
I mean,
Yes, Matt.
should have
Go
already
ahead.
jumped in.
A Wonderful Life. It's A Wonderful Life.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, you get control, Matt. By the way, what is the character Jimmy Stewart plays in It's a Wonderful Life?
Oh, his
Ooh.
name?
That's pretty
Oh,
famous.
I should know his name.
I'm going to guess Valdez knows it.
I kind of sleep on this movie. I haven't seen it a billion times.
Valdez,
I don't know
you
if I've ever seen it start to finish.
I don't know.
Oh, you
I'm
don't?
not a big It's a Wonderful Life guy. Around
George
Christmas.
Bailey.
George
Oh,
Bailey.
yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
should have known that.
Pretty famous. All right, Matt, you have control of the board.
Blind spot, Valdez.
Your 3-point question. Some people say this Bruce Willis movie really isn't a Christmas movie.
Die Hard.
Yes.
That's
It is a
4.
Christmas movie. There's Christmas tree in the building.
It takes place at Christmas time.
Yeah.
That's
No,
true.
yeah.
I thought there was a Christmas tree in the lobby of the office
Nakatomi
building.
Plaza.
Nakatomi.
Trust
Yeah.
me, this is a big point of contention. So
Yeah.
does that mean Lethal Weapon is a Christmas movie?
Are there any Christmas trees in it?
Yeah.
Then yes, it is.
There's a lot of debate about Die Hard.
What about Rock? Doesn't Rocky 4 take place around Christmas?
It might.
I don't remember Rocky 4.
It's a good one.
I think it does.
It's when he fights
I like Jason
Drago.
Voorhees.
Drago, yeah.
Does you know what Godfather Christmas movie? He gets shot.
Valdez-
Not very Christmassy.
Valdez is passionate about
Yeah.
this.
I mean,
Yes. It should be on Christmas Eve.
Mhm.
All right, your 5-pointer to close out Keith and Laurel.
Let's go.
Bishbucks and Cakes love A Christmas Story. It's a classic.
Love it. So good.
The actor who stars as Ralphie, what's his name?
This is 5-point worthy if you can nail this.
God, I've seen it a million times. It's God, what is his
Need
name?
a guess. 3.
Peter Billingsley.
Oh, you
Yes!
nailed it.
Congratulations.
Well
Nice
done.
job.
All right, you win. You get 2
Smoked 'em.
tickets to see OAR 3 Decades Tour. That's Friday, July 24th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. Those tickets are courtesy of Live Nation.
EB, you might know this. So Peter Billingsley, who plays Ralphie in A Christmas Story,
Mm.
I believe, right, you guys can mock me, but I
Yep.
believe he starred as a very famous character in a television commercial.
You think you
First and last name started with M. MM.
Don't know.
Famous television commercial. I don't even know.
He
this.
was Messy Marvin.
He was.
Who was Messy
maybe
Marvin?
maybe you're
I
right.
don't remember that reference.
Maybe you're right now.
Lost on me.
I just don't know that little bit of
What
trivia.
is Messy Marvin?
Have you
I think
ever
it might
heard of
have been
Messy
Might have been
Marvin?
like a
No.
paper towels commercial. Now that he's bringing it
Messy
up,
Marvin for Hershey's syrup.
or for that, or
Yes.
for that product.
He was Messy Marvin. That was a
okay.
big commercial when we were growing up.
Okay.
I'd
Who
have to
played
see
Messy?
that.
Peter Billingsley played Messy Marvin, known for his role
Was
as
Peter
Ralphie.
Peter
That's solid.
Billingsley, is he our age or is he a little bit
I
older?
think he's
Look, Jason, I
I'm
bet
not
you
sure.
remember this commercial.
Let me see it.
I don't know.
I mean,
Can I
I'm
make
sure I
it bigger?
remember.
You know how good it is squeezing Hershey's syrup into a
Yeah.
glass of regular milk. Oh,
Yeah, I remember.
so
Good old Messy Marvin.
swirl it around with a spoon. You have chocolate milk. Boom.
What are you, 6?
That was
It's so
silly.
good. You think it's not good? You think it doesn't improve the taste of milk? To turn regular milk into chocolate milk?
100%.
He's a milk purist, that Valdez. Kind of weird.
Why you
Drinks milk like with a steak dinner.
That's why Nestle Quick has done well.
Right. They're
Over
doing
the
okay.
years.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Coming up next, we're going to go around the NFL with the Junkies Blitz. Keep it here on the Fan. Time to get into the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season's here and cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit. Warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers carries indoor and outdoor saunas. Mike Tomlin getting a lot of heat. Chorus of boos chased him during his trip back to the locker room after the blowout loss to Buffalo on Sunday. Do you know how many years out of his 18 years as coach he's had a playoff win?
I know he hasn't had one since 2016. So out of 18,
maybe it was one I said.
7,
Maybe
8.
I said 4. Maybe that's what it was.
Oh, that's what it was.
So in only 4 years has he led them to a playoff win. Now he does have a Super Bowl.
That's exactly.
And he's got 8 or 9 total wins that have to check. I know we just talked about that yesterday, but
he's 8 and 11,
years.
so he's been there 19 playoff games. He's got 8 wins.
So he was asked about the boos, and he said, in general, I agree with them from this perspective. Football's our game. We're in a sport and entertainment business. And so if you root for the Steelers, entertaining them is winning. And so when you're not winning, it's not entertaining.
Did you see what Roethlisberger was throwing out there?
No.
He basically says maybe it is time to just blow it up.
Well, he also says that he should. Is the Penn State job still open? He said he'd be a no-brainer for Penn State. Like, he'd be a great recruiter. He says he thinks he could win national
Penn State job is
championship there.
open.
Yeah. Think about it. Mike Tomlin.
And the BYU coach is not going to Penn State.
No, he's going to stay at
Yeah,
BYU.
but wouldn't that be beneath Tomlin?
Man,
I feel like if he was fired, if they was fired or they split, a team would hire him in 2 seconds.
How many of the NFL coaches? How many of the NFL coaches left for college and have just killed it? I can't really think of any.
Saban, I guess.
Yeah, but wasn't Saban originally a college guy, then went to the NFL,
Then he went to the
and then
Dolphins,
back to
yeah.
college?
Yeah.
No,
It's
wasn't
a different
Saban? No, was it
game.
Saban with the Browns?
No. I know that Saban
I would
was in the
say
NFL.
Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll went from the Patriots and the Jets, and they went
So
to USC
USC,
and had a great run.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, there's been a few.
I mean, I think there are plenty of guys that do okay, but
I
can't think of anybody that just kills it. It's a different game because now all of a sudden you got to recruit.
I think he'd be a great recruiter, but I just don't know if he wants to put up with the
portal.
No, not just the portal, but just the immature S of 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds.
Maybe not.
he might just be over that at this point.
He didn't even
in
want to
his
deal with
career.
George Pickens.
Yeah. Well, how's that working out?
Yeah,
for
and
the
he'd be dealing with a
Steelers?
lot of George Pickens and dealing with high school.
Steelers definitely need help at receiver. They went to the waiver wire and they have added Adam Thielen to the mix.
Oh,
I
really?
mean, that's just
just ready.
placating Aaron
He
Rodgers,
announced
right?
he's done. He's retiring after this season.
The Steelers have made kind of a flurry of moves. They, of course, are 6-6. Ravens also 6-6, but Ravens have the tiebreaker right now. So they added Adam Thielen. They cut corner Darius Slay and signed corner Asante Samuel from the practice squad. So Thielen was waived by the Vikings the day after he was a healthy scratch in the loss to the Seahawks. He's 35.
Mm-hmm. Can't imagine he's going to put them in a much better
that's
spot.
called non-impactful.
Part
I
of the
would
problem,
guess.
from what I've heard, is that the Pittsburgh receivers, including DK Metcalf, get no separation.
Well, and Rodgers, he pointed it out that the receivers were not running.
They're not
the
where they're
routes.
supposed to be, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, some of his passes were bad, and he admitted that, but he also said, these guys got to look at the film, and when they get out there in the field during a game, they got to be where they were
I thought he was
during film.
When he was saying that, though, he was saying they do put the work in.
Yeah, he didn't blame the coaching this time. He specifically went into a Jonnu Smith route, and Jonnu Smith's a tight end. But look, they also have a tight end on the field that weighs like 300 pounds.
Washington.
They don't have speedy guys.
He's massive.
Yeah,
he is big, but
sticking with
I
quarterbacks.
thought Metcalf would have a bigger year.
Some quarterback news. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert had his surgery
What are they
on
saying?
his fractured left hand. He's considered day-to-day.
All right.
They have a game at home against the Eagles this week. His status will be determined later in the week.
And it's a big one because the Jags are 8-4, the Colts are 8-4, the Chargers are 8-4, the Bills are 8-4. So they've got to win this game. They want to kind of keep pace with all these other teams that are in the playoff hunt. I did pick up Trey Lance, Cakes, just in case. Although there's no one else. There's no one else
You
available.
must be a desperate man. No,
There's no one else available.
I get
I'm not
it.
picking up Cam Ward.
Shador.
Shador was not available.
Man, that's
Rosner.
Is it a 20-team league? 14
That's
team league? 12?
team, yeah. I don't know if I want Shador.
The Bears are the 1 seed right now in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
Their passing game has some issues. Caleb Williams, sub 60% completion percentage. Ben Johnson got into a little bit of hot water with this quote. He said, everybody's got a role to play to get this pass game cleaned up. We're winning in spite of our passing game, not because of it, and none of us are pleased with that right now. Some people thought that was a criticism of Caleb Williams. Kind of sounds like it. He backtracked, and he said, I think when I made that comment yesterday, it's easy to construe it as I'm not happy with the quarterback. That's not the case whatsoever. He continues to get better each and every week, and I couldn't be more pleased with how he played last week. He goes, I know what the stats say. Throw those out the window. He's doing a really good job managing the ball game. That's step number 1 for the quarterback. And so he's going to continue to get better. The process is really good right now. I do know that the big thing, I'd have to punch up Caleb Williams' stats from last year versus this year, is he's not taking sacks. Like last year, he took a ton of sacks.
That's good.
Yeah.
That
He's
shows
also not
development.
throwing interceptions.
Right.
So maybe he's a game manager.
And the Bears are just running the ball a ton. When you've got 2 good backs and an offensive line that can move people like theirs can, you can lean into Swift and Monangai. That's what they're doing.
Last year he took 68 sacks. This year he's only got 19.
Right.
That's a dramatic difference. Difference.
And they're also much better coach team.
His completion
And that
percentage right now, 58%, dead last in the NFL. Completion percentage over expectation, which is a next-gen stats
Mm-hmm.
statistic, is minus 9%. And like I've seen some criticism, like if you take away the screen passes, his completion percentage is really low.
Yeah. But when you're 9-3, you can't really blame him. Now in the playoffs, that's going to factor in.
He still makes some of those great. I mean, the pass to Kmet, where he's rolling to the left, throws it, in terms of air yards, about 40 yards downfield, right on the money.
Mm-hmm.
Like he still makes some great throws. And I've seen a bunch of drops this year, but the completion percentage is concerning. We had some fun talking about Young Hoku's attempted field goal the other day.
Yep.
He has
What was
one
his
of the
rationale?
lamest excuses.
Did he just have a brain fart?
I don't know.
Koo said, I was approaching the ball and cold weather. The ball kind of slipped out at the bottom, so it was moving. I wasn't able to kick through the ball. The ball was moving when I was driving it, so I just pulled up on
To
it.
defend him, now it's hard to defend him because
Uh-huh.
we've all seen the clip. The ball was a little bit cockeyed from the holder. Like the ball was like, it wasn't
It
like
was.
this. It was like this, but you still got to
kick it.
You still got to make an attempt.
Well, it kind of makes sense.
You don't just stub your foot into the ground, right?
Well, if you're getting ready to go kick it and you see it kind of wobbling, there's almost like an instinct to kind
I'm
of
sure there's
pull
like
up.
your brain is like glitching.
Yeah,
You're like, okay,
something's
this
wrong.
is
I
not
can't.
computed.
I can't continue with
Yeah.
it.
He still
said
has to attempt it.
What did he say?
He said the holder did a good job of catching
ball
it
was
and putting
moving.
it back, but
Yeah.
at that point it was too late.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you've got 0% chance of scoring anything if you don't kick it.
And then the holder grasped by rolling to his right, but they didn't even make a throw. He just kind of stumbled.
Got pummeled.
Like a grasper. All right, I got a quick.
Did you see Jackson Dart's reaction after that happened?
He was so.
just, oh my God.
He said, yeah,
I'm
he
so
was so
bitter.
pissed.
I have a quick JPPP, just the top 5.
All right.
Go from 5 to 1.
From 5 to 1. I'm going to tell you, I've got 4 NFC teams. It's tough for me. I don't buy into the Broncos completely.
Okay.
Jeez.
It's hard to. Bo Nix is a little bit of a roller coaster.
I'm not putting them in the top 5.
They've won 9 straight, and they're not in your top 5.
They're not in my top 5. You can put them in the
He's
Bush
very selective
top
and
5.
exclusive over there.
I guess.
And I kind of reluctantly have this team in the top 5, but I'll put the Bears at number 5. All right. The Bears are my number 5. They are the 1 seed. They've won 4 in a row. Running game, very
Won 5
impressive. 5 straight.
Yep.
Okay. I've got the Patriots at number 4.
Okay.
They're streaking. They're 11-2.
And then you
My
got
top 3 teams.
3 NFC West teams.
2 NFC West
Oh, okay.
teams. You're going to be bitter. I've
No
got the
Niners?
Packers at number 3.
Oh, Packers. Okay.
Seahawks 2, Rams 1.
All right.
And I know the Rams are coming off a loss. Who would you're a Rams guy.
I'm a Rams guy.
Rams, your one team. I think he's a Seahawks guy.
Yeah.
Who's your top team in the NFL?
Probably the Rams still. I'm not gonna let the last week loss diminish what like Stafford's done all year.
I still can't believe it. Devontae Adams scores. He scores
every week,
1 or 2 touchdowns like every week. I can't believe the tear that guy's on.
Well, he's pretty much a lock to score if they're inside the 10.
Yeah. I believe he
like 15.
He leads the league in end zone targets by like a mile.
Yeah.
I want to say he has like 26 or 28. And like the next closest guy has like 16 or 18.
He
just gets the ball thrown to him all the time.
Yeah, he's really, really good.
What a signing by the Rams.
Oh, it was huge.
What a move to add.
It's amazing how I know he had a bad game last week against Carolina, but it's amazing how good of a season Stafford is having.
Right.
And
37 years old.
And in training camp, we didn't know if he was even going to play.
I know. A lot of question marks.
Because of the back fracture.
Yep.
Well, he's had a great year.
His backup is Jimmy G, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, we thought Jimmy G was going to be playing.
They wouldn't be 9-3 with Jimmy G. Even though I like Jimmy G, they wouldn't be 9-3.
They would not.
Coming up next, let's get into the Commanders' offense and where it stands right now. What's our assessment of Cliff Kingsbury? 1-800-636-1067. We'll take your calls. The Commanders' offense obviously hasn't been prolific like it was last season.
Or certainly down in scoring.
They're only scoring 21.8 points per game.
Yeah.
Last year, they were hovering around 30. What do you think of Cliff's offense? We'll tackle that next here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. EB here. FanDuel, the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. Let's go. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. Right now is the perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. All you have to do, head to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. There was a major change in the latest set of college football playoff rankings as Texas A&M dropped out of the top 4, now at number 7 following their loss to Texas. The Aggies' drop allowed Texas Tech to climb to number 4. Georgia also climbed 1 spot there at number 3. Ohio State, Indiana remain numbers 1 and 2. Notre Dame slipped 1 spot to number 10 after sitting at 9 for several weeks. And JMU made their college football playoff rankings debut. They're going to need some help, but the path to the playoff, it's there. Moving over to the NHL, the Capitals get the win 3-1 last night over the Kings. Goals from Tom Wilson, Anthony Bolivier, and Alexei Protas with an empty netter in the win. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. And we're brought to you by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies, looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Caps, will join us at 9:40. They've won 8 out of their last 9 games on a heater. We will talk to Coach coming up in about an hour and 40 minutes. But we wanted to talk Commanders offense and hear from Commanders fans, your perception of what you've seen from this offense. Last year, everything was great, exciting. Jade Daniels, they're scoring almost 30 points per game. Cliff Kingsbury, you had him on probation after week 1, but after a few weeks,
You loved him.
you were fine with what Cliff Kingsbury was giving you.
I love Jaden.
This year,
Well, you got to give some credit to the coaches.
a lot more
A
questions
little bit.
about the offense. Right now, you're looking at an offense that, in terms of points, is averaging 21.8 points per game. That's 22nd in the NFL. In yards, they're middle of the pack. If you want to go specifics, passing yards, they're 198.7 yards per
Under
game.
200 yards passing a
That's
game.
22nd in the NFL. They are the 3rd ranked rushing team in the NFL at 138.9 yards per game.
Right.
But Al Galdi had an interesting tweet with some kind of analytics numbers, maybe giving Cliff Kingsbury a little more love in terms of EPA per play. They're number 11, yards per play. They're
So you should slow
12th.
that down. That's expected points.
Expected points added.
Right. Per play.
In 3rd down efficiency, they're 13th. In 4th down, they're 10th. In red zone efficiency, they're 2nd. So there are some things pointing to some good signs. I can lead off. I have
Is
no
that
problem
good?
with
I mean,
Cliff
they're in the top
Kingsbury.
3rd, I guess.
They've had a backup quarterback for the
bottom of the
majority.
top 3rd.
Yeah, I mean,
of the game.
there are reasons that the points per game are down, the yards per game are down in the passing category. There are reasons for it.
Yeah, not only has Marcus Mariota been the starting quarterback for the majority of the games and on the field for more than Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin has been on the field for a fraction
Sure.
of
Well, I
the
think
snaps this year.
prior to last week's game, that Jaden had like 30 snaps with his top 3 receivers.
Right.
Like 30.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just nothing.
I don't need to go beyond to like Noah Brown and McCaffrey being out and all the other injuries. Just keep it simple. Jaden has been in less than half, and McLaurin has been probably 3/4 of the games has been out.
And the
So-
And by the way, Eckler was a huge loss,
Right.
just because he was your one RB who could really be effective in the passing game.
and they're playing Mariota and embracing his rushing. He's rushing for 6.7 yards per carry.
Yeah.
So I don't really have a problem with Cliff, but maybe some people differ. 1-800-636-1067. I'm not in love with Cliff. I don't think he's like God's gift to offensive coordinators.
I mean,
I'd rather
I
have
think-
Ben Johnson.
I think we'd be just as good with Ben Johnson. We'd be just as good with Mike McDaniel. We'd be just as good with maybe Todd Monken or, I don't know. You name the guy.
I mean, some of those guys might be coming available this coaching cycle. I mean, Mike McDaniel, even though the Dolphins have been better of late, I think they've won 4 or 5. He might not survive. We'll have to see how the rest of the season goes. But
You don't think Joe Brady could coordinate this offense? Liam Cohen? I mean, he's head coach,
I'm
but I'm just saying.
I'm sure guys could do it, but if you give them a backup quarterback for the majority of the year and you're
And
down your
top
number one
wideout
receiver
weapon.
and 2 of your top 3 receivers
Yeah.
and a 35-year-old tight end and a RB who's been out for the entire year who was
I
your
think they would have
pass catcher.
similar results.
But
I just don't, I still think.
Yeah.
I think he's done a pretty good job with the hand that he's been dealt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's been dealt a pretty crappy hand.
I haven't felt like the coaching has held them back. I felt like the lack of players has held them back.
I think that's the primary factor.
And I was encouraged this week. You harped on it a lot. They got McLaurin back, and it looked like the offense came to life a little bit. It was a big difference.
Completely different team.
It opens up things underneath for Debo. Like we saw Debo struggling in some of those games without Terry. Well, that's because there's no deep threat allowing, softening up the back part of the defense.
And that was against a really good defense. And I think you got to be encouraged too. When you gave the PFF grades earlier, you mentioned Josh Connerly being one of the top guys and Tunsil being one of the top guys. Well, that was against the number 1 sack team. And what'd they finish with? 2?
Yeah. And then Denver.
And Mariota dropped back 50 times.
Yeah.
Denver is 4th in the league in points allowed.
Right.
And they went up and, could have put up 30 on them.
And Terry did some
Or
of his
29.
work against Surtain, who won the Defensive Player of the Year last year.
But
one
I'm
of the
sure
best
there's
players
some
in the league.
fans that still are going to blame Kingsbury.
Of course.
I don't think Kingsbury's been awful.
I don't think so either.
He's fine.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's
If you
fine.
give him better players, the numbers will get better. It's obvious.
I'd say he's an above average offensive coordinator.
I mean, even
in the
last
league.
year with Jaden there for the entire year and Terry there for an entire year, I mean, they were middle of the pack in passing yards. I mean, they weren't killing it. They were a running
because
team.
they're so good at running the ball.
Right. So you take Jaden out and McLaurin out, of course the number's going to dip. Right?
All right, let's bang a couple of these calls. 800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. I think the biggest indictment I just wish we could have be a little more successful in the passing game.
Mm-hmm.
The third in rushing, it just feels weird. It doesn't feel that dominant. You haven't been able to take advantage of it.
Marcus Mariota, even at his peak, this is his peak of his career, 2016 with the Titans. He started 15 games. He passed for 3,400 yards, 26 touchdowns, 9 picks. That's peak Marcus Mariota, and that's nearly 10 years ago.
Yeah, he was always more of a manager.
Yeah, you're not going to get that level. So I think what you're getting from him at this point is pretty solid. Right? For a backup quarterback, the production you're getting is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay.
Especially when you compare it to some of the other
made some
quarterbacks
boneheaded
that had to
mistakes
come in and play.
Some of his decisions,
Some
when to
of
throw.
his mistakes would make me crazy.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you saw what he did when they went to Madrid.
Well, he's a backup for a reason.
Right.
Yeah.
I
agree.
It's a reason he doesn't have a starting gig.
As far as a backup goes, he's pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah.
You could do a lot worse.
All right, let's go to Reggie in DC. Always love hearing from Reggie. Hey, Reggie.
Look at me, Reggie. What's going on, fellas?
Hello,
hey, listen, man.
Look at me, Reggie.
I love Cliff. Now, listen.
You do.
Look how we looked against Seattle. Look how we looked against Detroit with no Terry McLaurin. We were, I guess we could say, Jaden, maybe you say 25%. So maybe we're like 75%, 80% healthy, without the quarterback. And we went up against arguably the best, especially against the pass. They were number 1 in sacks. We threw 50 times with Marcus Mariota. And y'all being nice. Marcus Mariota over the last 4 or 5 seasons was awful. So Cliff was literally coaching with one hand behind his back. Now you give him at least some outside weapons, right? So now you got and I watched the game. Number 2, Patrick Surtain was on Terry McLaurin every time he was on that field. I watched. Because you remember, Terry I guess he was on like a little pitch count or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Surtain was on him every play, and Terry was making plays. So guess what? Now the Noah role was Trey Burks. He made a play. Now you got Debo. And then guess who now was really benefited? Zach Ertz. 10 catches. Dropped a couple. But, man, every time you needed kind of a play, it was Zach Ertz. So it looked similarly to last year. You cannot, there's no fan that could legitimately blame Cliff with the hand he was dealt this year. Now, again,
I can't hear you,
We
Reggie.
lost Reggie there. I thought he made some good points. There he is.
Look, I mean, come on now. I'm optimistic, and again, it broke my heart that we went for. I mean, that we lost because I just wanted that win so bad because we played so hard. I love to play, but again, it's Marcus Mariota who played well. You know, you can't knock him.
He did. He
played
made
well,
some good
but
throws. I mean, think of the throws just in
Thank you,
overtime
Reggie.
and down the stretch to the long passes to McLaurin, to Debo. He was a solid B. And if you got rid of the interception, you can't get rid of the interception. It probably would have been an A. It just was such a spectacularly bad interception.
It was bad. But even if he completes that 2-point conversion and they get the win, I'd still give him an A for beating Denver.
Yeah.
Even with the pick. It was a bad pick, but I'd still give him an A for beating Denver.
Phone number is 1-800-636-1067. I did put up as our Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside. We love Surfside. Use the code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merchandise, including Surfside hoodies, tees, hats, and more. Use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. And the question is simple. Are you happy with Cliff Kingsbury's offense?
I mean, I don't think anybody can sit here and realistically say, yeah, Cliff's the reason why they're 3-9. I know that guys like JP and maybe GP have had problems with not being under center enough, and maybe would like to tweak a few things. But I don't think you're saying he sucks and he's the reason why they're where we are.
I don't think anybody wants his head on a platter.
Yeah,
wants him gone after the season.
He's fine.
No, I just think I bought into, like, Ben Johnson when he took over as the head coach of the Bears. He made it a point. Like, you can go to video of him in March. He was like, Caleb hasn't been under center. We're going to get him under center. Mm-hmm. And it's going to help the offense. It's going to help this team. And I think that Washington could benefit from it. And they do it in a very limited way. They're ranked 31st in the league. But when I've seen Jaden do it, he's perfectly capable. I harp on this 1/3 down that I saw him roll out. Kind of, if you think of like the Shanahan offense, where they're constantly doing like fake handoffs and boots, and then there's passes to tight ends, I could see Jaden thriving in that. I just would like them to sprinkle that in more. But I don't think that it's Cliff's fault that the offense has struggled.
No, it's just.
And is really encouraged by this week because the offense looked pretty good this week.
Send Cliff an email. Maybe he'll take your suggestion to heart.
I think he might.
Go look at the commanders.com directory.
Did they go under center more this week? Have you seen stats?
I didn't see stats on this week.
Is there a site that tracks that?
I think it would be something. I haven't seen that. I think it would be something more for next year.
All right, let's go to Dave in Raleigh. Hey, Dave. What's up, man? You're on with the Junkies.
In Raleigh.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, JP, I think you brought this up last week. I'm in agreement with you. I think Cliff's done a fine job. I don't think he's the problem, although I would love to see a lot less of these bubble screens. But
yeah, me too.
I think that Jaden, I think it would help Jaden a lot if he went under center more. One, because you have to be on time. You know, those are more timing kind of plays, and so he's not looking at everybody. It'll protect him from himself, in my opinion. He won't be so quick to run or think the pocket is collapsing. And so that, I think, will be number one. And I think he would dominate because he's so elusive that giving him that extra few seconds where the linebackers can't see what he's doing with the ball, I think will really benefit him. I mean, the fact that we're at the bottom of the league in that, when many people think going under center is a value, I think that is a knock on him. I really hope they change that next year, regardless of who the OC is.
What about the idea that
they might?
I think a lot of people think Mariota is better at the sort of the read option, that mesh point, than Jaden. Like seems to make good reads and take off more than Jaden.
He had one really good.
Jaden's pretty solid. I think people are forgetting how effective he was at the RPO game.
He's good, but you just don't want him running as much.
I just remember him taking off more, just like evading a rush or the play break it down, and then just taking off more than the read option stuff. Maybe I'm wrong.
Jason just said it. I think that makes him run more. I think Jason just said it. I want him running or scrambling when he needs to do that, but I don't. Dude, the guy's he's fragile. He's small. Like we don't want him running designed all the time. I just think that's a bad play.
I hear you. Okay, thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. Thank you. Good point.
I can't remember who we asked last week about it. Might have been Baldy. and the point was that you are actually less predictable when you're under center.
Mm-hmm.
That you're more predictable when you're in that RPO shotgun situation all the time, even though the RPO is by nature something which is optional, right? You're either holding it yourself or giving it to the running back. I would just sprinkle it in, but I would defend Cliff Kingsbury in that it's not really fair to completely grade him this year when he's had backup quarterback on the field most of the time, his top receiver out most of the time. And then you can sprinkle in all the other guys, like he hasn't had Noah Brown.
Right.
Recently, McCaffrey's
And
been out.
he's got a weird collection of running backs too, and no Austin Eckler.
I think they're weird, but it is a classic committee.
Certainly.
You know what I mean? There's no breakout player in there, but I think the proof's in the pudding. They've been productive.
True, but they're three pretty mediocre running backs that would have a hard time starting on a lot of teams.
But who cares if you're third in the league in rushing?
No, they've been effective.
Right.
But a lot of that's been carried by the quarterback too. The quarterback adding that in certainly elevates it.
Definitely. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Zion. Zion, what's up, buddy?
Man, what's going on, man?
Hey, Zion.
What's up?
Are you a Cliff guy?
No, I'm not now. Last year, I feel like Jaden saved him in many situations last year because Jaden is just that great.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes down to his philosophical ways of calling plays, I hate it because we don't run the ball enough. And we got great running backs. If you want to use them by committee,
push back
use them
on
by
that.
committee. But doggone,
I don't see one great running back in that room.
Pound the ball in the short yardage.
Is there a way to see sort of
you got great running back Rodriguez and
No.
Nichols are great running backs?
Here's a great running back: Bijan Robinson, Derrick Henry, Jahmyr Gibbs. Those are great running backs. Christian McCaffrey.
Those guys get 20 touches a game, though. They
right,
get their
because
touches.
they've earned 20 touches a game. There's a reason why those
Gibbs
guys
doesn't
are
get 20
leaned on.
touches a game because Montgomery gets some.
He might
Well,
get
if you
close
gets
to that
maybe
with
close to that with
Jordan.
passing.
Yeah.
as far as
But the
balance
leading
goes,
running back on the team statistically, if you combine the two quarterbacks, is the quarterback.
Yes.
It's not a running back, it's a quarterback.
Mm-hmm. As far as the balance goes, that it's pretty balanced. 341 runs to 358 passing attempts.
Right. Just the runs have been more effective than the passes.
Yeah, I mean we average less than 200 yards a game.
Right.
The perception on Cliff was he was this pass happy guy. But I remember Jason saying it before the season last year that the reality is he actually does like to run the football.
Yeah.
It wasn't just this pass happy spread offense guy. You might say that the offense resembles a college offense. The parts that we don't know, you always hear that coordinators talk to their quarterbacks about what the quarterbacks like to run.
Yeah.
The part that we don't know is what the quarterback is communicating to that offensive coordinator, saying, this is what I prefer to run.
You're suggesting as far as under center, that kind of thing. You think that it's possible that Jaden has gone to him and said, "Hey, man, I prefer to be in the shotgun."
Well, that's what he's always done.
But
right?
isn't it also just a feature of Cliff's offense?
That too. Yeah.
So
it's the feature and it's what he's most comfortable running.
Look,
I would think.
I think they should be under center more. I don't think that's the biggest problem. I think the biggest problem is Jaden hasn't been on the field and Terry McLaurin hasn't been on the field. And once you got Terry on the field, they looked like a better offense.
I'll be honest with you. The quarterback is the most important position on the field. There's no question about it. Jaden, when he played like he did last year, he's like an MVP candidate, Hall of Famer, or whatever. Terry's impact on that game, though, was stunning. Like, it was really stark. It was very obvious not having him.
It wasn't on a pitch down either.
I might even venture to say that the difference between not having him and the difference between Mariota and Jaden was maybe greater when you know what I mean? Like having McLaurin out there versus the difference between Mariota and Jaden. And I think Jaden's the star and Mariota's not. But McLaurin, like our receivers are such duds. They're so far below him.
Bigger chasm at receiver.
Mariota is closer to Jaden than our receivers are to Terry. It's just a bigger contrast.
Yep.
Yeah, he was good.
1-800-636-1067 is the number.
Yeah, and I thought Debo was going to have a really good year because I figured he'd be healthy.
Been fine.
He's been okay over the last few weeks.
He doesn't look as explosive.
He was good in Madrid, but he was 7 for 75.
He's lost a burst or something.
He's not going to give you 12 catches for 150.
I don't know what
Pretty
it
much,
is.
no.
He doesn't seem to have a burst that he did earlier.
Yeah.
It's called aging.
I don't know if it's aging or if he's hurt. Is he nursing something?
Probably both.
Well, I'm sure the heel
because
probably.
he didn't get old like in the last 5 weeks. Like he looked pretty spry to start the season. And he just doesn't have that same explosion.
I agree. It's probably mostly the heel.
Yeah. Something's going on.
Because there's no way it's 100%.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067. Talking about the Commanders' offense. Are you happy with Cliff Kingsbury and what you've seen from this offense this season?
Check your calendars, fellow DGens. It's the first Wednesday of the month. That means the December Cakes Classic is upon us, 7:15 p.m. tonight in the poker room at MGM National Harbor. $320 buy-in. Knock any player out, you scoop their $50 bounty. You knock me out, you get my $300 bounty. Same deal with special guest bounty Matt Valdez. That guy makes deep runs in this event. Knock him out, you score his $300 bounty too. Come out to MGM National Harbor early. Enjoy an awesome meal at Voltaggio Brothers Steakhouse, maybe Diablo's Cantina before the event. Again, 7:15 p.m. tonight. $320 buy-in gets you into the field of the December Cakes Classic. And if you get bounced past the rebuy level, just go flop around in the cash games in the poker room. Cakes Classic, December edition tonight, 7:15 p.m. Cards are in the air at MGM National Harbor. Hope to see you there.
Talking about the Commanders' offense, of course, Cliff Kingsbury is their offensive coordinator. And if you look at some of the old school numbers, they're not great, other than they are the number 3 rushing team in the NFL. But if you look at some of the analytics, they're doing better than what you'd expect. And we kind of want to know what you think
They're fine.
of Cliff's offense, just to give you a couple of statistics to keep things in perspective. Terry McLaurin, their number 1 receiver, has played in 224 snaps for the Commanders this year. Chris Moore has played in 386. Jalen Lane in 313.
Mm-hmm.
Jaden Daniels, 366. Marcus Mariota, 404. I think that's why the offense hasn't been what it was a year ago.
I mean, are people really expecting this to be a top 5 offense with a backup quarterback whose biggest strength, in my opinion, is his mobility, not his passing? Like, what are people expecting? They expect them to be a top 10 passing offense with Jaden Daniels sidelined? I think that's unrealistic.
And Terry McLaurin sidelined.
Yeah, and your top
again,
weapon, like
Chris Moore, 386 snaps to Terry McLaurin, 224.
Right. Again, I can't emphasize enough. The chasm between Mariota and Jaden is much smaller than it is between all the other receivers and Terry. When Terry's out there, it's such a big difference. It's like you can't even notice. I mean, it's incredible.
And he put the paddles on the offense.
And I would never call Noah Brown special, but that was a guy they were counting on to be the number 3 wideout in this offense.
He's been on the field for 60 snaps.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't played since week 2.
He basically hasn't played.
Robbie Chosen played more.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Robbie Chosen and Traylon Burks, and I know he had a great catch in the Denver game, that they're even on the roster speaks to the offensive struggles that they've had this year.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like those guys,
I think
they shouldn't. If things had gone according to plan, they wouldn't be on this roster right now.
Commanders fans are just disappointed in the schedule. Or excuse me, in the record.
Right.
I mean, they're 3-9.
Right. It's just
you're looking at the and you go, we got to blame somebody.
Right.
All right, let's blame the offense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's blame the defense. We
Well,
haven't talked about the defense.
From day one, people don't like to blame injuries. Injuries have destroyed this team. Destroyed the team.
Yeah. I'm not saying they're a playoff team, even if all those guys are healthy.
I'm saying they
wouldn't be 3-9.
The Commanders, they ran super hot.
You don't even know what they would do.
And they had to steal a hockey term. They had a lot of good puck luck in 2024 that they have not had
you just
in
didn't know
2025.
It would do a complete 180. Like you go from the most lucky to the most unlucky.
Pretty much.
It's just like crazy.
But it's also where the injuries are. Your top receiver, your top quarterback, it's more important than 2 tackles. I'm sorry.
Totally.
I can't remember which game it was. It might have been the Eagles-Bears game where they're like, oh, it's going to be really tough for this team. And they don't have their 2 tackles.
Right.
And I think it was the Bears. Like, they don't have their 2 starting tackles. And then they ran for almost 300 yards.
I mean, look at a team like the Cleveland Browns. Myles Garrett has been there for every game. I think he has 19 sacks. What's their record? I think they have 3 wins.
Yeah.
They're terrible.
Mm-hmm.
He's maybe the best defensive player in the game. It means more when your top offensive pieces, like Jaden Daniels, like Terry McLaurin, are missing big chunks of the season.
Yeah, we're so bad outside of him that when he's gone, we legit got nothing.
It's a stark difference.
It doesn't even mean that Terry's that great, because there are better receivers than Terry.
Sure.
But for us, we're so naked and empty and just nothing there that when he's not out there, we got nothing.
It's noticeable.
We got nothing.
It's very noticeable.
And
it's like playing butt naked.
And then to throw the quarterback being out, your dynamic quarterback.
Yeah.
Mariota's nice.
He's fine.
But Jaden is dynamic.
Yeah.
Look what's happened in Minnesota without Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I mean, you throw
completely falling apart.
You throw a backup quarterback in any offense with any team, and they're going to play the majority of the year, you're going to suffer. I mean, it's the most important position on the field. You throw a backup in there, you're going to suffer. I don't care who it is. I don't care.
But we got no chance. Like, you might have a somewhat of a chance, a grasper, if Mariota's in there. If you don't have Terry in there with Mariota, you got no chance.
Let's go to the phones.
And
A bunch
his
of people want
record
to weigh in.
Speaks to that. I think this year in games he's played, now he's come in relief in a couple of those. I think he's like 1-8. But 1 win.
Yeah.
Marcus Mariota has played in 1 win this year.
Correct. Vegas.
Now we've only won 3 games.
Right.
Against one of the just doormats of the league.
But
in
if
the
he was,
Raiders.
if he was a difference maker, we'd have more than 1 win. All right, let's go to Tim, Fredericksburg. Tim, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hope you guys had a good holiday.
Thanks. You too, man.
Yep.
Yeah, appreciate it. So, yeah, I couldn't agree more with just about everything you guys said. Quarterback is arguably the most important position in sports, and when you don't have your guy out there, it obviously, case in point, the product we have on the field right now. Terry McLaurin, absolutely agree. We just don't have the depth at receiver to come back from someone like him being down as consistently and often as he had this year.
Right.
I think the holdout, too, as well, kind of set the tone for the season, in my opinion. I mean, I think all of us can probably agree once he held out for as long as he did, or hold in, whatever you want to call it. I think we all probably had an inclination he'd have some kind of soft tissue damage this year. Just glad it wasn't a tear. So that's something to be thankful for. As far as going back to y'all's Cliff Kingsbury question, I absolutely think he's done a solid job with the pieces that he's had. One thing that I noticed in the Denver game that I've noticed a couple of times this year is that he'll get a drive going, he'll get some consistency, he'll get some positivity, and then we'll get in the red zone, and then he'll call a wildcat call out there, and he'll go nowhere.
That wildcat stuff. I know some teams are successful with it. I don't think we're that great with it.
But they're number 2 in red zone efficiency. That was one of the statistics we brought up. So once they're in the red zone, they've been one of the best teams in the NFL.
But I find sometimes we get a drive going, and then we get over the 50-yard line, and then we grasp at a couple passes or whatever. Next thing you know, it's 3rd and long, and we're
and the bubble screens, or like it's the stuff that once we start getting going, we go away from what made us successful on that drive. That's probably the thing that's frustrated me the most about Kingsbury this year.
Yeah. Hey, good call. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it, buddy. Yep. Be good. Let's go to Pete in Lanham. Pete, what's up, bud? You're on with the Junks.
Good morning, gentlemen. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving.
You too, man.
I don't know. No one's brought this up. Do we know if Jaden Daniels is out for the season, or is he going to be back?
He'll be back at some point. We don't know if he's going to be available this.
If he doesn't play this
Sunday.
week, I bet a lot of money he's playing next week.
Now, Terry was, I agree with you. At first, I was questionable, but Sunday, it shut me up. Terry makes a difference.
Yeah.
It's a huge difference.
Because we got nothing. We got nothing besides him.
Nothing. Now, if you look at the standings, New York has an E next to their name.
Yep.
In other words, they're eliminated.
Yep.
Washington does not. And look at their schedule the rest of the way out. And the only team I would be concerned about is Dallas.
I think
Philadelphia's offense has been terrible the last few games.
So you're still grasping?
So still grasping.
I think the only way
you think they could beat?
Yeah, I'm grasping. Daggone it! I'm a Redskins fan since 1971.
All right, but here's just so you understand. I believe the only way they could pull off something, they'd have to win the division, right? They've been eliminated from wild card contention. Yeah,
that's the only way they can do it is win the division, because they don't. Green Bay, Detroit, all the others have beat them.
So you need the Eagles to lose like 5 more, including 2 to us.
You have to sweep the Eagles and Dallas.
Their playoff percentage is less than 1%.
Now,
I'm not going to entertain these shenanigans. It's a waste of time.
They could possibly win the division with an 8-9.
Give them the gas face. We don't use it enough.
He's actually right by the letter of the law. He is
mathematically, yeah. But the probability is 0.
Well,
right?
Well, Cakes just gave you the probability. 1%.
Okay,
I'll stick with the
their
1%.
Playoff probability, if they lose this week, is less than 1%. Current, less than 1%. If they win, less than 1%.
Yeah.
No more playoff talk. That's insanity.
Yeah, that guy was insane.
All right, what if we win this week, and then who do we have the following week?
The Giants. Yeah, now you're grasping.
So it probably goes up to 3%.
I'm just saying, if we win the next 2,
how many teams?
How many teams that
are 5-8 make the playoffs? They don't.
I'm just saying.
Well, they would be 5-9.
Yeah, 5-9.
I'm
just saying. If we win this week and next.
I know. I'm telling you, if
probably
5
goes
and
to
9,
3%.
You're still not going to make the playoffs.
Right. I don't think it's likely. I'm just curious.
It's definitely not likely.
I'm just curious. All right, let's go to Tony Clinton. Tony, what's up, bud?
Hey, man. Hey, question for you.
Yeah.
I don't know if you had the same feeling I did. I was at the Bears game, right? And didn't really make any connections. And I was on the way the Bears was playing defense. And I'm like, dude, they have all 11 people up front within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage. Like for 60, 70% of the game, no safeties. Like absolutely zero respect for the wide receivers. And I'm like, let me look at these wide receivers. And it looked like the third quarter of the third preseason game. Like the names that were on the field were like, what? Like
Chris Moore led them in receiving that game with 46 yards.
I was like, he could call the perfect play. There's nobody that can get open. Like Jaden was literally having time to throw. He had time to process the play. There was nobody open because there was no talent on the field. What can you do about that as a coordinator or quarterback when there's nobody open with the perfect play?
Jaden actually had a good game
So what would you do? Knowing that, what would you do? This is why I know I could never be a GM. What would you do in the offseason knowing that, and also knowing that the defense also has killed this team too?
Like, I don't know. I mean, that's why you get paid millions of dollars, because you're supposed to be able to come up with solutions and stuff that the average person
I'll
can't.
give you an answer, EB. Drafted a receiver very high.
I know, very high.
Yes.
The first pick?
Probably.
Because the defense is dreadful.
Probably.
Like, we have no talent.
We're
Like,
playing
half the season
dinosaurs
we've had
on
no
defense.
talent.
I understand that.
They have so many needs.
But
they don't have a ton of draft
I said this
picks.
before. Like in terms of the offense, I would draft a receiver, pick up a running back because that's a little cheaper. Running backs in free agency than wide receiver, and then you can, you know what? Every other pick can be defense.
If they draft a receiver at 6 or 7, that guy better be like Malik Neighbors level.
Yeah.
Like he better be a super stud.
Oh yeah.
Like
Give me an Ohio State wide receiver.
Well, Tate.
Okay.
Colonel Tate.
Well, he better have.
He might be a first
He
round.
better have 8 or 10 touchdowns as a rookie, like that sort of level guy.
The first
because you're gonna have a top.
The
10
first
pick.
wide receiver taken is probably going to be the Tyson kid.
Where
from
is this
Arizona
receiver?
State.
Here's all right. Unfunny Ben. I'm giving you an assignment.
Give me a project.
Where is the receiver group ranked relative to all the other positions for 2026 draft? Like, what's the highest rated position? You know what I'm saying? Somebody should have an opinion on that or a stat on that.
So you're asking in terms of all the groups of positions,
yes,
where are receivers rated in the upcoming class?
Yes. How deep is the receiver class? How good is the receiver class?
All right, I'll get
because
on it.
I wanted to criticize them for not taking one last year, but turns out there was nobody really worthy that was around where they
they're
took
picking
Conley.
super late in the first round.
My initial Google search says the highest rated position groups for the 2026 NFL draft are quarterbacks, wide receivers, and cornerbacks.
Encouraging.
All right, then there should be one there. There should be one there, wherever the hell.
There's always
like Jordan Tyson.
There's always
going
gonna be one there
Carnell
drafted
Tate
in the
at
top
wide
10.
receiver.
Yeah. But who knows?
But apparently last year kind of sucked for receivers. Like
Wasn't
other
great.
than a bouquet, who else has been that good?
Tet.
Yeah,
Ted
McMillan's been pretty
McMillan's
good.
been coming on, but they don't throw the ball a lot.
Yeah.
Like
That's a stud.
He's
So it's
effective
kind
when
of
they
a
throw
dud.
the
It's
ball.
kind of a dud class last year then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those are two studs.
Yeah, two.
Golden was drafted high, right?
He was drafted high, but he
Yeah.
hasn't done much.
Yeah.
He's been injured too.
He's been injured.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies on the Fan.
All right, guys. Selling your home shouldn't feel like a constant waiting game, guessing match. Nope. That's why you need to hit up my friends, Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. They take the stress and the uncertainty out of the process, and they give you real results. You know, oftentimes people put their homes on the market almost like 50% of the time, and it doesn't sell. It just sits there and sits there and sits there. Well, that's where the Reynolds and Power Home Team come in. They step in with aggressive marketing, real buyer connections, and a history of turning homes that didn't sell into happy closings. And it doesn't matter your reason. You know, you're relocating, you're upgrading, downsizing, whatever it is, they have a solution for you. They're so confident in their services. Here's the very best part. You have nothing to lose. Debbie and Sarah will buy your home at a price you agree upon if they can't sell it. You're a guaranteed winner. So call Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Home Team. Find out more about this guarantee and others. Memorize this number, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or check them out at DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I got to give my wife props. By the way, happy anniversary to my wife, Teresa.
Happy anniversary to you.
Happy
guys.
anniversary.
Happy anniversary, 26 years.
I remember your wedding in Laurel.
It was in Laurel.
I would say Savage. I would
Well,
upgrade and go to
technically it was-
Savage.
It was the Savage Mill.
It was
Yeah.
Savage Mill. I'm not sure
Yeah.
what the mailing address is. Maybe it is Savage.
It was a silly Friday wedding.
It was a Friday. It was a Friday wedding. A
Yeah.
little cheaper.
Solid.
I
You've
did
been a
that too.
miser for a miser since day one. I give you props.
Yeah, I wasn't paying for it.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good point.
But props to her. I did help because I carried a lot of the Christmas decks up from the storage room up the stairs.
Okay, yeah.
The trees,
No,
the
you did
trees.
all that.
But the house is completely decorated.
Very good.
Looks great
She
inside.
did it all. You did nothing. Just
she
brought
did the
stuff
majority.
up.
I brought the stuff up. I mean, I
And then you
helped
followed
set
around
the-
with a vacuum
Yes.
everywhere.
You were the beast of bird.
But
That's okay.
she pretty much decorated the trees.
Yeah.
And she puts all the other little decorations up. But
How many trees?
just 2.
Yeah, we have the big tall one, which
We used to have 3.
I might die at some point trying to get that last piece up top because I got to go on the ladder.
If you fall off a ladder, putting an ornament on a tree, that's the way you
I know
you
kids
gotta
never
be-
do it.
That's
Don't
I
do
go
it.
to the top step, not the top, like the
oh,
top,
yeah, you
top.
can't do it.
And then I got to do a lean and
I
get
mean,
it up there because it's about, I don't
It's
know,
definitely but
15
dangerous.
feet high.
But I mean, and she could do this for a business. I don't know why my
What
wife
do you
doesn't
mean?
do this.
She could do
She
what?
could be a stager, like a decorator, a
Do that
holiday,
for like
a
a-
holiday stager.
Do that for real estate agents or something?
for this. She
For
doesn't.
homes for sale? She
Yeah,
could do that.
she could do
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
You could stage them.
Yeah.
Or she could just stage a store.
Right.
She could do that.
She's good at that.
Are you
But-
advertising her services right now? If
Sure,
anybody's looking for
absolutely.
her?
If
Yeah.
anybody's looking for her.
Make an extra buck.
But the house looks great. I mean, it just looks awesome.
Yeah.
Nice. I need to do that. I put it off. I'm getting some heat
Mm.
because, I mean, we have probably
God.
30 boxes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Storage
I gotta
bins.
dodge all
And we
those
have-
nails in the attic and the tetanus.
Are your trees all up?
Better wear shoes.
I don't have anything up.
Oh, you got nothing up.
Trees up.
Trees
Yeah.
up.
Well,
Trees.
he gets, you guys usually do the really feely, right?
We do real, but we got 9,000 boxes in the attic, and
Right.
I got to dodge all these nails that are protruding, and it's
I feel bad for the
Sucks.
I see people driving around with their trees strapped to the top of their
yeah. I got to
car.
do
They-
that.
they love
feel,
it.
I just
I
feel
know.
like it's terrible.
The trees
You'd
are
be so
getting
itchy
so
putting that tree
expensive.
up.
My wife asked. She said, "Should we stoop so low as to go to Home Depot and get a tree this year?"
I don't know why is that
Those are
low?
expensive too.
It's just, dude,
You think
I
fake
will-
trees
in my
aren't
neighborhood,
expensive?
they're
Yeah,
just
fake trees are not
expensive.
cheap.
Yeah.
You're not getting a fake tree for like $75.
I'm not saying a fake tree. I'm saying they sell
The real
real
tree.
trees
Yeah.
for like $75 or something.
Sure.
Yeah. at
You know,
Home
like
Depot.
in the
You can get a silly,
neighborhood now, there's
This-
several hundred
This would have
dollars.
tilted
nice.
Jason. I saw a quick clip on Twitter, I think 2 or 3 days ago. A woman bought 2 Christmas trees in New York City. 2 Christmas trees, regular size.
Okay.
What do you think the price tag was for 2 Christmas trees?
I don't know. They must have been
150 each.
500 each or
I
something.
saw this story.
12 hundo
Yeah.
for 2 Christmas trees
Wow, that's nuts.
in New York City.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
That's where you just have to be like, I'm just going to get a Charlie Brown Christmas tree
Right.
that's 2 feet tall and it's
Right.
drooping, and I'm going to pay $40 for it. You pay
we are
$1,200.
We are fortunate that I don't have to put everything in the attic.
Yeah.
We have a big storage room in the basement. So I don't have to go up to the attic and deal with all that stuff. It's dark and you're coming down.
rusty nails.
But still, I mean, you have 30 boxes. We have at least that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm guessing.
it's such a
I
pain.
mean,
in the
But
ass.
the
boxes
big
everywhere.
ones, the
Boxes
big tree,
everywhere.
the big tree that we put together. You guys have seen the tree.
Yeah,
Tis the season,
It's-
EB.
It's in. We have a crawl space.
Right.
That's a pain in the ass. You want to talk about dark
Oh,
and
yeah,
dank?
so dark.
It's-
Yeah.
it's there.
Yeah.
I gotta
so
go get
dark,
that one out.
Dark and musty.
yeah. You won't pay Teresa to come over and stage your house.
I will not. I don't pay for anybody to do my lawn.
Mhm.
Yesterday, I was out there doing leaves again
Jeez.
because we have 4
Never.
huge oak trees,
Never.
and they
ever.
have those. I think they're oak. They have those little helicopter things.
Yeah.
And let's
Yeah.
get down in the grass.
Right.
I was actually mowing the lawn because it's easier to get the leaves up sometimes with the mower and get in the bag and put them in the bag.
Mhm.
Last night it was wet as hell.
Yeah.
but we just
By the way, speaking of holidays, Odyssey holiday party tonight at
You'll
MGM
be
National
there.
Harbor.
You'll be there.
I'm on a
I
Cal
will be
Ripken
there.
like streak. I'm not going to them. I mean,
Hey,
that's deep to
but-
get to MGM. I mean, I have to take my kid to swim practice
Yeah.
anyway. Like I couldn't do
I'll
it.
be at Siku Arena.
Don't if
Siku
you blink, you may miss
and
Matt
Towson.
Valdez and I and my wife at the holiday party.
Yeah.
Because it starts at 6 and goes till 9 p.m. But we're gonna walk in there
That's-
6.00.00, hang for about an hour.
And then go play
Then I'm
poker.
gonna walk my wife to her car, And then Valdez and I are going to.
Oh, she's going home.
Yeah. Because she has to work tomorrow.
I thought she was staying at the hotel so you could decimate it.
She is not. She might be there early.
The decimation might happen.
I just wanted to play the clip.
Yeah. And then
who was that said that?
Then Valdez
what
and I are going
actress
to
is that?
scurry up to the poker room for the Cakes Classic.
Was
at
that
7:15?
Cindy Margolis? I don't think that was
Gershon.
Gina Gershon.
Yeah.
Cindy
I've got
Margolis
it
was
right
like the
here.
queen
You
of the
have that?
internet that we had on the show.
Yes.
Yeah, wasn't
Decimated?
she like the most downloaded
You're such a
woman?
loser.
Cindy
Got 'em
Margolis
both.
was, I think, at one point, he was like
Who?
the most downloaded woman on the internet.
Yeah,
Like when
probably.
like
Yeah,
in
sure.
late 90s.
Gina Gershon.
Gina
called-
Gershon.
Who did she call a loser? Who said that?
You.
Did I say decimated?
Me or you? Yeah.
I think I told her I wanted to decimate it.
She was on like promoting some movie. I mean, this had to be 25 years ago,
We talked
right?
about her hot sex scene in some movie too. Oh, she like that.
And
She's bound.
I think that's
bound.
yeah. Apparently bound into my brain.
Yeah, it's a hot scene.
And then she called me a loser. So funny.
Yeah. So big night at MGM National Harbor. Valdez and I are going to be cozying up to the bar.
Matt
nice and
Myers,
early.
are you?
Why don't you,
are you
make sure-
spending the night too? You spending the night over there?
Yeah,
I'm
got a
lucky
room.
enough that Cakes used his connections
Yep.
and got me a room.
Thanks to Adam Boone,
Yeah.
who pulled those strings.
Adam's a good dude.
Poker King over there.
Cakes was going to let me crash in his room
Yeah.
if none were
You
available.
wouldn't sleep.
Yeah.
This snoring.
I've slept with Cakes before.
Yeah, it's happened.
I'm kind of used to snoring from hearing my dad
Yeah.
in my room.
We've
growing
chopped
up.
the room before.
Yeah, no
I
problem.
just bring a
We've already
noisemaker.
discussed if we make it to the end, we're very pro chop tonight at MGM National Harbor
Okay.
for the poker room. Cakes Classic.
You would have two beds though in your room, right?
Yeah,
you
yeah,
guys
we're
wouldn't be
sleeping-
cheek to
We're
cheek.
not like literally sleeping together.
Yeah.
Right.
We're sleeping under the
I mean,
same
when
roof.
you're sleeping together, I mean, I know nothing.
I'm
but
comfortable.
You're sharing farts.
Yeah.
That's what you're
you're
doing.
sharing
Yeah.
everything.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
comfortable enough to sleep in the same bed with Cakes.
Yeah. I mean, we could if push came
Oh,
to
there'd definitely
shove,
be pillows in
we
the
would
middle,
do it.
though.
Yeah, but we'd have they always have a long pillow
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
beds,
that's
and
going in the
that
middle.
would be our divider.
That's
I
the
don't know, man.
that's
Cakes,
the fart barrier.
Cakes
Yeah.
puts his hands on Valdez a lot. If you watch,
He likes
Well, it's all
touching them.
platonic. It's all above the waist.
Yeah.
Okay,
You've never touched. Have
This
you ever
is-
touched him below the
this
waist?
is a professional workplace.
Have you ever touched his thigh?
No.
He would if I asked him for a massage
Did you
on
massage
it.
his thigh?
I mean, in a professional manner, sure.
What about an inner thigh? What if you had an inner thigh?
Inner thigh. I mean, it depends on where the kinks are.
I find it
If he's
very
got a knot
weird.
there, I'll
He
hook
would
him.
he'd do a Theragun there.
I
No
want
hand
Theragun, yeah.
Theragun.
That's
find
to
it-
our agent for the Theragun.
I found it
From a
so
few
weird
years
that
ago.
Did he give us
Cakes
a Theragun?
100%.
Cakes massages Valdez more than he does his wife.
100%.
It's crazy.
He's not
Yeah.
even close.
He doesn't even blink at that.
Not even. I mean, it's
I
probably
mean,
10
I
to
don't
1
massage
ratio.
my wife. I mean,
My
doesn't massage me
muscles
either.
ache more.
Yeah, he needs more help.
Yeah, he's more banged up.
He needs these magic hands to take care of him.
Right.
That sounded weird. We know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
What'd you think
yeah,
about
they
the
say.
What do you think about the Ray Bans that our agent sent us?
My kid loves them.
Meta glasses or whatever they are.
Yeah, what are they?
Yeah.
No chance I wear those.
Dude, that might be.
How soon are those getting regifted and or sold? Have you already sold them?
No,
Be honest.
no, I haven't.
You're
You
about
should
to.
They
re-
might
Yeah.
go to my family's white Christmas deal.
Oh, that's
Don't
a,
like
Or white,
that,
not,
dude.
not white,
That'll-
white
whatever,
elephant.
Yeah.
That'll be the best gift by
Oh
far.
yeah.
Yeah, it's going. That's where it's going.
Why are you going to do that?
Somebody else
I'm
is
not
gonna
gonna
get.
Why don't you put like a
somebody's gonna get-
candle in
Right,
that?
somebody's
I mean,
gonna get a 3-pack
well, what do
of
you-
socks from TJ
what am I gonna
Maxx,
do with
and
them?
somebody's gonna get meta
if, you're gonna,
glasses.
if you don't want it, sell it.
You realize they're pretty.
A couple $100.
How much are they? A couple $100?
I bet you can get 200 minimum for them.
Easy.
Really?
I think
Yeah.
it's like a $400 or $500 retail.
Facebook
gift.
Marketplace?
You put them up. You put
I
them
don't
up there new for $200. Someone will contact you within 20 minutes.
Okay.
Tailgate
Maybe I'll do
10. I think
that.
Tailgate 10 said he
Yeah,
wanted
he
it.
wants to buy mine.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll
JP
do
and
that.
Tailgate are haggling over Twitter over prices.
I didn't know
for
how
the
much they were.
Free meta glasses.
No,
What's
no,
happening?
I forgot that I even had them. Jeff
think-
Walker mentioned it to me yesterday.
Yeah,
Don't you think it's kind of cool that you could use it to take pictures and video? Though? There
it's
is
very
something
cool.
about that
I mean, my
that is
son
interesting.
went to a poker game at a buddy's house. He showed me flops on his on his meta glasses.
I think I
It's
would
all,
like-
you're kind of like a RoboCop.
Yeah, it's pretty cool actually.
I think I might keep it just to play with it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like do something. I don't know. Go to a volleyball game. Or
Hey,
something.
I was gonna say, could you have last night? You're sitting behind Cornell's bench. Put on your meta glasses
Mhm.
and kind of like stream what you're watching from that location.
you
definitely.
can.
I think
Yeah.
you definitely can do
Use the
that.
Wi-Fi. Use the Wi-Fi
Yeah, I
in the
could have
place.
gone live on IG.
Yeah, IG Live from
You could have given them to your mom. Your mom
EB's,
could be on the
EB's
cutting
POV.
edge.
Yeah,
EB's
you wanna
POV.
do my POV?
Yeah, do some POV videos.
I'm gonna guess the POVs he's watched different than his POV last night at Eagle Bank Arena.
I can tell you a site
Oh,
I'm sure you
jeez.
could.
All right, remember, coming up in an hour, we got Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Capitals. They've won 8 of their last 9
40
games.
minutes, actually.
Another win last night. But coming up next, do you give your kid an allowance, and how big should it be?
Every great team has a coach, somebody who studies the game, analyzes the competition, and makes the right calls. But when it comes to your financial future, who is coaching you? At Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors act as your personal financial coach. TRAJANwealth.com. They'll craft a game plan tailored specifically to you. Trajan can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market, whether it's a smart tax strategy, rolling over an old 401k, or finding investment options that match your risk tolerance. Trajan Wealth is calling the plays. Call Trajan Wealth today. Here's the number: 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or go to TRAJANwealth.com. Don't sit on the sidelines when it comes to your money. Call Trajan Wealth today at 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Because in the game of retirement, there's no overtime. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We've got the latest college football playoff rankings: 1 Ohio State, 2 Indiana, 3 Georgia, 4 Texas Tech, 5 Oregon, 6 Ole Miss, 7 Texas A&M, 8 Oklahoma, 9 Alabama, and 10 Notre Dame. Number 11, BYU's path to the playoff is simple. If the Cougars beat Texas Tech in the Big 12 title game, BYU's in the playoff. But if that happens, Notre Dame, they're likely going to be on the outside looking in. Right now, it does seem unlikely that number 12, Miami, 13, Texas, 14, Vanderbilt, and 15, Utah make a play in this field. None of them play on conference championship weekend. From the Crop MidCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. And we are brought to you by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. It's Bishcake, CB, and JP. Spencer Carberry will join us coming up in about 40 minutes to talk about the Capitals' hot streak. They've won 8 out of their last 9 games.
You know, before you jump into the allowance thing with the kids, just getting back to Jason's, he wants to sell his Meta glasses, I guess.
We got a bidding war, by the way. Multiple people calling in.
Yeah, a bunch of people want them. Valdez had a good idea, and I don't think I want to sell mine. I think I want to experiment with them and see if I like them.
All right.
Then maybe I'll sell them. I never end up selling anything, but what do you do with them? Like, the only thing I know to do with them, like Valdez said, like I could have gone, I could go in theory. I don't even know where they are. I know they were sent to me, but I don't even know where they are in my house. But I could, in theory, I guess, set them up and go to the Towson game tonight, and I could live stream, right?
Sure.
Like we said. Valdez said we should, like the drinking show. We should wear them during a drinking show,
right?
And do like a POB.
Guess we could do that.
But what else would you do? Like, what the hell else do people like? Give us
Jeff
ideas.
Walker said when he's DJing, he has them on so you kind of see what's happening at the club.
What do you mean? What's happening at the club versus just looking? Like,
What can you see?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
It's just his point of view of like people dancing and everything like that.
Who looks at that then?
Well, then he posts it on his Instagram.
Yeah.
Oh, you post
Hey,
it?
right.
Hey,
my wife said this like for soccer games. Isabel was playing soccer games instead of having your cell phone out. I mean, you can do it the same with cell phone. You'd have your glasses,
little
and generally you're
video.
tracking your kids,
Yeah.
right? So you're watching the game, and
Maybe.
you get a 3-minute
Watch-
video of watching your kid run around.
Watch EB make bogey at Norbeck.
I could do that while playing around the golf.
Yeah.
Everything I am.
Hey, how come it's not a birdie? Why does that have to be a bogey?
Do you know that no one cares? I was 1 over through 8 the other day, and then I tripled 9, and I trunk slammed, and I wanted to drive it to an 18-wheeler. I did.
Pretty cheery.
Yeah, pretty fun.
Yeah.
Happy holidays.
I can't believe you were actually playing. What was it, 44 degrees?
Yeah, it was a little nippy, but it was fine. It's fine. You know,
He's all in.
I just try to get better. I hate that the game beats me. It beats me every time.
Game always will.
It always beats
Some
me.
point,
keep battling
you got to
it.
realize the game beats you, like he has learned with Word with Friends.
I still keep playing, but I know I'm never gonna have a win. I won't even have a 500.
I just want to. I'm just waiting for
Winning record.
the 1 or 2 times where it doesn't beat me that day.
Yeah.
Like I could get through unscathed, without disaster, without hitting it in the greenside bunker, and then sculling it out of the bunker, and then sculling a chip back into the bunker, then chunking it out of the bunker, and then 2-putting, and then walking away with 7, and then wanting to die.
Right.
After you played basically perfect golf up to that.
I know. That's how. Were you thinking about your score when you're 1 over through 8? You had to have been.
I mean, I knew I was playing great.
Right. You,
so I was
you knew your
happy.
score.
Yeah, it is fine.
Yeah, it got in your
Whatever.
head.
But it's just one bad shot leads to another bad shot. This is the next thing you know, you're in a friggin' hurricane of hell.
Yeah. You're an amateur golfer. Of course it's going to happen.
No, I know it happens even to the pros. But
Of course.
it's the hardest game ever. I don't enjoy it, but it's a challenge. I actually don't enjoy it. Just so you know.
It must be
spent a
because
lot of
to go
time
out there
doing
and
something you
play
don't
in sub
enjoy.
50-degree
'Cause I
temps,
don't like it to beat me.
I understand. I understand the sentiment.
it's always
And I
going to
see
be
all these some other guys that are like slugs.
Mm-hmm.
and they're just better.
Yeah, it tilts you.
Tilts me. Let's go to Josh at Upper Marlboro. Josh, what's up, bud? Go with the junks.
Hey, man. So first off, I use my Meta glasses for my kids' soccer games. Just kind of just save the videos on my phone. But
Does it? Slow down. How is
Yeah.
the quality of it? Like, when you use it that way?
It's slightly worse than an iPhone, but it's not bad
iPhone's
at all.
decent.
Yeah, it's not bad.
iPhone quality of video, like at a kid's game, is decent.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not quite as good, but it's better than nothing. And I'm really bad at like using my phone to record stuff. I always miss like the right shot. And this way, you're recording exactly what you're looking at, so you're never going to miss the shot.
Got your
The only
little button
issue
up
is
there. Boop. Press it. Start recording.
The only issue is the maximum video length is just a minute. So if it's longer than
I
that,
thought he
you
was
gotta
3
redo
minutes.
it
He's used to
again.
watching 1 minute videos, so he's good.
Actually, I like a little
Well, for
longer.
mine,
Hey, I'm not
I may
like
have
you.
the older one.
I like a little longer form. I like a little build up. The whole
I mean, 1 minute is story.
Huh? Yeah, 1 minute.
Who does that?
It's a joke.
Yeah.
Joke. People don't understand jokes.
I do.
Yeah, all right, go ahead, Josh.
All right. Hey, so EB, my question was, I was surprised you guys mentioned Laurel earlier. You're talking about Jason getting married outside of Laurel, and pretty much every time you
in
mention
Laurel.
Laurel, you talk about how ugly the people in Laurel are.
Yeah.
The people from Laurel.
I would say
And
Laurel and Frederick. It's a boat
I was-
race.
I
I mean,
that's what I wanted
it's a
to
photo
ask.
finish.
I haven't been to Laurel in a long
I had
time.
I had two questions on this. One, are they uglier now than they used to be, or have they been consistently ugly over time? And two, could you do your top 5 ugliest DMV cities? I know
That's
you
a
got
great. Yeah, I'd love to do that.
I
I'd
mean,
love
it's
to do that.
clearly a
I
bottom
think I
five.
need to do a little research to ponder that a little bit. In fact, I actually think I'm going to give Laurel the benefit of the doubt right now and tell you, I think Frederick's got him beat.
You do?
What about Hagerstown, EB?
He's never.
That might be a little far.
Hagerstown.
Oh, yeah?
I've been to Hagerstown. My son used to play out there.
That's got to be up there.
The thing is, I just be in and out.
Have you been to Manassas?
Yeah, but I feel like Manassas has normal, nice places.
Should we-
Though. Dude,
Manassas
I'm
love
telling
Hey,
you,
do you want? You should.
Frederick is next level ugly.
Yeah.
It's
I can't remember the last time I was in Frederick.
unreal.
Yeah, I think I went to Frederick for travel softball
What?
years ago.
Probably did.
That's where my dentist is.
What's the worst features of everyone there? Are they just big fatties, or they got
Big fatties,
ugly faces,
missing
bad
teeth.
Yeah.
It's a deadly combo of ugly, fat, bad teeth.
I thought Frederick.
But I don't know what else is there.
Trifecta.
You kind of bring up the bad teeth.
Yeah.
My
Numbers.
Teeth, I look like freaking I don't know, Brad
Right.
Pitt's teeth. Oh no! Compared
must
to
be
the
bad.
average Frederican or whatever you would call that person.
Frederickite.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Frederickite.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Frederickite. I
compared to
don't know.
the average Frederickite, I have my teeth are a 10 out of 10 compared to those people.
I thought Frederick had built up their downtown and
They
it
have
was
a
like
nice
a bar
downtown area
Yeah.
where people like their restaurants and stuff. But just do me
that
a
hasn't
favor.
attracted more attractive people.
Just go to the whatever it is, the super fresh, whatever it is, whatever terrible supermarket.
Food line.
it
They
is.
probably
Yeah,
have a food line.
I'll take
whatever
your
it
word
is.
for it.
Yeah,
I'll take
I
your
go
word
in there
for it.
because I'm respectful.
Uh-huh.
I go in there and I always have to get mouthwash because I don't want to go into my dentist with a hurting, even though they give you a little bit. No,
Right.
no, no. I want to be
Like
clean.
a lot of poop-a-doop in there.
Yeah, I like to be clean.
I stick to Listerine.
But I always go in there and it's stunning.
I stick to Listerine.
It's like
Okay.
these
Thank you,
people. I don't know
Michael.
where they
Hey,
come from.
should we schedule this
You
for
know
like?
what? They're for farmers. They probably come from farms.
I mean, I have
There-
a couple
there's
of family
many
of farmers.
There's so many
My family
podunk.
way more attractive than them,
It's just Podunkville.
except for maybe one.
I know you're. Hey, do you want to do it tomorrow at 6:45? So you have a whole day
A
to
ranking.
yeah. So you have a whole
I mean,
day
I'm-
to stew on this
I
and
don't
really
know.
put
I
thought
mean, I'm
into
going
it.
Gotta ponder
Sure.
it a little bit. We could ponder it. You know, I don't want to commit, but possibly. I'm going to I'm going to Tulsa
Put it on
tonight.
the maybe whiteboard.
Maybe I can,
Yeah.
check out the Tulsa
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah.
No, we do this for tomorrow. I'm desperate for content. I called EB yesterday asking for pictures of his mom's feet.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah.
get my mom size for me to take.
Probably
He said,
not.
Ask your mom if we could take pictures of her feet and then we could put it on the TV and the internet.
Yeah, that probably didn't go over so well.
I mean, yeah.
I thought about.
What else
I
is
thought
in the running. Waldorf.
The dwarf. The
Oh,
dwarf should be
probably.
in the running.
Waldorf.
Woodbridge.
Woodbridge. But I'm telling you, all of them that come to mind, Frederick's still
Number
got the
one.
lead. They're the 1 seed.
Okay.
They're the 1 seed. It's
They're the Patriots.
I don't even notice. I don't even notice the people when I go to different towns.
You know why? Because you hang out with rich people. And you don't really, you're not really
Not
around.
really.
You're not really around normal folks.
Not really. I mean,
I'm a man.
I'm just usually with my wife or my daughters.
I know,
or,
in like Poofy, Ashburn,
About,
and you
like,
don't.
dumb
no,
food.
but I'm saying when I go
Peter.
to, I know, but when I go to other towns, I don't really notice it.
When was the last time you went to?
You act like
Poofy
Harris
town?
Teeter's like Saks Fifth Avenue. It's just a regular grocery store.
Compared to like Food Line. Have you ever been to a Food
Okay,
Line?
come here. Yes, I've been to the one on Rockville Pike.
Yeah.
It's got a nubs, but I've been there.
Yeah.
There was,
In a
I'll tell you what,
pinch.
when I went to Oak Island, North Carolina in August, podunks. Yeah. Lots of podunks there.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what
This is out of the range, but Mineral, Virginia, when I used to go there a lot.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Say no more.
Home of Cowboy Todd.
I believe you. I believe you. But Frederick is like kind of a large.
It's a large
city.
I think, it's the second largest city in Maryland.
It's kind of big.
Here's what I would say that I've found a correlation to. The more dollar stores in the area is probably the more people with bad teeth.
No, for sure. But the dollar stores, you kind of have. You have those in Rockville. Like Rockville people
I
aren't
understand
ugly.
that.
I mean,
but per capita,
if you're shopping for anything outside of like a last second greeting card in a Dollar
my
Tree
mom
or
likes
a
to
dollar
go to
store,
dollar store for cards.
then you're
Yeah,
just
right. Or
you're
Hallmarks.
down to the felt.
Oh, they don't have the hallmarks there. She has the nub
They have,
marks.
Oh, they don't have Hallmarks.
There's no chance there's
Oh,
like
nub marks.
no, there's no American
dollar
greetings
store.
or Hallmarks in those
I didn't
stores.
even know there was.
Zippy chance.
I thought there was only Hallmarks.
Though I will
didn't
say
even know.
this, I have in recent years, I'm pushing back on paying $8 for a greeting card. I can't do it. I have to just find the cheap one.
Go to the dollar
for
store.
$4.
Yeah.
Caller suggested La Plata. Is La Plata on your
That's
radar?
basically Waldorf.
I haven't been to the Plata in a long ass time, but I'm
What
sure
about,
it's in
what
the
about
running.
Bowie?
Bowie's Bowie's
got
Bowie's
sillies.
like Tyson's compared to these.
What about
It's a
about
booming metropolis.
What about-
Bowie? Dude, you don't understand. It's like Tyson's compared to what we're talking about.
All right.
Springfield? What about Springfield?
Yeah, that's
Haven't really been in Springfield
I
in a
would
minute.
say-
Springfield's bad.
I drive through it, straight through it, but never stop
Here's
in it.
another one, not Frederick, but Fredericksburg.
Okay.
Podunks.
Yeah.
Podunk is the word of the day.
Yeah.
What about
It's a good
Damascus?
word.
What?
Damascus.
That's kind of like Frederick.
It's close.
Yeah, it's real close.
Yeah, but there's I mean, like probably like that old, but there's a lot of built up parts of
Damascus
though.
is so far out. I feel like I'm driving in like central Pennsylvania when I'm driving through Damascus.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, this
in
is
certain parts.
country.
In certain parts.
This
of
is
it.
we are in the country
Yeah.
when you're out in like Damascus.
It's wild, man. It's just some towns are just ugly. It's wild. It's not
Like
just-
it's got an ugly magnet on it.
it's like it attracts ugly people. I don't know.
Can't
mean,
explain it.
It mostly has to. It just think about it. It's hard to be successful in life when you're butt ugly. Like when it just
butt
is.
ugly.
You're not, it's hard to get.
We've defied the odds.
Well, we're actually
No, we're just
I know,
average.
I know.
no, we're actually slightly above average and fairly well groomed, although it's deteriorating.
When you get up at 4 every day, it's gonna deteriorate.
it's deteriorating.
Things fall by the
But
wayside.
how do
Think
you
about it,
notice?
It's hard to get. It's hard to get a job. You walk in, you see a pig, like you're not going to give the pig the job. They have to blow you away. That could be right. A pig never has a good job.
But how do you notice that if you're in a township and then you're
I just go to the grocery store.
I know, but I'm not aware that everyone around me is ugly.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. I don't really notice it.
Like I'll notice if someone's
because you've never been. Then you obviously never been to an ugly capital like I. Have. Like it's just unbelievable.
I was born in an ugly capital.
Well,
Yeah, you haven't mentioned
the way
Pasadena
you
yet.
describe Pasadena, and there's some places that are really nice there. Right? There's really nice parts of Pasadena. No, or am I wrong? Well, my buddy bought spent millions on a house in Pasadena. So you have nice
Didn't
parts.
Todd Heap used to live in the Dino?
Todd Heap.
It's a
Damn
nice
good old school
waterfront
name.
property in the Dena.
Yeah.
Maybe your neighborhood, maybe your neck of the woods wasn't.
My water's a little dirtier.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's a hard life when you're just busted. It's hard. It's a hard life.
You're already at the back of the pack.
Yeah, it's hard to get friends. It's hard to get a spouse. It's hard. I mean, people probably slam the door in your face. You know
There
what I
are
mean?
exceptions. A guy like Steve Wozniak, who co-founded Apple. He's pretty ugly, but he's
rich.
He's
He looks
successful.
dreamy compared to people I see.
Okay.
He looks dreamy.
Well, think about it. As soon as you get rich, all you do is spend that
Clean up
money
your
trying to get
appearance.
unugly,
Right, you clean up.
like Bezos.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look at Bezos.
Right.
He looks like
Yeah, he
freaking
was-
Superman.
He was a super dork.
Yeah.
back in the day.
He looks
Yeah.
like Superman.
He's,
now.
he's gobbling testosterone
Yeah.
out the yin yang because he doesn't want to be ugly.
Yeah. It's hard, man. It's a hard life when you're ugly.
How did we get into
All right.
this?
I don't even remember.
I don't know. Just
Bickle brought it up.
Yeah.
somehow.
Frederick, your glasses.
Oh yeah, are you
Oh, you're
selling
gonna
them to
drive up to Frederick to get your glasses, maybe, or you got somebody
No,
from
no.
Frederick that wants them, or
No,
didn't you have somebody?
someone
Ben?
offered.
It was a caller. A caller was telling you what to do with your glasses, and then
But he was from Frederick.
no, he was asking why you thought everyone
Oh,
in Laurel
yeah,
was so
no,
ugly.
the caller-
That's
the
how-
caller
that's
asked
right,
about
That's
Laurel.
right.
Yeah.
He has such short attention
Yeah.
spans.
We're old. We can't remember things. Short-term memory.
All right, well, I
Melted.
teased the thing about an allowance. We'll come back. We'll get into that next here on the Junkies.
All right, here's your no huddle money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders. They want to put $200 in your pocket when you open your first ever checking account and you meet a few easy qualifications. No trick plays, no fourth downs, no Hail Marys, just a fast drive to free money. So get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200. Take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required.
Welcome back. Chunky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Now, Cakes' kids are all grown up. Fish's kids are all grown up. EB's are mostly grown up. He's still got one in the house. I've got an 8-year-old, though. So this story applies to me, I guess, the most. It has to do with an allowance.
Okay.
My kid doesn't have an allowance. I don't think any of my kids had an allowance, to be honest with you. But 61% of parents say their kids are more financially responsible with money than they were at the same age, with children now earning an average, this blew me away, of $52 per month in allowance.
That's not that much.
$52 a month? I thought an allowance was like a couple bucks a week, maybe $5
like
a week.
That's like $13 a week.
Might not get you anything, but it's just to do your chores.
No,
$2 a week.
Yeah,
Well, what age
today,
are we talking about?
Literally
guess
couldn't get a cheeseburger for that.
Probably varies. That's not that much.
My kids don't have an allowance. We're pretty generous with them. They pretty much get what
I
they
never
need.
gave my kids allowances.
I don't think I ever really had
I
a
just paid
set
for it.
allowance for them. But
when they were in college, my wife on the down low was feeding them money, and I had no idea. So they kind of had an allowance then.
She was feeding them a lot of money.
I thought I was being Mr. Big Silly, giving them like a Hunsky,
yeah,
after a game or
they're
something.
like, hey, cheapskate, mom's hooking us.
Mom just already sent them 500.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I didn't even know that scheme was going on.
So your kids didn't have like stuff they had to do, and then
I mean,
like I think I got $10 a month
to like take out the trash or something.
Well, basically, I was on call. Like I had to cut the grass when they
Right.
wanted to. I'd get the mail, trash cans,
Yeah.
trash, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'd earn your $10.
Then I'd earn my $10.
Yeah, we don't really do that. We never really ran the ship that way.
I don't think I had that as a kid. I just got yelled at to mow the lawn.
Yeah.
And if I didn't do it, if I threw him, I want to do it later, he would get bitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably should have maybe run more of a ship like that. We didn't really do that.
So
They say here that parents have created a payment hierarchy based on the difficulty and importance of tasks. Babysitting younger siblings tops the scale at $13, followed by good grades at $12, yard work at $11.
I do
routine
things
household
like that.
responsibilities command lower rates. Being polite to guests earns $10. You give your kids
for being
money
polite,
for being polite.
They should be polite because you raised them correctly to be polite.
Helping clean the home, $10. Tidying their own room, $9.
No.
Did you
None of that.
reward your kids for good grades in school?
We do stuff like that. Like, but
I think
kind
I
of impromptu, but like, yeah.
I
would
think
do that.
I had and I might not have given it out, to be honest, because Kelsey in particular had straight A's all the time, but it was like $100 for straight A's.
Well,
every
if I were
quarter.
her, I'd be collecting on.
No, I didn't do that.
That might have been theoretical in the head because I don't feel like I
For
did
me,
it.
it was more based on the kid. Meg had 1B, 1 quarter her entire life. 1 quarter. So that she didn't get money for grades.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if my son or my other daughter maybe got maybe a high score on a test or something, I might go take them for pizza or you know what I mean, like something. You know what I mean, a little small incentive, or maybe go buy him something.
I don't understand the parents that when the kid gets their report card, they'll give them like $20 per A that they get on
That's
their
what like JP was
It's a
saying.
pretty good bit.
Yeah,
I know.
I don't do
That's
that.
great.
I know I didn't get a lot of $20.
My parents would have been safe, especially for the straight
Like
A's.
financially
Never
secure.
got straight.
Yeah.
Never once got.
My
straight
mother
A's.
was set.
I told my daughter actually if she picked a certain school that I would have bought. I think JP did this too. I would have bought her a car,
right,
instead of going to
Ivy League. Yeah,
I got that same thing. My mom said that if my dad said if I went to community college for 2 years, he'd buy me a car.
Right.
You said F that.
You said I'm going to College Park, Dad. You can kick rocks with that offer.
Yeah, I'm a terp.
Yeah. It did, but
speaking of ugly people,
but I wish now that you mention
But I think
it,
kids are more. I do think kids are more financially savvy. My daughter just yesterday, I was outside doing like lawn work, and she just wrote this whole thing how she wants to have. I mean, it was actually really impressive how she wants to have family meetings every Wednesday to talk schedule. But she did include in there, she had a whole thing because she's doing a bunch of sports. She had a basketball mix every day. There's something, right? So she writes down all these different things. She wrote down goals. I mean, it was impressive out of nowhere.
Good.
But she wrote down, I want to do chores and get paid for them.
There
Like
you
she
go.
threw it in there.
Sure.
We never did.
Now she has to make her bed. Like really, her only chore that she has to do, she has to make her bed every morning.
Oh, my kids would flunk that. They would, I mean, I'd have to.
And then
They'll give them
usually,
up for an adoption.
and like I'll say, look, and she can't just leave stuff out on the floor. I'll say, we're not going to leave for practice until everything is put away. That's just the way that
in her bedroom.
No, and it, like if
the main
if she
floor?
has anything out,
we'd be under house arrest if we did that. We couldn't leave the house.
Yeah, like don't leave a jacket on the floor.
Yeah, well, don't
You know, if
leave
you're
that.
changing for brides, don't leave your hoverboard in the middle of the family room.
You guys are Jetsons?
She's got a hoverboard.
What's going on over there?
Hardwood floors. You should hover around.
You should use that hoverboard to go put that top ornament on the tree instead of tripping off and becoming a quadriplegic off your ladder.
And now that you mentioned it, we really missed it. I don't think we really asked our kids to do chores. We just asked them to be good kids. Like we didn't ask them to do chores though. Probably should have. Probably should have had like somebody say like on Saturdays you should vacuum on whatever you do. I don't even know what chores you do. You take the trash out.
Oh, I never
do
asked my
dishes.
kids to do that.
Yeah, we just did it. We just do
My
it.
younger daughter's
Mostly my wife.
My younger daughter's good about doing dishes and cleaning up the kitchen. Older daughter, she's a mess. She's a freaking tornado in the kitchen.
Yeah,
But you're such
Younger
a
daughter's a
control
lot
freak.
different.
They probably saw that you were taking it over. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
I have a little bit of that way where.
But my older daughter didn't. That didn't
She
trickle
just-
down to
No,
her.
but what my kids did do is they, like my daughters in particular, they're professional babysitters, professional dog feeders or walkers when people are out of town.
That's a good gig.
Yeah, they
Like if somebody goes out of town for like
just go feed the
to
dog.
watch our dog.
Yeah,
for a week. You wouldn't believe the amount of money we pay a person to come in to do it for like a week.
What do you get?
$250. That's
More
my
than
guess.
that.
It is
I mean,
just to
it's-
feed the dog. You let
Feed
the dog out to poop.
walk the dog, like take care of the dog. So it's not just like
Yeah.
sitting at home.
in a crate.
It's a
or
lot.
something.
It's like $700 or $800
for a week.
Really?
It's a lot. Yeah.
Why?
That's how much they charge?
That's the rate. That's
Is that
it's
the
like
rate
going
if you send it to a thing? It's like
Don't
a
you have a-
Kennel's the same deal. It's probably more expensive.
Don't you have a friend, like maybe
neighbor?
your kid's
Yeah.
friend or neighbor
Yeah,
that
but
will
like,
come over and do it
they're
for
like
$50
they're
a day?
over there for like if they're more, they're going to come over for like an hour, maybe more than
An
that.
hour? Oh,
Is it multiple times a day?
They might
Or
come
just-
over
yeah.
multiple times a day.
Yeah,
so
you
it's
have
like
to.
you got to pay them.
we don't.
My
we don't-
dog goes out 3 or 4 times a
Yeah,
day.
like you can't
Oh, we
just
don't
like
do
have
that.
the dog.
Well, you
We
don't
go
have to-
once
20
a day,
minutes.
feed the dog, or in the morning, maybe then feed the dog at night, take it out for a quick pee.
Dogs need to go out more than once
Yeah,
a
my
day.
dog needs a walk. Does
I
not
don't know.
need just
Maybe
a 2-minute pee
I don't
outside.
know how it works. I'm not involved with
I mean, dogs are on a schedule, and it's more than one.
I do
one
know
time a
this.
day.
I think I've told you this story before. My one daughter and both my daughters were several times. We had a neighbor that had chickens,
Okay.
and they were supposed to feed the chickens.
Okay.
And one time, Kate didn't do something right, and the chicken got eaten by something. The-
Fox got in the hen house.
She murdered the chickens.
Oh man, that's
No.
brutal. She didn't get paid for that chicken sitting.
Well, she
I
never
can
got hired again.
Kind
can
of like
tell you that.
Jason's painting
She was
jobs.
a chicken murderer.
I didn't know
No, there
Mikey
was just
Box
one.
was your neighbor.
I don't know
The
what she
chickens
did.
all over
I don't
the
know.
place.
I think maybe she didn't close up the thing right.
she
or
didn't
something.
close the coop
It was like
correctly.
The coop correctly, and
Yeah.
some varmint
Probably a
came in.
fox.
Yeah.
How much a
Dead
fox
chicken,
wants?
dead
How much a
chicken.
fox wants to eat a chicken when it sees that
Apparently,
Kate or Meg left the latch
Yeah.
unhooked?
yeah,
It
yeah.
says, "I'm going to go
Apparently,
and
they
eat
want
that
to eat
chicken."
them a lot. Yeah.
Did you guys have things you had to do around the house when you were younger, like specific
No.
chores?
No.
I had to mow the lawn, and I definitely had to vacuum and stuff, and I had to make my bed. Although I feel like my younger brother didn't.
No.
You got
Nothing.
away with murder.
Maybe I just was neater.
Younger
It was-
brothers get
There
away
was
with
the wild, wild west when I grew up. We had
You guys would mow like four. You would do like 4 rows or whatever you call it, and then you would stop. So your front lawn would have 3/4 of the lawn
mostly it
not
was
mowed.
my dad's thing. My dad mostly mowed the lawn. It wasn't something I really did.
I don't know. How did you guys ever mow your hill? You guys had a massive hill.
You had to wear cleats.
Yeah, I remember that. We had a big old hill.
You
That
had to wear cleats.
big hill.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even to this day, my mom gets nervous when people ask that, she wants to make sure they can handle the hill. It's pretty steep.
You had a hill in the
That's
backyard?
fine.
But where I grew up,
Side.
it's like the
Yeah,
side,
side
the corner
hill.
house, right?
Oh, yeah,
there's-
it was side.
So
yeah, that's
two
right.
sides.
Right.
The one side is kind of rough.
Cakes had a real monster hill.
Well, no, I mean you couldn't.
No,
mow,
you wouldn't mow
couldn't
that.
mow that.
You ski jump off it before you
you
mow
would
it.
die if you tried to mow.
Oh, in your
I mean,
backyard?
the hill was like this.
Right.
This is
No, it
the
was
pitch.
literally like a ski jump.
Yeah.
Well, who did it?
Nobody.
It's,
It was
trees. Trees.
Oh,
and
it
just
wasn't
wa-
grass.
It was
It wasn't really
wildness.
grass.
Oh, I
There
got
was
you.
one little stripe.
Yeah, it
though.
was like
wildness.
Just wilderness.
One stripe where you could go on a sled right down and then hit a house.
I did that
Yes.
once. I did that once.
And fell.
And
You were
this,
fanning.
this side of my face smashed up against the concrete foundation, and I never did it again. So
You would've-
that might
you
explain a lot.
You'd have laughed at his Nubs basketball court too, because he had a basketball rim in the back,
Basketball-
but it was half the size of the studio was
Yeah.
his basketball court.
No,
No, I
grass
had
either.
the, I had the
Grass.
worst.
It was
I
on
had the
dirt.
worst one.
I was like Larry Bird in French Lick without the talent.
Yeah. I had a basketball court in my backyard. Grass. It was
Yeah.
a grass court.
It's a grass court.
You guys were playing on Wimbledon.
Yeah.
I never was
I
back
thought I
there.
was Yvonne Wendell, but I was playing hoops and not tennis.
My mother was.
What was I doing?
She didn't have enough money. She wouldn't put any, you know,
What are you gonna
cement
do?
back there.
Well,
That
Hey,
makes it wasn't
what you got?
paved either. I just remember it was a little square of
It
dirt.
was dirt.
Can you imagine? Hey, can you imagine how dirty that Spalding was?
Oh, the dirtiest. So dirty.
He wasn't out
Your
there.
hands are jet black.
He
Yeah.
wasn't out there very often.
Yeah, and I was just working on my garbage, like back people down game.
If he wanted to work
wasn't
on his
draining-
game,
I wasn't draining threes like Steph Curry.
he'd come up to EB's house where he'd roll out the basketball hoop, and if you shot from one side, you had a much better chance because it was uphill. But if you're from downhill, you'd have to
Yeah.
have extra arc.
Nobody had a good hoop setup in our neighborhood.
I think I had the best by far.
Yeah.
It was by far, but it was you're right. It was on a little bit
Yeah,
of a
if you like
slope
spraining
street.
your ankles on a curb, it was great. It was awesome.
Well, EB remembers this. The first time we ever started playing hoops was inside my garage. My dad hooked up like a box. Me and EB's like
It
one-on-one.
was like George Beach or whatever.
You got a milk carton?
It was like a box tucked into the garage.
Your dad's James Naismith.
Exactly.
At least you guys had
basketball?
garages.
Yeah, we had a garage.
I had zippy.
Yeah.
I had zero garage.
That's why you parked in the middle of your yard.
Right in the front yard.
Had 2 turnovers. The ball hit a root twice. I was dribbling.
It happens. You got to know your home court.
All right, coming up next, we got the head coach of the Washington Capitals, Spencer Carberry. Caps have won 8 of their last 9. We'll talk to Coach Carberry next.
All right, guys. EB here for my friends at Offenbachers. Turn up the heat, literally. Make wellness part of your lifestyle. Right now, you can get spa rebates up to $1,500 during their Turn Up the Heat event. And for the first time ever, that's right, saunas are here. I was the first one in the area to get one, and I absolutely love it. Check out the power of contrast therapy, cold plunges and sauna sessions for recovery, relaxation, and stress relief. Offenbachers has both infrared and traditional saunas. Get whichever one you want. I have the traditional. You pour the water over it. The steam comes up, gets up to 195 degrees. It's unbelievable. All crafted with authentic Northern European quality. These are legit, not cheap. Not something you'd get at like Costco. Visit Herndon, Rockville, Gainesville, or Annapolis. Ask for Alex or Dave. Turn up the heat. Saunas are here. Spa rebates up to $1,500. Only at Offenbachers. Home Escapes, your destination for relaxation and recovery.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Scheduled to join us momentarily is Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals. They've won 8 of their last 9 games.
He might be sleeping.
Just wanted to revisit our Surfside poll of the day. Are you happy with Cliff Kingsbury's offense? Care to guess?
Let me guess. I'm going to say 42% say yes.
I'm going to say 63% say yes.
42, 63. EB, what do you think the fans are saying about Cliff Kingsbury's offense in our poll of the day? You can vote.
But
at
what is the
Junks Radio.
question? Are you happy?
Are they
with it?
happy with Kingsbury?
You said 63%.
I said that.
My guess was 42. He said 63. Probably in the middle.
I'm gonna say 50%.
72%.
Wow.
72%.
They are happy.
They're taking into account the fact that there are
Good
injuries to the most important players on the offense.
They got nothing. They got nothing.
If you don't,
if you look back at the Bears games, a caller mentioned the Bears game earlier this season.
Yep.
Jaden had 3 touchdown passes in that game. He did have 1 interception. And of course, he had the fumble at the end of the game.
Yeah.
But he was 19 for 26 in that game. And who was he working with? Chris Moore was his leading receiver with 46 yards.
Yep.
Moore and Zach.
Zach Ertz had 6 catches for 43 yards. Jalen Lane had 1 big one for 37.
McCaffrey had
Luke
1.
McCaffrey had a touchdown.
Debo had a terrible game with 4 catches.
Yeah,
Maybe
4 for like 15.
But that's why you always have to consider, even though we've all acknowledged that Jaden's been a tick off this year, off of last year's heights. You know, he played so amazing. He's had a starting 3 receivers for like 30 plays.
Right.
Like 30 plays.
Yeah.
Like half a game.
Right.
Like half a game he's had his top guys. And, you know, when we lose one, even like a Terry, like you got nothing. There's nothing left.
I mean, Chris Moore is such a forgettable receiver.
He's a journeyman. He's a 32 or 33-year-old journeyman.
He shouldn't be your leading.
No, he should never be your leading receiver.
Ever.
At best, he should be like your 4th wideout, maybe your 5th wideout in a pinch.
You know what's crazy? If you look at the PFF grades, and I've kind of lost it for PFF grades, to be honest with you. I know you.
I like to go 30 because
sometimes they're so off. Like,
Totally.
but currently, Matthew Stafford's the number 1 PFF quarterback. All right, Dak Prescott 2, Jordan Love 3, Drake May 4, Justin Herbert.
Do you have a problem with that? That seems
Not
like
really.
in the right realm-ish.
It's fine. Josh
Where's
Allen
Mahomes?
7.
Where's Mahomes?
Well,
10.
Mahomes is 11, below Jaden Daniels, who's at number 10. How about Mac Jones is ahead of at number 9?
Right. Well, you got to throw that out the window.
Well, Mahomes had problems connecting with, especially on deep balls, with a lot of his receivers this year, and I'm sure that contributes to him being 11th.
And right now, Lamar Jackson is 32.
But he didn't have Rice the entire year.
They got Lamar.
Yeah, for a good
32.
chunk.
They have Lamar Jackson below Russell Wilson. That's
Yeah,
why I
right.
start throwing out some of these grades sometimes.
I haven't watched them that much though. All I just keep hearing is everybody saying he's a little
They
bit
have
off.
Justin Fields rated above Lamar Jackson. Justin Fields. We got bench for
he's
Tyrod Taylor.
Pretty horrendous. Tyrod had a good game this past week. He had a pretty good game.
Hey,
He put up
Valdez,
some fancy numbers.
Yep.
it's getting to be that time of the year. You're showing me your Spotify, your rap thing or whatever. I want to do mine. So tell people what you did.
Oh, well, I mean, it's that time of the year. Everyone who has Spotify, and
Right, which I
listen-
have, and I use it daily.
and you can podcast the show there and a
Right.
bunch of Odyssey shows. It accumulates all of your data from all of the songs you listen to, podcasts you listen to, the number of minutes that you're listening to Spotify throughout the entire year, and it makes a wrap where it
Doesn't
has
it
your
do
top,
it for
top
you
art-
automatically?
Yeah, automatically.
Sends it to you.
Does it?
Has your top artists, has all that
So
stuff.
yours was sent to you.
Yeah. If you go on your Spotify,
Yeah, I'm on my Spotify right now.
you see at the top where it says all, then next to it is wrapped.
I'm doing mine
Oh yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
rap. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Okay. I just hit mine. Dive into your year and listening. All right, I'm doing it right now. Mine's
So,
gonna have.
I listened to 34,000 minutes of music and podcasts this year.
Wow, that's triple mine.
Seems
I'm
like
at
a lot.
12,000.
My top
Right,
genre
you
is honky tonk. That's
All right, how much
That's
did
a
you
weird
listen to?
genre.
What?
How much did you listen to?
34,090 minutes.
I listened to 68,000.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Oh, you
God.
got him trounced.
Lord.
All right, so hold on. But what am I?
My
But, you
number
know-
one genre, pop rap, then
Yep.
alternative rock, hardcore hip hop, and children's music, number 4.
There you go.
All right, mine is pop country,
Mhm.
pop rock, pop rap, pop rock. Number 4, oldies. oldies got in there?
Oldies.
I don't even know what that is.
That's nuts.
Like, what's
Like
oldies?
60s? 50s
Maybe
and 60s?
What
because
is your listening age? Because I saw Valdez's listening age. Wasn't it in the 70s?
Yeah, my listening. So what it does
I
is
know.
it tries to figure out how old you are based off the
Yeah,
songs.
so it says
Yeah.
age is just a number. Do I click it?
Yep,
It's
then you
45
swipe
and it's
up.
going to be the next one?
Yeah, my listening age is 72.
My listening age is 41.
Wow, you're
Look
a
at this.
youngin'.
Yeah. 20.
20.
You're a teeny bopper. You're a teeny bopper.
That's hilarious.
That is funny.
That's pretty funny.
20. That's
Mine's-
a silly
well,
listening
mine's
age.
pretty close.
Yeah,
57.
you nailed that.
I mean, I'm
How
I'm
is
on
it 20
brand,
when
I
you have
guess.
oldies on
Oh,
yours?
wait, my top 5
What's the fourth?
songs.
Because I'm telling you, my top is country,
Pop country.
country, rap, and rock.
The only reason my top 5 songs are all kid songs.
My
I mean,
top-
I've got 4 K-pop
My
songs.
top
on there.
genre is Midwest emo.
Hey,
I didn't even know that was a genre. Glam
Midwest
metal.
emo.
What are your top 5 songs? Keep swiping.
Hold on. Top 5 songs. Let's see.
Hey, I feel like that's a great flex. My age is 20.
It's a lot of the stories so far. 4 by the story so far, and You're in Love by Rat. This is very on brand.
And what was your age?
57.
57. Nailed them.
Pretty close. Pretty damn close.
Yeah, I'm bitter. My top 5 songs. Well, it is what it is.
My top,
Who are your
Got an
top
8-year-old.
artists? Who are your top
my
artists?
top song was "I'm the Problem," Morgan Wallen. Silly.
That was my top album.
Yeah,
No.
that's my top song.
You don't
I'm
have
the
any
problem.
you don't have any Tay-Tay in there?
I'm guessing he doesn't have any Taylor Swift in there.
Not a
Dude,
Tay-Tay.
three of
guy.
No, I
my,
have-
three
I
of
have
my
Taylor in my
five
top
are
5.
Morgan Wallen. My one is Old Dominion, which I get size for.
You love Taylor Heineke.
I don't even know this one. I don't
You
even
know
know
Ricky
this one.
Ronnie.
It says number 2 is Fact or Fiction, Dan Kraus. What is that? I've never heard of that. I don't even know what that is.
Don't know. Couldn't tell
You know
you.
what? That's fake news.
Good stuff. That's what happens when you don't have Spencer Carberry on.
oh,
Which
by the
crazy
way-
because the Caps PR office tweeted out
You know what this
that
is?
he was joining us at 9:45.
This
But
is
he's on the
probably-
West Coast.
It's,
He's
it's
sleeping.
weird travel. Like, hey, Valdez.
He'll call tomorrow.
Hopefully, we're still alive in the Cakes Classic tonight when the puck drops at 10 p.m. Eastern time. This is another late one because
Oh,
they're playing
that's
in
right.
San Jose.
That's
I
right.
think
Hey, we
this,
can put a bet on it.
I think
We
this is
can.
when I
Let's
listen
do
to like
that.
music when I sleep. This Dan Kraus thing.
Mm.
I think it's
Dan
like,
Kraus? Who's Dan Kraus?
it says Astral Journey. I think that's when I'm listening to like sleep stuff.
It says natural sounds.
Yeah, I think that's
Oh, okay.
We do know Dave Krause. Very inside.
That's very inside. That was the most inside reference of the week by a long shot.
So maybe
Kid we grew up
maybe
with.
Coach Carbs will call tomorrow. He'll probably
Possibly.
Dude, though, it's super encouraging what they've done because a couple weeks ago we were like, maybe it's one of those years where they don't make the playoffs.
They've
Yeah.
figured something out.
Logan Thompson's killing it in net, and they're scoring
And
4.5
Willie's
goals
scoring
during the run.
every game.
Like, that's a pretty good formula
They
to
were
win
at
games.
the bottom of the division just a couple weeks ago,
Yeah.
and now they're tied for first with Carolina.
And the Metro is pretty crazy where the top teams have 34 points, and the team in the basement, I believe Columbus,
29.
has 29.
Yeah.
So it's a
5
bunch
points.
of teams all jumbled together. So it's going to be a battle throughout.
In the Central and the Western Conference,
Yep.
top to bottom, 22 points.
Mhm.
In the,
Man, though, the Colorado Avalanche are killing it.
They're smashing it.
yeah, they're
19-1
Oh,
They've only lost one.
with 6 overtime.
Well, they got
losses.
overtime
Yeah.
losses. All right,
But that's
they've got,
a gimmick.
but they've only had one game where they haven't gotten points.
They play the Sharks tonight, who were abysmal last year. I think they finished the year with like 54 or 55 points.
They're pretty good
They're
this
actually
year.
pretty competitive this year. So it should be a good game.
So the
Hopefully Caps
Avalanche,
come out on top.
the Avalanche have played one game this year out of 26 where they
Mhm.
haven't gotten a point.
It's pretty good.
It's
Pretty
ridiculous.
solid unit they have out there in Colorado.
All right, EB, have a good drive to Towson.
right.
Go Big
Visit
Red.
Cakes'
Go
old
Big
place.
Red.
We got to get out of here for Bish. Cakes, EB, I'm JP. We will see you tomorrow. Coming up next, it's BMitch and Finlay right here on The Fan.
Ole Miss lost a coach and moved up a spot anyway. Notre Dame didn't lose anything, but the Irish fell. Undefeated Ohio State and Indiana remained 1 and 2 in the college football playoff rankings. Georgia moved to 3rd. Texas Tech rose to number 4. The rest of the top 12 is Oregon, Mississippi, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, Alabama, Notre Dame, BYU, and Miami. In a move that could have major impact, the committee put James Madison at number 25, higher than unranked Duke, who plays number 17 ranked Virginia for the ACC title. If Duke and JMU both win, James Madison could deny the ACC an automatic bid. And the Capitals beat the LA Kings 3-1 last night. You had goals from Tom Wilson and Anthony Bolivier. Alexi Protas put in an empty netter to secure the win. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, west. BMitch Finlay live in Ashburn, Virginia. BigBear.ai Performance Center. We're out here. It's a new week. Commanders getting ready for the Vikings. You're listening to us, hopefully, on 106.7 The Fan. You're watching us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, or you're watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am good, brother. What's happening with you?
I don't know. I hope we're on the air. Let's start with that. We got some technical hurdles today, which always makes things fun. Caps get another big win last night. They've now won 5 in a row, B. I mean, just playing really good hockey. 3-1 win on the road against LA. They were underdogs in that one. Tom Wilson is just an absolute machine right
been
now.
A maniac for years, brother.
Yeah, you know, it's junk, the reputation that precedes Wilson, but I kind of think he's outrunning it now.
Well,
if anybody thinks he's just a fighter, that dude is a goal scorer.
Well, he's gotten better every year at the hockey aspect of it, but he will whoop your ass if you go and do something wrong. And I think that's you got to have people in hockey like that, because there are a bunch of people out there that just goes out there and do stupid stuff, and you need someone that's bad enough to where you know if you do it against this team, you got a problem.
Right.
Because let's be real now. He can go out there and handle a little business, boom, boom, boom. And then when you do something stupid, he can afford 2 minutes.
Sure.
You know, hit you right in your damn temple.
Dude,
you know?
They've played, I want to be sure I got this right. Caps have played 27 games, I believe. Willie's got 16 goals.
Willie's rolling, bro.
Dude, I mean, that is legit, man.
Man, look, he went from that situation of where, you know, everyone thought he was just the what you call him, the
enforcer.
The enforcer, to where no, this guy can actually play hockey.
Well,
that just happens to be able to throw hands better than most of them.
Absolutely, dude.
Yeah.
So the Caps have now won 5 in a row. They got to be up near the top now of the Metro, because they moved all the way up to 3rd yesterday. Yeah, dude, they're now tied with the Hurricanes in first place in the Metro.
And they were sitting way back at first,
dude.
But they were right
last
there,
week. They
2
were
points.
Right, and when we had Joe B on, he talked about how jumbled it all is. You know, it still really is. If you look at the Caps and the Hurricanes are tied at first in the Metro with 34 points each. Columbus, who looks like the worst team in the Metro, is only 5 points back at 29.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have, if you look at the Atlantic, just the other side of the Eastern Conference, like, they don't have these bad teams, it looks like. Well, the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champs have the lowest point total in the Eastern Conference, Florida Panthers.
Yeah.
I would not have expected that.
We're not worried about them.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Tom,
so much football left.
It's a little thing out there that goes around the internet where this guy say, try Jesus, don't try me, because I throw hands. That's Tom Wilson.
I like that a lot.
That's Tom Wilson right there.
I was curious about this because I think Huey, who helps us on the Monumental side, when we were talking about the Olympic break coming in hockey, Huey was telling us like what Caps players might get Olympic invites. And I think like Martin Faravari might make it for Slovakia or something, right?
Okay.
Obviously, the Canadian team is a wagon, and Canada's got a lot of options. But I think Wilson is a contender for the Olympic team.
I would say
right?
so. Yeah.
Do you think any of that is added motivation for him this year? Like, dude, I'm going to ball out because I want to get on this damn Olympic team.
I think he's improved every year, but of course, you have a chance to play on the Olympic team for your country. You're going to come out here and say, you know what? I'm giving everything I have, which I think he's always done, but he may be just a little bit more in tune this time. You know what I mean? And you watch him in some games, I don't think he shoot as much as he should. Like watching him over the years, Tom will score goals, but there are chances where he could take them and he'll just pass it to somebody else. But I think this year now, he's probably gotten to a point where I can take this shot. You know I can make this one. And why not?
Yeah.
Hell, if you got the skill to do it, go for it, brother.
100%. Why not? Cap's got a big win, 5 in a row, dude. That is significant in hockey. That is an every night sport, and they go again tonight. So, listen, I do not make professional sports schedules. I think that's a very complicated job, and I understand that. Caps are playing they played in LA last night. Tonight they have a back-to-back, but it's not against the other LA team. They got to hop on a plane and go to San Jose. Then they come back Friday night. But then they come back Friday night to play the other LA team. They play in Anaheim. Why not play the 2 LA teams and then go up north?
Hey, that's just how it didn't work like that. You got to remember, it's 84 games per team.
82.
And you got to mix them up together. Sometimes you just can't fall like that.
Yeah, for sure. Wiz, we're riding a little hot. Cooled off a bit last night. They lost to the Sixers, but that's okay.
By how much?
The Sixers covered. Is that what you were wondering? 121-102.
Did Jeff take the Wiz?
I think he took Philly. I don't know that. I also don't know that we can hear from Jeff right now, so I'm not going to ask him. I think the Wiz are down a lot of guys right now. Like a lot of guys didn't play last night, and we all know what the Wiz are doing. Like I'm not going to be mad at the Wiz losing last night. I think we're going to focus more on kind of what the Caps are doing. 5 in a row is no joke. Yeah. And, it's funny. I talked to Jimbo and Jim this morning, and my man Jim was telling me that we got to stop putting Barstool Nate on the air. And maybe you're right, Jim. But Nate Dogg did make a good point yesterday talking hockey. Maybe we just only let Nate talk hockey. Maybe that's our best path forward. But he said, he's like, this is what the Caps do. Maybe they start a little slow because you've got veteran players kind of getting up to speed, but let them get past Thanksgiving into Christmas season, and they're going to get red hot. And we've seen it the last few seasons, and they've
done it the last few seasons. That's just what they do now.
They have my attention.
It's not hard to predict that then, if that's what all they do it all the time.
They're not hard to find. Speaking of hard to find, I went out with all my high school boys last night, and we went to Capitol Grill. Shout out to Abdul, just a tremendous waiter. We had a great time. I got an 8-ounce filet.
Cap Grill right on Pennsylvania?
Nah, the one up by me.
Oh,
Chevy Chase.
Chevy Chase area.
Had a great dinner. I wasn't moving my fastest this morning though, Brian. I got to be honest with you.
You have given into the old man age, bro.
I mean, I had to get up and get the girls out the door and do my thing.
Bro, you get up and move, homie.
We've gotten a little bit of information. The Saturday Week 16 game,
5 o'clock easy.
So I guess those two games are 5 and 8:30.
Yeah,
is that right?
Something like that.
5 o'clock kick. When the other game was Bears Packers, and that's going to probably have major ramifications for the NFC North. You knew Washington was going to be the early game. Now it's official. I do think if you get into December 20th, and a lot of people are taking time off work. Kids are probably off school after that. I don't know if all schools are, but so Christmas is the 25th. Kids are definitely off Christmas Eve, the 24th. Like, are they really making kids go to school the 22nd and 23rd? Because those kids aren't going to learn a damn thing on those 2 days.
Hey, but you're on both sides of the fence, dog. I'm
mad about
let me finish.
They gave it was a rain delay, like it was a baseball game.
Let me finish. You're mad because kids don't go to school when it's raining because they're not going to learn. And then when they tell them to come to school, you say they're not going to learn.
No.
Well, if the kids ain't going to learn, they ain't going to learn.
I'm mad about a rain delay like it's the 6th inning of Nats Pirates in July.
Listen, bro, I'll tell you like this.
They had a rain delay.
Well,
You go to school in the rain.
All I know, Jay, is when I went to school, if it was the 22nd and 23rd, you know what I better did? I better learn. Because you know what? When I got home, I didn't learn something. Bless Mitchell Senior was gonna make sure I was gonna know something.
You know what I was doing?
My dad would tap my ass.
If they were
Some of these people around here,
December 22nd,
people don't want to.
I was sneaking out to smoke cigarettes in the hallway.
See, you should have got your little ass whipped when you were younger.
I probably should have.
That's what I'm saying.
My point,
if you're in school, you pay attention.
My point, however, I paid very little attention. I wonder what do you think I could have done if I tried?
Hell, you might be you might be damn a president or something.
You know, that's what I said I wanted to be when I was little.
Well, you could be a president. Have you been a president of like your fraternity or something?
I was class president freshman year.
Freshman year, class president. What does that really get you?
Then I learned to drink beer, and a lot of things.
I mean, but like, let's be real. Most people that still were class presidents and stuff like that, they drink beer too.
Well, yeah, left hand up. Here's my point.
You just got to know how to stay focused.
Yeah, that's always been trouble. My point, however, was Saturday, 5:00, going into the holidays. That might be the most ideal tailgating situation I've ever heard of. Now, granted, it could be kind of cold. Lord knows you might get a rain delay. But Saturday, 5:00, you don't have to wake up at 7 a.m. to get to the lot by 8:30. You get to the lot by noon.
Yeah, but
you got 5 hours.
The people that are tailgating, Jay, they're going to be out there ready to go by 10.
I agree.
And the people that are drinking won't be cold.
But listen, the tailgate Teds and Drew Cohens of the world, the people like the Serbian boys that I go that roast pigs and everything, like those people are locked in no matter what.
True.
But there is a portion of the fan base that's more casual about their tailgating. That they want to get there an hour before and hang out.
Yeah, but
Saturday, 5:00 is perfect.
But let me just break it down for you. If it was Saturday at 5 or Saturday at 4, I don't see much difference. I'll say this.
That time
that
frame
person that want to roll in at 1 hour before, you might not have a parking spot. I think they know that too.
It gets harder. You got to ask somebody like move their cornhole boards and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying, but the whole
What
thing,
is your ideal tailgate time?
Whenever the tailgate is going. See, my
the
thing.
8:00 game gets so late. The 5:00, if you're now, you and I got to work. We'll be there late. But like, you go to that game, 5:00 kick. You're out of there by 9.
If I'm going somewhere and I don't have to work or do anything of substance, and I'm tailgating, I don't care what time it starts. If I'm there to relax, I'm there to relax.
There are still better times. Like you're locked in for the game, period. But I think Saturday, 5:00 is damn near ideal. Because Sunday, you get after that alarm hits Monday morning, you got to go to work. You go party all day Saturday. Sunday, maybe you wake up for church, but you could chill.
I just don't. I don't think of it like that, Joey.
I think
I
think that's ideal.
If it's 1:00 on Saturday, guess what I can think about? After all the stuff over, I got time to relax. If it's 5:00 on Saturday, I can hit it before and after. If it's on Sunday, I do the same. You know me. I want come in at 4:30. And I'm ready to go at 7:30. I just get up and go.
Sure, good for you. I think Saturday 5:00 is perfect. It doesn't mean you can't enjoy other times, other spots, but Saturday 5:00, man, especially for a season where, I mean, by that point you're just hoping to be the spoiler. I don't know. Philly's going to come in beleaguered, to say the least. So that's going to be fun. We still don't know game time for week 18, which is at Philly. The options for that game are New Year's Day, January 3rd, or January 4th. I kind of have a hard time believing this team in that game will be anything but Sunday 1:00.
Yeah.
But Philly could have a lot to play for.
New Year's Day is the first.
New Year's Day is the first.
Is that Thursday?
Thursday.
I mean, it's not going to be that game.
I wouldn't think so.
No.
Could be the Saturday window. Could be it feels like a Sunday 1:00 to me, but we'll wait and see. That's as far as the scheduling goes, that is the last remaining kind of hurdle out there. But week 18, I don't believe. I think the entire NFL schedule's wide open. I don't think they schedule anything for week 18 until that week. I'll pull it up just to be sure on that. Yeah, the whole slate is TBD. Looking at week 18, you could have some bangers going. Be Seahawks Niners that week. Panthers Bucks could be to decide a division that week. Chiefs Raiders doesn't have a ton of juice. Chargers Broncos could be a big game. Colts Texans could be to decide that AFC South. Lions Bears could have a lot of ramifications. So they're going to have to put a game Thursday, right? Although I thought Thursday is kind of all college football. New Year's Day, right? Maybe there isn't a Thursday
I
game.
told you a long time ago, the NFL don't care about what day it's supposed to be.
I know.
They will put their game there, and guess what? They will win.
I'm curious if what they have slated is what I'm saying. Not that they care, because they don't have to. They can go up against anything. You know who's in for a rude awakening?
Who's that?
The NBA. You know what the NBA is going to have to do in 2 years? All-Star Weekend is going to get moved because the Super Bowl is going to be on President's Day weekend. And
well, you know,
the NBA can pretend.
LeBron said Christmas was their thing last year, and one game destroyed all of their games.
Right.
I mean, so the lowest game had more people watching it than all of the basketball games together.
Totally.
LeBron, you're wrong.
LeBron, you're wrong. But NBA All-Star Weekend, the only thing I'm curious about with the Super Bowl, when they go to 18 games and the Super Bowl gets moved to President's Day weekend, and I don't think these are ifs. These are wins, frankly, because they're going to get it done. That's what the NFL does. I wonder what Daytona does. So the Daytona 500 is always the Sunday of President's Day weekend.
What time?
I think they run it kind of early, though.
Well, if they run it early, they run early, it's cool.
I think Daytona sticks.
Daytona's
its own world.
Daytona has a different eclectic crew that watches it no matter what. And if it's early, and if you got guys that are racing, they like the racing and they like football, they can go watch Daytona and still go watch football. Won't make a difference.
I agree. I think Daytona sticks. I think the All-Star Weekend, good luck. Maybe you know what they should do?
It's the All-Star Weekend. It's whack anyway.
Yo, remember it used to be awesome when I was a kid, dude, watching the NBA All-Star game?
Yeah, because those guys care about competition. These guys don't care about competition.
I agree.
They want to have friends.
They should move it to the week before where there's no football. Just switch. Sorry you don't get the holiday anymore, but just switch it up. Go to that week between the NFC, AFC title games and the Super Bowl where there's nothing on. That should be your All-Star Weekend. Ta-da, I just fixed it for you. What's my man's name? The NBA commissioner that looks like a skeleton? Silver.
Skeleton.
Mr. Silver, I just fixed that for you. You're welcome. Did you watch Hard Knocks?
Yes.
So did I. I enjoyed it.
I did.
Not a ton of burgundy and gold. Which isn't a surprise.
It wasn't a ton of burgundy and gold, but then again, let's be real. What were they going to really show? I think when you look for, the problem is we look for equality. There's no such thing as equality when you're looking at stuff like that.
I'm not looking for equality. I thought it was fair.
They were going with the people. They were going to go with the things that were juicier. And right now, we didn't have much this year going on that was going to make them be very interesting. So what they showed is what they showed.
Not a lot of juice out here.
Yeah.
I want to get into Hard Knocks kind of.
It was cool, though. I mean,
what did we learn?
Like I told you, football is awesome. When you start getting the background information and stuff, we all imagine what we think. When you start, and they don't show you a lot, to be honest with you.
Right.
But when you see just a little bit, it just makes you realize, like, you go back to thoughts of, like, I wonder what was going on before that happened. Then when you see this, you could connect those things and you have a better understanding. They will never let you know they have a complete understanding.
Right.
Believe me.
Update, Week 18 scheduling. The NFL does not play that Thursday. So that is just a straight college football day. There's 2 games Saturday, January 3rd. I imagine those will be similar time slots as the 5 and 8:30 that we just saw Washington get assigned to for Saturday, December 20th. So there's 2 games Saturday. Then there's 13 games Sunday. The bulk of those will be at 1 o'clock. And then you get whatever West Coast, and then there'll be that national game of the week at 4:30. And then you'll have Sunday night football at 8:30. So the Week 18 NFL schedule will only be Saturday, Sunday. That Monday night is usually a big college football night. So that'll be like the playoff at that point. We are going to talk some college football today. New rankings came out last night. What did we learn? I want to talk more about Hard Knocks when we return. You are listening to BMitch Finlay live from BigBear.ai in Ashburn.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. And luckily that chick just don't curse.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Welcome to the party, James Madison. With the inclusion of JMU at number 25 in the selection committee's penultimate ranking, the possibility of the ACC being excluded from the playoff entirely just got very real. 5-loss Duke is nowhere to be found in the rankings. Here's that top 10. Ohio State 1, Indiana 2. You got Georgia at 3, Texas Tech 4, Oregon 5, Ole Miss moves up to 6, Texas A&M 7, Oklahoma 8, Alabama 9, Notre Dame at 10. Number 11's BYU path to the playoff is simple. The Cougars just need to beat Texas Tech in the Big 12 title game, and then they're in. But if that happens and BYU is in, Notre Dame, they are likely out. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
It's like we work at a real radio station, B. We hear programming. Shout out to Landfill. Let's say good morning to the boys now that we can hear them.
What's up, boys?
Good morning, Aquarium. How's everybody doing? Landfill, congratulations on whatever you did to fix it. That's very helpful.
Landfill, I appreciate it. But I'm glad we could hear everybody because I wanted to make sure we got past something that started yesterday. Remember Jeff told us he rode 25 miles in he rode 25 miles in 15 minutes.
No, it was
15 miles in 25
15
minutes.
miles in 25 minutes.
He rode, it was 25 kilometers that he rode in, I think, in what, 25 minutes? Or what was it, Jeff? Because like you just changed to 25.
I don't even want to tell you the time because it was horrible.
No, what was the time? You rode 25 kilometers and how long?
It was almost an hour, bro.
Was it 25 kilometers though? That's a decent.
That's 15 miles. 25
You rode 15
kilometers.
miles in
an
how long?
hour?
And almost an hour. It was like 50 something minutes. But that's also
On a Peloton or something?
Yeah, I was about to say that's also because I was getting off and stretching and stuff because I was hurting. I was dying. I'm not gonna lie.
That still seems like more than I've expected. If you were getting off to stretch and stuff, right?
Yeah, because
It stops when you get off.
I was pushing myself, JP.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
Yo, Jeff, you are changing your body for the better, man. I've tried to be highly complimentary of it.
Go with it, Jeff.
Give me about a year. I'm gonna start coming to work with my shirt off. I don't care.
Jeff,
I'm
Gotta
pushing
get rid
the
of those man
boundaries.
boobs, dog.
There's no reason
I'm
that we
gotta
gotta
get
get
you a
you to do
man
that.
zero. Jeff, do you drink a lot of IPAs?
No, I don't drink beer.
You don't drink a lot of beer.
Well, but apparently IPAs lead to man boobs. Whatever, we got to figure out because you have cut the gut, but we got to get rid of those boobs, dude.
Yo, look, I can
get a sports bra.
Nah, I've been doing my chest workouts. Don't worry, it's gonna take. I'm gonna be there, and like I said, I'm coming to work with my shirt off for an entire week.
You got
you're not.
You got Jeff at like a B cup, C cup.
He's straight A plus.
All right, let's talk Hard Knocks because last night was exciting. Hard Knocks is just so well done, so well produced. I don't think it should be much of a surprise that it was pretty much Dallas and Philly. Dallas is Dallas, 1. 2, Dallas is surging right now. They're red hot. And their last 2 games, they had the national game on Thanksgiving where they beat Kansas City, Mahomes, Kelsey, like all of it. Like there's going to be attention on that.
Yep.
And then Philly had a national game also. So did Washington, but Philly had that game. So as like if you are looking to tell a story, ultimately this is a television show, right?
Mm-hmm.
This isn't an equal opportunity business. This is a television show. If you're looking to tell a story, you've got, unfortunately, the biggest brand in football surging, and one of the biggest brands in football and the defending Super Bowl champion maybe falling apart.
Yeah.
So like that's the story you're gonna tell.
Yeah. But if you pay attention to TV, you should have known that they were gonna have more of those 2 teams. The Giants and the Commanders right now. What story are you gonna really tell? with the Giants because they had a lot of drama with Dayball, and then you had a quarterback who think he can run through everything, and you had a running back who think he can run through everything, and also he can make decisions that coaches don't even try and do, but his coach did do it. So you could make it a little bit more drama. This team had a lot of injuries and things aren't going the way they expected. It's the least attractive one that they want to see right now. So you expect Dallas and Philly to get more play. That didn't surprise me. But still, if you are a football fan, let's get past like, oh, I don't want to watch the other team. I'm a fan. If you are a true football fan, you want to find out everything going on.
Agreed. And I think I thought that was a really enjoyable television program last night. I think the coolest stuff we saw for Washington were two different moments. One, when they showed DQ and AP on the practice field, getting Terry McLaurin back healthy and just watching him and his burst and everything, I thought that was pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah?
Like, they were kind of joking about what it means to have guys back, and it means a lot, dude. it means a lot. And so I enjoyed that. And then late in the show, when Washington lost to Denver, when they showed DQ say, we might have lost, but we're not lost anymore. Like, we talked about it Monday when we did the show, and people were calling in that they were just like happy to see the burgundy and gold play to that level again. I am not somebody that wants to celebrate losses. That's just not how I operate. But what the Commanders showed in that game was an ability to compete. And unfortunately, we hadn't really seen that. And I understand DQ in that moment giving some love to his team for competing at the highest level. Denver was able to land one more punch than they did. But that game felt like Rocky and Apollo. You know what I mean? Two worthy competitors.
I just think what he did was praise his team for fighting their asses off.
Right.
And letting them and listen, if you have to be under a damn rock or blind if you don't see that they play better.
Right.
You should also commend and reward that. It's not saying, oh man, we almost beat them. No, we are getting better. That's the ultimate thing. We're getting players back. We're playing better on the field. Things seem to be working. Like I said after the game, I will take that effort because that effort will give me more wins than losses. Nothing wrong with that.
Right.
And the thing he said we lost, but we're not lost anymore. I love that little saying. I can understand where you're going. Look, man, they were going through a season where, hell, we were asking questions every week. What the hell is going on? What are they doing?
Right.
At least now we can see what's going on. We can see what they're doing. We see improvement. So you're not walking through the damn jungle now. I was looking at things, listening to, I watched The Pivot with Wes Moore.
Yeah, I need to watch
it. Talk about how the people sent them out, gave him a map. He said, you want to run away here? They sent him out in the damn, in the woods by the military school, and he just walking in circles, and they finally walk up and they laughing at him because they knew he wasn't going no damn where. So they're no longer roaming through the damn jungle with nowhere to go. They now have a attention on a path of where they got to go,
right,
and where they're trying to get. So it makes a world of difference to me. Those type of little things right there, I want to see that. I want to hear that. Like, I always wonder, because like when we do the show out there, we rarely hear what's being said after the game. So you got to imagine.
Right.
You
don't get to hear when you take DQ?
No, we hear him talking certain things. I'm talking about, I want to hear some inside the locker room stuff.
Yeah.
When I hear those things, that tells me everything I need to know. And you can see why these dudes stay behind him.
Agreed.
I was cool with it. And I have, Hard Knocks been around how many years now?
This in-season one is relatively new.
The
principle of Hard Knocks, you're probably talking 20 years.
And it's probably my first time watching the first one and watching the whole thing.
Yeah, because you would check it in.
I'm like, I see that crap when I see it, but like, I wanted to see, because right now, with this team going through hell, I want to see the things and see the people that are going to show me what they really made up at this point.
I agree, man. I think I think we kind of knew it. I at least believed it. You got to give Quinn credit, man, because it is easy when injuries go sideways and you lose 6-7 games in a row. It is easy for a team to check out, to fall apart.
Oh yeah,
and that team has stayed locked in, and that is a real credit to me, to the coach.
Yeah,
and that's not always the case, and they've done it. And I think Quinn deserves a lot of credit for that ability. And I know, like, we live in cynical times, and it's easy to kind of be dismissive of all the brotherhood talk, and it's a real
Makes a
thing
difference,
here.
bro.
It's a real thing. here.
Listen,
But like, you played in the NFL a long time.
Yeah.
I imagine there were coaches when they tried to bring up that conversation, you were in. And I imagine there's other coaches when they bring that stuff up, you're like, man, shut up.
See, if the coach, like when the question was asked about those guys doing the bag drill,
Yeah.
and I said if the coach is consistent with it, it'll never leave. You have to be consistent. There are coaches who never discuss it. Then all of a sudden, when they think it's a good time, they go, come on. And you look at him like, dude, please. You never said that crap before. Get the hell out of here.
Right.
But even watching, like, you take it away from that, Revo bringing Tavita in front of the team.
Yeah.
Talk about him going. That's brotherhood, man. Every player, every coach was thrilled and happy for this man.
Totally.
You know, like the thing I've said, people are like, oh, man, you know, dudes leave team. If you're really a friend of somebody, because they go on to another team, don't mean you stop being their friend.
Totally.
You know, I got some of my best friends who I was playing with, and I left or they left, went to another team. We still boys, you know? So when you see those things happening in multiple occasions, it shows you what they're about. From the moment I saw him bring those military guys in here, and those guys had to carry those big damn telephone poles. You can't carry it by yourself. And if you got two people that are trying to do it, it's not going to work. Everybody got to work together. And ever since then, you see it. These dudes believe in each other. They care about each other. And you win games like that because I was listening to Grant and Danny were talking about, 1991 football team, about how the rankings were. Hell, scored 485 points, gave up 220-something. You had 264 points more than you gave up. You know what I'm saying? You had 264 points. You gave up 220-something. So basically, you outscored people by the amount of points you beat teams by. That right there was a team about brotherhood. They cared about each other. They did stuff for each other. And one thing you do when you really give a damn about somebody, you won't let them down. When you don't care about them, you don't give a damn if you let them down or not. So all of that stuff will come to play. It played last year. This year, by them staying together, is playing. We'll see how it goes again when next year comes around. And they have health.
Health is wealth, baby. Health is wealth. You're listening to BMitch Finlay. We got some dumb news from the Hall of Fame. Neil Greenberg joins us at 11. Nobody go anywhere. Hey, it's JP Finlay, and if your garage door isn't working or just needs a little bit of maintenance, whatever it is you want to do, hit up Door Pro America. These guys do it all: maintenance, repairs, replacements. They got a new garage door installed in my house, and it has made a huge difference. Works smooth. I use the MyQ app to open and close that thing, and it has helped boost our curb appeal of the old house. If you've been putting off the repair or replacement of your garage door to save some cash, now's the time to act. Schedule your appointment today and get a $0 trip and inspection fee on service calls, plus free estimates on a new garage door. While you're at it, you should ask about the Door Pro Advantage membership. It's the smart move for homeowners who want discounts and annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Trust me, upgrading your garage door doesn't just make life easier, it boosts your curb appeal and adds serious value to your home. So if your garage door is due for a little TLC or you're just ready for an upgrade, level it up and score big with Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO, or visit doorproamerica.com. Be sure to tell them JP Finlay sent you. BMitch Finlay, and I'm pissed off.
Again?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, you stay pissed off,
I
man.
think you're going to be pissed off.
Why?
Joe Jacoby did not make the 3 finalists for the Senior Hall of Fame. For the senior selection of the Hall of Fame.
Who did?
Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, and L.C. Greenwood.
I can understand L.C. and Craig. Ken Anderson?
Yeah.
Quarterback, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But he was never very good at it.
No.
Okay. You know how they
he had
people lean on them quarterbacks, dog.
I just, not to make this completely burgundy and gold-eyed, but the what you point to with Ken Anderson is that he won an MVP and had a Super Bowl appearance. Then why the hell isn't Joe Theismann in the Hall of Fame? He won an MVP and won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, I get Roger Craig. I don't know enough about L.C. Greenwood.
Roger Craig. L.C. Greenwood was a bad dude, bro.
Yeah, like, okay.
But Roger Craig.
And Steelers guys just get in all the time.
Don't know why it took this long with Roger, bro.
I agree. But
1,000.
Jake deserves it, and he does. You worry if the time's running out of the glass there, if the sand's running out of the glass there, and it just pisses me off. I'll tell you what could be really interesting. Really interesting. So they have that contributor category now and a coach category now, because in the eyes of the Hall of Fame, or frankly, I think the contributor category existed because more NFL owners wanted to get in.
Yeah.
So they created their own
there you go.
category.
You know that.
But do you know who the nominees are this year for the contributor and the coach?
No.
Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick. Can you imagine
Them
if
two
those
running
two
together?
dudes go in together and have to give back-to-back speeches?
They will play good. The Zinger's in there, but they won't be crazy. I don't know right now. Hold on. Bill won't be writing his speech. Jordan will be writing his speech. Jordan will be writing his speech. And if she's involved, it's gonna be drama. Point blank.
Yeah, she seems to like Lane Kiffin. It might go great at LSU, but it's not going to go great for long, because what'll happen is maybe they win a natty. Who knows? But then he's going to talk to Jerry, or he's going to talk to Stephen Ross in Miami. Like, there are certain people where there's enough of a track record, you kind of know how stuff's going to shake out eventually.
Hey.
Belichick and Jordan, it's going to go sideways.
Yeah.
Like, the funniest thing that people ask related to Belichick and Jordan, and they're just like, man, I don't know what he's doing with her. I do. Like, I don't think it's a real mystery.
I'm gonna throw out a toy that everyone remember from back in the day, a hula hoop. Imagine a hula hoop. You can hula hoop. You can make a lot of men do some crazy stuff. Bro.
It's all in the hips.
All in the hips.
It's all in the hips.
What's you say? Hips don't lie. They don't lie, bro.
A couple other points from Hard Knocks that I wanted to point out. How about, you know what? Jared Goff has proven to be a really good quarterback. But his rookie season, the Rams had Hard Knocks, and I think it was right when they moved to LA. I don't think Goff ever played in St. Louis. And it came out in that Hard Knocks that Jared Goff didn't know which way the sun rose and set. Like, he was unaware that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Yeah. He was unaware of that. Kid grew up in California. He probably saw some sunsets, fella. Mm-hmm. And I think the dumb moniker kind of followed Goff for a long time, largely because he didn't know which way the sun rose.
Yeah.
You got to be kind of dumb, right?
You just never heard anybody say it.
Yeah, but don't you just acquire a little bit of knowledge throughout your life?
Yeah, but I think most people that never heard that saying, if they just look at the sun coming, they don't know what the east and west is. They don't know where it's at.
Okay. I wonder if Jackson Dart, maybe in his Hard Knocks debut, looked kind of stupid. You practiced when you played for the Giants. Where did y'all practice? At the Meadowlands?
Yeah,
was it right there?
No, it's not where they are now. It was on the other side where the old stadium was.
Right, but you recognized where you were, and that's
But talking about what's direction and all that. Yeah.
He asked where the wind comes from, and was
And the guy-
unaware of how close they were to the ocean.
Yeah.
Like all of New York, the city
Is
like,
right there.
Hoboken, Long Island, like the ocean is right there.
Yeah.
And for Jackson Dart just to be like, what do you mean the ocean's right there? That's a tough moment for them.
Yeah, it was a tough moment, but he followed up. Like, I grew up in Utah, and then I went to school at Ole Miss. I don't know what no damn oceans are, which is true. You see the ocean in Utah.
They got Big Lake.
They got a lake, but they got the ocean. And then he go to Ole Miss, and he saw all those little Southern Bells down there. He wouldn't care about no ocean.
Right. Yeah, I imagine. I wonder.
He was buying a lot of hula hoops.
I wonder if you're Jackson Dart. I believe he's Mormon. Mormons have very strict rules on dating, we'll say. But then
a lot of them have failed him.
But then you're the quarterback at Ole Miss. My boy John Dessler owns the library in Oxford, all-time college bar. You know what he says about Ole Miss? We redshirt Miss Americas. You think Jackson Dart was pious during his time
Hell
in Oxford?
no. Hey, listen, a lot of people at BYU and Utah, they're not. Let's stop acting like just because you are a certain. We all have certain religions, and there are things you're not supposed to do. Probably everybody has done something they're not supposed to do, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's not try to act like one religion is way more focused than the other.
Dude,
you're a human being. You got flesh. Flesh make you start wandering. Let's get it right.
Speaking of Utah and Mormons, I thought of something walking from the car to the annex here. We're live at Big Bear AI Performance Center. Shout out to people watching on Money Metal. I got the Big Ten's next expansion targets. Who? Texas Tech and BYU. Texas Tech has some billionaire oil guy underwriting everything now. They ain't going away. That dude, because you know what? He's not going to have another alma mater. He's not going to go to college again and start liking some other school. That dude's going to keep paying for Lubbock to be top 5. And BYU, the Mormons, they got cash, dude.
Yeah.
And they have a huge global brand. And BYU all of a sudden is top 10 in basketball and football. That's because of NIL. That should be where the Big Ten goes next. Add those two, then you can have like a Western.
What, they gonna call it the Big 20 now? I think they got over 20 teams already. What, they go Big 30?
I think they have 8. I think they have 16 or 18 now.
Yeah, Big 10 is already gone.
That's just it's just the brand name now. We're going to talk some college football coming up at noon next. Neil Greenberg's podcast.
This Sports Update is brought to you by AirVironment, built for defense, built for DC. Anthony Bolivier scored the tie-breaking goal early on in the third period last night.
Two to go here in the third. It's 2-1 Washington.
Logan Thompson made 24 saves in the Caps' fifth straight victory, 3-1 over the Kings last night. Tom Wilson scored his 16th goal, and Alex Ovechkin had 2 assists for the Caps, whose 8-1-0 surge since mid-November has moved them into a first-place tie atop the Metro Division with Carolina. AV is built for GC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions to give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
When you hear Ozzy, time to get smart. Our friend Neil Greenberg joins the program now. Of course, you can read Neil's work in the Washington Post. Sports writer, analytics, stats geek, not nerd. Greenberg, how do you do, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I got a stat for you. Turning the
All
tables.
right, I'm ready.
How the turntables have turned.
Yeah.
Do you know how many players in the NHL have more goals than Tom Wilson?
I will say 5.
Damn. Well, you got it. And shout out,
Hey, Neil, tell him, don't mess with you at your own damn game.
Come at the king, you best not miss.
That's right.
And shout out to your Post colleague Barry Sverluga, who just tweeted that out, which is where I acquired that information. But let's start hockey before we get to football. Caps have won 5 in a row. Willie's playing outrageous. Ovi's dishing it. 2 assists last night. How impressed have you been by this stretch from the Rock to Red?
I mean, very. It wasn't too long ago. What, like 2 weeks ago, we were talking about, are they going to be able to get out of the basement of the Metro? And here they are, second in the Metro, and they're doing really well. You know, I think it's interesting with Tom Wilson. One, I'm not sure there's a more hated player in the league from opposing fan bases.
F them, dude.
And 2, well, big credit to him for changing his game, right? I mean, he was a fourth line fighter type guy who always had the top line skill. You know, got a lot of disciplinary issues, but here he is now, 16 goals, 27 games. You know, still has a decent number of PIMs, but you know, clearly a power forward in the offensive sense. And I saw Grant, you know, speaking of colleagues, you know, Grant Paulson tweeted out that he's close to a 50-goal pace this year. Could you imagine if Tom Wilson becomes a member of the 50-goal club? That would just put so many people on tilt, especially north of us. It would be pretty exciting.
But when you look at him, though, he basically has done what a lot of what players are supposed to do. As his career went on, he adjusted. You know,
Right.
and you say he was always a skilled guy, and he used that skill to get to where he's at. He had it, but now he knows how to utilize it. But let's be real, make no mistakes about it. Don't go do nothing stupid. He can still whip your ass.
No, he will hurt you. I mean, he's not someone to be played with. And like, that's my favorite type of player. I love, you know, players who are really good, like skillfully, but also like tough as nails, right? Like my favorite football player aside from Brian Mitchell is Earl Campbell. I mean, I love watching video of Earl Campbell dragging 5, 6, 7 people with him, an extra 10 yards. Like those are the type of players that I gravitate towards.
I'd argue my colleague, Mr. Mitchell, was one of those types of players where you can you can go a lot of ways.
He said other than Brian Mitchell.
There you go. So we're feeling good about the Caps. Like there's no hole to be poked in a 5-game win streak, right? Like it's not like they've just been playing bad teams or any of that. Like we're feeling good. This is where
we're feeling good. I mean, their best players. Their best players are playing their best hockey, and it's a long season. They're getting really good goaltending. And, again, I mean, now you're starting to see Tom Wilson and Alex Ovechkin at the top of the scoring leaderboard for the team. You got Jacob up there too. This is a team that's is going to have a lot of double-digit scorers. I mean, this is what we would expect from this team if they're healthy and playing at the high level.
Is that the only thing that can mess them up?
I mean, yeah. If they
saw
have
that with
depth,
the football team.
They have depth, right? I mean, I just mentioned they're gonna have a couple double-digit scores, but they're top heavy. I mean, I don't think there's any question that they're top heavy with Ovechkin and Wilson. They absolutely need those guys to play well. They need goaltending, as every team does. We're going to talk about a 3-game losing streak at some point. We're going to talk about ups and downs with this team. But, as long as Ovechkin is not playing like your normal 40-year-old, I think this team will be fine.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Shout out to our friends at Rude, Jim and Jimbo. Got to talk to them this morning. We got Greenberg on the line. You can give Greenberg a follow at @ngreenberg. Let's switch it over to football, Neil. And let's switch it to what you saw from Washington in that loss in overtime, 1-point overtime loss against Denver, because I think you saw a team play with a lot of guts, and they came up short, but they traded a whole bunch of haymakers in that game.
Yeah, I mean, this was a game that was close. The underlying metrics agree that it should have been close. Look, Washington is getting it together, right? They're getting healthier. They're figuring some stuff out. Dan Quinn is obviously a capable defensive coordinator in addition to being a head coach. And let's face it, that Denver defense is really good. So to be able to not only score on them, but to kind of make the adjustment, right? Because they got off to a little bit of a slow start to make some stuff happen, especially in the fourth quarter. That's the resiliency that you want to see, especially as a fan. I love what Dan Campbell said on Hard Knocks, right? We lost, but we're not lost. I think that's a perfect encapsulation of the team. There's some things that they need to clean up, right? Like the Mariota interception was certainly costly. It kind of negated Nix's interception later on in the game in terms of, kind of letting Washington get ahead and of the game. But I like what I see. I've always said that this team, as long as they're healthy, can do some things, and Mariota was more than a capable backup. I don't know why they're not favored against Minnesota, but I'm happy to take the plus money on the money line.
Looking at Terry, and he comes back. The times he's come back this year, he's shown why people consider him a number one receiver. People have started to doubt him. In that game and in the Kansas City game, does Terry show that people need to just shut the hell up?
Yeah, one of the silliest storylines of this season, I think, was Terry McLaurin didn't want to play because he was afraid of getting hurt. I mean, look,
so stupid.
I don't look. I'm not a I don't play football. I've never played football, but you want to doubt a guy that's like what was he, a 5-time 1,000-yard scorer in the league, always healthy, always playing for some teams that weren't very good. The only gripe against him was that he wanted to get paid, and he was trying to eke out as much money as he could because he read the writing on the wall in terms of his age and the landscape and all the economics of the situation. But I mean, ultimately, this guy has done nothing but produce and be quiet about it and be gracious about it, and he's not a prima donna by any stretch. And then just the way everyone turned on him. I mean, he needed to get healthy, and he's working with a new quarterback, and some other things change. But yeah, I mean, this is the guy that they wanted on the roster. This is the guy that they paid the money to and wanted to keep. And he's showing what a difference maker it is. And we've talked about this before, right? I mean, if he's in the lineup, making plays, and you have to worry about Debo Samuel doing all his gadget stuff, and then you have Jaden Daniels come back, another dual threat, which Mariota's kind of like that too. I mean, it's not like Mariota can't take off and run with the football. We saw that too.
We saw that.
This could be a dangerous team, and again, this is a lost season, a lot of injuries. We have no idea. Like, there was regression this year, but the regression was health based. I firmly believe that. Like, I don't think that it was performance based. So, I'm almost willing to throw this whole year out and just start focusing on the future. But yeah, I mean, you want to discount, Terry McLaurin, you do that at your peril because he's going to hurt you.
Well said there.
There you go.
Going to Minnesota this week, what do you make of J.J. McCarthy? Just too
He
small
stinks.
to sample? You think he stinks?
He stinks.
Wow.
I mean, he
Please
hasn't had a good
elaborate.
year. He's not a very good quarterback. All the underlying metrics point to him being like a 4-13 record quarterback over the course of the season. Minnesota's offense in general has struggled all year. They are a very underwhelming offense. The defense has played okay in spots, but they are a very underwhelming offense. I absolutely think Washington's the better team coming into this game, even with Mariota under center. I don't understand why the line flipped from Washington -1.5 to Washington +1.5.
Does that give you any pause to see a line flip like that?
No, because it's pretty negligible. I mean, I don't worry. I think a lot of that is Jaden Daniels news. Like, maybe he'd play, maybe he wouldn't. But I am very comfortable taking the Washington money line at plus money here. If they lose, they lose, and that's fine. But you will not find me backing Minnesota as a favorite anytime soon.
Looking at McCarthy, okay, the guy was a winner at all air levels, I would say. But does it show a little bit that running game shielded him from a lot? What he had in Michigan?
Yeah, I mean, look, the jump is hard. I mean, the jump from college to the pros is hard, and he's struggling to figure it out. He's got some injuries, and he's struggling to figure it out, which is fine. I mean, I'm being flippant when I say he stinks. I mean, he's not having a very good year. It's underwhelming. But like these quarterbacks, we've learned with Daniel Jones that they need the right situation, right? Like, they need the right situation, and then they can really blossom. Daniel Jones had a lot of talent. He was in a miserable situation in New York. Not to say like J.J. McCarthy needs to go someplace else, but sometimes you can have a talented quarterback in the wrong spot, and it's not going to work. So it's up to the coaches, the GM, et cetera, to kind of fix that. The Giants weren't able to do it. Daniel Jones left, and then he started playing at an MVP caliber level for the Indianapolis Colts. We've seen there's numerous examples of that. And that's why the talented quarterbacks, like the high draft picks, get so many bites at the apple, right? Even if they don't play well, teams are still willing to take a chance on them because, one, there's probably some hubris there that they think that they can fix them. But two, you can't – either you have the talent or you don't, right? Like, you can't just make someone have talent. So, I think – this year, I don't think J.J. McCarthy is is scary. You know, that could certainly change in the future. But right now, in his situation, I just don't think that this team should be favored over anybody right now.
What is that money line?
It was like at plus 105 when I last saw it. You're going to be able to get plenty of boosts too over the weekend to juice that up a little bit more, I think. I'm fine with plus money.
Yeah, plus money. Listen, never go broke taking a profit, right?
Never. That's right.
We're going to talk a little college football with our guy John Talty here in about an hour. I'm curious. Last night the rankings came out, Greenberg. What, if anything, you think is wrong?
I don't necessarily think anything's wrong. I had written before about the Notre Dame Florida situation. Nothing dissuades me from that.
What is your
State,
stance on Notre Dame, Miami?
That Notre Dame was way more deserving than Miami, even though Miami beat Notre Dame. Like, it wasn't even close.
Why?
Well, they just have a better.
They beat Syracuse?
Well, no, they just have a better strength of schedule. They've been dominant for better stretchers. They have better losses. I just think their overall resume was better than.
One of those losses game was early, wasn't it?
To Miami.
And Miami game was early.
Yeah, but those early losses though don't matter. Like they're because you can recover from an early loss. You cannot recover from a late loss because this is all what have you done for me lately, right? I mean, like the college football is the same thing, right? It's just
what is the win you point to for the Irish? Pitt, USC.
Just
Miami
overall
just
play.
went to Pitt and beat their ass.
You know, I'm not looking at solely wins and losses. I'm just saying, like, overall play has been better, and they beat USC, right? They did beat Pitt, but Miami lost to a couple of unranked teams, right?
SMU,
yeah.
SMU.
So. I mean that.
I just think head-to-head's got to matter. Otherwise, why do you play?
But if you play a
practice
team,
all
what if
year?
you play them the first game of the season and they beat you, and then you go on and you road grade everybody else, and then they lose some questionable games later in the season? Does that not bother?
I hear you.
Yeah, let's look at it this way: the Raiders beat the Patriots in Week 1. Who's the better team? But like
I understand that.
That head-to-head doesn't really matter. Again, this is why I don't get bogged down into wins and losses, because anybody can beat anybody on a given day. But what have you looked like for the course of the season, right? Like, it should never be one game cancels out an entire sample size of a season, no matter what the result. I don't care if Miami won 100-0. Like, you still have to look at the complete body of work, and I believe that Notre Dame acquits itself much better than Miami does across a variety of metrics.
I just think head-to-head should matter. I also recognize this is all television, and maybe they're not going to let Texas in, but they're going to let Notre Dame in. You know what I'm
You
like?
also thought I wouldn't get a stat question right at the start of the show, so let's be
no. That was
realistic.
That was a trivia question. I also wonder, like, it's all about television. And
yes,
Notre
absolutely.
Dame brings Notre Dame. I can get that. I just think
if that's the case, Texas should be in it.
They might end up in it, dude.
They
Who
may.
knows?
Then again, Arch may make sure they don't.
Like, Texas is done. I think it would if Bama lost and got, like, I don't know. There's some weird ways it could all shake out. But how dumb, Neil, and you can speak to this better than maybe anybody. The ACC tiebreaker formula that allows for their conference championship to be UVA versus Duke is so stupid. Duke has 5 losses. Like, the American Conference, I believe the American Conference tiebreaker formula is give us our 2 highest ranked teams if there's a tiebreaker, because we want our best shot of getting into the playoff.
Well, man, Duke don't be there.
The ACC, what do you make when you see that tiebreaker and how it shakes out?
It absolutely needs to be changed. The goal should always be to get the best teams in the format. right? So, and we even saw that with the college football playoffs that they saw last year, how they seeded it, and they said, all right, this can't be. We need to change it. They absolutely need to revisit it. There absolutely needs to be a situation where a 5-loss team doesn't get ahead of a 2-loss team. I don't know. You need to fix it. That's just end of sentence.
That's the bottom line right there.
Right. Because then you can't take the conference there's a trickle down effect, right? Because that keeps another team out, which may keep another team out, and then you have one team that's advantaged for having to play a 5-loss team. Like there definitely is a ripple effect in those type of decisions.
Well, they may end up with no team in the playoffs.
I think do they have to put somebody in from the ACC?
I don't know if they have to put them in, but right now, isn't Virginia in the first round matchup?
Yeah, but what if they lose to Duke on Saturday?
If they lose to Duke, they may be out.
That would be. Well, I guess I'm writing something else then, because because that would be a calamity.
What else is remarkable is
I'm kind of hoping Duke beat them.
I kind of do too.
I would like to.
We also tried to get the UVA coach on this season. I emailed before the season started about any time and was told, sorry, we don't have any time. You got 4 months, dog. 4 months.
Good. Okay.
How about this, though? It's all about television and ratings. B, Saturday night, Duke UVA, 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday night, Ohio State, Indiana, 8 o'clock.
Ohio State, Indiana.
There'll be tens of people watching Duke UVA.
It'll be the 3 of us and like 5 other people.
Right. There'll be so much sports on Saturday night. I don't even know if Duke UVA gets a third television in my house.
They'll be on the Oak Show.
Greenberg, we got to bounce, bro. Thank you for the time as always.
All right, love you guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, brother. Take care, man.
Our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. We're going to run through some playoff odds when we return. It's BMitch Finlay. Hey, it's JP Finlay. We were in the darkness there for a while. We were out of our house, had a bad water damage claim, but we're back, and we're back in big part thanks to Better Services. Better hooked us up. We lost our appliances. Better tracked down the exact appliances my wife wanted to match the other stuff, and Better Services took care of me and my family. Whatever it is you need, Better can hook you up too. If you need appliances, go check out their Kensington showroom. They've got it all there. They'll give you next day or maybe even same day delivery. Say you just need some stuff fixed up around the house. You need a handyman to come over. Better Services can hook you up. Maybe you're thinking about something bigger, a kitchen reno, a bathroom reno. Better Services can hook you up. It's a family-owned company, been in Kensington for 50 years. They know what they're doing. They've helped me. They can help you. You better get better. BetterServices.com, BETTAR, BetterServices.com.
All eyes on Southern California. The Trojans have the #1 ranked class in 2026. 247 Sports has called that race. USC is the first non-SEC school to have a top-ranked class since Miami back in 2008. Moving over to pro football, Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick, both finalists for the 2026 class of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The Hall announced early this morning that Kraft was the lone finalist in the Hall's contributor committee. 3 finalists in the senior committee will vie for Hall of Fame against Belichick and Kraft. That is quarterback Ken Anderson, running back Roger Craig, and defensive end L.C. Greenwood. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 1067 The Fan. We're live out in Ashburn, Virginia at the BigBear.ai Performance Center.
Yes.
If you're watching on Monumental Sports Network, you see we got a nice new wall here.
Yes, whoa.
I think
I painted this.
Yeah, well done, B.
Yeah, man.
Stencils.
Yeah, you need me to do the other side? I can do the door too. I can do it later. Yeah, yeah.
If you're watching us on Monumental, shout out to Huey. He's gone through a lot of effort to make this thing look as good as possible out here. And I think
he does a good job, man.
Yeah,
Great job.
Huey does a great job. And I talked to some of the Monumental folks, and they love how we look in studio. And I think they should like how we look out here now. I think it looks way better.
Yeah.
And if you're watching on the stream, you see it as well. And if you're just driving,
we are on the road show, bro.
Yeah, we stay on the move, man.
Yeah, yeah.
I have an idea. I do.
Hold on now. It's gonna be a good one.
Yeah.
Some of your ideas are a little tricky, JB.
I think we should do BMitch and Finlay a week at the beach. And Monty will set it up. CK was talking about it. Like the Junks have done events down there before.
First of all,
I don't want a day. I want a week.
Yes. Listen, man. It's summertime.
There's nothing happening.
Springtime. Where we could play golf when we off the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm not going to the beach if it's cold.
We'll be on the right side of daylight savings.
And yeah. So yes, already done.
Yeah, done. We're in,
bro.
I'll bring this damn kit if we have to.
Monty, we got this, baby.
Yeah.
We get to go. We need to go Orange Crushes and Bloody Marys.
You can have the Bloodies.
I'll
take the Crushes.
I'll take one in the morning. Probably the best thing for you. Since you're a vodka drinker, try a Bloody Mary in the morning. I promise you bounce back quicker.
I always like the idea of a Bloody Mary, and then I have like 3 sips and I'm out.
Jay,
for those reasons,
let me help you out, bro. You go and you get one. You add a little bit extra cayenne pepper to it, okay? And you make sure you get some citrus in it, because like that can help you out a little bit. See, you just get the little
prevent scurvy.
And when you really hit the tomato juice, I think it messes with you a little bit. But like he has that wall. You make your own.
Sure.
I'm telling you, the next morning after a good night with your boys, that Bloody will wake you up, bro.
Maybe somebody could bring us one right now. Where's Greg?
I sure in the hell wish they could. So we need to figure that out and get that on the schedule.
Yeah.
And we could talk. We talk. We have some sponsorships on that one.
I just got a text that we're shouting out Huey. Joey wants to know why we're not shouting him out.
Because Joey, you don't do them to sit in the studio. We don't know if you're doing anything.
He described himself as a monkey punching buttons.
Well, if you're just punching buttons, that's why we're not shouting you out.
I'll shout you out, Joey.
Huey has all kind of like. When I first saw this box open, I thought it was like a bomb.
Yo,
they're like some of them back in the day when people do the bomb and you have the people they're trying
like
to
Mission Impossible.
when they're trying to
take it apart.
We're gonna defuse this bomb. That's what that looked like.
So when I first walked in, this is a little behind the scenes here. when we started doing the TV show for Monumental for the radio show, November 4th. The week before, remember, Huey came out here to like test everything, right? And I wish there was video of when I first walked in and saw these things, because at that point,
you thought we would be carrying it around.
They wanted us to carry that around, and you should have seen my face and reaction.
I wouldn't have mind. I mean, if
you imagine trying to get that on an airplane, B,
you could get it on an airplane easily.
They would have to. The amount of getting that through TSA, the amount of electronics involved in that
Check
thing.
it in.
Well, that's why we got the computers. So we're good on the road, because I made clear I wasn't carrying that thing around. But it looks good now.
That would be a check-in for me.
I got something for you, B. I don't think it's a surprise that the Cowboys-Chiefs game on Thanksgiving was going to draw a massive number.
Hell no.
The number's out.
It didn't?
Oh, it did.
Oh, did it break what?
Every record ever.
Wow.
Do you want to know how many people watch Cowboys-Chiefs on Thanksgiving?
Okay, what was the old record?
Fair question.
So you should know I'm asked questions now.
Because you just want to get the answer right.
No, I'm just saying, like you always come out with your little stuff after you've seen numbers and you want to ask us a question.
The previous
so we
record
can look stupid.
Okay, so the Packers-Lions game, which was the 1:00 game on Thanksgiving, had 47 million viewers.
They had 60.
57.
Round it up. That's 60.
57 million people.
How many did all the basketball have on any day?
You could add it up, dog.
Yeah.
You can add it up.
See, LeBron, that's why I'm going to keep going at him about that. Did they have 60 million people watching basketball last year?
I don't know that.
I'm saying on that Christmas Day. When he said Christmas Day is our day. No, son, it's not.
It was when I was a kid. It's not no more.
So that's 107 million of those two. And what did the third game get on Thanksgiving?
I don't know.
What did the Black Friday game get?
Because that's Amazon, those numbers are all different. Like, it's not like a television rating system.
I bet you it still beat basketball.
Yeah, it beat all of it.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. Pissed me off.
So let's take a look at NFL playoff odds. You still confident in the Chiefs?
Yeah. Until the Chiefs are out, I'm going to have confidence in them.
It's getting harder.
Hey, it don't make a difference. Hard ain't never stopped nothing, man.
So as of today, the 6-6 Kansas City Chiefs will
be out.
10 seed.
Yeah.
The Bills are 2 games up on them as the 7 seed at 8-4. Now, the odds of these teams making the playoffs are pretty interesting.
Okay.
The Patriots have all but assured themselves a playoff spot. They are over 99% to make the playoffs. They are 36% to get the number 1 seed.
Okay.
Interestingly, the Broncos have a higher chance of the 1 seed. The Broncos have a 99% chance of making the playoffs, 48% chance of the 1 seed.
Yeah, but what? 99% there?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Jags are at 79% to make the playoffs. The Ravens at 6-6 have a 69% chance to make the playoffs. They like Baltimore's chances to win that division, I guess. Chargers
that's a bet that Governor Moore and Ryan Clark has.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
On the Ravens winning the division?
Ravens are Steelers, and the others has to do 25 push-ups, maybe more, in a hoodie of the other team.
I like that. I wonder, can I get the Bengals? I can let the governor know. You let Ryan know. I get the Bengals, but I get odds.
No, you'll get no odds.
All right.
This is not an odds thing. It's just like who's going to win it or not.
Chargers as the first wild card, 61% chance of making the playoffs. Colts as the second wild card. Remember when the Colts were red hot? They're taking on water now, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Colts are 72% chance to make the playoffs. The Bills at 8-4, 90% chance to make the playoffs.
All right.
In the NFC,
you never got to the Chiefs
because this article is weird.
But that's the question you asked.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
What do you think? Kansas City at 6-6. What do you think their playoff?
Their
odds
chances are probably 42%.
35, even lower. Who does KC play this week? Kansas City this week is hosting the Texans Sunday Night Football. That's a big game.
Oh, that's a hell of a game right there.
That Texans defense.
I saw this question yesterday, if the Chiefs don't make the playoff, does it change the conversation about Pat Mahomes?
Yeah, but you saw that on like Stephen A. and Cam Newton.
I'm just asking you the question. And I say, hell no.
Hell no.
This is his 7th year in the league.
Yes.
He's won the AFC Championship. He's been in the AFC Championship game every year, and he's been in 5 Super Bowls. One down year ain't gonna hurt nothing.
If there's somebody out there, whether it is a contrived television show argument or
Chris Canty was talking about it. He was the guy that played for the Ravens when the Chiefs beat their ass. So maybe that's why he was going to go with it.
If there is somebody out there that your impression of Patrick Mahomes changes if they miss the playoffs this year, you're a bona fide idiot. That's simple for me. This Sunday night game, though, Chiefs-Texans. So right now the Texans are 7-5 and outside. They're the 8th seed. The Chiefs are 6-6. They're outside as the 10th seed.
Mm-hmm.
The winner of this game, if the Texans win this game, they have an 85% chance of making the playoffs.
Okay.
If the Chiefs win this game, they have a 49% chance of making the playoffs. Steelers are – do the Steelers play the Ravens this week?
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, yeah, Steelers-Ravens Sunday at 1 o'clock. So that's going to be a big one too. I don't think they want to mess around and let the Bengals get hot. If the Bengals could go into Buffalo this week, that thing gets pretty interesting all of a sudden.
But the Bengals, this is the thing that you got to realize, Jada. The offense can get hot, but that defense can get cold.
I think it is cold.
So the team could be lukewarm as hell.
Bengals defense has no covers. On the NFC side, Lions host the Cowboys this week. I think it's in Dallas. The Cowboys host the Lions tomorrow night, Thursday Night Football.
All right.
If the Lions win, they have a 43% chance of making the playoffs. I'm sorry. The Lions currently have a 43% chance of making the playoffs. The Cowboys are at just 16%. If the Lions win, that jumps up to almost 60%. If the Cowboys win, that jumps up to 31%.
Okay.
So that's a big game tomorrow night. All these primetime games, we're coming down the stretch now. December football.
I'm all right. It's hurt.
December football is going to have juice, people. John Talty will join us at noon. We're giving away Motley Crue tickets next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bet if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BMitch Finlay 1067 The Fan. I don't want to. We're gonna have Dan Quinn, John Talty. We got things are about to get really busy, and I wonder if we run out of time. So I did want to make sure we mention this. This is a wild story. Where is Ashland, Virginia? Is that down towards
Ashland
Richmond?
is going down towards Richmond, over there to the right, where I think it's right around where you see all those Winnebagos and all that stuff.
Okay. Last weekend in Ashland, a raccoon broke into a liquor store and robbed all the booze.
Yeah, and fell asleep on the bathroom floor. So kind of sound like it's a human being, right?
It kind of does, dude.
So just like a human.
The incident, I'm reading this from Fox 5's website. The incident, described as a Black Friday break-in, was reported to Hanover Animal Protection on Saturday morning. Upon arriving at the Ashland ABC store, police found that the raccoon had successfully broken into the business and ransacked several shelves.
When is it going to be arraigned?
The masked bandit was discovered passed out in the bathroom. Police safely secured the animal and transported it back to the shelter to sober up.
That's funny. Hold on. What the raccoon breaks in, opens up some bottles, I guess, drinks them, and that's a little bit too human for me. You know what I mean?
I mean, he was probably like jumping up on the shelves. Some stuff got knocked over. It broke. The bottles broke. Looks like my man was drinking Tanqueray.
Damn, he was going for the hard stuff.
There's some brown on the ground. It looks like some weird, like yellow, like banana liqueur or something. You mix Tanqueray, a little bit of brown, and some bananas, you're gonna feel bad.
Yeah,
that's a tough combo.
Oh yeah.
But shout out to that raccoon, man.
Now, when Laughing put that story, look, I couldn't stop laughing. Like, what the hell?
Jeff, do you think the raccoon was drunker than you were in Spain when you started barfing outside the club?
Nah.
You think you had the raccoon?
I think I had the raccoon that night.
Yeah, you didn't fall asleep on the bathroom floor. The raccoon fell asleep on the bathroom floor. That raccoon was done.
Shout out to the raccoon.
Hold on.
Hey, man. More power to you,
Can
raccoon.
animals drink alcohol? I get wine because it's it's fermented fruit and things, but alcohol that don't make them sick or anything.
I don't know.
I think
but
it made the raccoon
the
pass
raccoon
out.
went to sleep.
Like, I don't think.
Well, Jeff, I'm gonna just say this.
I don't think animals plan on
Animals
drinking
can
alcohol.
drink alcohol. I'm not gonna go farther into the conversation. Yes, they can.
I don't think they should.
I've seen it.
You've seen an animal drink alcohol?
Yeah.
Louisiana?
Can't say anything else, Zapin.
I mean, I don't think animals know. They just see a liquid and drink
If
it.
they see it, they drinking it. And a lot of times it may not taste good to them, but you know what they're gonna do? What animals do? Keep drinking it. And then when they start walking and going back and forth, you see a little something.
I am now constantly bombarded. Look at this, B, with moose knuckle coat advertisements.
Hey, go buy one.
I don't know. I don't know if that's for me. I get these ads constantly.
Well, you must have been looking it up.
All right, we're going to have John Talty from CBS Sports joining us next. We got the new college football playoff rankings released last night. We'll talk to Talty about this. Ole Miss kind of fell down a little bit. It goes Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, Texas Tech, Oregon, Ole Miss, A&M after the loss to Texas, Oklahoma, Bama, Notre Dame. This oddly cuts off. I don't know who designed this graphic. Notre Dame at 10, then BYU, Miami, Texas, Vandy, Utah, USC, UVA, Arizona, Michigan, Tulane, Houston, Georgia Tech, Iowa, North Texas, and JMU. I believe North Texas is playing in the American Championship this weekend. We got to ask Talty this.
That's a green team, right?
Yeah, that's the mean green. So North Texas plays Tulane. So I imagine the winner of that will get
Green Wave playing the mean green.
That's wild. That's a lot
Battle
of
of the Green.
Yeah. JMU, however, is the highest ranked in like the AP poll, not in the college football rankings. JMU plays Troy Friday night.
That's Sunbelt.
That's Sunbelt. Fun Belt. Who are you picking, B? JMU, assuming they beat Troy, they are 24-point favorites, or the winner of North Texas Tulane?
JMU, I got to go with Sunbelt.
Because I think one of those teams is getting in.
I got to go with Sunbelt.
And then I don't know what is going to happen with this ACC situation. Do you think there's any chance? I think Oklahoma is in. So then you kind of get this Bama, Notre Dame, Texas jambalaya. I would imagine the committee wants all three of them, frankly. If somebody's going to be out from Bama, Notre Dame, Texas, who is it?
Texas.
Can't lose to Florida, man. They lost to Florida. And they barely got by Kentucky. They barely got by Mississippi State.
I mean, it'll be Texas. I think Alabama has more prestige at this point. Texas make a lot of money. Alabama has more prestige. And Notre Dame, we know, has that national prestige.
Who would you pick right now to win it all? It's hard to go against Ohio State.
Ohio State probably. Hope Sean Spring's not listening. I would never want him to hear me say something like that. Yeah, I'll probably pick Ohio State.
All right, here's what we're going to do right now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Open them phones, Jeff. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins, Monday, August 3rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. John Talty next.
Talty.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Browns have designated quarterback Deshaun Watson to return to practice. This designation opens up a 21-day practice window for Watson. Now, head coach Kevin Stefanski said it was not his focus when asked if the organization's desire is to see Watson in a game before the end of the season. In more injury news, Bucs wide receiver Mike Evans is expected to return to practice today after breaking his clavicle in October. Evans reportedly has healed much faster than expected and will have his 21-day practice window open. That's per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
I got some more in store. High noon in the District of Columbia. BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. You're listening to us on your car radio, or maybe you got an old radio just sits in your house. You turn that thing on, or you're probably more likely listening via an app, Odyssey, iHeart, or you're listening to the podcast. We're time travelers. You're listening to us 2 hours from now. Don't ask how we do it, B. Modern technology. You can check us out on Spotify, Apple Pods, wherever you get your podcasts. You can hang with us on the YouTube stream, 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us on Monumental Sports Network. Wherever you get the content, we are there. Very excited right now to jump on the Rude, R-U-U-D, the Rude Guest Hotline, talk to our boy, Mr. John Talty from CBS Sports. John, how are you, man? What's going on?
Great. Appreciate you guys having me on again.
Yeah, dude, cool, man. We appreciate you coming on. Obviously, this is a busy time as college football gets down the stretch here. Let's start with the playoff rankings that came out last night. Did anything really surprise you? Do you think anybody got screwed or got a favor done?
I don't know about surprise. I certainly think the ones that seemed to get the most attention were, I think, Alabama jumping Notre Dame, which seemed to put Notre Dame a little bit more in play to possibly miss the playoff. I thought that was notable. Texas A&M dropping to 7, I thought was interesting after only one loss, including falling behind Ole Miss, which of course just lost their coach Lane Kiffin to LSU. And then I think, Texas jumping Vanderbilt, I thought was interesting given that, they do have a win over Vanderbilt, but, one extra loss. Vanderbilt has been campaigning a lot to try to be in the mix after a 10-2 season in the SEC, and it looks like their path to making it at this point is all but impossible. So those are the ones that kind of jumped out to me. I think that we are trending toward a situation where if Alabama loses in the SEC championship this weekend against Georgia, the really big question is going to be, does that knock them out, or even with a third loss, would they still make the playoffs? So that's something I think to keep an eye on.
A thing we're looking at here in this area, Virginia is playing against Duke. Duke is have 5 losses.
7-5.
And if Duke happens to beat Virginia, is there a possibility that you won't see an ACC team in the playoffs?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean,
does an ACC team have to get in?
It does not. That is the doomsday scenario, and that was increased last night by the fact that James Madison is now included in the top 25. There is not, at least from how I read the situation, a realistic path for Duke at this point to be in the top 25. So it's about the top ranked conference champion. So if James Madison wins this weekend and wins their conference championship, they're already ranked in the top 25. There's no reason to believe that they would now fall out of the top 25 after winning their conference champion. If Duke beats UVA, it's not going to be in the top 25 from everything I understand. So it would be ranked below James Madison, which means you would have a James Madison team make it. You'll have the winner of Tulane versus North Texas in the American Conference Championship make it, and you will not have an ACC team in the college football playoff, which is just the absolute doomsday scenario for ACC and especially its commissioner, Jim Phillips.
Yeah, man, they got to redo that tiebreak scenario. I don't know what they're doing, but that is a train wreck, dude. I wanted to circle back to what you mentioned about Bama. So Bama already beat Georgia head-to-head. If Bama loses this week, how realistic is it you think they fall out and taking their spot, like Notre Dame and Texas?
I don't think they will fall out, to be honest with you. I think that they will stay in. I just think that that's going to be, if they lose to Georgia, and it's kind of interesting, but they have an incredible track record of beating Georgia in Atlanta. I've witnessed multiple of those games, including the famous Tua 2nd and 26. Like, Georgia seems to be cursed playing Alabama in the SEC championship. So we'll see what happens. It's certainly by no means a guarantee Alabama's going to lose that game. As you said, they already beat Georgia earlier this season. But in the scenario in which they lose, I think it is actually unlikely that they drop out, because I think it's a precedent-setting move where, especially SEC, Big Ten, these bigger conferences that control the future playoff format, you do not want a team that's playing in a conference championship game being penalized over teams that are not playing this weekend. And so those conference championship games mean a lot. There's open questions about whether they will continue, but the surest way for conference championship games to go away is a team like Alabama missing the playoff if they lose this game because they had to play in a conference championship. So I think that's unlikely. I think Alabama, even with a loss, will make the playoff. Now, margin of defeat, assuming they lose, would be a factor. I mean, if they lose 50-0, all bets are off, right? But if it's the kind of close game we expect between these two teams, I would still expect Alabama to make the playoff.
Okay. So Texas, I think, is out. Do you see that any other way? It's a very creative argument Sark is trying to make that, like, hey man, if you don't put us in, why are teams going to schedule anybody in non-conference? Because he wants to make it all about the loss to Ohio State. I counter with don't lose to Florida.
And that's the reason why they will not make the playoff. It's not about the Ohio State loss. It's about the Florida loss. And, the committee chairman, Hunter Yurachek, essentially made that point last night in a teleconference with, reporters that that's the reason why they would not make the playoff. I don't see a path for them. I've asked some people about it last night and today. I don't see a reasonable path. It's just too crowded, I think, at this point for them to be able to get in, especially when you have a 10-2 Miami team right there as well. You've got BYU, which is having to play in the Big 12 championship. They are kind of right there ahead of them as well. So I don't see it as realistic at this point. But what's really interesting, and what I think is going to be fascinating to see how it plays out over the next year or so, is that everything that Steve Sarkisian is now arguing for is exactly why the Big Ten has been pushing for automatic qualifiers. Because their point for more than a year has been, if it's just about how many wins and losses you have, there's no incentive to schedule tough. And there's no incentive, especially to schedule tough non-conference games. And so they foresaw this issue. Of course, automatic qualifiers were very unpopular, I think, with the average fan. Were unpopular with different conferences. Ultimately, the SEC did not want to go down that path, and we're stuck in this kind of current limbo that we're in as to whether the playoff will expand or not and what that looks like. But that was the Big Ten's argument, and it'll be interesting to see whether that argument gains any steam now that people are realizing, there's not a lot of incentive for me to schedule tough outside of my own conference games.
Talking with our friend John Talty here.
Guarantee wins. That's what you need.
Yeah, man. National college sports reporter for CBS Sports. You can give him a follow at JTalty, Talty. John, kind enough to join us via the Rude Guest Hotline. I think the biggest debate that will end up shaking out, I think BYU is going to get smoked again by Texas Tech, so I think that'll kick BYU out, kind of take care of that on its own. Is Miami going to lose out to Notre Dame even though they beat them head-to-head?
I think that's the one that's really interesting. I know how I personally feel, which is that Miami should be in over Notre Dame if it comes down to those two teams. But it would take, and I'm not saying it's impossible, I think it is possible, but it would take a reversal of 5 weeks of them doing these things in which they have consistently ranked Notre Dame ahead of Miami despite that head-to-head win. That's not to say, again, that it's impossible, but it almost, and this is something that I think is getting increasingly talked about right now, that the fact that there are weekly rankings probably does not benefit anyone except ESPN. I get why they want it to be, and it's great TV, and it gives people like us something to talk about. But it almost boxes the committee into these corners at times. That happened last year too, where the committee chair at the time, Ward Manuel, said that teams that didn't play conference championship weekend couldn't move up. That was kind of shocking to people. This year, they've kind of backed off that and said, actually, there's still some potential for movement, which at least leaves the possibility of Miami jumping Notre Dame in play. But we've consistently seen Notre Dame be ranked ahead of them. I don't know what changes this weekend to flip it, except maybe they have them right next to each other and say, all right, now that they're right next to each other, this team did beat the other one head to head. Let's flip them. But that would be controversial at this point, and certainly would lead to a lot of frustration from the Notre Dame camp.
But I understand they beat them head to head, and we had this discussion earlier. But when you look at the strength of schedule and how they played since that game, I can see Notre Dame being ahead of them, although they are not back at the head-to-head match. I mean, it happened so early. A lot of things could have transpired since then.
For sure. And I think what, makes this whole thing kind of crazy is that, you can argue it any different way, and there's really no consistency in kind of the approach year to year. And I think part of that is because there's a very human element to this, right? Like, the people who are on the committee change year to year. There's different people coming in, different people coming out. Even though they have a criteria to go off of, it's natural that humans are going to maybe prioritize some things over others. And so I think what makes it frustrating for people is that, sometimes you think it's this, and then, this year it might be something else that's being emphasized. We have new criteria added to the mix this year, which is supposed to put a greater emphasis on, strength of record, strength of schedule. I don't know that has fully shown through in how they've been ranked, maybe a little bit more than what we've seen in the past. But to your point, I absolutely think you can make an argument for Notre Dame, but I think you can make an argument for Miami. And that's inherently the challenge of this selection committee, is that they took away the power away from computers. Nobody likes computers deciding this stuff in the BCS era. So they've given it to a collection of human beings who make decisions that don't always make sense.
Ain't that the truth? You know what's crazy? And maybe this is what they want. Like, we're so caught up with who's going to get in. Nobody's talking about who's going to win. Like, do you think Ohio State and Indiana are just clearly better than everybody? The top four, the teams that would get buys, Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, Texas Tech. But Ohio State and Indiana play each other this weekend. Now, I think if it's just a good, tight game, I personally don't think either of those teams will get bumped out. But, if there's an ass kicking, if Indiana drops 60 on the Buckeyes or something, I think that could flip. What do you make of that huge matchup this weekend?
What's interesting is I'm actually going to be at that game, leaving for Indy in a day or so here. And I feel like there's no buzz about that game. It's kind of crazy to me, to your point. It's 1 versus 2. These are, in my opinion, the clear 2 best teams we've seen all season long. You've got, I think, 2 of the best quarterbacks by far in Julian Say and Fernando Mendoza. I think that, I know Diego Pavia is getting a lot of buzz right now, but I think if one of those guys goes off and wins the Big Ten championship, I think that guy will be your Heisman. Certainly it will probably get my Heisman vote, but it seems like there's no stakes to it whatsoever, because like you said, it's all about who's going to get in, who's going to get that last spot. No one seems to care about who's getting buys at this point. No one seems to care who's going to win. It's just only about who gets in that last spot, which is why, I've been going to SEC championship games for probably a decade. It's the decade plus. First one I've missed in a decade, because we thought the Big Ten game would be the bigger deal. And now it seems like it's flipped, and the SEC one is the one that has stakes, and Big Ten is going to be late at night, and no one's going to really seem to care, which is just absolutely crazy to me, because it could be the best game we've seen all season so far.
Right. It's crazy. Well, if nobody's talking about the Big Ten title game and nobody's talking about kind of the heavyweights in the college football playoff, what everyone is talking about is Lane Kiffin. Obviously, the guy creates sideshows wherever he goes. I understand the money involved here. Honestly, I kind of think that he was going to LSU as soon as they fired Brian Kelly.
When they told him $91 million, he was going.
But you had some reporting, and I appreciate this, that you had some reporting that showed Lane tried to paint his own picture of how the team desperately wanted him to stay, and that blaming the administration for not letting him stay and coach them. And you've kind of reported that that's BS. Give us the 30,000-foot view of everything that transpired between Ole Miss and LSU.
Yeah, I think someone had put this to me recently, and it seemed to ring true, was that when Lane Kiffin continues to talk about this stuff, he speaks as if all these things are happening to him rather than being of his own making. And especially, I think, when it comes to not being allowed to coach in the playoff, like if you stayed, you were going to be allowed to coach. You're going to one of Ole Miss's top rivals. They don't want you to be around the building anymore. Like, to me, that's like not a wild idea, but he just could not accept that. And, listen, I've talked to people close to the situation for weeks now. I knew that as soon as he made his decision, I was going to drop this pretty big story on CBS Sports of things that I've been accumulating for weeks now. And so I've been waiting for it and finally got a chance to do it. But it's been trending toward LSU for a long time. You could talk about what specifically he may or may not have done in terms of verbal agreements or otherwise, but I know that LSU was extremely confident the whole way through. But the one hang up for Lane was that he wanted to have his cake and eat it too. He wanted to coach in the playoff. And we saw people on game day making the argument for him. We saw him try to do it on social media. And even up until the very end, I was told that he thought he was going to win. He, told the Ole Miss administration on Saturday night, officially, I'm leaving for LSU. They told him, okay, we're moving on. You're not coaching the team in the playoff. He did not accept that. He was in the building the next day, still pushing, still believing that he was going to find a way to win out and coach that team. That included, from what I was told, making threats to the Ole Miss administration that if they did not allow him to coach in the playoffs, he was going to take the entire offensive staff with him to LSU immediately to kind of put them in an even harder position moving forward. And I was told that players confronted him about that. He did not admit to it. He said essentially, like, I'm not making anyone go with me. They can do whatever they want. I think the players saw through that. And ultimately, from what I was told, multiple players were ready for it to be over. Now, I'm not saying he didn't have anyone on his side. I'm sure when you have a roster of 105 guys, there's at least one of them who's would love for Lane to continue to coach. But his stance that the team asked him to stay and coach the playoff, I have been told by multiple people who I trust, is categorically false. And I think you've even seen in the last 24 hours, multiple Ole Miss players publicly with their names on it, pushing back on that narrative on social media and otherwise. So he played the card he thought he had to play, but I can tell you from spending a couple of days in Oxford recently, the people in Oxford at Ole Miss would tell you it is very different than how Lane has been presenting it publicly.
That is not a surprise whatsoever. I don't begrudge Lane for taking the cash. And let's be real. Shout out to Oxford. LSU's a better job.
It's a better job.
Like, it's a better job.
I mean, can't get mad at him for moving.
No, but he loves to try to play the victim, and
He does that,
far from the victim.
But college football, that's what it is. Everybody's looking for the bigger paycheck.
How do you think it will go for Lane in Baton Rouge?
You know, it's so interesting. I am actually a believer in Lane. I like Lane. I mean, I think he has portended and portrayed himself very poorly over the last month or so. And, you know, I think he has done a real damage to himself, especially he has worked very hard from a PR standpoint to show that he has changed. And I think he has essentially imploded all of that. All of that said, I do think he's a very good football coach. We know he's a brilliant offensive mind. What he was able to accomplish at Ole Miss, I think, was incredibly impressive. I mean, especially to go 11-1 this season with a team that was picked 7th to win the SEC, and ultimately has played a backup QB who a year ago was on a Division II team. Like, he's done an incredible job. I think the questions you have to ask yourself are: one, how does he handle being at a place where that is the expectation versus him overachieving? He did very well at Ole Miss at overachieving. And if you look at, I think especially 2024, a year ago, where he had the most expectations for him as a coach, what happened? They did not meet those expectations. They lost to Kentucky. They lost to Florida. I mean, I saw that team beat Georgia last year, and I came away saying, I think this is the best team in America. They had Jackson Dart, Walter Nolan, multiple guys who are in the NFL making an impact right now, and that team didn't make the playoffs. That was a collapse down the stretch once the pressure really cranked up on him. How does he handle the pressure cooker that is LSU, where they fired Brian Kelly because they want national championships? Lane Kiffin has never won an SEC championship. He's never made the playoff before this year, which he left. Never won a national championship as a head coach. So I think there are real questions as to, we know he's a very good coach. Can he be a great coach where that is the expectation, especially at a place that things can get a little chaotic, a little wild? I had someone yesterday tell me, who has worked at LSU, it's the most dysfunctional place they've ever worked when things go bad. So that, I think, will be very interesting, how he handles all those aspects of things that he didn't necessarily have to face that much at Ole Miss.
Yeah, man. Louisiana's a wild place.
It is.
Lastly and quickly, please, what the hell's going on with Penn State? Who are they going to get?
Can I just give like the Elmo shrug meme? I know. I mean, I just like, it's been the most chaotic search that I think I've covered in a while. It over and over again, people have told me, like, either they're going to pull somebody out last minute, and we're like, wow, they had this guy in their back pocket, or it's going to be the mess we've thought it's been the whole time. And especially after what happened yesterday, it just looks like a mess. We'll see who they can hire, but it has been about as big of a disaster as I've seen. And especially with what James Franklin's doing at Virginia Tech and how he has just robbed that Penn State recruiting class. Penn State's in a bad spot, and it's all been self-inflicted.
Good luck with Brian Daboll. John, thank you so much, dude. We got to check in with you once they actually start playing some playoff games.
Sounds good. Appreciate you guys.
All right, man. Take care, John.
That's our guy, John Talty from CBS Sports. Really wired in, smart dude. You can give him a follow at jtalty, Talty. Kind enough to join us via the Rude Guest Hotline. When we return, Commanders head coach Dan Quinn will address the media.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. With the inclusion of JMU at number 25 in the selection committee's penultimate ranking, the possibility of the ACC being excluded from the playoff entirety just got very real. Duke nowhere to be found in the rankings with their 5 losses. Taking a look at the top 10, you have Ohio State at 1, Indiana at 2. This is where things start to change here. We've got Georgia 3, Texas Tech 4, Oregon 5, Ole Miss 6, Texas A&M 7, Oklahoma 8, Alabama at 9, and Notre Dame drops to 10. Speaking of college football, for the first time since Miami back in 2008, a non-SEC program finished with the number 1 recruiting class. That honor goes to USC. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop MidCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch and Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. On Wednesdays, Commanders head coach Dan Quinn addresses the media to prepare for the upcoming matchup. This week, it's against the Minnesota Vikings. Here is Commanders head coach Dan Quinn.
Is that something you missed, and do you feel it has maybe energized you in any way?
Missed, yes. Energized, no. Do I like it? Yes. But I would say energized during the game for sure. I would say like the other, like 6 days and like 21 hours, no. But the game part of it is like calling is a lot of fun. The players energize me. That's honestly the truth of it all. Why I love coaching. I like being around them. I like teaching. And so during the game, like I'm on the trip with them, and so riding it with them. And I want to make sure I'm giving them every chance they can to play at their best.
Is it easier for you to take over that when you have you built a lot of what you wanted to establish, some of what you wanted here? You have guys in the offensive staff, head coaches over there. Is it easier for you to do something like that now than maybe it would have been, just coming in as that?
Yeah, that's fair, John. And I think that's also accurate because there's other things that come across that you need your time and your attention, but then you're learning the staff too. When you're a first-year coach, you're learning one another and how that routine goes. And so like our staff definitely grew tighter this year. And so now I'm definitely leaning in more onto others. And I think I even, spoke with Nikki one other time to utilize this talented group of guys. And Joe's also been at the very front of that. We have a battle rhythm together that was easy to get into together, and Brian and David and other guys, on the staff to do that. I definitely leaned in hard on them, which would have been harder earlier.
I know in Atlanta you had Kyle Flood and Bob Sutton kind of help out with some of it. Is that setup similar to sort of what you have going with Gardy and Brian Johnson and Joe here?
I say it's probably that at times. And I think that's probably true for our league in some ways, Nikki, that that's expanded, that's evolved. If you'd asked me, is it the same as it was in 25? I would say certainly not. And that's a good thing too. Like I enjoy the game management, where we're at, the timeouts, when to use time, when to use clock. At the end, when it works, that's a good call. When it doesn't, you're pissed. But as long as you're good with the process you went through to get there. This game had so many moments of even at the end of the game, shot, it wasn't there, throw it out, still saves time for the field goal. Like those were big moments. So, but yeah, Bob and others have been a part of that. But I'd say it's expanded more now. I think that's probably true in the NFL.
I'm gonna ask a two-parter since he does it all the time and cheats. You mentioned on the Hard Knocks that you told your team that you guys lost the game, but you didn't feel they were lost anymore. What did you mean by that? And then for the defense, where do you think they've made the biggest strides over the last couple of weeks?
Okay, for the first part, I would say capturing standards together. I think that's what it's about. Of the battle for it. I thought, in an unusual sense, it was maybe our best group game still with a loss. So it's hard to say it was our best game because you had a loss. But I thought from a performance, if you didn't have that part, the performance side, I thought this was connected. This was a punt for field position. This was getting a stop. This was making a play. So those were things that I liked. And I saw some people playing some of their best. I like for Samer still and Connerly. Those were two that really I thought elevated up. And that's what I want to see, like elevation and improvement. So that was the first part. And on the second part, can you repeat the second one?
Where the defense, where does it make big strides?
I think we had a ways to go, but I think playing really hard with less mistakes. I've always thought they were playing hard, and then mistakes, and here's a big play and that. So like I never had questioned that part of it, but having the ability to go fast as you can, but on that tightrope of making the right decisions. And so that's a big deal. And I think we're making progress in that way because I'd never questioned anybody's effort. And no, I think we're going that hard, but staying on that tightrope of less mistakes. I think that's a big deal.
Coach, going up against a unique Vikings defensive scheme this week, is there anything different about how you and your offense go about preparing for Sunday?
Yes, you do have to. Some games are like that where there's more things to go through to prepare in different ways. It is kind of some of the fun parts of the NFL. This player can't ruin the game. This scheme is unique. How do you work that at practice? Sometimes when a team has similar schemes, you don't even use cards very often just so you can get the same speed and the same matchups. And then in a game like this where there's some different looks, you want to make sure you have contingencies, go through things, and that's one of the challenges of it for sure.
Dan, you mentioned last week having one of your favorite weeks of practice and kind of pushing the guys to go hard. Obviously, you're focused on it right now and winning week to week, but also are those moments sort of good information for you to have for the future when you're thinking about guys, being a long-term future of the Commanders?
For sure. And although we're not going to have a winning record like that, does not back off of like winning standards and habits and things that you want to do, like elite standards. I think of a guy like Jeremy Reeves, like controlling the things he can, like, you want to talk about a guy who hustles, that's not ever the case. And so when you see people who have exceptionally high standards for things, of course that rubs off. I even showed that to the team. Here's Zach, becoming one of the leaders in all time of, catching receptions at tight ends. You're going to see him on the jugs today, tomorrow, the next day. Like, he doesn't get tired of those things that really matter, and those standards. They're boring. They're monotonous, and oh man, you don't ever think you have it. So yeah, it matters a lot. The practices do, but it's also a lot of fun to compete together. And essentially, man, that's also what we do. It's an awesome op for all of us to put out our best. And that's my job, to help the player become as good as they can be. And that's that Zach that year, or, somebody in their first year, that doesn't change.
Dan, what's your level of optimism for Noah Brown this week?
Very much in the green, high. So I got good optimism, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
When you have two overtime close games in a row, especially this past week when you're playing one of the best teams in the NFL, could you guys carry confidence from that to the rest of the season? Hey, we can hang with anybody.
Yeah, I think I probably framed it a little differently to say when we, had the week and the preparation that we did, you can't help but go battle for it. There's not a silver lining that I take from that. What I do take from it is, this is the small, this is the tweak, this is the margin. There's not a perfect game, and none of us are going to play it. But the fact that we played faster with less mistakes, that means, man, drive faster, you're closer even more. And so we're going to find those things that push us over the top. But if you have the effort and the speed like that, man, you got a lot of things that can go your way. So when I was talking about next play, it might have been a big penalty. You still got to go score, or fourth down conversion, because you're in overtime and this is what you have to do. So those are moments that, yeah, you gain from that. Not as much from the final score, when you lay it out there, that's kind of part of being a competitor. You got to put it all out there, and knowing that you might get your heart broke some, and that's the life we live here. And so it gets criticized, it gets um, celebrated. And so like, you just try to like, absolutely battle for it, and knowing that like, you're not going to win every game, but man, like if you can throw out good games, good performances, learn from them, like I can stay consistent doing that as opposed to the high and the low of it. So you get pissed. It's frustrating. What do we got to do? You have like normal emotions. We're, regular dudes in that way, but you do want to keep finding like there's more under the tank, So like, let's go get it.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach.
Good afternoon.
When it comes to momentum and trying to stack positive performances, being able to hold that Broncos pass rush to just 2 sacks, how does that kind of help bleed into going up against this Vikings pass rush this week?
Yeah. Similar but different. And on the edges, I thought that was a nice job by Josh, and probably maybe his best game as a commander. And I'd kind of joked with him earlier. I said, like, look, it's hard to know like how you're improving right now. I said a year ago, man, you're fired up to, play Indiana or Ohio State, and like, yeah, I can block that guy. And then now you're blocking guys every week that are like, man, this dude is really good. And all of a sudden, like, your skills keep improving. So you see that jump take place with a lot of the, first and second year players, because their confidence is gaining, they're getting momentum. And so not comparing yourself to Laramie, but like, am I improving? And I think that's an important piece for a young player. And you do gain confidence in that. And our whole game sometimes is comparison, this versus this and this versus this. But sometimes like, am I improving? Am I getting better? And so I'm super pumped to see him do that. It's an important part of every game, line play, run actions. I thought that helped, in our game this week, that here's a team that if you can run it and you can stay committed to it, you don't let them pin your ears back and go. And that'll be similar this week as well.
That was Commanders head coach Dan Quinn addressing the media. Sounds like he's expecting Noah Brown to take the field for the Commanders on Sunday. All of a sudden you get Terry and Debo, and I'd say Burks and Lane and Noah. That's the best that group's looked all year.
Yeah. All of them coming back and having Burks involved, that would be great.
Plenty for us to break down. We're going to open the phone lines up at 1 o'clock. It's BMitch Finlay. BMitch Finlay, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to everybody watching on the YouTube stream. Sorry, my stream keeps cutting in and out, but BMitch is holding it down.
Trying, bro. I'm trying.
Beautiful head. Information we've ascertained in the last 20 minutes, Brian. I will tell you one fact.
What's fact?
The NFL media schedule, assuming a Sunday game, calls for the starting quarterback to speak to the media on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus Mariota will speak to the media this afternoon.
Okay.
We were informed of that about a half hour ago. Then, good job by Mitch Tischler asking Dan Quinn for an update on Jaden. Jaden's still not cleared for contact. Going to get a lot of work in practice. We're taking it to Friday before there's any decision.
Yep.
What, if anything, have you learned about Sunday's quarterback considering that information?
You won't know for sure until Friday or Saturday. That's all I know. I don't, and I understand the question is supposed to be asked, but you know how Dan is. He will let you know when he's ready. And more than likely, it's going to be Friday.
I agree with that. I'm not knocking DQ for being a football coach. That's what football coaches do.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, will you ask me what I learned? I've learned nothing. I don't think he's giving any information one way or the other. I don't know if Jaden is any closer this week than he was last week.
Who do you think goes Sunday? What's your Wednesday 12:49 gut tell you?
Marcus.
Yeah.
That's what I'm picking up from what he said. It could be totally different when it comes, but right now, I think Mariota goes.
I did not think that Monday, but I might think that now. I didn't know what I thought Monday.
But I think that may be part of the plan too, to make you really think that.
Sure.
I'm serious.
Totally, because they might be trying to make Minnesota think about it too.
There you go.
Going to be interesting, man. You know what else I'm interested? Something for tomorrow. Cliff Kingsbury will speak to the media tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
I want to ask Cliff about Tavita. Not that he's not happy for him. Everyone's happy for him.
Yeah.
How does that impact the day-to-day over there? They got a lot of folks in that quarterback room.
Yeah.
But still, you're losing a guy.
You're losing a guy, I think, but see, the way this staff is set up, they have multiple guys that could do jobs.
Yeah.
And I think that this staff is probably more equipped than some others where somebody else can roll in. Then again, you have an extra coach on this staff in a 10-year vet in Marcus Mariota. Jaden is a workaholic. Those two guys right there can virtually run that damn offense, that quarterback room until you have. Because what the other guy does is come in and goes based off of the overall message of Cliff anyway. Cliff can just step in that room now. You know, you don't need another person in it right now. The office, just like Dan just went to calling the defensive plays, Cliff can just call the offensive plays with the quarterbacks and have be in the room with the quarterbacks more often than he would have been. That's an easy transition right there.
I'm curious. I thought of something this morning, and I'm curious what you think of my thought. Sam Hartman is obviously an elite kind of vibes guy.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think there's any question about his intellect or knowledge of the game. I do wonder, you know, we're now in year 2 of Hartman on the practice squad, which means to be on the practice squad for 2 years means there's been 2 years for NFL teams able to claim you, and that hasn't happened. I think the shoulder injury last season and the subsequent surgery had a pretty big impact, frankly, on the arm strength. With Tavita gone, David Blau moves up into the quarterback's coach role. They're not going to make an official interim, any of that stuff. I think they're going to address what will probably be a bunch of changes on the staff when we get to the offseason. But David Blau is only, I want to say, like 2 or 3 years removed from playing football in the NFL. If let's just say everything else holds and Cliff stays and everybody stays and Blau's your quarterback's coach.
Yeah.
What would you think of, hey, Sam, come in the office here. Let's talk. we think you might be perfect to transition to this assistant quarterbacks coach role. Would you be interested?
I don't
Too early in his
I don't see
career?
it happening. I don't see it happening at all.
Because he wouldn't be interested and they wouldn't want to
He's
put him in
still
that
trying
spot.
to play. He's still trying to play ball. And I don't necessarily believe that they're at this. Listen, man, coaching and playing and playing and coaching is two totally different things.
Yeah.
That's a different level of commitment right there. I don't see Sam at that moment right now. And I don't see them trying to offer him that.
Okay.
Like the
It was
guys
just a
that
thought.
guys that want to coach, oh, believe me, you know. Guys that don't want to coach, you know that too.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
know, like, the players, like, imagine this. Okay?
Cliff went and grabbed Blau because Blau had played for him before and he knew that's coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I just think that, you know, you got to go a little bit longer because I think 2 years is not enough. And the way that the practice squad stuff work with quarterbacks, they got some time.
The BMitch Finlay AAA poll question of the day. Do you think Jaden Daniels will play this weekend? Note, this is not a should he play. I'm not here for your red shirt takes. Do you think Jaden will play this weekend? AAA poll question of the day brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders.
Head coach Dan Quinn said he is optimistic about wide receiver Noah Brown this week. Commanders opened up his 21-day window last week as he's working back from a groin injury. Quinn knocked on the table, though, and said all of those details, that is all he will share for now. And South Florida is hiring another Power Conference offensive coordinator as their head coach. The Bulls will reportedly hire Ohio State offensive coordinator Brian Hartline on a 6-year deal. He succeeds Alex Golesh after he took the Auburn job on Sunday. Hartline will stay with Ohio State through the college football playoff. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. It is 1 o'clock. What's the name of this band, Landfill? The Verve? The Freshman? Is that the name of that song? That song was a banger in its time. Probably mid to late 90s is my guess. All right, every Wednesday we do NFL power rankings. I feel like last week, was last week Thanksgiving? I don't even know what week it is. I feel like maybe we didn't get to them last week, but you ready to rock, B?
Let's go.
Let's do this. Who's the top team in the NFL now?
New England.
New England?
Yep.
Wow. You buy the Pats.
I'm buying the overall team at this point.
You think they're a Super Bowl winner?
I can't say right now.
So
you ask me who's the best team right now, I think they are. I think their offense is good, their defense, and they damn make special team plays on a regular. Not just returning, they covering everything else. And I believe having Vrabel is a big part of that.
A dude like Vrabel is the real deal, man. And he's going to take all three phases seriously. I think the Patriots have the best record in the NFL. Yeah, they're the only team in the NFL with 11 wins. How about this, B? The Pats have 11 wins. The Broncos have 10. No NFC team even has double digits. Kind of interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so I think you made a very strong case why it should be the Patriots. We always go with NFL.com. What's my man's name? Eric Edholm is the author that we always go with. Who do you think they've got? Because it's not New England.
Who they have? I don't have a clue. They don't have them.
Rams.
The Rams just lost to Carolina.
Edholm writes, I checked the manual, and it turns out the Super Bowl contenders are allowed to lose close late-season games on the road to teams fighting for their playoff lives.
He sounds a little biased right now.
Yeah, I like, because these are arbitrary and capricious and frankly kind of just the content game. Like what I love about NFL power rankings is you can debate them any way you want, but they are not at all conditional to how the playoffs operate. The problem with college football playoffs is rankings matter because it's all about who gets in, right?
Yeah.
In the NFL, it's all going to sort itself out anyway.
Yeah.
But I do think it's a little nuts to not have, at this point, New England or Denver.
I mean,
both those teams have won 9 or 10 in a row.
You just look at the teams, okay, and you look at offense and defense and special at all three phases. I think at this point, New England is better suited than the rest of the guys. Offensively, the Rams are very good. Defensively, they're good. Special team, they're all right.
Remember when everybody was screaming about Emmanuel Forbes for that week after the Rams?
Yeah, and
tore
they
apart
quickly
the
went
Bucks?
went away from it real quick.
Like, what you said then was so accurate that happy Forbes is finding some success, but I don't think it was going to happen here, period.
Yeah.
We also have dramatically overstated his success is all I'm saying.
He had a good game.
Yeah.
And people made that into, oh, look how great he is.
Again, and in that game, Tampa was down.
How many games had he played?
Right.
Okay. And then when you saw the next game, he played more like he did here than he did in that game that he played, and everybody lost their damn mind, right?
Right.
And anybody that want to start telling me about St. Jude, shut the hell up. He ain't good. He's the grabbingest guy in the world. When you panic at cornerback and you start grabbing, that's the way you end up out the league. He doesn't panic and reach and look. He panics and grabs. So when you can't cover and you constantly getting 15-yard penalties, don't tell me how good he is. He's not that good.
His contact with his hands, this is perhaps silly. You know how occasionally I have weird theories? St. Jude's grew up a hockey player, not a football player. He started to play football later in his life. Hockey, they're always grabbing. You get down near the boards, you get in front of the goal, like they're grabbing, dude. I think there's just some like intrinsic, I'm going to grab this dude.
Intrinsically, he basically understands I'm out of position. And you watch guys. Okay, I'm just to go this far. I'm 57. Darryl has to be 64 right now, Darryl Green.
Okay, I've heard of him.
And you watch Darryl Green, he trains cornerbacks and speed guys. This dude has extreme confidence in his ability. He still does stuff he was doing when he was playing and before he got to be the guy with a name that we all recognize. I've never seen anybody discuss or see him after practice, talking about St. Jude's, working on his skills. See, I know if people see a guy do something one time, they lose their damn mind or whatever. The thing about football is you have to constantly work on it to where you get to a point where you don't have to think about it. It just happens. You know, I tell you all the time, when you're thinking on a football field, you're in trouble. You have to just react on a football field. And when you watch him, it's like he goes like, oh, I don't feel him, grab him. Instead of like, I don't feel him, take a look at the damn ball. You're 6'2", 6'3", dude. You have what everybody that plays cornerback wants, length. A lot of time when you watch him grab, if he had just done this, he knocks the ball down. But that's not naturally what he does. So when you work on stuff at a certain level, you always can fall back on it. I always tell people, when I see a guy doing something, what he does when he's starting to panic or get into a bad situation, it tells me does he work on his craft or not. And the way he grabbed, he wasn't working on his craft like he's supposed to be.
There you have it. That was a good little breakdown, B. I think Ed Holm does a good job. I think there's a reason we go with Eric's power rankings week after week. I can't agree with these today. He started with Rams, Seahawks at 1 and 2, then Denver, then New England.
He put Denver ahead of New England?
New England is 4th.
He crazy as hell.
I'll read this. Monday smelled like a potential trap game coming in, but the Patriots quickly dispelled that notion with a dominant first half showing against the Giants, taking a 30-7 lead into the locker room. Drake May earned more MVP chants. The defense held New York to 239 total yards, and Marcus Jones housed another punt. If May wins MVP, it's because he's been consistently good or better in pretty much every game since the Week 1 loss to Vegas, which certainly will go down as one of the most shocking results of the season. Ever since then, the Pats have improved vastly, becoming a complete football team. They might not dominate in a lot of areas outside of May, making tougher plays look easy, but they also don't have many glaring weaknesses. Injuries have sunk their teeth into the starting lineup a bit, but the replacements really stepped up on Monday night. New England's 11 and 2. I don't think they've lost in months.
It's been a while. They won like what?
They've won 10 in a row.
10 in a row?
They probably haven't lost since September.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to question the Pats,
Listen, man,
I think they're pretty damn good.
Eventually, when a team wins that much, you have to start taking that they are good. It's not like they're playing Podunk High School,
right?
You know, every other week. They're playing professional football team and they're winning every week, and you have to give credit to that when they do it every week,
right?
You know, and when I'm watching that game, I understand it's hard for people to give like the new team some level of respect. Hell, I'm that way sometimes myself. When you watch that game the other night,
that was an ass kick.
Offensively, they made every play they're supposed to make. Defensively, they made plays. and then the intensity I saw them play on special teams, that tells me that's a well-coached damn team.
Our boy Jeffrey tends to agree with the power ranks. Jeff, you don't think New England should be that high?
Not really. Only because the teams they've beat. I mean, they did beat the Bills, but other than that, Jets, Dolphins, Falcons, Saints, Titans, Browns, Bengals, Giants, all those teams are struggling.
And they beat every one of them handily.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying that's why I think that they're not as high as you would think because of their schedule.
Beat the Bills in Buffalo, beat the Bucks in Tampa. I mean,
That's two hell of wins right there.
Now the Bucks outlier and the Bills, that's a division game. So like it's just like we could have had a bad season as Washington and we beat Philly on a good year that they had. So that's just
what's the average margin of victory?
I can give you their point differential. Point differential plus 110.
Okay.
That is best in the AFC and third best in the NFL. Now, if you want to talk point differential, though, in these power ranks, they went Rams, Seahawks 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Seahawks have the best point differential in the NFL, plus 133.
Mm-hmm.
Seahawks, when they win, they beat people's asses.
Mm-hmm.
And the Rams are second at plus 124.
Okay. Was it when? Who did they lost to?
The Rams have lost to the Niners, the Panthers, and who is their third loss? I'm trying to pull it up, but the internet is challenging
It's
today.
squirrely today.
The Rams lost to the Eagles. That's right, week 3. I don't know, man. The top of the NFL is super interesting, and the good news is they play it out on the field. So he goes Rams, Seahawks, Broncos, Pats. How would you assign that?
I'll put the damn New England Patriots first. I'll probably I'll bring the Rams after that because I don't think the defense of Wichita is as great as they said they were. Talking about the Broncos. I go with the Broncos, then I'll go with the Seahawks.
Who would you have fifth?
Kind of a toss-up is still there. Well, I would probably go bring no, I don't know if I'm gonna go with Eagles or Bills.
What about Chicago?
I totally forgot about Chicago. They roll right up in there. I may put Chicago probably in front of Seattle.
Really?
I'm kind of on the side of Landy now. I think Sam Darnold's starting to wake up. He been having a night break dream. He was laying down next to Salma Hayek and Halle Berry, and all of a sudden he looked over and he saw Shrek. Starting to wake up now.
The first half of that Vikings game was closer than I think people realize. Darnold got sacked 4 times in the first half. And it was a strip sack. He fumbled. They had a pick 6. They were going up against Max Brosmer, who threw 4 interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears, meanwhile, went into Philly and
they handled them,
controlled it.
Yeah, they handled them.
Where are you on Green Bay though?
That team is mysterious to me. I think everyone is still on the night they played us. They haven't played like that since. They've been on a roller coaster ride since then.
They have played well of late. They did have that kind of mid-season swoon, I would say. But you get Packers Bears this weekend, so
we'll see what happens.
We're going to see something on the field.
It could be the mindset could be different next week, but not right now.
Pack have now won 3 in a row, and they host Chicago at Lambeau. So you had Bears 4 or Seahawks?
Bears.
All right, I'm tweeting out the BMitch power ranks. Maybe we make our own column here. Pats, Rams, Broncos, Bears, Seahawks. Bang. What do you make of the Colts as they are kind of
What I make of the Colts is
they're taking on water.
Stop Jonathan Taylor from running. You can beat their ass.
Daniel Jones playing with a broken bone in
Stop
his leg.
Jonathan Taylor from running. You beat them.
And the AFC South now, man, Jacksonville's playing well and Houston's playing well.
Houston right now, defensively, is a problem for people.
Wait, Brian, give me AFC South playoff odds, please. Or maybe I'll actually be able to pull something up on my computer. Houston's defense down the stretch, I feel like, might be enough.
The thing about them is it's not like, you go into most games and you're like, okay, we have to stop this guy. So you can put a double team over here with a third guy watching them. All right. Against Houston, you got to think about both of those guys. And if you put two out here, those two guys inside are giving your offensive line better be dominant because they're going to give them
The
pure
Colts
hell.
are at plus 135, Jags at plus 140, Texans at plus 310.
I might smell a wager there.
They're not giving them like
50 to win 150.
The thing I love about what's calling is this about the Houston defense right now. They give you hell off the edges. But then up the middle, they don't give you a lot of place to step up. So you watched the other night when Drake May was about 7 yards deep.
Chilling.
He slid up to 4 and delivered the football. You don't have that against Houston, the way that they've been playing. And Anderson and the dude off the other edge, they are beating the hell out of every tackle they see. So if they can get the edge and crowded up the middle, you're going to see some sacks where the guy going to just get swallowed up. Plain blank.
Yeah. Houston's playing good ball, man. They've won 4 in a row, and they've won 2 of those, I think, with Davis Mills at quarterback. I think the Colts are going the wrong way. Team that we're not really talking about, but maybe we should be, the Niners. Kyle's doing a hell of a job with that team, man. They got injuries everywhere. They are a half game back in the NFC West. They get a bye this week. Maybe they get healthier. Wait, Brian, what are odds on the NFC West? Rams, Seahawks, Niners all have 9 wins. What does Vegas see there?
You say what?
I was asking for odds of the NFC West.
Rams at minus 145, Seattle at plus 210, Niners at plus 500.
The Niners' problem is their quarterback right now. He don't seem to be ready.
Purdy?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be an interesting one down the stretch here. Where do you think Dallas is?
Dallas is probably as hot as they come offensively. I'm still not overwhelmed with their defense. They won that game against the Eagles. What was it, 31-28? No, that was against the Chiefs. And you gave up 28 points, man. So if anybody hinders their offense, I think you can still score on their defense.
Dallas, they have them at 16. Honestly, that seems kind of low the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, but
they just beat Philly and KC in 5 days.
It's because of that defense still.
Yeah.
That
since they got Quentin Williams,
they gave up 28
different.
against the Chiefs. How many they gave up against the Eagles?
It was 21-0. I don't think Philly scored again.
So they gave up. They're averaging 24 points a game. They're giving up. That's not
With
fantastic
Williams.
defense.
No, it's not. The Cowboys currently are not great defensively. The defensive rankings are bad. They are 31st in points allowed, 29th in yards allowed, but they're first in yards gained, second in points scored. Now they traded for Quentin Williams right around Halloween, right? In 4 games since they've had Williams, they gave up 27 to the Cardinals. If Dallas misses the playoffs, they're going to point to a 27-17 loss to Arizona at home as the reason. So they gave up 27 to the Cardinals. Only 16 to the Raiders. Raiders are terrible. That was a Monday night game, I think. 21 to the Eagles, 28 to the Chiefs. I want to do this. Let's open these phones. Who's the best team in football? I don't think there's a clear-cut answer. We'll go through the remainder of the power ranks. Where does Washington land? Where do the Eagles land? Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to BMitch Finlay.
Hey, it's BMitch JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part with Rude, the systems are whisper quiet, so you get no more of those noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's got the variable speed compressor, which ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the extreme conditions. You know what I love? It's fireplace season. We've had a couple fires in the fireplace, decorating the Christmas tree and stuff. And with our old HVAC, when we had a fire downstairs, upstairs got cold as hell. I don't really know how that works, but it would always happen. With the Rude system, upstairs maintains the comfortable temperature even when we have the fire going downstairs. Plus, you can save a bunch of money. You could qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Coach Dan Quinn noted that he is optimistic Jaden Daniels will get a lot of reps in practice this week, but he added that they're going to take it all the way to Friday in terms of the quarterback's Week 14 status. And the Capitals' West Coast road trip continues after beating the Kings last night 3-1. They'll travel to take on the San Jose Sharks. Caps are on a 5-game winning streak and have now won 8 of their last 9. It's going to be some late night hockey here on the Fan. Puck drop isn't until 10 p.m. Eastern time, but if you're up for it, you can tune in right here to listen live. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 1067 The Fan. Some news here. The Terps have officially signed 5-star edge rusher Zion Ellie. Officially the highest ranked recruit in University of Maryland football history. So that's dope. Kid out of Baltimore. Love to see that. I got some more news for you, Brian. I bet you're not ready for this. You ready for this?
Got
the Washington Spirit announced Haley Carter as the club's president of soccer operations and promoted Nathan Minion to general manager effective immediately.
All right.
I'm not in charge of Spirit, but whatever they're doing is working. So promote the people you got to promote.
There you go.
That one seems pretty easy to me. Landy, I don't know if we got callers. I know I mentioned it briefly. If we have them, tell me. Otherwise, I am curious who you boys in the aquarium say is the best team in football. B says the Patriots. I'm tempted to agree with you, Brian. They do everything right. So I don't really get going elsewhere. I'm a noted Rams supporter. Like, I'm not asking who's going to win the Super Bowl because I think that's a different question.
Yeah, that's not what I'm answering either. So
I think the best team in football right now, though, is a different question. I think Big G and Sterling is on the line. Big G,
what up, G?
Who's the best team in football?
I'm actually I want to go with BMitch, but I'm gonna say Seattle if they can keep that dude from not throwing a whole bunch of interceptions. But they clicking on all cylinders also. So you got to look at them too.
All right.
So you're saying Seattle?
Yeah, he says Seattle.
All right. I'm not mad if you say Seattle. I think this is a week you can say a whole bunch
if they
of
can
different
stop
teams.
that dude from throwing interceptions. That dude is Donald.
Their quarterback. Phone lines are open. Who's the best team in football? White Brian. Who's the best team in football? And
It's still
Auburn.
the Rams.
Still the Rams. Even though New England has 2 more wins than them.
Yeah, the Rams have good losses. I think the Panthers are sneaky good.
I think the Panthers might win the NFC South. I've been saying that for a little while now. Landfill, who do you say is the best team in football?
Probably the Patriots.
Why?
They have the best record.
Facts. Nothing but facts coming from Landfill.
Oh, Landy.
I think the Giants are a little too low here. The Eagles, they have it 10th, Brian.
You say the Giants are too low?
I think the Cowboys are a little too low. Pardon me. The Eagles,
the Giants should be as low as you can bid them.
The Eagles are at 10. Does that seem fair?
Yeah, it seems fair because they're not consistent. They lost back-to-back weeks, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't know what's going on. Like I know they talk a lot about they don't have any problems going on and this, that, and the other. Something happening. Because the running game is nothing like it was before. And you saw the tush push get stopped the other day?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, man, something's going on.
Eagles are 22nd in the NFL in rush yards.
But that's it's been proven. You go for 320 or more, 330 or more, then next year is not the same. And what was it, Dave Zangaro, who said people haven't looked at the offensive line. The offensive line is not blocking like they did last year.
Jalen Hurts only has 2 interceptions on the year.
Yeah, he rarely throws the ball down the field.
I know.
I mean, listen, people get caught up in the no interceptions, but he's averaging about 140 yards a game.
209, which is frankly higher.
That's
higher
high,
than
way higher than I thought. Because I've seen games where he had 100-some yards passing.
Yeah, that is higher than I would expect too.
Yeah.
Washington coming off of a good loss. Commanders land at number 23 on the ranks. This is the highest they've been in a while.
Hey, it is what it is. Can't be mad at it.
I'll read now.
And who's going to argue and say they should be higher?
Not me. Reading now from NFL.com. 2 straight overtime losses won't be salve for a lost season, but it could be an indication that this team will be competitive down the stretch and, with Jaden Daniels expected to return shortly, perhaps capable of winning a few games. No one chooses to play the role of spoiler, but that's exactly what the Commanders can be, finishing the season with 2 games against the Eagles sandwiched around 1 versus the Cowboys. That also could serve another purpose heading into the offseason. The Commanders need to know how close they are to competing. With reduced draft capital, they'll be limited in what they can do to upgrade their roster. But if the Commanders show they can compete, it could help shape the offseason plan accordingly, something that you and I have said on this program repeatedly. Against Denver, the offensive line did a fairly excellent job, and the receivers made plays, giving the impression that this attack, once again, can be dangerous in a similar form next season. They need to know that their plan would have worked if everybody didn't get hurt.
Yeah.
All right, we got a couple calls.
They need to know it was better than what the hell they've seen.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Sam is in Gainesville. Sam, who's the best team in football?
Hey, guys, good to talk to you. It's been a while. Best team in football, in my opinion, is the New England Patriots for 2 reasons. Their coach and the quarterback. Coach is really, really good. We know that. Vrabel's a great coach. Drake May's playing lights out. It's frustrating because I never want him to do better than Jaden Daniels, but it is what it is. But listen, guys, if you don't mind, my son and I have a fierce debate. Can I ask you your opinion regarding a Commander's draft pick and the debate we're having? Is that okay?
Yeah, fire away,
You
dude.
let me
Go for it. Go.
Okay. Here's the scenario. If the Commanders could guarantee taking a wide receiver that was Jamar Chase, okay, or a defensive lineman that was Micah Parsons, who are you taking? And I said Micah Parsons, and my son, who thinks he knows everything about football, is saying Jamar Chase. I would love to get your answer on that.
Well, in this day and age, I might take Jamar Chase too. I don't know. I mean, you can't miss with either one of them. You got a guy to anchor your defense, or in a passing league where you can't touch him, and you got a Jamar Chase ability. Can you imagine Jamar Chase on the field with Jaden?
No.
I think you can't miss in that.
Yeah, dude.
I think both of y'all could be right, man.
Generally, I would side on the pass rusher, but Chase is an exceptional talent too. That's a good debate.
Yeah, that's a good debate. I think both of y'all are smart.
Let's go to John in Stafford. John, who's the best team in football, dude?
Dude, I got to tell you right now, man. Look, hey, man. Hey, BMitch. Hey, Jacob Finlay. Hey, look. I don't like them Dallas Cowboys. I think them dudes suck. I think they're the worst. But what I'm going to tell you is this, man. They lead the league with like 393 yards of total offense every game, and they're like 12 yards above everybody else. Now, look, man, look, their defense sucks. Their defense gives up like 350 yards a game. Now, I don't know if but I'm kind of stupid. But look, 390 minus 350 is about 40-yard difference. Look, man, that's like a whole field, half a field on a short punt that will allow for them Cowboys to score some more. Look, I hate them. I think they suck. Dak Prescott's pretty good. He went to that great state of Mississippi State football team and did a great job. But, you know, look, I know their record ain't the best, but that offense, man, when it comes down to it, it's pretty good. And let me tell you, we're getting late here in the daggone season, and that season is about to come to an end and go in the playoffs. And man, they might be getting hot. That George Pickens and that CeeDee Lamb, man, but they do it all right, man. I like y'all. I hope y'all do a great job.
So are you telling us that Dallas? You think Dallas is the best team in the NFL?
Damn.
That's what I wanted to know. Because like
that call was wild. I love that guy.
I like that accent. But was he trying to tell us that Dallas is the best team?
I don't know
what he's trying to say.
I don't know.
You know what? On the screen call, he said he don't like them, but they are the best team in football right now.
No.
Wow.
It might. Their offense might be better than anybody.
Yeah.
But their defense is not.
Jeff, I love that caller. What was his name?
John and hold on.
John in Kentucky.
John and Stafford.
Stafford.
I want,
he's not really from Stafford.
I want John and Stafford to know he gets fast tracked anytime he calls.
That's it.
It reminded me of a country dude trying to do Jeff's Fred Smoot impression. Like not trying to do Fred, but trying to do Jeff's version of Fred. And
he was just speaking his regular voice.
Hey,
I like that, man.
If Smoot's available, Smoot, what do you think of John and Stafford's claim that the Cowboys are the best team in football?
Yeah, boy, John been down there drinking too much whiskey.
He drinking that moonshine.
And moonshine.
Let's sneak one more in here. Our guy Shane is in Fairfax. Shane, who's the best team in football?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, I hate to say it because I hate the Patriots. You know, how many parades do they need? But it's got to be the Patriots right now. May's playing like an MVP. They got the coach of the year, and it just goes to show you coaching is everything. Look at that organization, and now look at it. And it's it's damn sure it ain't the Commanders this year. Let's call it that for damn sure. But it's got to be the Patriots right now. The defense is legit. The quarterback is probably the best quarterback in the league right now. He's playing lights out, and I hate to say it, but Stephen Diggs, he may get up there and mess around and get a ring. That's how good this team is right now. They're hot at the right time, and they can run the football, and they play good defense. It's basically what you want, right?
Yeah.
Actually, what we need to do is take a blueprint from the Patriots. Adam Peters needs to sit there and with the Patriots organization and start taking some damn notes. Let's call it what it is.
Pats have been good, man. They're performing well in all three phases. Going to be interesting to see.
It goes year to year, man.
Going to be interesting to see what they get when we get December. Football is great, but January is when it matters. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets, wrap up the program. Grant and Danny getting set to start at 2 p.m. It is BMitch and Finlay.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Trying to figure out the best team in the NFL. I think you can make a real case for New England, Denver, Rams, Seahawks. But, dude, I don't think you can leave out Packers, Bears, or Niners, frankly. I think the Bills are just too schizophrenic. I think the Eagles are in the midst of another late season fall apart. You never know with Philly, man. That thing is just so crazy and can swing so many different directions. As for 23rd for Washington, I think it sounds dead on, honestly. They're better than they showed during that terrible month where they were getting their ass kicked every week by, they made history. It'd been almost 25 years since a team lost 4 straight by 20 or more, 3 touchdowns. What an embarrassing stretch that was. This is pretty wild. In the power ranks, they have the Chiefs 19th. And I think you can argue that's correct, man. Kansas City probably needs to run the table to get in. Pittsburgh, I'm fascinated to see what they do there with Mike Tomlin. Ownership seems to keep running it back. You just wonder if maybe like a change of scenery would do all parties well there. But until Pittsburgh does something about their quarterback situation, I don't think much is going to change there. Looking at the bottom of the NFL, I wonder how far the White Brian's Giants have fallen. So the Raiders are the worst team in football. Then the Titans kind of cover sometimes. Then they've got the Saints, who are also terrible. Tyler Shook's been okay, but man, does he turn the ball over a little bit. Giants at 29. 29 sounds fair. The Giants aren't worse than the Saints, the Titans, or the Raiders.
Nah.
And the Jets showing a little spunk late. How about this, Brian? Are you ready for this? The Cleveland Browns have opened up the 21-day window for Deshaun Watson. Mr. Randy Watson.
And what that mean?
Not much.
Yeah. You got to pay him no matter what. So
the only thing that I get mad about with the Cleveland conversation, people said Cleveland was setting Shador Sanders up to fail. Cleveland sets up every quarterback they have to fail. Cleveland's terrible.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Gabriel was terrible. Flacco couldn't win there. He went since he was able to win a couple games. Cleveland's just terrible. And now, who knows what will happen, but more and more of these mock drafts, we're starting to get to mock draft season. People are saying Cleveland's going to take the Indiana quarterback.
He probably should hope that doesn't happen.
You're not wrong.
He probably said, no, please don't do that.
Anywhere but Cleveland.
I'm going back to school.
So Dane Brugler, a guy whose draft coverage I like a lot, works for The Athletic. He has the Browns trading up with Tennessee to take Fernando Mendoza, quarterback out of Indiana.
Okay.
Then the Raiders, who obviously need to take a quarterback, taking Dante Moore, the kid from Oregon.
Mendoza's had a very good year.
Yeah.
What did he do before last year?
He was good. I think he was at Cal. And Cal's not a very good team, but I think Mendoza is an intriguing prospect. None of these guys, to me, are the types of quarterbacks that were in the Jaden, Drake May, Caleb class.
That's what I'm saying. Like quarterbacks like him have a great year, and they get drafted by a franchise like Cleveland, and then we don't hear from them. You know, John Thompson would always say, the best player go to the worst team for the most part. That's not normally a recipe for success.
No. In Dane Brugler's first mock draft, Commanders draft 6th, and they get Ruben Bain, edge rusher out of Miami. I would be cool with that. Bain is a player, man. All right, every day we make bets. It's called Heard It Here First. Let's do it.
Was Heard It Here First.
Damn, dude. I just saw this. Penn State has lost so many recruits now to Virginia Tech, where James Franklin's coaching. And today is signing day in college football. Penn State, guess where their recruiting class is now?
Where?
150th.
But see, that is where people like to make those comments about, man, the guys, they go to the school because of the school. No. Coaches have influence. And they normally go wherever that coach is. The coach is talking to them. The damn school ain't talking to them.
Penn State's current recruiting class is one spot behind South Dakota State and one spot ahead of Prairie View A&M.
Damn.
I imagine the budgets for those football programs are quite different.
Very much.
All right, let's make some bets. White Brian, how we do
They
last
better
night?
figure out who the hell going to coach them.
Landfill and BMitch won.
Bow. Is B 4-0 to start the week again?
3-0.
He always parlays. Did you not parlay last night?
I didn't yesterday.
Okay. Well, there you go. All right. Who wants what?
I'm taking the Knicks.
Auburn Tigers minus 7.5.
Auburn Tigers.
Hoops, I assume.
Coppin State plus 31.5. I don't think that is happening.
Who's Coppin State playing?
West Virginia Mountaineers.
Drinking beer, Mountaineers. I met the Coppin State athletic director. He was very
All right,
nice.
I'm going to take the Pistons. It's minus 4.5, right?
Derek Carter. Shout out to him. B's taking the Pistons. No Wiz, no Caps tonight. Buddy. I will take... I'm going to the association tonight. I don't know that I'm betting the association very much. I'm going to take the Indiana Pacers plus 8.5 at home. That's what I'm going to do.
Parlay alert.
Pistons. Oh, did you hear me coming?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, let me take
Do it quick.
I'm in Portland Trailblazers
Give me NC State plus 7.5.
with the Pistons.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to John Talty for joining us. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thanks to everybody that called. You made it this far. I owe you some Chick-fil-A.
This sports update is brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. Head coach Dan Quinn said that he is optimistic about wide receiver Noah Brown this week. Commanders opened up his 21-day window last week as he works back from a groin injury, though Dan Quinn knocked on wood and said that was all the updates he would give on that for now. He also noted that he's optimistic Jaden Daniels will get a lot of reps in practice this week, but he also added that they will not know his status and they're going to give themselves until Friday. And we've got some late night hockey here on The Fan. 10 p.m. tonight, you can listen live as the Caps go for 6 in a row as they take on the San Jose Sharks. 10 p.m. puck drop for all of you night owls. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st through December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30. We've got a 4 o'clock opportunity for somebody to win tickets. You better be listening ahead of the Beltway Blitz if you want those tickets to Leonard Skinner. Danny, what's up? How are you?
I'm very well, my friend. We're almost over this NFL season. Isn't that wild? I feel like we wait forever and ever and ever, and it's like it seems this never-ending desert. And now it's like, okay, stretch run, here we go, week 14. Week 14? Like, crazy to me that it's this close. I understand that's what happens. Time marches on. Shout out to Metallica. But it occurred to me today, it's like, yeah, tomorrow, week 14 starts. Like, wait, what?
Don't rush us. I mean, we've still got basically a quarter of the regular season and the entire postseason to go. No reason to say it's over just yet. You sound like me this morning. I was talking to my mom on the phone, and I'm like, I hate how fast this Christmas season's going. December's flying by. And she's like, well, it's December 3rd.
It is the 3rd.
I was like, yeah, but you see what I'm saying? Like, I fly out to Minnesota this weekend, and I come back, and next thing you know, it's 2 weeks until Christmas. I think both things are probably true, though. It's going to move very quickly. It already is, and it's only December 3rd. But, yeah, this is the stretch run. This is the fun stuff, man. This is as good as it gets for an NFL fan. We've got a lot of football content coming your way. I want to break down the Hard Knocks episode with some audio of the couple of scenes. There were only a couple of them that involved the Commanders in episode 1 last night. But I will say, Dan Quinn dropped a bar last night. And I do some eye rolling occasionally when he comes up with his latest catchphrases. And, you know, my joke early on was my buddy in Atlanta called him Sergeant Slogan.
Sergeant Slogan.
He's like, you guys hired Sergeant Slogan. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, you'll see. And I get it now. But, man, did he drop a bar. I loved it. Last night on Hard Knocks, we got the rare access after a loss into the locker room as he addressed the team. And he told them, we may have lost, but we're not lost anymore. That's a good line.
That is nice. I mean, it's a great thing to say after you go to 3-9. Like, you're looking for something to salvage? There it is. I guess that makes sense.
And you can be cynical, but you get the point. And
yeah, of course.
It matches what you saw, which is they found their game. Now, we'll see if they can carry it over and beat a Vikings team that if you found yourself, if Dan Quinn's right, then you're going to beat Minnesota as a 1.5-point road dog. If you found yourself, and if Dan Quinn's right, then you're going to go to New York and beat the Giants. So we're going to find out if they actually found their game. But his point was they got away from their identity, which is true. They weren't doing any of the things well that they did well last year. Injuries or no injuries. Like, we could chalk it up to a lot of man games missed, and there's some truth to that. But you still have to just do the basic football fundamental things well, and they weren't.
Mm-hmm.
They were lost, and now they've been found. They're not lost anymore. I just thought that was a great line from him.
That is very good.
Put that one on a T-shirt. There's a lot to get into in the 4+ hours ahead. Before we talk football, I do just want to shout out the Capitals. Late night Caps last night. If you're one of the few, the proud, that stayed up late with us last evening, how good was that Caps game? They get a 3-1 win. A multi-goal third period. Early on in the third, it was Anthony Beauvillier with the game winner. And then they get the empty netter thanks to reach from Alexi Protas.
His go gadget arm move there was unbelievable.
Big and long to pot the final goal of the game. So they're 16-9-2. And all of a sudden, this Caps team that everyone was talking about maybe missing the playoffs and not being any good and crashing back down to earth, they are tied for the most points in the Metro. And they're among the top 10 points getters in the National Hockey League. Now, they have played more games. They've got 2 games in hand over Carolina, 1 game in hand over the second-place team in the division. In this first-place tie, they're still third. But still, 34 points, 27 games. They have turned their year around. For the Caps, that's 5 in a row on the good side, and they've won 8 of their last 9 at this point.
It was bound to happen, right? I mean, they weren't as bad as they were when they lost. I think it was 8 of 10, where you just go, this is fluky. They're going to regress in the opposite direction. I think they have. You pointed this out, but cleaning up the penalty kill, which was really slumping while the power play was a disaster. 5-on-5, they've been pretty good even throughout while they were losing. So this to me, was a matter of time. I have full confidence in this group during the regular season.
Tom Wilson's power play goal last night. He's closing in on 20 for the year. He's on a 48-goal pace.
Unbelievable.
He's going to make Team Canada for the Olympics, I think.
Where do you think he ends right now? You got to throw a dart. Where does he end goal-wise? Where does he end?
I'll say like 38. Yeah, he's going to cool off.
Sure.
I mean, there's been a handful of empty netters in there. It's also just really hard. Unless you're Alex Ovechkin or a goal scorer like that, like a David Pastrnak or one of these guys over the years. You think of Austin Matthews or somebody who is a 40-plus goal annual type. They come in bunches, but then you're going to have that dry spell where you can't buy a goal when you do it the way Tom Wilson does, 7, 8, 9 games or something. So I'll be really surprised if he gets to 40, but wouldn't that be incredible?
40 goals.
Here's what's going to happen. It's going to be back-to-back 30-goal seasons if he stays healthy. And at that point, there's no flukes to it. You're a 30-goal guy in the National Hockey League. So for all the losers in all the other markets that talked all the trash about what Tom Wilson is, and he's not skilled, and he can't finish, and he doesn't have hands, and he's a goon, and he's just a fighter, and he's a fourth-line player, all these morons who don't know what they're talking about, you've got to wear that. You got to suck that down as he scores 30 goals for a second straight season. I think I've told you this before. I've got a buddy, more so a friend of a friend, really. My brother-in-law's friend in Wilmington, North Carolina. Good dude, met him a few times, hung with him, gone to a hockey game with him. Like, really good guy, knows hockey, likes hockey. He doesn't know enough hockey. He hates Tom Wilson. Because this guy's, what do we call these people that like the team in Pittsburgh? He's a Penguins fan.
Oh, right, gross.
And so he's a big Penguins fan, and he just loves joning on Tom Wilson and saying how unskilled he is and all this stuff. So for really the last 2.5 years, every time Tom Wilson scores, I send a picture of Tom Wilson to him. Last year, I chose a shirtless picture of Tom Wilson chopping down a tree.
You got to be almost out of pictures at this point.
This year, I chose like the stock, handsome, monumental sports photo where
Sure,
it's like well lit around him, and he's in some room like staring just so with like sweat dripping off his nose. But our interactions, me and this guy, it's literally just if you just scroll up a bunch, if you don't delete your text like I do, it's just like over the last 2 years, basically 71 texts of Tom Wilson's picture with him occasionally being like, that was an easy goal or what if he
lucky
saw, whatever. But it's just all the Tom Wilson text.
Yeah.
So as soon as he scores every time, I'm just racing to my phone to text.
Got it queued up. You got a lot of things to do for a while in terms of when goals happen.
Yeah.
Like when Jay Beagle would score, you had to post a picture of the Beagle.
That's right.
When Tom Wilson scores, you got to run to your phone and do it to that guy. Do you have any others? Do you have any other rituals when someone scores?
Pretty much it.
That's it.
When Ovi scores, I like to update his all-time counter. I like to run over to the bobblehead and spin the knob at the bottom, and maybe tweet about how great he is or something like that.
Reasonable things to do, yeah.
That keeps me occupied. But no, I don't have to like troll anybody else.
Like when Jacob Chikrin scores, you don't have to like find someone that didn't like him.
Yeah, I've got this buddy who can't stand Anthony Beauvillier.
There we go.
So last night when he scored the game winner, I had to text him the Beauvillier photo of him shirtless chopping down a tree. Heavy lies the crown, man.
Yep.
You could be successful. You're going to have friends, Frank. You could be unsuccessful. You're going to have enemies. I think did I botch that?
You did it. You kind of Charlie Slows that one.
Damn it. Here we go. Ready?
Yep.
Are you Frank? You're
I'll be Frank.
All right.
Yeah.
Frank, listen to me, okay? You could be successful, and you can have enemies. You could be unsuccessful, and you can have friends. What do you want to be?
There it is.
Tom Wilson's successful.
Tom Wilson's successful. He is successful, by the way.
Let's talk Jaden Daniels, though. So Dan Quinn spoke today. I want to get this audio for you on Grant and Danny. But he was asked about Daniels. He is still not cleared for contact as we talk here on December 3rd. This is the thing that is annoying me, and then I'm just, it's nobody's fault necessarily. I think the team could do a better job with this. They've chosen not to, and I need to not get upset about it. This is the way they operate now. They are Belichickian. This is the old school New England Patriots philosophy. Did someone pull their hamstring in the game? Then he's not going to talk for 2 weeks until he's back active and healthy. If Jaden Daniels is not ready to play football, then we're not going to tell you when he might be ready to play football. We're not going to give you anything you don't need to have. Even in a lost season, when it doesn't really matter. And so here we are. Almost as annoying as the injuries and the time missed for Jaden Daniels is the Willie Woney. Is he going to practice? Is he not?
So much time on
the
that.
Brian Fantana Panda watch of like, let's see, is the media seeing him on the field or isn't he? Or is he cleared or is he not? This has been a whole season of this. I'm just so over it. It's exhausting. I hate every bit of it.
And they're not, the decisions they make or don't make or leaving it open-ended, obviously they shouldn't have us in mind. They shouldn't care about our programming, about our shows and the like. But I will say, as it trickles to fans, this dance that you're talking about, the Willie Woney, isn't a lot of fun. Like, I don't think it's the right way to do it, personally. Pretty simple to me. I think if you tell people something and either it happens or it doesn't, you get a moment of disappointment or a moment of frustration. Then everybody moves on. There's no moving on when it's anticipation, letdown, anticipation, letdown. When the air keeps coming out of the balloon, it is a lot less fun. So if they'd come out and said, now part of this is, I understand injuries are fluid. It's not as if it is now robot has been cured. He's now 100% and you turn the fader up and he's fine. But if you told us at some point, we are targeting the Giants game or we're targeting Minnesota, and if it doesn't happen that way, there'll be a moment of grousing, but we'll go about our business. This open-ended, like, we're going to try, we're going to see. And I got now 2 more days. We're locked into Willie or Woney.
It's the misleading that's annoying to me. And somebody might be able to say, well, you're misreading the tea leaves. They're not misleading you. And maybe that's true. We got to a point where we spoke Ron Rivera. So we knew how to look at whatever he said or didn't say. And I don't think most of us are there yet with Dan Quinn. I also think he plays a better game of poker, honestly. Just Ron said nothing, but if you actually look between the lines, you could find a lot. I don't think there's as much to decipher with Dan Quinn, honestly. And he's just newer to the gig, so we're not as far along in the relationship. But I just don't think there's value to this. I don't think you have to come out last week and say that he's definitely coming back against the Vikings or is definitely not going to play. But they did, remember, rule him out almost immediately for the Broncos. So they were willing to do that, where before they had ever taken the practice field a week ago today, we already knew he was not playing. I think it was Monday where we heard he was a super long shot against Denver, unlikely to play, but he's going to be back at practice. But as soon as you say, like, he's on the practice field, you don't say he's going to be limited all week and there's a good chance he's not cleared for contact for several more days. You make people think that he's probably going to be practicing closer to full sooner than later, and that he is going to be cleared for contact. So I've just never understood why they do it. And you're right. They don't owe anybody anything. I'm not saying for our show, for any media, for any fans that they should. For themselves, they should do it.
And that's my point.
It makes them constantly look like this is in the Noah Brown pile where you didn't judge it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So I just won't understand why they do it the way they do it. But they care so much about the secrecy element. And I covered Mike Shanahan. He was team. Don't let anybody know anything. I got called into his office multiple times for stuff I would say on the radio where he'd go, hey, I'd rather you didn't say that. And I was like, Mike, what do you want me to say? He's like, well, you don't have to say that the quarterback's going to run a lot in this offense. Maybe talk about how Jake Plummer used to scramble in my offense, and maybe it'll look like that. And I'm like, you don't sign my paychecks, bud. I work for a radio station. You and I, we have a good relationship. You got nothing to do with what I say on the radio. Like, that was kind of our butting of heads.
Mm-hmm.
So I get coaches not wanting it out there. But I'm just telling you that the restriction years later now is farther along in terms of just overall. The PR staff won an award last year. They're incredible. They do a great job. They're helpful. They'll get you what you need. But there is just generally less overall access, I would say, in the league than there was. And this is a team run by a group that I think, if you want to look at the Patriots of many, many years ago when Peters was with Belichick, they're kind of trending in that direction.
They were raised in Baines Prison and they prefer the darkness. I mean, that's who they are. And again, it's their prerogative.
It's also way more okay to me when you're winning. It's just not as annoying. You can do pretty much whatever you want when you're 12-5, and you could anything you're doing, I won't question. You want to never get under center when you're the number 2 offense in the NFL?
We saw that with the Nationals, by the way, the way they would handle so many different things over the years, and nobody wanted to hear it because they're winning 93 games. And you're going, they kept Anthony Rendon on the active roster when he had a broken foot, and then they played him and reset the count, and they played a man down for basically 3 weeks. And everyone's like, yeah, but they're in first place, so shut up. Okay, fine. And whether it was right or wrong, you can get away with a lot more when you're winning. But when it's not cute anymore, just like the slogans and all the brotherhood and this, that, and the other, where you're throwing a rock at the wall and every cliche becomes grating and more annoying when you're not winning. I understand all that. But again, if somebody asked me, if one of the smart, handsome people over there, Peters, Newmark, whatever, goes, hey, how would you do this? FYI, I'd go, I would not do it how you guys do it. I don't see the upside in this. If there was a tangible benefit that I could objectively see, I go, yeah, that's more annoying for Media Marty and Freddie the Fan, but I get where you guys are coming off better.
The Vikings think that he might play, so they're preparing for him. Except when he's not cleared, that's not really how it's working necessarily. And let's be honest, Mariota and Daniels are just not that different in style of play. You're prepping the exact same way. It's the same offense. It's the same guy, theoretically and hopefully. Daniels does everything at a higher level. But it's not like it's Jacoby Brissett standing in the pocket flat-footed or Jaden Daniels. It's not like your backup is Derek Carr and you're just going to be this different-looking pocket-passing offense. It's the same thing that they're preparing for, basically. So, yeah, I'll rule that out as, we're going to get this advantage. No, you're not. This was Quinn today when he was asked about Daniels, an update that was a long time coming here as they're back to work on Wednesday.
Do you have any update on Jaden Daniels? Has he been cleared for contact? What's your optimism that he'll play this weekend?
Optimistic he's going to get a lot of reps for practice. I'm going to take it all the way through Friday. There's still functional evaluations to go through, but game plan and practicing and that part is good. You'll see on the side it's a little more challenging to work at quarterback when you're not doing the same contact. So we'll have to simulate as much as we can, but he's off to a good start, but we'll go all the way through Friday for sure, but he'll get a lot of reps at practice.
More from Dan Quinn talking about Jaden Daniels' injury. This was in Ashburn today, just about an hour ago.
The medical staff clear him for contact?
He has not been cleared for contact. That would be a game, one, but they'll also wait for the whole week too. They have more testing and movements to examine, so that's where we're at.
So that's a good follow-up, by the way, by Mitch Tischler, who was like, hey, the other part I asked you, can we get back to that for a second? His answer was interesting there. He said, that's a game one. What is it? I guess because he's saying there's no contact in practice. He doesn't need to be cleared now. I take that to answer my question that I posed yesterday, which was, does he need to be cleared for contact earlier in the week, even if you're not being tackled in practice, and go through some practices cleared for contact? Or could they clear him closer to the game and he just goes through the whole week of practice and gets those reps without any contact at a position where you're not allowed to contact the guy in practice anyway? I take that to mean that part. Hey, that's a game thing. We'll see at the end of the week. They're taking it to the end of the week for that. Play that answer again after Mitch's question, if you would, just the second part there. Don't you think that's what he's saying?
I was trying to figure it out, but that makes sense, the way you just hypothesized. In other words, but they're not worried about his game status. Whoever these examiners are, the medical folks, they're are you cleared for this thing medically? Yes or no. They're not concerned about your game plan week, right? So does that when he says that's a game one?
I took it to mean, is he cleared for contact? I think Dan's saying, well, contact's not coming till the game, so we've got time for that.
He has not been cleared for contact. That would be a game, one, but they'll also wait for the whole week too. They have more testing and movements to examine. So that's where we're at.
So let's go back to the big debate we had yesterday, which is this guy going to play on Sunday? I say yes. I said no. You said yes. And my caveat was the only way I could see him playing on Sunday is if he's going to be cleared on Friday. They're letting it ride until then, and they just don't feel like they have to clear him earlier in the week because there's no contact at practice anyway. But after all week long last week thinking he was going to play, being about 75, 80% sure that he'd have enough practice time, that he would get cleared, all those things. I was down to 30, 35% yesterday. I'm now down to 25, 30% today that he does not play. You were a little over 50% confident yesterday?
Yeah, 50.5% yesterday.
Are you still confident he plays?
Nope, down to about 10%. He ain't playing. We're doing the hemming and hawing, dancing around. Like all I heard was a guy that just didn't want to admit it from Dan Quinn. Didn't want to admit that he's not playing.
Isn't there a chance, though, based on what he just said, that on Friday they go, all right, cleared for a contact. Contact is Sunday. He practiced all week. He was limited enough because, there are just certain things we kept him out of. But he's gotten the mental reps. He's got the goggles on, watching all the stuff, 2x speed. He's out on the field a little bit. He's playing.
I suppose
that's still a possibility.
I suppose that's the path, but it sounded to me like there's a reluctance, and he didn't want to admit it. I know I keep saying the same thing, but it just felt to me like we were trending in the opposite direction, where there was gear up last week to, hey, the arrow's trending up. Look at what we're targeting. Like he's cleared for practice. He's working. Now it's we're gonna wait till Friday. That doesn't sound like a trending arrow up anymore. The arrow's trending down.
So this goes back to the conversation we were having earlier in the segment, though, which is, and maybe they just didn't know. Maybe that's what they would say with truth serum, is that we had no idea he wouldn't be cleared for contact by now. But if they knew a week ago at this time that he probably wasn't going to be cleared, and/or there was a real good chance he doesn't play against Minnesota, why not just let that be known then, so that there is no aggression and rushing and assumption and everybody thinking he's going to be back on the field? And I guess their answer would be this competitive advantage thing that I don't think is a reality in this quarterback situation currently, right now. But let's pose this question to our listeners at 800-636-1067 right now. First off, do you think he needs to be cleared for contact sooner rather than later to play? Like, do you think they would have him play if he's cleared Friday or Saturday morning when they're making their final roster adjustments before they jump on the plane to go to Minnesota after the walkthrough? If that clearance comes Saturday morning, do you just play on Sunday? Because it's not like you were going to get tackled on the practice field anyway. Whatever contact's going to test out that injury is coming in a game anyway. 800-636-1067. And then more importantly, do you think we see Jaden Daniels on the field against the Vikings? Yes or no? That's the question on Grant and Danny. What's up, guys? It's GP for my friends at the 250th commemorative committee over at Virginia's 250. Gosh, did they do a great job. I'm so impressed by all of the activities they put together at so many amazing venues all over the Commonwealth. I'm the father of 4 presidents. We're out and about doing fun things to celebrate 250 years of America coming up on July 4th, and there's no better time to get it on the fun than in the year ahead. Virginia, home to 8 presidents, in driving distance. We are so lucky to have these cool sites that people don't take advantage of. Thomas Jefferson's Monticello is next on our list. There's a passport. You can get stamped going to all of these different places over the course of the year. We need our next stamp. You want to celebrate like the Paulsons are doing? Go get some info at visit.va250.org. That's visit.va250.org. My family next up is headed to Monticello. Going to be fun. America made in Virginia.
This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank, your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Vikings in Minnesota. Update on Jaden Daniels today. Still hasn't been cleared for contact. Dan Quinn saying he'll get a lot of reps at practice this week, but he'll take it all the way through Friday to make a decision. Joe Jacoby did not make it to the Hall of Fame finalists for the senior committee. The 3 finalists are Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, and L.C. Greenwood. Injuries around the league. Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown going to be a game-time decision for tomorrow night's game against the Dallas Cowboys. The Browns open up the 21-day practice window for quarterback Deshaun Watson. The Buccaneers open the 21-day practice window for wide receivers Mike Evans and Jalen McMillan. Hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Kings 3-1 for their 5th straight win. They'll take on the Sharks tonight in San Jose, 10 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Any update on Jaden Daniels? Has he been cleared for contact? What's your optimism that he'll play this weekend?
Optimistic he's going to get a lot of reps for practice. I'm going to take it all the way through Friday. There's still like functional evaluations to go through, but game plan and practicing and that part is good. You'll see like on the side it's a little more challenging to work at quarterback when you're not doing the same contact. So we'll have to simulate as much as we can, but he's off to a good start. But we'll go all the way through Friday for sure, but he'll get a lot of reps at practice.
That's Dan Quinn talking Jaden Daniels. The question is, do we see him Sunday in Minneapolis on the road against the Vikings? Would be a nice test. They blitz at a higher rate than any team in the NFL. In fact, Danny, since their bye week over their last several games, the Vikings have blitzed 58% of the time.
They're going for broke
under Brian Flores, which is 20% higher than any other team in the NFL. Now, notably, Marcus Mariota is 7th in the NFL at getting the ball out and completing passes against the blitz. Jaden Daniels, sub 50% this year, dead last among qualifying quarterbacks in completion percentage against the blitz. So I actually think this would be a really good opportunity in an area of his game where you got to help him more. And I think having the weapons back that they do will naturally improve his performance, make him better. But this is the kind of game I want to see him play in if he could get him cleared and on the field, because it's one of the things he's got to work on. And the Vikings are going to essentially give you that opportunity to do that in a game with very low stakes when you're all but eliminated from the playoffs already. It seems like we're trending toward no Jaden Daniels against the Vikings, which would mean another assumption, and those haven't gone well lately, but possibly at the Meadowlands to take on the Giants. He'd be back for the final 4 games of the season, all in the division: New York, Philly, Dallas, Philly.
So I'm trying to pull up the numbers while you're talking. I don't remember exactly, so I didn't have them in front of me, so I apologize. But I feel like Daniels was pretty good against the blitz last year. I can't prove that, but that was just a feeling I had, but it certainly wasn't the case, or hasn't been the case this season. So I always like that when a young player is going up against a different style just to get that experience, right? Because at some point, you're going to have to deal with a team that plays nothing but man, or a team plays nothing but zone, or that mixes their coverages a certain way. And all these data points are good growth things for him to have gone through it and see it, especially when it's a lower stakes game, which is what happens when you're 3-9. You're not fighting for a playoff spot. You're not in a must-win situation. You're in a let's get better situation. So it would have been a nice thing.
Let's go to Denver, talk to Bryant listening on the Odyssey app. It's free and available wherever you are. What's up, Bryant? How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good, buddy.
Good. Hey, I'm just calling because I think they're going to save Jaden for the Eagles, the first Eagles game. I mean, maybe they'll see how Marcus plays against the Vikings and decide whether he goes in for the Giants. But I think the Giants would be the absolute earliest, and then I just think they're going to save him for like the most important games.
Well, are any of them more important than others?
Yeah.
I mean, they're all kind of the same exercise at this point. You're playing out the string in a lost season, getting valuable experience, which is where I've pushed back on anybody who has said it's not worth playing this guy. I don't know how you could have watched this year play out and seen this offense and him and the lack of time he's had with players like Terry McLaurin and not be desperate to get him on the field with the really good players that are returning like Terry McLaurin, so that you see a better version of him and the offense is humming and you kind of answer some tough questions. Now, I'll say this, Danny, if Cliff Kingsbury were to get a head coaching job, this offseason. Because I do think there's something to him having done a better job this year maybe than we've given him credit for. Last couple of weeks, especially as we were getting really down on Cliff and the stagnant nature of the offense. With all of the man games missed, you look at some of where they rank just outside of the top 10 or back-end top 10 in a lot of categories. I do think there will be executives around the league that look at this season and look at Cliff Kingsbury and go, especially if you got a dual threat running quarterback like Jaden Daniels, man, would he be an intriguing hire. If he were to get a job, and I'd bet against that, I think it's a sub 50% chance, but I'm putting it in the 30s or 40s. And if he wows somebody in an interview, maybe he's more interested in a job, so he goes harder in the paint this year. This is the first fall coming up where he's not getting paid by the Cardinals as well. Let's say he leaves, then bringing Daniels back, while still the right thing to do and still beneficial to him long-term, is way less helpful to me. Because a lot of what I want is him to have time on task with Cliff, with this collection of players, the ones that are going to be back next year in this offense, because I think it carries over and helps. But if Cliff leaves and it's a new coordinator and you go get Mike McDaniel, let's say, or you go get Kevin Stefanski and you're running a different offense, then the final month of this season, the work he puts in is probably not as beneficial. It waters down a little bit of my argument that he needs to be playing. But I just, specific to him, like one individual guy, forget what he's running, being on the field is helpful. Seeing the game. The binoculars that he wears in his locker are awesome. You know what's better? Being out there, seeing it in real life. The more of that you get, the better you are as a player. And this is not a sport, Joe Gibbs would say up here, where we just redshirt guys because it just, especially young guys that need to play. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't with the younger players. Older players, I could have a conversation.
Sure.
Like, once the Bengals are totally eliminated and Burrow's been hurt a billion times, I'm a little bit less enthused about just having him out there and getting his brains beaten. But for Daniels' case, especially because this season has gone so poorly in every facet with health and him not protecting himself and his play wasn't what it was the year before, of course you need more data points. Ideally, it would be in the same system, but to me, any experience is good experience here.
And by the way, a healthy Joe Burrow is not sitting down in a week. If they lose to the Bills this week, they're not going to shut him down for a month.
No.
Now, might they have him not play week 18? Or 2 weeks at the end of the year? I guess that's possible.
It's not done in the NFL. My point is, I would argue potentially for a paradigm shift there. For you only get so many bullets, you've been hurt so many times, but that's not where the league is. I fully acknowledge that.
And I think sitting him would be reliant upon, number one, him not being completely right, which most guys are not.
Right.
Especially in his case, you've been hurt this season. But the other thing is, do you have someone else you're trying to evaluate? If you're trying to determine in a hypothetical that you've got this backup who either needs to be your long-term backup and you need to give him a contract, or you're going to let this guy walk, you might go to Joe Burrow and say, hey, let's keep you upright. Let's get you into the offseason healthy. We got to figure out if Danny's going to be on the roster next year or not. Let's let him truck the ball 45 times this week, and this will, in the long term, really help us a lot. But even that is a stretch for me. I could see that, but there's still 5 games left.
Right.
People are acting like they should be right now this second shutting him down for next year when he's on the verge of returning with 5 games left in a 17-game season. That is 29% of the year. That's a third almost of the practices that this guy gets to participate in this season. That's insane. Paul's in Arlington on Grant and Danny. What's up, Paul?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Great topic. I'm afraid I disagree with you. I think Daniels has shown himself to be very fragile, and putting him out there, especially against the Vikings, who are going to be blitzing a lot, even in the Giants game, I really want to get this guy completely healthy. The other thing is, winning now doesn't help the team very much because of, as you pointed out, draft picks. And so I'd be inclined to have him sit for a game or 2 more. I agree with you. He needs at least a couple games before the season is over. The last thing I wanted to say was, it's a shame Joe Jacoby isn't going to get in the Hall of Fame this year. He deserves it. He was the best lineman in the league for years on a Super Bowl champion. I'll listen to you, but you guys have
we're going to get to that later in the show. It's on the rundown, so don't worry. We'll talk about that. Specific to the topic at hand, the quote from the caller was, I want to get this guy completely healthy. He's not playing if he's not completely healthy.
Yeah, we're seeing that happen.
So they're waiting until he's completely healthy. We're not saying, should he play if he's not completely healthy? I agree with you. We're in lockstep. If he's not 100%, then he shouldn't be out there. What we're talking about is if he is 100%, and he is cleared medically to be tackled and to do all the things he has to do, should he play at 100%? To me, the answer to that is always 100, yes, no doubt about it. You referenced something at the end there about the draft picks, which speaks more to not whether or not he's healthy or not, but just whether or not do you want to give yourself the best chance to win, which in a month maybe is a consideration. With 1 or 2 games to go in the season, might be a discussion. There's 6 weeks left. There's 5 games left. We are not there yet. Just because you were so bad that you already got eliminated doesn't mean you get to shut it down. It would be like the equivalent of, I don't know, like opening your Christmas presents right now. We got a lot of time. We still got to wait a little bit before you get to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is an area where I know the NFL isn't this way, and I know I kind of keep spinning my wheels and sort of saying the same thing, but they could use a little bit more of that. And it's not the paradigm now. Nobody does it. Nobody thinks in that manner. But I'm not advocating stopping playing your starters and releasing guys, doing what the Clippers did to Chris Paul or anything like that. But at the same time, an eye and deference towards the future when you're in this high contact, high injury sport might be a little bit smarter. They could use a dash of that, not to go full NBA, not to go full, rest days and maintenance days here, there, and everywhere. But it's something that you could start to sprinkle in a little bit without too much detriment.
I think there's a dash of it. You want another dash of it. That's fine.
Mm-hmm. They already do a lot of vet days around here, a lot of veteran rest days during the week.
I think there's plenty of that that is done around the NFL. But if you're telling me that to the extent with which you want it done is sitting a healthy franchise quarterback for almost a third of the season, I would say no thank you to that. I'm not interested in that. That's not that different than the NBA. And just, what's today, Wednesday? Who we playing? This team? No, you're good. But I didn't play yesterday either.
Well, this group blitzes a lot, yeah.
800-636-1067. I mean, what's the excuse next week? I was talking to someone. They're like, well, the Vikings blitz all the time. They're going to get to the quarterback. Maybe wait till next week. I'm like, well, you realize they're in the Meadowlands.
You're playing that Giants turf.
That's the worst turf in the league. People tear stuff all the time on that turf. Every player will tell you it's the most gross place to go play, and everyone's risking injury at a higher rate. I'm like, all right, well, don't bring them back for that game. All right, well, then what about the next week? So now the Vikings blitz too much. The Giants have a bad turf. You go, okay, well, the Eagles then, no problem. A home game December 20th. But they're serving hot dogs that night.
Yeah, well, the Eagles are good, though.
No, but they're serving hot dogs that night. So you can't play them if someone's serving hot dogs. You know that. You know that rule, right? So if they're serving hot dogs, then you can't play them against the Eagles. All right, then we'll do the Cowboys. But that's Christmas Day. And, maybe he wants to be with his family on Christmas Day and not have to worry about the stress. Like, give me a break. They get 17 of these, man. Is he healthy? He's a football player. What do football players do? They play football.
They play football.
Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for our pals at Window Nation. If you need to replace your windows, but you put it off because of cost, well, we got good news for you. It's actually good you waited until right now. You can take advantage of Window Nation's end-of-year sale. That's 50%, 50, all $866-90 Nation, 866-90 Nation, or windownation.com.
Why didn't Joe Jacoby get into the Hall of Fame? Why can't Washington seem to get any love from Hall of Fame voters? Something we'll get into at the top of the hour. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. I also want to get into Marcus Mariota's name. And was Chris Collinsworth right? Have we been saying Marcus Mariota's name wrong all along?
The vindication of Chris Collinsworth.
I don't mean like you and me. I mean everyone.
Yeah.
I mean the industry. What was the sport mispronouncing his name, and he just didn't do anything to stop it for many, many years. We'll get into that coming up in about 15 minutes. But Collins in Clinton wants to talk Jaden Daniels. Do you think we see him against the Vikings? Washington is a 1.5-point dog. Their best chance to win a game over the last 2 months. They're trying to stop a 7-game skid, Colin. Are we going to see 5 on the field?
I hope not. Yeah, I kind of lean towards like a GM focus and like my perspective. So I'm just thinking about like the draft value, and I think it's important just context. So like the difference between 1.5 or the 5th pick in the first round and the 12th is 500 points on the Jimmy Johnson trade value chart. And that's equivalent to the 8th pick in the second round. And we have very few players on our team that are actually worth that much. So like I could just see in 6 months time from now when we're questioning whether or not there is enough talent around him, Jaden Daniels, and like really wishing that we had just done what we can to make sure that we like maximize that value.
So you're advocating sitting him for the benefit of being a worse football team to improve your draft position.
100%.
So said differently, you're willing to potentially stunt his development further to get a better draft pick.
I want to see him around better players.
Right. Well, that would be nice. I want to see him develop as an NFL quarterback. Every decision they make should be about what's best for Jaden Daniels.
Agreed. And that is a balancing act, though, there, by the way, right? Like this X units of development versus, I'm just making this number up, X number of quality upgrade players around him.
Right.
What's more valuable? I think a reasonable debate could be had.
Absolutely. But a reasonable debate can't be had about whether or not him playing and practicing for the rest of this year is helpful to his development or not. It is a binary if you ask people in the league about whether or not just having a guy sit and missing a third of the season basically while healthy, which something we as media and as fans don't have to worry about playing our fantasy football of just looking at draft positioning and the Jimmy Johnson chart, is something that matters in a building from a culture standpoint. I'm a data guy. I'm an analytics guy. I understand what he's saying. He's not wrong in his point. But there's a reality to this as well in the locker room that people outside the building don't care about. That does matter. And you talk about a balancing act. You're walking a tightrope without a net when it comes to the relationships as a coach with players in a building and how you handle situations like this. And all of that stuff matters. And people that just look at the Jimmy Johnson chart and are just into the data can roll their eyes at that. But that's a real thing in a locker room. These are real people with real emotions. But on top of that, I just go back to the larger point, which is everything I do is about what's best for Jaden Daniels. And you cannot convince me that just not playing him is best for him at a time where a lot of the issues he was having in his regression this year are based on a lack of time playing football. Now, if you just think you get to the offseason, he shuts it down for a few months, he comes back in camp, and a healthy, normal training camp into the preseason handled better means he'll be better next year. That could be your argument. And basically the lost season that was this year won't hurt him at all. I just don't believe that a lost second season for a quarterback who's had 2 years doesn't linger and doesn't affect.
Doesn't have some effect
into the future. Vince is an Akakeek. What's up, buddy? How are you?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
Hope y'all had a good Thanksgiving weekend as well.
You too, man.
I don't believe he's playing. I'm 95% he's not playing because Dan does a lot of word salads when he doesn't want to say what he doesn't want to say or admit. And when he is gung-ho, like when they asked about Noah Brown today, green. Like when he's gung-ho, he can't help himself.
That's
like,
a good point, actually. If it's happening, he'll tell you it's happening. It does feel that way.
Yes. Yes, and he doesn't hesitate to let you know what's happening, and then hit you with all the good quotes about why it's happening. But when he does
I'll
not
get back
want
to you in a second
address
on this, Vince. You just got me thinking
Okay.
about this. This is a great point.
It's a sharp point.
The
Yep.
weeks where Jaden has played, we've known early in the week he was going to play. If you think about it, because there was even a week. What game was it that he came back for? Was that wouldn't have been Seattle? It was. It was the Seattle game. The game he played in week 9. He plays in that game after the hamstring injury because it was the only game. He got hurt. He came back. He got hurt again.
Yep.
So that Seattle game, beginning of the week, they said he was playing. With Terry McLaurin, there was no ifs, ands, or buts last week. We knew from Jump Street he was going to go. So he does not really mess around when he's got something
When
to tell.
he's excited about it, yeah.
That's a good tell on Dan Quinn. All right, anyways, go ahead, Vince.
So that's what gives me apprehension about him playing. Like even with Will Harris, like he knew Will Harris was playing. So now he's telling you about how he's a leader and he looks at film and all those things. So I don't think Jaden's playing. I do want him to get on the field because I had a lot of apprehension about the second year of our organization as whole. And I drafted Jaden Daniels with the first pick of my fantasy draft. Granted, that has nothing to do with real football, but I was optimistic, but he was still one of my biggest question marks because it was just his second year in the NFL. With that being said, on my way out the door, anytime I get to call you guys or anybody on 106.7 The Fan or 980, I'm going to continue to blame this whole season on Adam Peters, the way he handled the offseason, especially with Terry. Terry is so important. Not having that domino lined up, trickled down everywhere, and it has shown all over the field in every part of our organization.
Well, you could see how different things were with McLaurin feeling good, playing good, look good, play good this weekend against Denver. It was a different offense. Just everything about the whole operation felt better.
It's one of those things where it's impossible to prove that wrong, that thesis, and it certainly was a cloud overhanging everything. But like, I don't know that Austin Eckler got hurt because Terry McLaurin didn't show up to training camp. Like, I understand his point, and it is a cloud, and it was something that kind of has defined things, but I think that's overly simplistic. But I understand the sentiment, certainly.
Remember when everybody was making fun of NBC for saying Marcus Mariota?
Maybe
they were right. We're Grant and Danny.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels still hasn't been cleared for contact, and Quinn saying he hopes he'll get a lot of reps at practice this week, but they'll take it all the way through Friday to decide if he's going to be able to play. Joe Jacoby did not make it to the Hall of Fame finalists for the senior committee. The three finalists were Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, and L.C. Greenwood. Injuries in the league. Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown's a game-time decision for tomorrow's game against Dallas. The Browns open up the 21-day practice window for quarterback Deshaun Watson. Buccaneers did the same for wide receivers Mike Evans and Jalen McMillan. Hockey, the Capitals beat the Kings last night 3-1 for their fifth straight win. Second of a back-to-back tonight in San Jose. They'll take on the Sharks at 10 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Cobb Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
In 1 hour, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we're giving away tickets on Grant and Danny to Leonard Skinner. You better be listening at that time.
We are brought to you by the law firm of Condor and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
I got a bunch of texts during Commanders Broncos on Sunday about the broadcast and how they were saying Marcus Mariota's name. The way that it was texted to me and described was that the "ta" at the end of the sentence was stressing the T. And then when I go back and listen, and they're basically saying Marcus Mariota or ta, but they're really focusing on the T. But clearly, Dan, and you'll have to take over here because I was at the stadium and only heard it a few times thereafter in highlights. But it seemed distracting to the point where they were saying it so much and so oddly that it became a focal point for people watching the broadcast.
You couldn't unhear it. I mean, if it was seamless and just a slight tweak in pronunciation, you go, I wonder if he said something, or I wonder if they spoke to Mariota, and that's like how it's supposed to be. But just the way Collinsworth's affect is when he talks, because he's doing this, and he slows down, and he goes, Marcus Mariota, and you're like, oh my God. Like, why are you, like, he sounded like Rob Riggle, just for that part of the name, right? Instead of, Mariota or Mariota. Like, if you do it like that, people would notice it. But it wasn't, it was to the point that it sounded like, honestly, there was some sort of action on it. Like some sort of bet had been placed. You won't say Mariota 50 times. And then he's like, I'll bet y'all do it, man. And then like they went back and forth and he won $1 million doing it somehow. It seemed like this crazy point of emphasis that was over the top.
So this was Collinsworth all over the broadcast. This is how he was saying Mariota's name during Sunday Night Football.
That's what Mariota, he saw the same thing I did. He goes,
let me hear it again.
That's what Mariota, he saw the same thing I did.
That's a benign one. That's a benign one. That was the 50th out of 50.
But still, he's going ta.
That's what Mariota.
So that you're basically stretching out the O, Mariota. And then the T is doing a lot of work in the TA.
It's like a capital T. The rest of the letters are not even lowercase, they're like half case.
So it got us to thinking. Well, Marcus Mariota had to say his own name at the beginning of the telecast when he gave the starting lineup introduction of himself. Let's hear how he said his name.
Marcus Mariota, Oregon.
He does the TA thing that Collinsworth was doing.
He does.
Marcus Mariota, Oregon.
That is different than what we call him all the time. We call him Marcus Mariota with a T that barely is there. It's the smallest T in the history of the world.
Just a regular, I would say it's an industry standard T. It's a regular T. It's not low T. It's not high T. It's just a normal T.
He went high T. He went capitalized the T, Mariota.
With like a German umlaut around it or something. I mean, this is Heisman Trophy winner, Marcus Mariota. This is great college player, Marcus Mariota. This is jersey retirement at Oregon, Marcus Mariota. This is, second overall draft pick in Tennessee, Mariota. This is, longtime journeyman quarterback. This is on the Netflix quarterback show, Marcus Mariota. He's been Marcus Mariota forever. And now all of a sudden, out of the shadows comes this T emphasis. And I'm telling you, Chris Collinsworth turned it up to 11. He turned it up so hard.
Marcus Mariota, Oregon.
Mariota.
I think Chris Collinsworth is off the hook here.
He is.
I think Chris Collinsworth was right, and the rest of us were wrong, and he deserves an apology of sorts.
That's hard for me to do. I'm not saying you're wrong. I think you're correct. But, God, I don't know how to describe it to you while watching at home. It was like he just found that out. And I will try my best to go, Mariota, right? You see what I did? I just said it. I tried to make it casual. Collinsworth couldn't do it casual. He was like, I need everyone to know, and turned it up to 1,000.
But I think you're moving the goalposts a little
bit.
No,
I know it's unfair.
Here's what people did.
Go on.
Everyone screamed that Collinsworth was botching the name because he was overdoing the T. When, in fact, Mariota's name is not said Mariota. It said Mariota. He was right. We were wrong. We've got to wear it. You don't get to now be upset. Oh, he was doing it too much. And he has one move. It's the dice move. He was saying the hard T. Just because we were botching it. Now, I'm not going to put any blame on Danny Rouillet or Grant Paulson or anybody else in this fan base who's been saying Mariota.
Because we have years of Mariota.
That's what everyone has always said, and he has not chosen to correct people. I'm fascinated by this, too. You see this a lot in sports. I don't know if it's just so close that the player doesn't care or that you stop trying to correct people because the horse is out of the barn. But somewhere along the way, he must have stopped. I found this video of him when he was a rookie, when he was talking about his name. And he's like, yeah, people miss it all the time. They'll say this or that or this. And someone's like, well, let me hear you say it. And he goes kind of Collinsworth-ish really hard on the top. He's like, Marcus Mariota. And I'm like, oh, my God. That's from
this has always
year
been.
one, Tennessee.
Wow.
This is the proof. This is the smoking gun. He was just talking to the media within the last few minutes. He does his weekly Wednesday as the starting quarterback presser. And don't expect this to be a tell about this weekend. He was the last guy to start, so he's the guy at the podium. And they're going to go as far as they can without having to put Jaden kind of at the podium. But this is what he had to say about his name and the controversy that brewed on Sunday night.
Like, what is the right pronunciation?
Mariota. I think it's been said over the years like Mariota, which is incorrect, and it's pronounced Mariota.
Mariota.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Stu.
He also is not understanding what people are getting wrong, it seems like. Yes, I do hear people say Mariota all the time, and that is wrong, clearly. I thought I was silly because I got Mariota pretty quickly. I'm like, everyone keeps saying Marcus Mariota. But he's saying
that's a regional. If you're a Midwestern type person, you're going to think Mariota.
Who are you, Bruce Allen with dialect?
Yeah, that's normal. But
he's saying, like, JP goes. That was JP asking the question,
right?
And he's like, so how is your name actually said? And he thinks the question is Mariota. My point is, he's not even aware that the issue at
hand the T situation
is the ta.
It's the T.
Or Oda. Is it Oda or Ota?
Yeah. He's worried about the Michael Maher or the Bill Maher. Yeah. No, it's not Mayer or Maher. No one's worried about that. We'll get to that when we'll fine tune this thing. This brand new ta emphasis is a bombshell.
He also says it again like Chris Collins, but he obviously isn't that bothered about the ta versus the
Mayer versus Maher.
If he's focusing on the other part, play the answer to JP again for me, Darius. Do I now have to call him Marcus Mariota for the rest of the year, or are people going to be bothered and annoyed by that? Do I just go with the incorrect pronunciation because it's comfortable for people so that they're not going, why is he saying
Why is he doing that? Putting the emphasis on the H.
Like, what is the right pronunciation?
Mariota. I think it's been said over the years like Mariota, which is incorrect, and it's pronounced Mariota.
Mariota.
Yeah.
I need a follow-up there from JP. I just have to. That's not the part I'm asking you about, Marcus. Mar versus Mayer, we got that one. That one was 4 years ago's controversy.
Right. We've figured that one out.
This is Oda or Ota.
It's either no one's debating if it's the mayor of Easttown or Bill Maher. Nobody's saying that. It's the ta.
636-1067. You want to hop in on Grant and Danny. Are you, Danny Rouillet, willing to apologize to Chris Collinsworth right here and right now?
No. Here's where I will take my stand. He found out a piece of information, and I've done this before. okay? Because I understand the pathology. He got a piece of information, and he is so smug about it. He knows something, and he is going to lord it over all of us. There's a difference between trying to incorporate it, Mariota. What he was doing, and that one clip we have doesn't do it near justice. I'm telling you, if you're watching it, it sounds like somebody thumbing their nose at the common folk.
You don't actually think
Yes.
he was consciously trying to belittle people saying it wrong?
He was overdoing it. I will go to my grave thinking that. He was over-taughting.
Let's go to Shane in Woodbridge. Shane, you're on Grant and Danny. Have we cracked the case?
I think you did, but my last name, guys, is Peacher, like the fruit. But my whole life, people call me Preacher. It's nonstop. It's every day. So if I got bothered by it, I would be talking about it every day. So I'm sure that's what happened to Marcus here. He just got sick of it for his whole life of being pronounced wrong, and he just let it be.
Wait, so you're Peacher and they called you Preacher?
All the time. And I'm like, there's no R after the P.
So
and I'm
why did they just change the word with a new letter?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, since I've been in elementary school.
Because it's like Freudian, right? Because you're reading it fast, and then there's the loop on the H, looks kind of like an R. If you're reading it quickly, you might add the R.
I'm trying to remember who the player was I had this conversation with a few years ago. But I was doing my national baseball show on Sirius XM, and I was talking to a prospect, and I brought them onto the show, and I said, hey, this is kind of embarrassing because it was a pretty big prospect. I said, but I want to hear you say your last name. He's like, okay, because it's almost like you don't know who I am. You know what I mean? And so he said it, and it's a little bit different, which was my thought.
Yep.
And I said, okay, because I always hear it as this. He's like, yeah, that's what everyone calls me. And I'm like, well, have you corrected it? And he's like, I tried, but it's over. It's over now. He's like, the effort.
Too many people. Yeah.
Basically, his point was, I have turned off the effort on this. It's not worth it to me. And it would be like, instead of saying Rouye, if you said like Rouye or like
Rauheier.
Yeah. Rauheier's way too different. Okay. That one you might want to fight over.
Okay.
But Rouye versus like Rouye or like just
Rouye,
stressing something wrong. And he basically decided like, it's just not worth it to me anymore.
Here, so I got one where the Collinsworth really does it hard on this one here.
Okay.
Got the first down. That was so dangerous.
Well, the other part of this, if Mariota does not.
Mariota.
That one.
You see what I'm saying?
Way
that
over the
was
top.
the norm.
He probably is overdoing the ta a little bit, but he's still closer to being right than we are.
That's not the issue.
It is totally the issue.
I'm going to grant him the correctness. That's not the issue. No, because
making fun of. I mean, your tweet on game night, I would imagine. I'd have to look it up.
What did I say?
I guarantee you made fun of the fact that he was mispronouncing his name.
I said something.
Everybody thought he was mispronouncing his name, and you guys. And I'm with you, by the way. This is not me yelling at anyone. I'm yelling at us collectively. We were mispronouncing his name.
So here's what I said. Mariota, the broadcast team tonight.
Right. But why did you say that?
Because they're emphasizing the ta.
Which is the correct way to pronunciate it.
Pronunciate. There's a difference between ramping it up some, which is what we're asking for, which is what Marcus Mariota is asking for, versus Mariota-ing. It's yelling the T at me.
Dad, I want this to be my poll of the day with Danny here. Do people want me to say it correctly for the rest of the year? Mariota. Or do they want me to say the thing that makes them feel more comfortable while they're listening to the radio, which is Mariota? Do they want to hear what is natural?
It's actually a great question.
What do I do? Now, when I'm talking to him, or if I ever have to say his name to him, I would clearly say it correctly.
You do the best you can.
He's not listening to the radio. What's the difference? Am I perpetuating the falsity, though? Am I the problem if I just keep calling him Mariota because that's what's comfortable to everybody's ears, so they're not stopping to think about it? Our poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades, best-in-class service and experience. You can go vote on the Grant and Danny Twitter account, the Facebook account of Grant and Danny, or the 1067 The Fan X page. Let's go to Carol in the Plata. That's Southern Maryland. That's down 301 near King George County and the Harry Nice Bridge.
That is correct.
What's up, Carol?
Well, I was just calling because my husband and I were watching the game, and we were kind of laughing at the way that Collinsworth was pronouncing it, not knowing that that's how you're supposed to pronounce it. And we were both saying then that, you know, we got kids that are Harry Potter fans, and it reminded us of that whole little Hermione thing with Leviosa, and that's the way he was pronouncing everything. And it was just, the emphasis was just so much that it was laughable.
And that's a perfect analogy, because what Hermione was doing wasn't correcting the boys. She was lording over the boys with her correctness. That's the difference. It's Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Like, she was overdoing it, and like they rolled their eyes like, come on, you know it all. That's what was
Rose in
happening.
Annandale, home of the Adams. Rose, are you willing to apologize to Chris Collinsworth?
Hi, Grant and Danny. Love your show.
Appreciate
Grant,
you.
I've met you at the Annandale High School football games. Go Adams.
Go Adams.
I'm sitting in the parking lot right now getting ready to go into the pantry and help with food delivery. But this is the issue. So he was also, in addition to saying Mariota, which is correct, he was saying, or Mariota, he was saying Mariota.
Yep.
And he was even saying Marioto. And it just was ridiculous and almost different every time. So my thing is just stick with one name. And I think it is Mariota, but just very subtly
There it is.
Mariota.
She's got it.
I think Rose is on.
Rose
there.
is on it.
Did he say Mario
Yeah.
Toe? You said he said Mario.
He might have towed once. I don't remember.
He said it twice because I was texting with my sister. He said toe twice.
I mean, if he said toe, then we can't give him an apology. But I need,
Because he was so concerned about the T.
I need evidence of that. I can't just. I respect Rose. Sounds like I know Rose. I've met Rose.
Right. She's probably seen you get kicked out of a game.
She's probably seen me yelling at an official or two, mixing it up a little bit. I would have to see audio evidence of him saying toe to believe that. But it seems to me like a lot of people who have been saying the name the wrong way, taking great issue with the fact that they got. That's what it feels like a little bit.
There is some sour grapage from me.
I think Rose is right, though, that it is subtle. Mariota. If I say Marcus Mariota,
you've done it.
People may not really think much of it. And you're saying, he wasn't saying Marcus Mariota drops back to pass. He was saying Mariota or
Yes.
something like that.
Yes. Closer to that than the real thing.
Daniel's in Woodbridge, home of the Vikings. What's up, Daniel?
Hello?
Hey, Daniel.
Hello? Oh, my God. I've been trying to... You guys are all right. So I'm with Danny. 100%. I think Chris was emphasizing it. Like, it's like he found a new word. And so he's like letting everybody know he found a new word.
That's a great
But like
bit.
the last caller, I don't know if it was Chris or the other guy. I forgot his name. But he
Mike
definitely said
Tirico, one of the
Mariota.
great
And my
play-by-play
son would be mad if I
broadcasters
didn't
of all
mention
time. What did he say? Sorry, what'd you say?
it. No, he said one of them said Mariota for sure. My son would be mad at me if I didn't mention it.
Oh,
Because he was like, why did he say that? But yeah, it's like I think Marcus is just saying it in like his native, way of saying it. And then Chris was like, all right, let me just go with it. And
so here's my question.
I love the learned a new word analogy, because that's what it was.
100%.
Yeah.
I'll bet you there in the little meeting that they have. We saw one of these with Nick Sirianni on Hard Knocks, where you get to do the Zoom call, or if you're in the building, get to sit down and talk with a guy. And Collinsworth's like, Marcus, how do you say your last name the right way, brother? And he's like, Mariota. And he's like, so it's Ta, it's not Oda? He's like, yeah. And he's like, I'll set the record straight.
By saying it so
And then
hard
he
100
did what he
times.
did.
Yeah.
That's my reenaction.
Yeah.
Of how it went. Like, you remember the TV show Rescue 911?
I was going to say Unsolved Mysteries did the same thing.
Yeah.
Dramatic reenactment.
That's kind of how I see the interaction going. But as much as I appreciate that JP asked the important question that needed to be asked today,
yep,
it doesn't get us any closer to solving this thing, because you have to follow up there. Mar versus Mayer that is 2017 called. They want their debate back. We are past that. If you go back and find clips from his rookie year out of Oregon, there's a lot of people probably calling him Marcus Mariota.
Right.
We learned the Mar part. Ota? Does he even care? He might even say, if I said to him, is there a difference between Mariota or Mariota? He'd go, oh, no, that doesn't matter.
But
at
he's
all.
sitting there going, don't you dare say Mayor.
Yes. What he is bothered by is Mariota, not Mariota. But he didn't even seem to notice the difference or seem to care about Ta versus Ta. He doesn't know that is why we have this great controversy that has divided Washington, D.C. in a way that nothing has.
Nothing.
There hasn't been a single more divisive D.C. issue that I can remember in years.
And don't look it up either.
Don't even
There's no reason to try to qualify that.
Turning
Just
on the
take it
news
as it is.
at any point,
Nope.
ever.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dwayne in Bowie, home of the Bay Sox. What's up, Dwayne?
Hey, how are you, Grant?
Good, buddy.
I don't mean to divert about the Mariota, but I wanted to make a comment about the Jaden situation.
Well, we're not doing that right now,
season,
my friend. Do you have anything on Mariota versus Mariota?
Yes, I do actually.
What do
So
you got?
here's the situation with that. You have a poll. My answer to that is let's leave it the way it is, the way you've been pronouncing it, the way all of us been pronouncing it.
Okay.
A lot of people have names where within their family, within their group of friends, they know what the deal is. Outside of that, they don't care what anybody calls them, but they'll still answer. He knows that 99% of United States does not say Mariota or whatever. We say Mariota, just like you did.
Right.
So for us
So
to
just
start
stick with
changing
it.
now, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I said, so we should just stick with it. Let's just keep chopping wood.
Right, exactly. Because if you try to change now, it's going to sound funny. It's already sounding funny when you say it because I'm not used to you saying that. You know, so
Well, this is
don't
my
change
biggest
that.
concern too, Dwayne. It's a good phone call. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you making it. I don't want people listening to the show every time I say his name to stop and go, why did he say it that way? Or to even think about it. It should be furniture in the room you never notice. So if I'm saying his name and the point I'm making and trying to drill home, whether it's Daniels is better for this reason or Mariota played well.
Yeah,
for
they
this
should
reason,
resign Mariota.
I need you to be thinking about the point, not the name. So if I have to say his name the way that it's comfortable for you to do that, that's the gig.
Name the backup quarterback that's a free agent at year's end they should resign.
Marcus Mariota.
There, yeah. See, it's distracting.
Andy in DC.
Hey guys, I think Grant, you're right. This is the Ibiza or Ibiza type deal where someone goes, "Oh, we just got back from Ibiza," and it makes you kind of cringe and roll your eyes.
Oh yeah, here's one. I'll give you the comp. It's Qatar. It's Qatar versus Qatar, where it's actually Qatar. I remember I think you one time were like, maybe someone on the show was like, "Why are you calling it that?" I'm like, "That's what it's actually called." Because Barack Obama was the first one I ever heard doing that, and I had to look it up years ago. And everyone's like, "You mean Qatar?" And I'm like, "No, it's Qatar." And that's the actual name. But when you say it, you just sound like you're being pretentious and ridiculous. Andy.
Yeah, it's like the French always correcting your pronunciation.
Exactly. And like this is sports talk. Like we can get over it, right? We can just call him Mariota, especially we're from the Mid-Atlantic. This is a Mariota heavy town.
That is an interesting little wrinkle there.
That's an important wrinkle.
Yeah.
But are we being disrespectful if we know someone's name and we're purposefully saying it wrong? Like if my last name is Paulson,
okay,
and someone's been calling me Paulson for a while, and I say, no, it's Paulson, and they go, I like Paulson better.
I can't be bothered to learn that.
How's that different than Bruce Allen calling Kurt Cousins, because it was easier for him, or because it's what he learned first, or whatever?
Because it was a McLean accent.
Because of his McLean dialect, you see?
Yeah.
So what should we do? The poll will decide this once and for all.
Wow.
Whatever the poll says, I will do.
Leaving it up to the people?
We're leaving it up to the masses on Twitter, 1067 the fan account. Will it be Marcus Mariota at quarterback for the Commanders, or will it be Marcus Mariota for the rest of this season? That is the question. You can go vote right now. Why can't we get some Commanders into the Hall of Fame? We'll talk about that next on G&D.
We got an update today from Dan Quinn on Jaden Daniels saying that he still hasn't been cleared for contact. He's going to get a lot of reps at practice this week, but they're going to take it all the way through Friday to decide if he will start or Marcus Mariota will start. Joe Jacoby did not make it to the Hall of Fame finalists. As for the senior committee, the 3 finalists were Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, and L.C. Greenwood. Injuries in the league. Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to be a game-time decision for tomorrow night's game against the Dallas Cowboys, dealing with an ankle sprain that he suffered on Thanksgiving. The Browns have opened up the 21-day practice window for quarterback Deshaun Watson. The Buccaneers have done the same for wide receivers Mike Evans and Jalen McMillan. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Sixers last night, 121-102. They'll be back home tomorrow to take on the Celtics. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Kings last night in L.A. 3-1. Anthony Beauvillier's goal early in the third period broke the 1-1 tie. It was the 5th straight win for the Capitals. They stay out on the West Coast, take on the Sharks tonight in San Jose, 10 o'clock puck drop right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We'll take you up to 6:30. We got a chance for somebody to win Leonard Skinner tickets coming up in a half hour ahead of the 4 o'clock Beltway Blitz. The Hall of Fame committee and voting is ongoing, and the finalists are being whittled down little by little until we'll have a class announced right at the end of this football season. And so you have the 2026 Hall of Fame class getting smaller and smaller as we get closer to the finish line here. And according to Don Van Natta Jr. today of ESPN, Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick, the co-architects of the NFL dynasty in New England with the Patriots, are finalists for this 2026 class of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The Hall announced this morning that Kraft, who has owned the 6-time Super Bowl champion Patriots since '94, was the lone finalist in the contributor category. Marks the first time Kraft, who's 84 years old, is going to be a finalist for the Hall after 14 years of campaigning on his behalf. Belichick, who's an 8-time Super Bowl winning coach, 8 times, by the way.
Yeah.
Damn. 6 as head coach of the Patriots, 2 as a defensive coordinator of the Giants. Finalist in the coaching category, first year of eligibility for him. And then sources on the class who were talking to Van Natta got into some of the other details behind the scenes. But here's what Commanders fans will care about. It sounds as though the wait continues for a couple of our own. Of course, Brian Mitchell, who works with us here at 106.7 The Fan, who's an immensely deserving Hall of Fame candidate. There's never been a more successful return man, and he's number 2 all-time in yards behind only Jerry Rice. Still no Hall of Fame bid. And Joe Jacoby, who has been worthy of the Hall since the day he stopped playing, continues now to play the waiting game, despite being the most recognizable and perhaps important member of the most recognizable and important offensive line in the history of the league. Both of those are ridiculous because we're biased when it comes to BMitch. We can come back to that one. But how is Joe Jacoby not in the Hall of Fame? This has never made any sense to me. And I don't do the officials tried to make Washington lose thing. Similarly, I've always kind of found this idea that they hold Hall of Fame bids against the Redskins for the name or because of Dan Snyder or whatever else, kind of turned my eyes, rolled them on that. But as much as I like to turn my nose up on those types of things, give me a good reason why this team is so underrepresented. The era of dominance of this team, that offensive line, whether it's BMitch or Jacoby or others, how is it possible? I mean, Art Monk had to wait forever to get into the Hall of Fame. It seems like that's always the case for Washington, and it's not a tiny Hall of Fame. There's like 6, 7 guys that get in every single year.
It is, all of those conspiracy theories to me are right until proven otherwise. And here's what I mean. This era, this group never gets the respect it deserves. I think there are multiple reasons for it. People that were talking about the name then and even in the 90s, I don't think that's a thing. Here's what I do think is a thing. Because it wasn't one coach, one quarterback, consecutive years, right, where they're back-to-back champs or this or that. They had to take turns with San Francisco, with Chicago, with the Giants, other teams of the 80s. The second most successful team of the 80s goes to 4 Super Bowls, wins 3 of them. it wasn't as sexy as some of the others. And so it never got the appreciation. You had to have analytics nerds come by 30 years later and going, have you all noticed that this 91 team is maybe the greatest team of all time? Anybody ever talk about that? We know. We watched them take everybody's ass to the woodshed, and they came back with welts. They were unbelievable. A buzzsaw mixed with a juggernaut with momentum. Everybody can get some. They were unbelievable, but it never gets mentioned until decades later where people kind of went, look at this, look at the EPA per play, look at the DVOA, look at this defense. Oh my God, these guys were incredible. And it took forever for people to have any kind of appreciation. It took lobbying for literally decades of people like Peter King, who was the most influential guy at the table, to finally make him appreciate, hey, Art Monk was really good. You know, the guy that retired with more receptions than literally anybody that ever played football. That guy should probably go to Canton. And it took forever for it to happen. This group never gets the appreciation it deserves. I don't think it's because of the name Redskins, but I do think it's because...
Which shouldn't be now, by the way.
Right, but for whatever reason,
you could if that's your theory, you could say, well, they played for the Redskins. Your logo at the time, that was the emblem, so that would go on the bus or whatever. But I don't buy that.
Yeah, like sometimes it applied, but it didn't apply for Darrell Green. It didn't apply for Riggins.
Exactly.
I've never bought that. But I do buy that the people that cover this league in this New York-centric marketplace or whatever, I mean, if you played for the Giants for an hour and a half and made 10 tackles, Peter King's like, I think you should be in the Hall of Fame. I had a great Starbucks this morning. Like, we read it for years. And finally, the world's opening up, and still those guys, Brian Mitchell most specifically, but to me, the greatest case is Joe Jacoby. Remember the all-80s decade team. Not some, he was supporting us. He was our blood and guts, heart and soul. Shh. In the 80s, when the Niners kicked everyone's ass, and so did Washington, the all-decade left tackle, right there, that dude. It's not just some matter of like a couple people's opinion here locally. Everybody gets it, and for some reason he can't get in.
He also was on all 3 Super Bowl champion teams.
Yeah.
So there's 3 rings here that he's a big part of, right? How many guys who are on an all-decade team were multi-time first-team All-Pros and 4-time Pro Bowlers that are not in the Hall of Fame? I would love to see if there's another one. I'll bet you at the tackle position, there isn't. Not a single guy that was all-decade with 4 Pro Bowls, 2 first-team All-Pros, and certainly not a guy with the resume where you're the starting tackle for 3 Super Bowl championship teams. No chance does that resume exist anywhere else.
So Roger Craig would probably be the closest, and he was one of the 3 finalists this year.
One of the finalists.
He's finally getting his just desserts because he changed football. People don't remember this. Like, he went 1,000 and 1,000 as a running back. That's receiving and rushing in the same year. Like, the overall numbers weren't maybe as gaudy as some other guys, but as part of this offense that changed the way offense was played in the league, and by the way, Gibbs had a hand in that too, not the West Coast system, but in terms of changing football. But that was the only other guy that kind of couldn't get his just desserts. He's getting them now, rightfully so.
Just desserts? I've never heard that phrase before. Is that a thing?
Yeah, that's usually come like interchangeable with comeuppance.
Okay.
Which is usually more negative skewed, but like he's getting his flowers.
Gotcha.
His Richmond.
I assumed that's what it meant. I've just never heard that phrase in my life. Roger Craig is 1 year younger than Joe Jacoby. They're 65 and 66. And they played a similar era. He does not satisfy the requirement that I laid out, though, in any way. He is not a 2-time first-team All-Pro. He's a 1-time first-team All-Pro. He did not have the resume of Joe Jacoby.
No.
He is a 3-time Super Bowl champion and a 4-time Pro Bowler. So as you said, there's some things that are close. But like, it's hard with O-linemen because there's no counting stats. But assuming Jacoby is the dominant figure that everybody has said that he was, and that players who went against him say that he was, he's got a better resume. I mean, Roger Craig it was a different era, so I always say that. But he was a 3-time 1,000-yard back in a 11-year career. That's what he was. And if you're looking for 900-yard seasons, there are still 3 of them. In fact, in his career, there were 5 years, including the final 4, where he rushed for under 600 yards in a season. So about half of his career is a running back. Now, again, I understand we can talk about different eras, but my point is, he had 1 superstar year where he led the league in yards from scrimmage. He was the first-team All-Pro, 3rd in the MVP vote, was the Offensive Player of the Year. He was Christian McCaffrey for a season. He's now a finalist. He's now gone further than Joe Jacoby, one of the best tackles to ever live, on 3 Super Bowl teams, who made multiple years over, the best tackle in the league, and he's never gotten as far. It is crazy to me. Let's go to Mark in Rockville wants to hop in. Hey, Mark, how are you?
Hey guys, how are you doing this afternoon?
Hey, bud.
I just have a question. I assume there's absolute criteria and then relative criteria, meaning who in this current cohort they're considering. But I have a stupid question. Why doesn't somebody just ask why Joe is not being, I don't know if he's not being considered or why he's not getting in?
Well, he's been considered. He's been a semifinalist.
Yeah, he's been considered for a long time. I'm sure the questions come up. So here's the question on the process, I guess, to the caller's point here, to Mark's point. So what happens next is on January 13th, the vote takes place. And I think it's 50 people that are going to vote on this. How do we get from the big list to here? Is that still a committee or a panel, or is that the Hall of Fame itself? In other words, Jacoby can't crack through this wall. Is that based on the committee of voters and media members, or is that the Hall of Fame itself that presents the list of 50 finalists that he's never gotten on to these voters to vote on January 13th? Does my question make sense?
It kind of does. I also don't know the answer specifically about the process. I always know that, hey, he's a semifinalist. I don't know who made him that. I don't know what group that now that's a veterans committee as opposed to the regular group. Again, one of my least favorite non-criminal division class of people are Hall of Fame voters in various sports. I find them so loathsome and irritating.
Statement.
It is very large. I find them so irritating, especially baseball. That's my number one. But
those are some of your favorite writers and media members that you're talking about.
When it comes to that, I find them so obnoxious, and I cannot believe that they take the courses of actions that they take. Some don't do it, many do, and I find it ridiculous.
So here's the answer I'm getting. The Pro Football Hall of Fame Selection Committee votes for players to be inducted. This committee consists of 50 media representatives, which is what I was talking about. One from each pro football city. Forever for us, that was David Elfin here in D.C., with 2 each from New York and Los Angeles, 17 at-large selectors, and 1 representative from the Pro Football Writers of America. The committee meets annually to elect new members with a candidate needing at least 80% of the vote to be enshrined. So I got all that. What I want to know is, how do we get to the finalists? I'm gonna get answers on that for people, and I'll mention that when we return here. We got a double play coming your way. Remember those Leonard Skinner tickets at 4 o'clock right here on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Grit and Danny for our pals at Window Nation. A few years ago, we moved into our home. Summertime rolled around, and it was hot. It was hot outside, and you know what? It was hot inside, despite the AC working overtime. I said, not anymore. I know exactly what's happening. These old builder-grade windows, the old busted joints, the ones that were in the air for decades probably, need to be replaced. Whole house full of windows for Window Nation. Every single month, I'm paying a lot less in utility bills because it doesn't take as much to heat and cool the home.
That's the thing I think about, is all of our listeners who are contemplating or have thought about windows for a long time. They just have no idea how much money they're quite literally just throwing out the window. Your house getting warmer during the winter, cooler during the summer. The energy that you're not having to use after you make this change. They're giving you a great offer right now. 50% off all window styles. You can get 0% interest for financing for 5 years.
Hurry. The sale ends soon. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a fast, free estimate now at windownation.com or give them a call at 866-90Nation.
345 every day. We give you a double play driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Coming up in 10 minutes, we've got Leonard Skinner tickets for you. Danny, occasionally on this program, you and I talk about TV shows that we are watching. Occasionally, you and I will volley back and forth with ideas for one another.
Sure.
On what shows we should watch. What almost never happens, Dad very rarely ever suggests a show for us.
I don't think there's a precedent for it. Has that ever happened before?
Certainly not a non-Disney Plus, Avengers 17,
right?
Back from the Dead, Gemstones from the Hand 2.0, weird, like made for television Avengers movie show.
Right.
I think that's kind of what
I think that's the summary.
WandaVision 16 or whatever. But Garris waddled in here. And I'm going to say waddled because it was very sheepish in a sense. He kind of came in with no confidence in a sense. And he walked, I'm going to say in a sense again. And he walked over right up to me, but sheepishly. And waddling. And he's like twiddling his thumbs a little bit. And he's like, hey. And I'm like, yeah, this is kind of weird. What's going on? He's like, have I heard that you like whodunits? I took great offense to this. I didn't mention this to him, but I'm like, other questions you could ask me. Do I like the Commanders? Do I have any kids?
Have I ever ordered wings at a sports bar?
Right. How long have we known each other? We work together every day. I think of you as a friend.
Yep.
And we're very similar in a lot of ways, me and Darris. I kind of think we're pals. And he's like, hey, man, you from Virginia? You take pride in where you
ever live there?
What is that about?
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm like, yeah, dude, that's why they call me Whodunit Paulson. I love a whodunit. Every day that I'm not watching football, I'm trying to find a whodunit. That's literally why they call me.
Do they call you that, though?
What do they call me?
Whodunit Paulson.
Thank
I'll
you.
play along.
They call me.
They don't. I mean, admit that they don't.
You know they do.
Mariota.
Yeah. This is Whodunit Paulson talking right now on the air. So he goes, I got a really good whodunit for you. And I was like, go ahead. Like, what is this about?
On.
All Her Fault, it's called. All Her Fault. It's on Peacock. It debuted apparently on November 6th. So Darris put some hay in the barn quick here. He found it. He watched it. It's over. He goes, now, believe this or not, he said, he's like, it's only an 8-part miniseries.
As if to like give you a negative thing. Yeah.
Have you ever listened to the show you produce? What kind of shows does Whodunit Paulson like?
Short ones.
How many episodes generally? What's my wheelhouse?
3.
I would say 6 to 8.
No, admit it's 3.
The mini series, the 6 to 8 episodes, silly is right. That's the sweet spot. If I'm Juan Soto, that's kind of like inner half up around a little under the letters, right? Because it's only 8-episode miniseries. Okay, where's the bad part? I start watching this show last night. Here's how much I liked it. Not only did I crank out about half this show, I went from ads on Peacock to no ads, just like that.
You upgraded?
I called Darris like an hour in. And I'm like, please tell me you don't have. Do you have ads? He's like, no. I'm like, every 5 minutes, I'm getting a 90-second commercial. This is insane. He's like, oh, you need no ads. So Peacock got a little more money last night. First time I've ever watched a show on Peacock. This is Dakota Fanning starring in a whodunit about a kid that disappears. Frankly, with kids, some of this stuff hits a little close to home, so it can be tough. But otherwise, I don't know many of the actors. I recognize Jake Lacey. That's about it. Michael Pena's in this, who's a 10 out of 10. This is Nick Memphis from Shooter, and he's a detective again. He does his best work as a detective. Michael Pena, big fan. But Danny, Whodunit Paulson, which you know they call me, is halfway through a whodunit, and I got theories. I am cracking this case as we speak.
I love it. Glad you're happy about it.
Oh, God, it's good.
Is it like, remember I tried to get you to watch that, the British version of that? I was trying to remember the show while you were talking, but it was a great one with a couple of excellent small town actors.
Yes.
You know, was it like that kind of?
It was a very Mayor of Easttown-y, but it was the British BBC thing.
Yeah, it was the British joint.
because I had to sign up for some BBC nonsense and I couldn't get out of it, and I spent a year paying for it. But I watched that. It was a great show.
It was like that one, right? Is it like this?
I think it's better than that, but we're going to see. I don't want to give anything away. I'm not going to. I will say, and this may not even make sense, so if it doesn't, just act like I didn't say it and move on.
Got it.
So Darris told me that one of the upcoming episodes is like a flashback that is now going to introduce another, a bunch of new elements and kind of answer some questions. And I think that that's lazy show writing. When you do these whodunits, the whole point is You're getting me to look over here and then over there. And what's that? Who's this? Oh, what about? They did it. They did it. They did it. Oh, he did it. Oh, she did it. And that's like the whole idea. When you just build in an episode now where you go back, it's like, here's a bunch of stuff you haven't known for 4 episodes that we're going to show you now. A little bit of a shortcut.
I think so too.
Lido Pizza is square because it doesn't cut corners.
Right. This is not the Lido Pizza of show writing.
This director doesn't eat Lido Pizza. You see what I'm saying?
I see exactly what you're saying.
So we'll see if I love it as much as I currently do. But right now, I'm on a wild
You're having
ride.
a grand old time?
It's been great. And what do they call me, Danny?
Grant?
Nope. When they don't call me Grant, what do
Jeeps.
they?
Oh, Jeeps.
No.
You make me say it?
It's a couple things. Mr. Maui Pineapple Chicken.
Oh, I was going to go there too. Damn it.
And what else?
Who done it, Paulson?
Who done it, Paulson?
I'm going to sneak in a quick one. I don't know if you saw the story or not. A masked bandit broke into a liquor store in Ashland, Virginia, just outside of Richmond.
This is good.
You see this? So the masked bandit broke in, ransacked the store, drank a bunch of liquor, crashed some bottles, and passed out on the floor. That's not a remarkable story. It's not good, obviously, but we see things like that, unfortunately, from time to time, and yada yada yada.
Here's my big butt.
Here's my big butt. The masked bandit, a raccoon. What do you mean a raccoon? I mean an actual raccoon broke into a liquor store somehow, drank a bunch of booze, and passed out next to the toilet like a college sophomore pledging a fraternity.
That's absolutely ludicrous.
Are you saying ludicrous or ludicrous?
That's absolutely ludicrous.
Ludicrous. And it's probably more than ludicrous. The raccoon broke into the liquor store, drank a wide selection of alcohol, and passed out.
A bunch of liquor, and then passed out on the bathroom floor. That's incredible.
It is. I don't really have any other words beside that.
No, it's great.
So the animal control obviously gets called. Imagine the owner, the ABC store, walks in.
Did you hear what happened when they got called?
What?
They go into the bathroom and he goes, "You guys aren't going to believe it. I swear to God, it has nothing to do with it. This is not what he wanted to look like." That's what the raccoon said.
Somebody stole a bunch of liquor and poured it down my throat. You walk in and you go, "Oh my God, we've been robbed." Right? Because there's glass shattered on the ground. The whole place smells like booze because it's all opened up and there's liquor all over the place. This aisle is ransacked. Looks terrible. And so maybe you're alerting the authorities. You're going, maybe the person's still here. I'm not really sure how to handle this. And you eventually get to the bathroom and the raccoon is passed out like you think he'd be passed out. Face first, all legs, paws, arms, whatever you call it, splayed out, and his face is slammed against the floor. Because he just couldn't handle anymore. Could not handle his incredible amount of booze. And they took him to the drunk tank, sobered him up, released him back out into the wild. They let him go.
I like that this happened in Ashland, Virginia, by the way, where I get my puppies, or I did once anyway. Champ Bailey, many years ago, came from Paulie's Pups in Ashburn when I was like 8 years old or something. Beltway Blitz is next, and as soon as we return on Grant and Danny, we're giving away those Leonard Skinner tickets.
This update is brought to you by Elegant Smiles Dental Care. Experience dentistry with a touch of elegance. In the NFL, an update on Jaden Daniels. Still hasn't been cleared for contact, and Quinn said he's going to get a lot of reps at practice this week, but they'll take it all the way through Friday to decide whether he's going to be able to play or not. Joe Jacoby was not a finalist for the Hall of Fame on the senior committee. The 3 finalists are going to be Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, and L.C. Greenwood. Injuries in the NFL, Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown going to be a game-time decision for tomorrow's game against Dallas, dealing with an ankle sprain that he suffered on Thanksgiving. The Browns open up the 21-day practice window for quarterback Deshaun Watson. The Bucs did the same for Mike Evans and Jalen McMillan. Hockey tonight, second half of a back-to-back. The Caps looking to win their 6th straight game as they take on the Sharks tonight in San Jose. 10 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. I had a great experience, and you will too. Visit elegantsmilesdds.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to Leonard Skinner and Foreigner's Double Trouble Double Vision Tour. Saturday, July 25th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation.
Your pals are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Capitals. How about those Caps? Winners of 5 straight, 8 of their last 10. Late night, 10:30 start last night, and right around 1 a.m. they wrapped up a victory. They got another 10:30 East time start tonight right here on the Fan. So we'll talk about them in our Blitz, the NFL as well, and the Commanders all coming up this segment. Let's get into it. Speaking of the Caps, we will talk to Joe Beninati in about an hour at 5 o'clock on their hot stretch. But right now, Katie Florio joins us of the Capitals Radio Network. Late night work, Katie, as they are out in California. 2nd straight game out west tonight, and they're looking for 2 more points. How about that gritty win last evening?
That was a really gritty win. And yeah, it's a struggle for us back here hosting some very late nights, another one. But no, the Capitals just continue to roll on. 5-game win streak, 8 wins in their last 9 games. And we knew it was probably going to be a low-scoring one against the Kings, who are very defensively sound as well. And that's exactly what we saw. But credit to Logan Thompson, who continues to just be an absolute brick wall for this team. And how about Tom Wilson yet again scoring on the power play? So all in all, another really good game.
Yeah, you mentioned Tom Wilson. He's going to go past his career high in goals by Christmas at this rate, Katie. This is unbelievable. How's he scoring this way?
Yeah, I mean, it's so great to see how he's been all season long. Even when the Capitals were in that little bit of a lull at the beginning, he was still the one carrying the team. But, I think all in all, he's able to find it different ways. He goes to the dirty areas. He's in front of the net. But like we've seen the past 2 games, there's no question that special teams has been the weakest spot for this team throughout the course of this season. But I thought last night, at least the process looked a lot better than what we've been seeing. I'm really liking more time that Ryan Leonard is getting on it as well. And so that's now 2 power play goals for him in the last 2 games. So really great to see him breaking through there as well.
I feel like Ryan Leonard's game is just taking flight in all ways, not just on the power play. I mean, you just see him asserting himself more, Katie. He's more physical. It seems like things have slowed down for him a little bit.
Absolutely. I think that's exactly the best way to put it. Things have slowed down to him. I think he looks like a completely different player in November and now into December than he did in October. And so much of that was, just learning how to be a consistent NHL player. I think we saw in the beginning so many times he kind of tried to be the hero. He was doing the cutesy moves and the things that did work for him in college, but he learned that this is a college to NHL hockey is a big step. And so he has kind of, gotten out of that, and he's learned over the course of these, 8-10 weeks
okay, what does work in the NHL? And so the way that he has just continued to improve, and like you said, the way that the game has slowed down for him, it's been great to see, and I love the physicality we're seeing from him too. Every time there's a post whistle scrum, he is right there in the middle of it. He's been able to draw a lot of penalties for the Capitals that way too. And so for someone that, of course, is so young, not even 21 years old yet, it's been really cool to watch his confidence grow with each week.
Katie, there haven't been a ton of points yet for Justin Sortif, but he just always shows up. He's like that glue guy in basketball that always seems to be around the ball, or the the really good tackler in football that, again, is always around the ball. Just seems to be making the right play, getting guys in the right spots, etc. Some pretty heavy good minutes here from him of late. What have you seen?
Yeah, I totally agree with that as well. And I think when they brought him in, or the organization this summer, they didn't bring him in to be a flashy guy, high scoring, because that's not who he is. I mean, he spent the majority of last season with the Charlotte Checkers in the AHL. And so different type of scenario, of course, from Sortif to Ryan Leonard, but another guy that really had to get comfortable with what the NHL was like. And so in the beginning, it was, okay, we're sort of not hearing his name, but like you said, he emerged in a different way. He's not going to be the guy to, put up points every single night, but it's some of his passing, the playmaking, the speed that he has as well. I mean, the pass we saw to Wilson, I believe it was Wilson a few weeks ago in a home game for just an incredible goal. It was such an elite passing sequence. And so he's another one that it's in. He's only 23 years old also. So one of those guys that kind of flies under the radar, but when you're looking the board battles along the wall, things like that, he's winning battles and like you said, playing heavy minutes that in the long run are really going to help this team.
Katie, thank you. We will be listening tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Caps hockey at 10:30 here on The Fan. That's, I don't know, 6 hours, 20 minutes from right now. Late night Caps. All right, let's talk football. Mike Jones of The Athletic. Mike, if the Bengals win out, they'll probably make the playoffs because the Ravens and the Steelers play each other a couple times. Can they? They play Buffalo, Baltimore, Miami, and then Arizona, Cleveland. Can they win out?
I think that they will come very close, but I don't have any confidence in their defense. Because they were scoring 28, 29 points a game with Joe Flacco as their quarterback. It wasn't an offensive problem. It's the fact that their defense can't stop anybody. And so I think that defense could wind up costing them, and they're just going to miss the cut.
Mike, this is a broader question. You covered this team here in town for so long, and now you cover the NFL at large, and you know a lot of these guys and folks that know and write about the league. Why is it so hard for so many great Washington players to get into the Hall of Fame? Most specifically thinking of Joe Jacoby and our own Brian Mitchell here in town, but just seems like that era, for whatever reason, gets overlooked. Is there a conversation you've ever heard or a sentiment you've heard expressed among your fellow writers?
I have asked about this a lot, and I really don't fully understand it. I know one point I had heard from somebody that Bill Belichick had once said that he never had to use a double team, that they always had to get, that's right, they always had to give Joe Jacoby help against Lawrence Taylor. And because of that kind of diminished his, standing in his eyes. And then when he switched to right tackle, but other people have told me, well, that's because Jim Lachey just couldn't make the switch. And so they had to move him over there, and he did well there. But yeah, it's frustrating. I know people who have been working and lobbying on his behalf. I also know people who are, lining up and some of the selection committee. And to me, it seems like he is a Hall of Famer, that there needs to be more than just one hog on that in the Hall of Fame. But this is where he is right now, and those are just some of the things I've learned. As far as Brian Mitchell, I don't get that either. He is definitely worthy of it. I thought when Devin Hester got in, it was going to open the door, and maybe it still could. But for right now, he continues to wait as well. But just nothing but excellence on special teams, and then valuable in offense as well. So I hope it happens, but they're left waiting one more time.
Mike Jones of The Athletic. Mike, Commanders play the Vikings this weekend. J.J. McCarthy had played terribly. Then he has the concussion symptoms. For a week, everyone talked themselves into how good Max Brosmer's going to be, and the idea is maybe we don't see McCarthy again. He throws 4 picks. They get shut out, their worst game in terms of points since 2007 as an organization. And now all of a sudden they're excited to get McCarthy back. But what do we expect from him? It's been a real struggle.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing. The dude has not played football in a year. He missed all of last year, while having knee surgery and recovering. The Vikings were really foolish to think that they could go to him and that there was not going to be a drop-off from Sam Darnold to him. They really should have given him basically a redshirt year this year, let him go through practices and everything like that and sit behind a veteran and learn, and then turn him out there. And then there's all this frustration that he doesn't look great. Well, he's a freaking rookie, basically, and has a lot of rust and learning to catch up to the speed. So, these lumps were bound to happen. And I think that, the opportunity is there for Washington. Their defense seems like it's gotten a little bit better in the last couple of weeks, and so we'll see what happens. But it's obviously an opportunity that they have to take advantage of with McCarthy and the Vikings, because if you lose this game, then it's just, man, if you can't beat them, who can you beat?
So, Mike, the Bills right now are the 7 seed. They're at 8-4. Houston breathing down their neck at 7-5. Hear me out in this scenario. There could be a year where Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow are not in the postseason. Like the year that Kansas City needs to, kind of finally become mortal. The other legends who have been just waiting for their one crack at it might not get a chance either. Just seems wild to me.
No, it really is. And it's hard to wrap your mind around the fact that all 3 of those quarterbacks and Joe Burrow as well. But when you look at them, every single one of them are on rosters where, whether it's their offensive line betraying them or their defense betraying them, or like their front office didn't really go out and get them top flight pass catchers. These guys have carried their team for so long, and I think we're seeing where they were kind of taken for granted and their supporting cast are subpar, and it's going to wind up costing them. And you thought maybe, like you said, the door would be open for somebody else if the Chiefs had fallen backwards, but everybody's regressing at the same time. And then the door is opening for these teams like the Patriots, who have done nothing but steadily improve and are really efficient on both sides of the ball, even though they're not prolific. Or teams like, the Rams, in the NFC who are dominant on both sides of the ball, So there's a lot of teams that are out there that are getting the job done. And it seems weird, but it really is a realistic possibility that they, and also a team like Detroit, is on the outside looking in.
Mike, thank you. We appreciate you, buddy. Be good.
All right. See you guys.
See you, bud.
Let's localize the football. Liam Griffin to do just that. It was good catching up with him out at Northwest Stadium. Covers the Commanders for the Washington Times. Liam, I guess let's start with Jaden Daniels. What is the deal here with him not being cleared for contact yet? And could he still play Sunday?
Yeah, so it seems like they are obviously taking every precaution necessary with Jaden Daniels. When we look at him in practice, like today, he looked good. There was no brace on that left elbow that he injured just over a month ago now. But, they are stopping short of clearing him. They say they're not going to say anything until Friday. I think there is still a very, very realistic chance that he plays on Sunday, but I believe Dan Quinn when he says we don't know yet.
How sustainable is this? Their defense is kind of okay as opposed to an epic disaster in the previous part of the season.
I think it's very sustainable. I think it's easy to point the finger and be like, oh, Dan Quinn took over play calling and now it's better. I don't think it's quite that simple. I think there was a whole kind of philosophy shift where they went back down to basics and said, okay, we don't have the horses to play man coverage every week, losing Marshawn Lattimore and Trey Amos. So we're going to switch to a more zone-heavy scheme that Dan Quinn really made famous across the NFL when he was with Seattle. And the secondary in particular has really started to excel in that. It plays to their strengths. And I think you're going to see them continue kind of using that going forward. But it has also really, Dan Quinn said it today, it has helped energize him being on the sideline and being really in tune with his players.
So do you think he does it next year?
I think he does. I was really surprised when he said the other day that, like, yeah, there's a good chance that I'll keep doing it. But it seems like he said he's having a great time. Like he's really enjoying doing that. He's enjoying the challenge. They're also kind of lucky in the way that they have shaped out this coaching staff and that they have a bunch of guys around who have head coaching experience who don't need maybe as much oversight as somebody else might. You know, you have Cliff Kingsbury there now. You have guys like Anthony Lynn. Like these are people who don't need a head coach to hold their hand or tell them how to run a room. And so it kind of frees up Dan Quinn to focus on the defense. And since he's taken over, they've looked like a much stronger unit. And if it's working, then I see no reason to change it.
Liam, I understand, there's still plenty of time left in the season and, the locker room and the culture and this, that, and the other. You've got to, kind of keep playing your best guys. I fully get that. But in a world where they're out of it and Zach Ertz is a free agent to be, and he's in his mid-30s, there were 16 targets to tight ends in this past game, and none of them went to their second-round pick from last year, Ben Sinnott. Do we see a time at some point this year where he might get something crazy like 3 targets in a game? Like, are they ever going to start to maybe fade up a little bit some of their draft picks from last year, like Johnny Newton, who's getting out-snapped by veterans they found off the street?
Yeah, the uproarious heights of 3 targets a game would seem like a lot for Ben Sinnott. They've said this before, but they are not rushing Sinnott at all. And you hear guys around the league talk about it, like tight end is very rarely, Brock Bowers excluded, a position where guys can come in and make that kind of immediate impact. That said, Sinnott has been slow to develop and has not gotten those targets. But they have started to work those guys in. Like you talked about those draft picks. Jordan McGee has really seen his role explode in the defense as an off-ball linebacker after, weeks of fans complaining that Bobby Wagner can't cover anymore, which I don't agree with. But they are starting to do that. And you saw it a bit with a little bit of Tyler Owens experimentation at safety. But they have not done it as much on offense, except for out of necessity when they run out of wide receiver bodies. But I think they're going to have to start using Sinnott, or there's going to be a lot of questions during training camp. And unless something is shown from him soon, is Zach Ertz coming back? Do you have a different option at tight end? It's going to start leading to some questions this offseason.
Liam Griffin covers the Commanders. Thank you, buddy. Good intel.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
We appreciate you as always. That is your Beltway Blitz. So last night, Danny, the Commanders were featured on an episode of Hard Knocks for the first time ever. Many, many years and many dreams wasted on this. This is all I ever wanted. Get me, my football team, on Hard Knocks, and it happened. We will discuss the very limited amount that Washington was on Hard Knocks.
Extremely limited.
Episode 1. We'll do that next on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook. The FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. FanDuel is a #1 sportsbook of same-game parlays in America. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks for NBA action tonight into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one very easy-to-use app. Right now is the perfect time to join. Sometimes I'll just use my FanDuel app to track stats because they do it better than a lot of the other sites. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet hits. That's $5, got to hit, $150 in bonus bets. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/GP, FanDuel.com. Promo code is GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online, real money wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. Hard Knocks debuted in the NFC East version last night on HBO. I wanted to get into some of what we saw behind the scenes on the Commanders and some of what we saw from the other three teams in the division. Danny has not yet seen episode 1.
No, hot mess in my house last night. Couldn't get it done.
We had a little debate. Do we talk about it today? Do we wait 24 hours?
I think we have to talk about it.
There's enough people that are probably excited to hear the discussion. So we're going to do it. We'll let you do the reading a day late. But the teacher's going to be tapping her foot if you don't do your reading tonight.
Yeah, you're getting called on tomorrow. I know that one.
I have been there before, by the way. Grant, do you know what happened in chapter 3? I do not.
I do not. I do not.
I show up at school the next day, still haven't done the reading, get on Spark Notes or whatever, try to figure out what happened in the chapter. Remember that website?
Well, so that was before our time. We didn't have that. Remember, websites and school for me didn't exist until end of college. Yeah. So for us, it was like you'd have to go find the Cliff Notes, which they banned from everywhere, but it was like black market type stuff where you'd find them.
Where would you get those?
Like people would have them. It was like, honestly, it was like trying to buy drugs.
Like printed?
Yes, printed Cliff Notes. So it was one page for every 7 to 10 pages.
And who would make them?
Whoever the Cliff Company was. I'm doing a bit. Like whoever
there was a company.
I think so.
Pre-internet Spark Notes website that did the same thing.
Yeah.
And then it was like a printed manual, essentially.
The printed version.
Crazy.
The Cliff, different time, dude.
Yeah, that is.
From middle school, high school type stuff. Where you're, like I read Grendel and all sorts of weird stuff. I'm like, I don't even know what these have these words mean. They're in Middle English. I've read Chaucer, but I don't know that I've read it. It's impossible. Somebody explain this to me.
I'm going to make a few divisional wide observations first, and then we'll get into the Commanders. First, I want to say, here is one episode down of Hard Knocks where you see all 4 teams and you're riding in the car with, and you're getting some time with each coach. And the guy that may have came off the best, not that anything was wrong with Dan Quinn, I just see that all the time, was Brian Schottenheimer.
Brian Schottenheimer.
Of the Dallas Cowboys, who so far, I will raise my hand, I have been very, very wrong about. I thought that hiring was not only uninspiring, but I thought it was downright bad and ridiculous. His opening press conference was borderline comically terrible. Not that he did anything wrong, but it's just Brian Schottenheimer, who's never been a good coordinator, and now he's a head coach, and why is this happening? You can see why players love him. He is just an immensely likable person, and I just thought the way that he carried himself on Hard Knocks, the way he interacted with his players, the way the show was edited with, we're getting to see, in fairness, the Cowboys beat the Eagles and the Chiefs in a 5-day span.
Yeah.
That's going to make your head coach look pretty good.
Sure.
But even still, with the adversity they've dealt with, I mean, they had a player in a tragedy die during the season, take his own life. And so the things that they've overcome here, winning 3 in a row, I just think he's done a very solid job, and I really liked Brian Schottenheimer. So he's been the big winner so far as I'm concerned. But if you would have said to me through one episode, which coach comes off the best, and you would have told me it was Schottenheimer, I would have laughed in your face.
Amazing, right? Because, again, when that hire was made, everybody outside of a couple Dallas homers are sitting there like chortling, snorting, laughing, making fun of that one, where it's like, that'll do it. That'll put you over the top. And all he's done is, it seems like a pretty damn good job.
The other Cowboys point I'll make, and I'm going to tread lightly on compliments of Dallas for the rest of the day because it's a lot. I've always really liked Dak Prescott as a guy. Isn't Dak just come off like a really genuinely good dude? I always felt this way about Tony Romo, honestly, weirdly enough, too. I remember there were stories where, I think we did it one of our first months together, where like he was going to see a movie, and there was a homeless guy outside the movie theater, and he like just brought the guy in with him and got him a ticket and got him popcorn and a soda, and him and the guy watched a movie together. You remember that at all?
Vaguely. That sounds right.
But stories like that pop up. Like Dak has done so much for mental health and different things like suicide prevention, honestly, because of what happened with his brother. But it's not just the charitable stuff. I just think he's a good leader. I think he's seems like he'd be a cool hang. I like Dak Prescott as a dude. I know I'm not supposed to say that.
Yeah, I know.
That may bother some fans of football in this area.
Because it's once that helmet is off and that stupid uniform is off that I hate so much and that dumb star, you're probably right. It's hard for me to separate the two, though. But I hear what you're saying.
Facts. So that'll be it for complimenting the Cowboys. The Eagles. If this series was an opportunity for me to come away thinking, I was wrong. Nick Sirianni isn't a goose. He's not really a boob. That's not going to be happening.
Okay.
I do think Nick Sirianni is a goose and a boob. It's a lot of, we call Dan Quinn, we joke about Sergeant Slogan or whatever. It's if you think Jalen Hurts just spits out cliches, wait till you see this call with NBC from Sirianni. It's like he thinks he's on camera or something. I guess technically he is on Hard Knocks, but he's talking with Al Michaels for this behind the scenes thing. And he's just Mr. Cliche, and everything's a poster on his wall. Like, try your best. God will do the rest. Or, he doesn't have that one, but
right.
That's like his whole mantra is like anything.
Every day is a new day to fight.
Right. It's just too much. But also just the conversations he's having with like Brandon Graham and, every week. Thank God that game went that way. I'm just so glad that we sucked today because that's why we're going to be better next week. Like, I just don't believe you.
Yep.
And yes, you've won constantly. I think you got dropped into the greatest situation ever. So this may actually backfire. Instead of me coming away going, this Nick Sirianni guy,
he's thriving in the eye of the storm.
I get it. I think it's going to go the other direction. It's early, but that's what I'm thinking.
Interesting. Yeah, they've won an astounding amount. Their disastrous season was 11-6.
You can't say he's a bad coach.
No, he's perfect for them.
They win too much, but they always have locker room problems. Yep. They don't particularly have a good culture. They have really talented players. I think they have a great run game and offensive line, and I give their O-line coach, I think it's Jeff Stoutland, a lot of credit for that. But maybe it's not in spite of. I just think there's a lot of guys that could have a lot of success there. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I'm of the belief that this is a Howie Roseman production brought to you by Howie Roseman, and he's puts on a masterclass every year, and all anyone would have to do is try to study his methods. So they're great, and they have more draft picks than everybody. You figure that out, right? Where they've got more talent than everyone and more draft picks than everyone. Again, how he's doing it, everyone else should be taking notes and just do exactly that or as close to it as you can, just to try to walk in their shadow. They're incredible. And Nick Sirianni's also there. He has an office too.
So that brings us to home base in the Washington Commanders. So there were 3 scenes that were notable, really, of any length from behind the scenes access to Washington. We also got to see a lot of mic'd up, video as well of their game with the Broncos, but it was honestly mostly just highlights with some radio calls and, a couple of shots of the sideline. I didn't find a lot of like new information during the game at all.
Yeah, there was some cool stuff with like Daniels was talking to Tony Dungy before the game.
That was interesting.
That was kind of cool.
Yeah, I rewound that 10 times. My wife was so mad because I thought at first he said, I'll be back next week. Because Tony Dungy was like, hey, how you feeling, man? Are you getting close? And he said something like, I'll be back. And he trails off. And I thought he said next week. And I'm like, we did it. We did it. We just cracked the case. Like, Hard Knocks screwed up. Like, as if the editing process didn't play out. And after, I'm not joking, like the 7th or 8th time, I'm like, I just can't tell. My wife's like, don't rewind that again. Or we're watching something else. Like, she was so mad about it. I don't think he said I'll be back next week, for the record.
But how could you be sure? Have you rewound it at all?
I should do it a couple more times.
Have you watched it?
So clip number 1 here is Dan Quinn excited about actually having players at practice. This was very quick, not a big deal, but you could just tell this was early last week ahead of the Broncos game, that there was some momentum in the building, that they felt like the talent was improving because they were getting some bodies back.
I think the most fun I've had at practice in a while. Most fun I've had. Yeah, a lot of people here like practicing. Yeah. It's like still freaking. Yeah, I saw a deep ball over there at 17. I made my heart happy. Yeah.
How did when he accelerated under it? Oh, that was awesome.
That was Adam Peters talking about Terry McLaurin doing something awesome, which is ironic, I would say. Not to say that he doesn't know Terry McLaurin's a good player, but if you've been around here since the summer, I think that's kind of interesting. Like, you see how he did that? No one else on our team can do that? That's pretty cool, right?
That's pretty neat, huh?
Like, Adam Peters,
hey,
you're
buddy.
saying that, aren't you?
Yeah.
All right, next video. Dan Quinn postgame. So this is a good one here. This was Quinn after the Broncos game. We always get the wins where everyone high fives and Frankie Louvu throws a rock at the wall or whatever, and everyone yells "oos." We get those, but we don't get the losses, right? We got a loss video. So this is Dan Quinn addressing the team, and this is where the quote came from that ended up making the rounds, not just in D.C., but all over the country today. This was where Dan Quinn was your big episode 1 winner for this season, where he drops the bar of all bars. We may have lost, but we're not lost anymore.
Now, I'm with you, man. And one thing I would say, man, like, we also recaptured, like, the competitive dog. All right? So, like, I want you to understand that's a big deal. about who we are and what we stand for and that. So, like, it doesn't change the result. Trust me, all right? We lost, but we're not lost anymore. You know what I'm saying by that? Sometimes you get your heart broken. You got to lay it all out there. All right? Things tonight, for sure. But we lost, but we are not lost anymore.
Oh, he goes back to it. He drills in a little deeper to make sure that it doesn't fall out of the wall.
Just a quick encore.
Danny, I know you want to be a cynical, I hate everything, whatever. Like,
yes.
Sergeant slogan this, whatever. That's a bar.
That is a great turn of phrase. It's a fantastic turn of phrase.
I've never heard it before. I need to Google to make sure it's not like on a bunch of like bathroom posters or something that people have. But that's really good.
It's very good. That is an excellent turn of phrase right there.
You think he came up with it?
I think he thinks he did. Like whether he did or not. You know what I mean? Like in his mind, I think he got to that point.
I think he came up with it right before. So he didn't come up with it in real time. There's no chance real time with Bill Maher. He's just standing there and he's just shooting from the hip. And this is some freestyle rap where he's like George Bush, your stand-up set where he like does the smirk as he's like the words are coming out well. I don't think Dan Quinn's just like, we may have lost, but we're not lost anymore. I think it was, he takes forever after the game. I've never, ever been around a coach who takes longer to get to the podium after a game. Not a complaint, not a sermon.
Just an observation.
Right. So like normally there's a 10-minute cooling off period. Locker room opens, coach talks. Most of the guys I've covered have been at the podium between 10 and 15 minutes after the game. They are answering questions already. Like opening statements over, they're midway through this thing. Dan Quinn at times gets there like 40 minutes after the game. And I think what I've heard is like he is unbelievably thorough at wanting to pour over everything, like address whatever he needs to with whoever he needs to, do the coaching locker room part of it, which drags on a little longer with him, it seems. And then also prepare for the media so that you don't say things like, we could be eliminated. I think he doesn't want
to be embarrassed.
I think he doesn't want to say we could be eliminated.
We can be eliminated.
So he comes to the podium like a half hour after Ron used to, and 37 minutes after Shane.
Ron's just jogging right up there. Anybody have any questions for me?
Right, exactly. But anyway, why did I bring this up?
I don't want to call on Grant.
There's a reason I brought this up, and I can't remember it now.
Long time.
It's because I think he sits in his office before he goes into the locker room for a few minutes. And he's like, got a piece of paper and he's like, what do I say to the guys? Like, how do I let's not miss this. You know how he says, miss it?
Miss it.
Let's not miss it. We got a moment here. And I think he wrote that down. He's like, this is bars. And he's right, by the way. He is a poet. I just Googled it. I Googled, we may have lost, but we're not lost anymore. To see if, they say it was like Cleopatra or whoever. I don't know why it would be Cleopatra.
Yeah, Cleopatra said that.
Yeah. This phrase is a quote from Washington Commanders head coach Dan Quinn after a loss during the taping of HBO Hard Knocks.
How about it?
So they're not giving anybody else credit for it. I think it's a DQ OG.
A Dan Quinn original. It's got a watermark.
You got
lost, but we are not lost anymore.
I mean, put that. If they win, we're playing that all day on Monday. The boys have been found. We could do a whole segment on things that used to be lost that aren't anymore.
Yeah, like I found my keys.
Right. They were lost.
I may have lost them. They're not lost anymore.
Not this day.
We lost, but we're not lost anymore.
God, that's so good. 1 to 100. The scale of
whatever that scale is.
Of great line from a coach. That's a 99. That's really
That's
good.
a little steep, but
That's
I see your point.
Javon Kinlaw. That is Warren Sapp. Because you know what he's saying.
I know exactly what he means.
What he's saying is, and he said it earlier, if you want to play the beginning of that too.
Put it twice. He said it twice.
No, I don't even mean that. I mean, he basically said, we found that bleeping dog. We all watched them last year.
They were,
I get there were injuries this year. They have just played differently. They miss tackles. They're not as physical. They're not as violent. They don't arrive violently like they did.
Yep.
It's a different thing.
The way they've been playing is not for everybody.
Stella doesn't have her groove. Stella needed to get her groove back. And he basically got in front of the team and said, Stella just got her groove back.
We also recaptured the competitive dog. All right. So I want you to understand that's a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
I thought at first you said donk. Like he's like, I love the junks, man. Competitive dunk. But then I realized it was dog.
It'd be funnier if it was that. So that was the best scene I would say that we hadn't already seen. Maybe the number one seed would have been Tavita Pritchard.
The Tavita Pritchard one, yeah.
Being announced as the head coach at Stanford, but that came out as a teaser, and we all got to see that. But what do you guys think of Hard Knocks? Any takeaways? We'll take your calls next. 800-636-1067. And do you agree with Dan Quinn that they may have lost, but they're not lost anymore?
And
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Selling a home can feel overwhelming and unpredictable at times. So I want to tell you about my friends, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home team with Keller Williams. They're also my realtors. They've mastered a system that makes selling your home simple, clear, and successful, even when the market can be a little uncertain. Just ask clients like me. They sold my place a couple of years ago. We got way more than asking price. The whole thing was done in a quick weekend. They're incredible at this. They don't just do cookie cutter stuff. That's the difference when you work with Reynolds and Power Home Team. They combine deep market knowledge, powerful marketing strategies, and a massive database of pre-qualified buyers ready to act. They don't just list homes, they get them sold. And if for some crazy reason your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Call them like we did at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. I'm telling you, they are incredible at this. They sell more homes than anybody. They get more money in your pocket. The whole thing is done quicker. Plus, their guarantees. DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
capturing standards together. I think that's what it's about, of, the battle for it. I thought in an unusual sense, it was maybe our best group game still with a loss. So it's hard to say it was our best game because you had a loss, but I thought from a performance, if you didn't have that part, the performance side, I thought this was connected. This was a punt for field position. This was getting a stop. This was making a play. So those were things that I liked. I saw some people playing some of their best. I like for Samerstill and Connerly. Those were two that really I thought elevated up. And that's what I want to see, like elevation and improvement.
Dan Quinn talking about Sunday against Denver when his team lost, but found themselves, as he said, on Hard Knocks. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. I love that he singled out a couple of kids there. Mikey Sanders still outside, and then Josh Connerly at tackle as having had a really good game. You heard him say, that's what I want to see. Well, so do we. I mean, we need to. We need to see Connerly keep making strides. It seems like after a rough patch to begin the year against the murderer's row and opponents, he is making significant improvements, and this is what a building block looks like. Sanders still did struggle in the nickel. Now he's got a much easier responsibility playing zone on the outside a lot. You better look good or improved, I guess I should say. And he looked really, really good. What do they do at the end of the year? Do they just make him an outside boundary corner? Do they move him back to the nickel and try it one more time? That's something they're going to have to figure out. But if he can at least have a strong finish to the season like he's had last two games, you get to a point with Sanders still where you go into the offseason and say, there's a way he could be a really good player.
He could
rather than, oh my goodness, was that a terrible second year, which is the trajectory we were on at one point in time.
That's right. So this, again, the question is, where do they think he's going to be best? They drafted him to do one thing. And usually what happens is when you have someone not do that thing, it usually works poorly. That's not the case now. He's a better boundary corner than he is slot corner. Now, one is harder than the other. That slot position is probably one of the hardest positions in all of sports right now, especially maybe the hardest one on defense. But if you found something in a boundary corner, you don't look the gift horse in the mouth. You say, that's our answer there. We've solved that, and let's try to find the other thing, even if the other thing is harder. Now, that's the question that they've got to answer internally. You don't just do it because you want to be right. You do it because that's the best thing for the football team.
Connerly finishing in a way where you feel like your tackles are locked in seems like a significant development, too. I've talked a lot the last 48 or so hours about this O-line trending in the right direction. I am assuming it's just a lock that they pay Tunsil and keep him around. They gave up so much that you would think you're willing to extend a guy who's an awesome pass protector on the left side, the blind side of your young star quarterback in Jaden Daniels. Should just be a no-brainer. Is it possible if Connerly plays really, really well that you make the financial decision to kick him over to the left side? Now you're shopping for a right tackle and you don't re-sign Tunsil. I'm just trying to think out of the box. Maybe that's something they could do. It would seem unnecessary. I think we're headed in a direction right now where this O-line looks really, really good for 26. If you re-up with Tunsil, you keep Connerly at right tackle for continuity. Sam Cosmi was PFF's highest graded offensive lineman in the league on Sunday. He was great. I think he allowed one pressure on 55 pass dropbacks against a really good Denver interior, one of the best pass rushing groups in the league. Biotish has become a pretty solid little center for them. He's going into year 3 of his deal. And then at left guard, there's some question. Do you re-up with Paul? I think you could probably do that on the cheap if they want to. Do you give Coleman another chance? But that would be the one in pencil, question mark, if you will, on an otherwise well-built line that's starting to play like it could be a solution over a long time.
So for Tunsil, just to put some numbers on it, he is entering a season where his cap hit's about to be just under $25 million. Perfectly fine, by the way, for me. You play
he's
in a Pro
under
Bowl
contract for the record next year.
Yeah.
It's just, I would have a hard time believing he wouldn't hold out or at least threaten to. Like, he deserves more money than he makes.
And he would need something done. So I don't know if we've done anything like this before where a player going into the final year of his deal would want more, and I don't know, who knows. Any hoodles, you would think that you would want to keep that player because tackles age better than a lot of other players do, right? It's not quarterback necessarily, but it's close. You look at some of these guys that are able to play at a high level into their mid to even upper 30s, that he would be in line certainly both for a raise, and that would make a lot of sense. That position is so important. And again, you still have a quarterback on his rookie deal So you're looking at 3 years of Daniels at bargain money, even though that 5th year it jumps up. It's not what it's going to be when he signs his long-term deal here for God knows how much, 70, 80 million bucks a year, maybe at this point with the way the cap's going up. So you absolutely can afford a star left tackle. And make no mistake, I think that's what Tunsil is for, basically those 3 years before that cap hit really starts kicking in for Daniels. That makes a lot of sense to me. It's very practical. If it goes awry somehow where he's asking for the moon and you don't feel comfortable giving it to him, I wouldn't love doing another dance with Connerly to move him over and have him kind of, learn the mirror image of what he just spent so many hours learning this way. And then now you're shopping for right tackle. It's not as if there's always a great shopping list there. You're probably back in the draft maybe for that, or converting somebody that's a hybrid guard tackle a la Andrew Wiley. So to me, the best solution is having Tunsil under contract. And I think they're going to try to do that.
Joe Beninati, who calls Caps games for Monumental Sports, is going to join us next. They've won 5 in a row and 8 of 9. They won last night. Second night of a back-to-back. They got a chance to make it 6 in a row tonight. We'll talk to Joe B next on Grant and Danny.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels has still not been cleared for contact. Dan Quinn said earlier today that he will get a lot of reps at practice this week, but it'll take through Friday to determine his game status. Joe Jacoby is not a finalist for the Hall of Fame, part of the senior committee. The 3 finalists are Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, and L.C. Greenwood. In the NBA last night, the Wizards fell to the Sixers, 121-102. Day off today for the Wizards. They're back home tomorrow against the Celtics. Hockey last night, the Capitals won their 5th straight game, beating the Kings 3-1. Second half of a back-to-back tonight. They're in San Jose to take on the Sharks. 10 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30. Order now at paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Exclusively sponsored by the law firm Kondori and Murad. We're Grant and Danny. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're going to Minneapolis with Kondori and Murad this weekend. We fly out first thing on Saturday. We're going to be spending the afternoon with their crew. And then Sunday, it's Commanders Vikings at one of the most beautiful stadiums in the league. Going to be cold, but we'll be indoors on game day.
Yeah, I wonder what we're going to do for that, where it's like you have to get to the stadium. So you have to bundle up like a crazy person. Then it's 72 and air conditioned once you get in there.
Well, Joe B travels to these cold cities all the time. So maybe he's got some insight. And Minneapolis is one of the stops on their media tour year in and year out. So let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We'll talk Caps hockey with our guy, Joe Beninati. He's also done so much of the Big Ten football stuff. I'd imagine he's called some Gophers games. So, Joe B, is Minnesota one of these freezing cold cities where you can go everywhere indoors like Indianapolis? Do they have those built-in tunnels and stuff?
Yes. In Minneapolis, St. Paul, sure. Yeah, but it's cold, guys. You better dress in layers. There's no way to avoid it. I know the Caps go there very soon. In fact, they have a December trip where we do the double dip, guys. Minnesota, Winnipeg. We call it Minnie and Winnie. And you might see a temperature over 15 degrees if you're lucky.
Isn't Winnipeg one of the coldest places on the planet when you go there?
Because of the incredibly windy conditions, Grant.
The wind is. I went once, Joe.
Vicious.
One time, and I'm good. I'm all set. I never need to see that city again. I have never been that cold in my life.
Oh, the Caps are there. Let's see. I think we're in St. Paul on the 16th of December, and lovely Winnipeg on the 13th. So it's right around the corner.
Look at you.
Yeah, it's. You don't want to spend too much time outside, not this time of year. And in Winnipeg, you're living fresh, they say. Fresh.
Here's my issue, though. So, first, I hate wearing coats, but I don't really have a choice. I'm going to have to wear a coat in Minneapolis.
Grant, you better bring a coat.
You got to get so many coats.
So, I'm going to, I promise. But the traveling with, like, if I travel, I don't want to bring a suit bag. You know, like when you travel, how many bags are you bringing?
Well, usually there's a rule with the Caps. You can get away with one legitimately big suitcase and then one work bag. So I have that. This has been what we're on right now is a crazy one, little 4-game trip that's coast to coast. It started on Long Island and now we're in California. So my head's still spinning a little bit, but yeah, you get away with one big bag. They don't really want you trouncing on the plane with 3 and 4 bags. No, not good.
So you hanging up a suit bag then in the little
so that's such a pain in the butt to travel with.
I just hate traveling that way.
Well, for us, I know I'm traveling 4 different looks on this trip, so yeah, you just make sure you're hanging them up and you're ironing when necessary.
That stinks. All right, Joe Beninati still making it work, though. He's calling goals. He's calling wins. How about the Caps? When we talked to you a few weeks ago, bleak might be strong, Joe B, but things were not looking good. Winners of 8 of 9, winners of 5 in a row. They're scoring goals. The power play is fixed. The penalty kill is improving. The Caps are good at hockey again.
Yeah, I might beg issue on a little bit of those special teams numbers or fixes that you were referring to. They're getting there. If they were there, then you'd be talking about, again, a team that'd be headed towards winning a conference or competing for a President's Trophy. They've been making their bones, guys, by playing really well 5-on-5. Yes, the power play is contributing. I noticed, I just took a gander at my sheet. It says they're 33% on the road in the last 15 opportunities. That's good. But overall, I think both special teams coaches, the power play coach who runs it, Kirk Muller, Scotty Allen on the PK side, I think if you talk to both of them, they say they would be better, could be better, and they're getting there. They're improving. The critical thing is, can you get a power play goal in a crucial moment of the game? They don't care if you go 1 for 10 as long as you get that one at a good spot. Can you kill the big penalty, the opponent power play late in regulation? It's okay. You're right. You gave up a power play goal in the first period, but now can you kill this one, protecting a 1-goal lead in the third? They've been doing those things. So in that regard, they are better. And 5-on-5, guys, they've been one of the best teams in the league all the way around, not just in terms of goal differential, but even in those deeper specialty analytics categories. They've been one of the best 5-on-5 teams for good the first 2 months.
Yo, what's Tom Wilson doing different? This goal scoring pace he's on is unbelievable.
My gosh, Danny, bottle it up and just keep it, because it's so cool all of a sudden to start saying that Tom Wilson's among the top 6 and 7 goal scorers in the league. There was a time there where he had the 2 goals on Long Island to start this trip where he was the 5th leading goal scorer in the NHL. Shooting percentage-wise, my God, Sidney Crosby's number 1 in the league in shooting percentage. Tom Wilson's number 3. This is fabulous. I'm so happy for him. He works so darn hard. His leadership qualities are through the roof. And now he's doing it not only with his physicality, but with his scoring, with his work on the power play. Yeah, he's the power play goal scoring leader. Oh, by the way, and it's neat when a player can lead his team in goals, points, and penalty minutes. And that's what Wilson's doing.
In the net, circuit to circuit this year, Logan Thompson's been fabulous. Even when they weren't playing well, he was. There's a case to be made. He's been the best goalie in hockey so far this season, isn't there, Joe B?
That was the case last year, too. Honestly, Grant, I felt the same way the first 4 months last season. I may have even said it to you guys already. I thought, as it turned out at the end of the season, Winnipeg's Connor Hellebuck won the Vezina and the MVP. To me, in the first 4 months of the season, that was Logan Thompson. The Caps were right there for the President's Trophy at that time. They were running away with the East. They ran away with the Metro. Thompson, to me, was the major reason. And Thompson is the key, one of them at least. If you wanted to throw a net over Thompson, Wilson, Chychrun, and now Ovechkin of late, but those first 3, Thompson, Chychrun, Wilson, they've been right there vying for Caps MVP the entire first 2.5 months of the season. And Logan's just dazzling at the right time now. And is he on the radar screen for Team Canada in the Olympics? Absolutely. Is Wilson, is Chychrun? Absolutely. So the better they play, the better the chances are for them on an international stage come February.
So I was actually going to bring that up. I'm glad you mentioned that. Do they hurt each other in some way because they're on the same NHL team, or is that irrelevant? And how do you see this going? Just thinking out loud, and I want you to react to this, but to me, I think LT's should be a lock. I think Wilson is more than deserving. I'd love to see Chychrun make the Olympic team as well. In Wilson's case, I was talking to someone who covers the league a couple of days ago, and they said, listen, because of the difference in rules, it's just really hard because you think you would take like speed and goal scoring and all this. I'm like, you mean the guy on pace for 48 goals? Maybe that works too. But they think of Wilson as this big physical guy, and there's not as much hitting, and there's no fighting. So does that work against him, or are we past that?
I have a feeling, and I just, Tom was at the orientation camp in the off season for Canada. The Canadian brass, the coaches, the managers, they really love the guy. Now, you have to make that decision whether or not you want your 12 or 15 forwards, however many you get to bring for Team Canada. Do you want them all to be thoroughbred, high point scoring, end-to-end guys, or do you want some diversity? I mean, Tom helps you in every which way possible. And to me, I think I would say he has a great chance of making it. Now, are you going to pick a younger, flashier, more point and goal producing type player than Tom? Or do you want Tom to grind it out in the corner, Tom to be, you do get penalties in the Olympics, so I need a good penalty killer. Hello, Tom Wilson. There's so many different ways he helps. And again, if you need a big, jarring, open ice collision, a momentum turning check, who better than this guy? I think he's earned it. I hope he has. And it's just, I think the points and the goals this year are window dressing for him. I think he was deserving even if he wasn't leading the team in goals and points. But now it becomes that much easier for Team Canada to go, look, this is not what Tom was at the beginning of his career, a fourth line insert, physical guy, drop the gloves if need be. He has become an all-around valuable player in so many different ways. I think he can only benefit Canada.
Speaking of collisions, Joe B, and you know the voice, Joe Beninati with us here on Grant and Danny. I forget the exact turn of phrase Locker used last night. We're talking about Matt Roy. Was it a stand-up son of a gun or a stout son of a gun? It was something after an open ice. There was a player trying to go one way, and Matt Roy said, no, that's the end of your trip here, and I'll take that puck, please, and thank you. But I know we're not allowed to use this in the analytics community, of course, but second among defensemen in plus-minus for the team. I feel like he's unheralded as a lot of these guys are pressing forward in action. Jacob Chikrin seems to score every other game, but him, TVR, go into that what some of these defensive players are doing.
Just a great pickup by you there on Matt Roy, because Matt doesn't get nearly enough credit that he deserves. He allows Jacob Chikrin to be Jacob Chikrin. When you know you have that stay-at-home steadying influence like Matt Roy, Jacob, go ahead, turn it loose. Become that fourth forward, jump up into the play. Jacob Chikrin tying records for the Caps in terms of defensive point scoring lately. I think he would point to Matt Roy and say, you know what? He's the stabilizer there. And when you talk to the Caps coaches, when you speak to Spencer Carberry about Matt, the first thing he always references is he's so calm, cool, collected, but an ultra competitive person. You don't necessarily, if we were to go through 2.5 hours tonight on the air with you on Monumental Sports Network from San Jose and not say Matt Roy's name more than once or twice, that's perfect. That means he's doing his job. Nothing's been exposed. He's not the flashy Jacob Chikrin, John Carlson offensive type player, but what he is always in the right position, stick in the right place, amazingly even keeled. The situation can be all helter-skelter. Everything can be breaking loose, and this guy is just calm and doesn't get rattled, and that's exactly what you need on the back end.
Joe B, last night, really gritty win out west, second of a back-to-back tonight at the San Jose Sharks in the 10 o'clock hour. So normally, we welcome you as Caps fans into our living rooms. Now we're bringing you to bed with us, a lot of us. I hope you're okay with that, Joe B. It's me and the wife and you and Locker all laying there together.
Last night with my phone just rolled over all quiet. Right. I did it. She's like, why are Joe B and Locker talking in our bed right now? But anyway,
oh gosh,
10 o'clock puck drop, I believe, this evening out west. So I'm curious, just this road trip, how taxing it is on these guys, and the second night of a back-to-back after flying cross country. What should we be watching for this evening?
Schedule's been amazingly tough on them. I mean, I know they're in their mid-20s and such, and they're in peak conditioning in the prime of their lives, but to ask them to do this so routinely, it's every week. It's 3 games, 4 nights. It's 4 games, 6 nights. And now, and nobody in the West, no teams in the West are going to throw any pity parties for the Caps for having to come out here and make these great travel distances, but it's not easy. Last night's game was a real case study in discipline. in patience. With the way the Kings play, teams can get very, very frustrated, try to create too much, and that's when LA jumps on you. They look to counterattack. They just want to make sure they frustrate the bejesus out of you. You try to do too much, they counter and score, and they win close one-goal games. Caps beat them at their own game last night, beat them twice in a couple of weeks at it. Good for them. Tonight will be different. Tonight is a totally different kind of experience with a young San Jose team that loves to fly up and down and trade chances. And so the Sharks have been off while the Caps were playing and travel. We didn't get into the hotel last night. I would say heads didn't hit pillows last night here in San Jose till close to 3 a.m. Now, no morning skate. The guys get their stretching in the morning, maybe a weight lift, maybe a lot of video sessions. It's been away from the rink today. We're all going to get over there in the next little while, but advantage San Jose in that fact. So if you can withstand the first, 10 minutes, first period of a young team that really has some get up and go, then you can hang in. And I fully expect Washington will do that. But the back end of this trip features two different kinds of games than what we saw from LA. The Anaheim team can really turn it up and go. They're top heavy. Their top line is full of 19 and 20-year-old kids who can just fly. Anaheim has made an incredible turnaround. That team has, by the way, really good youngsters and well-positioned veterans dotting their lineup. That's for Friday. But you ask about the challenges, and Spencer Carberry and his staff will look at it and say, hey, fellas, this is just it. The schedule's condensed with the Olympic break. You better get used to it. You better get comfortable with it. And we'll see how comfortable they are right off the jump tonight.
Joe Beep, thank you as always, my friend. Have a great call this evening.
Guys, my pleasure. Stay up late.
Be good. We will. Joe Beninati. Check him out. Monumental Sports on the call of the Capitals this evening as they look for a 6th consecutive win. They would make it 9 of their last 10. I mentioned they've got a game in hand over the second place and a 2-game in hand lead over the first place team by way of the tiebreaker, but they are now tied for the most points in the Metro Division after a slow start to the year.
Business picked up, man. It was bound to happen. You look at and it was never solace when they're losing 2-1 or 3-0. It just felt like they just were always chasing, but they were criminally unlucky, and that was always bound to change, and it has.
5 things I think about the NFL after 13 weeks. We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny. What's up, guys? It's Grant. Metropolitan Moving and Storage is the official, unofficial moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan. They've moved almost everybody here at the station at least once. JP Flamin, myself, and CK, and Danny, and my in-laws, and his parents. But so many of us have been moved by Metropolitan Moving and Storage because they do such a good job. And they are anxious to share 30 years of best in industry service and experience with you. Whether you're moving locally, long distance, residential, or commercial, take it from me. Metropolitan Moving and Storage should be your number one pick. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do the heavy lifting and take it to the house. They'll help stage your home. They'll pack your boxes. They can build a custom crate for your chandelier sculpture or the art that you have as well. So again, Metropolitan Moving and Storage is the go-to if you are moving. Call 301-279-0090. That's 301-279-0090. Tell them that I told you to call or shop at dcmetropolitanmoving.com.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Taking a look at the injury report for the Commanders today, 3 players didn't practice with veteran rest days. Zach Ertz, Von Miller, Laramie Tunsil. Drake Jackson didn't practice with a knee and groin issue. Javon Kinlaw didn't practice with a back injury, and Bobby Wagner didn't practice with a knee injury. Jaden Daniels was limited with his elbow injury, as well as Frankie Louvu. He was limited. Noah Brown was able to practice in full. An update on Jaden. He has still not been cleared for contact. DQ said that it's going to go all the way till Friday to determine his status for Minnesota. Joe Jacoby is not a finalist for the Hall of Fame for the senior committee. Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, and L.C. Greenwood are the finalists for that. In hockey, the Capitals take on the Sharks tonight in San Jose, 10 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
When I hear this song, I don't even know if it's the right song from the movie, but I always think of Office Christmas Party. Have you seen that with T.J. Miller?
I think so. Pretty forgettable.
Jennifer
right?
Aniston. I don't know. It was pretty funny. I watch it normally once in December.
Sleep that T.J. Miller is a fellow George Washington University Colonial.
That's right. Do you guys claim him again yet or no?
I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to be
It's
doing.
been a long road back for T.J. Miller.
I got no idea. I'm just happy to be here.
I'll bet you they don't it at GW.
You don't think so?
The Revolutionaries? Probably not. Jennifer Aniston. And who's the other? Jason Bateman is in that movie.
He Hey Bud's in that movie?
Oh, he Hey Buds everybody.
Hey, pal.
Movie. He's Hey Budding all over the place in Office Christmas Party. The Paulsons are putting up the Christmas decorations on the tree tonight.
Just for decoration. That's it, and that's all.
Sounds like the tree is officially ready to go. It was built into the evening last night after bedtime, but everyone will wait for me now to do some of the decorating. We got to put the ornaments and the bowls on the tree. What's the Rouye tree decorating situation? You know, I always love to tap into this.
You do love this. You guys have
CK
so
both.
much. You guys are just sitting there cheesing and laughing so hard before I answer any questions. I'm always amazed.
CK loves it too.
Yeah.
It's the lack of Christmas spirit and cheer that you have. That's just, it is borderline unfathomable.
I think it's a mischaracterization.
It's not at all with young children. But will you like all decorate a tree together at some point?
Yes.
Has that happened yet?
No.
When do we think that'll happen?
Well, we're going out of town this weekend, which makes it hard. I think
live tree, fake tree.
Well, we do a live tree because it's a very important to do a live tree.
Yes, I agree.
So live tree is something we'll have to go procure it.
Live tree is the right way to do it. By the way, this is a fight that I have fought and I have lost.
Did you not win it?
I lose all the fights, and this is another fight that I've lost. But you should do a live tree, and I'm proud of you. I'd like to come over and smell your tree if that's okay.
Yeah, I'll love you.
Okay, thank you.
That's good.
When you decorate the tree, it's everybody in the house together in like this very made-for-TV moment where we're all.
No, I mean the attempt will be made, but a kid will be surly and claim they don't want to and whine about something.
Will you
and
put
go back
on
on their
Christmas
iPad.
music in the background?
I personally will not do that, but I'm sure it'll be on.
Okay, and will you guys bake any cookies or something while you do it?
Again, I'm not the one doing any of this.
But will somebody?
You mean my wife? I don't know. I mean, she'll be holding a baby probably while it's happening, which makes anything happening probably more difficult. So, bitch, what you're asking is who's going to do all the work? Is what you're asking.
No, let's say the wife is not there this night. You guys are doing the tree. She's like, "Hey, you guys do the tree without me. I got to go to the office or whatever." And so it's you and the kids. Are you going to put on some Christmas music for them?
Where's the baby?
I don't. Wherever you want it to be.
If the baby's there, that's all I'm doing.
The baby's asleep in the snow.
The baby's asleep?
Yeah.
At this point? Oh, okay.
Are you going to put on some Christmas music?
No, I don't want to wake the baby.
Okay. Are you going to bake any chocolate chip cookies?
I've never baked in my life, so no, I'm not baking anything.
Are you going to talk about the holiday and how great Christmas time is?
We'll probably get 2 or 3 minutes out of it before the kids start to whine and complain they're bored and don't want to anymore. But again, I don't know why it's so hilarious. Whatever it is about me, answer the question.
It's the It's just
it's the realistic acknowledgement of what is versus some sort of weird utopia that is scripted that you guys live in.
Will this be the year where you take a kid to meet Santa Claus?
I'm not doing that. No,
you're not going to do that
No.
this year.
That's the only argument or the best case you guys have is I don't do that.
There's a lot of cases.
Everything else is like, are you gonna do something that you've never done in your life? Are you gonna hang tinsel with by swinging like Tarzan to a no? Are you gonna bake cookies? How many cookies are you baking over there?
I bake cookies every year. Christmas time.
You bake the cookies?
I mean, I put them on a pan and I put them in the oven.
Yeah,
of course.
You're starting. You're kneading the dough or whatever you do.
I mean, the idea is the smell of the house. You kind of want it to be special. So,
of course I do.
I'm big at putting cinnamon in a pot and like boiling it. I'll do that while we're doing like Christmassy activities or something like that. But yeah, like Christmas music is playing in the house constantly. I'm decorating with the kids and doing things like that.
Yeah, it's all going to be on. I mean, that the same Christmas album or whatever that my mother-in-law and my wife like is already starting to play. It'll play all the time, constantly.
When you're driving your kids in the car during the holiday season, do you ever put on Christmas music in the car?
No, because it's on every time we're in the car, always. And that's a nice little break.
But that would be a way to be jolly.
I don't know if it's any more or less jolly when they don't want to hear it either.
You always assume that. You're like, they don't want to go to the game.
I have
like,
the
did they have
experiences.
fun at the Wizards game? You're like, they had a blast.
They did not.
I'm like, you should take them to more games. They would hate it.
I have the experiences of the boredom and the eye rolling and the falling asleep and the whining.
Isn't that part of it too, though?
Yeah, and that's why you push right through that. You keep working hard to make the magic.
Let's go to Josh in Upper Marlboro. What's up, Josh? How are you?
What sort of challenge do we have to do now, Josh?
Hey, fellas.
As soon as we're done with the dating show, Danny's Christmas spirit thing.
Just an update. We do have 2 solid leads for Darius Dameron on the dating show.
Let's go.
Look at this.
The Darius dating show?
Yes. It's called Grant Me Love, but it features Darius and Toby.
Get the spotlight off me for a second. I like this.
How about Grant Me Love Dad?
You guys, Grant Me Love Dad. I love that. It's kind of weird, but I like it.
Yeah.
On this topic, because I'm all about not derailing the show. So I have a theory, Grant, and I want to know what you think about this. I don't think he's actually this surly. Is there any way we can get his wife on the line at some point?
I've tried this. So I'll peel back the curtain a little bit. Radio Insider.
Yeah.
I'm friendly
Thank you, Josh.
with Mrs. Rouillet.
Yeah.
And I will occasionally, not very often, but occasionally reach out about something that pops up and just be like, hey, does Danny do, or whatever it is, right? So I would like nothing more than to have her on the show right now to talk about Danny at Christmas time. Because I actually think we could get to the bottom of some things.
There's not...
And she would be on my side here, that you are very bah humbug Scrooge-like.
Not at all.
But you would have to answer this. There's no chance you would allow us to have her on the air.
Well, it's not me allowing anything. She's an adult and is in charge of herself, and I would offer recommendations.
You're kind of anti, I don't know even how to put it, but you're not going to put your kids on social media. You're not putting you never talk about their names or whatever.
Right?
So
she is not doing
her on the air.
Well, so, again, whether I would or wouldn't, she would not come either way.
So she would not be interested.
Yeah, that was a very.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Iron in Sharpie early on thing. I'm not doing that, by the way, ever. So beyond that, again, everyone has there's nothing surly about it. I'm answering these weird probing questions amid laughter.
Would you take your kids to stand in line at the mall to meet Santa?
That is my own weird
You
bugaboo.
would say no.
Fully admit that one is unusual. Everything else though, where it's like, are you gonna dress as Santa Claus and sing a song? No, I don't plan on doing that.
Said that.
But these are the tone of the questions.
Okay.
Where it's like, he's got no spirit. This guy. It's these bizarre lines of things, and you're already you're laughing before the answers even come out.
What do you think your wife would say if I said, does he get into the Christmas spirit and really enhance the magic of the season for the kids?
I wonder I actually don't know how I should answer.
I can guess.
Well, if everyone was being correct about it, she would go, he understands how much work goes into it, and he helps as much as he can. He's not great at it. He's not a good helper. I do the wrong thing. I probably put the thing where it's not supposed to go. I pick up the wrong thing. I put down the wrong thing. I step on the wrong thing. I don't do anything right at any time. Everything I've ever thought is wrong. Everything I try to compensate for is more wrong. I'm paralyzed by action and inaction. I get yelled at no matter what I do by everybody at all times. That's my life going home. And then I come in here and I get grilled. You don't enjoy being yelled at? It's the weirdest thing ever. What the holidays are when you're a parent is a lot of effort to try to make it special for the kids. And by acknowledging that I'm somehow this weird, bizarre Grinch figure that's like a storybook character. Again, this all stemmed from the unwillingness, and I will fully admit I'll wear this one, of taking my kid to wait in line so that he could have like a meltdown while sitting on Santa's lap and not have anything productive out of it. I will fully admit I'm against that. I don't like it. I had a terrible time when I did it as a kid. That's my weird thing. Everything else, there's nothing weird about what I'm saying.
It seems like we've tripped a wire here, so I'm not going to push much further.
You push as much as you want. I have nothing to hide.
I don't want to poke the bear anymore.
I'm totally fine being prodded.
It would appear to me that you're forgetting many other holiday things that we've talked about, much like not taking your kid to see Santa Claus or going to a pumpkin patch during Halloween or little things like that, where things that you would do to just enhance the fun and the spirit and the magic of the season, you have no interest in doing, really.
But it's not about my interest. It's about what we get out of it from the kids.
Do them.
We've done plenty of things. That one example of waiting in line to see Santa, you're right, we have not done that.
Have you ever taken your kids to just drive around and look at Christmas lights?
Absolutely.
You've done that?
Yeah.
All right.
And there wasn't much interest in it, by the way. We did it, especially during the COVIDs, by the way.
Well, I mean, they're not going to just jump like, yay, we're doing it. I mean, it's just something you do.
Sure. And then 4.5 minutes in, when can we go home? When can we go home? When are we going to be done? And that sounds fun. It's enhancing a lot of seasons.
Let's go to Steve in Maryland. What's up, Steve? How are you?
Fellas, how's it going?
Hey, dude.
Chilling.
Danny, I'm just like you.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like over it already. First of all, let's start off with that. Not a Christmassy guy. My daughter always calls me the Grinch, so I feel exactly how you do. But anywho.
But you're acknowledging that you're not a Christmassy guy. Danny's saying he's a dog guy, but frowning every time he sees a dog. That's the difference.
That's not what I do. I grew up with dogs.
Patrick, you're not Patrick. You're Steve. Steve, keep going.
But Patrick also.
Update on the Chick-fil-A sandwich with the waffles and all the good bits.
Yeah, we talked a lot about
this. I had that today, gentlemen, and let me tell you, make a trip because, as that old saying, how we used to say back in the day, so good it makes you want to smack your old mama. Now they're making season out of it. It's so good. Oh my God!
All right, so for people that are listening today that don't remember this, we talked on the show about this Chick-fil-A idea. They're dropping in special locations. 2 in America, one of which was the Baltimore region. So it's chicken and waffles. This is a Chick-fil-A waffles instead of bread sandwich with their delicious chicken and a little bit of like syrupy drizzle on it. So where did you get it?
I actually got it from Annapolis, right by my work, so I didn't have to go to Wild Chapel. I think they got a little bit more locations than what was listed at first, so you might get lucky, fellas.
All right.
But,
I'm hoping to. Thank you. I mean, it just sounds amazing, and he's now putting it over. We're 1 for 1.
That's all we needed was a couple samples to convince us. We didn't need much.
So is today the first day, December 3rd? I think it might be. We need to find one locally enough to send someone to do it for us in the next couple of days. That's what we got to do.
Looks like it started December 1st.
So we're 2 days in. Man. All right.
It runs through January.
If you've experimented with it, at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter, at Grant H. Paulson on Instagram, go ahead and slide into those DMs and let me know what you thought. We will get to the 5 things we think NFL edition next on G&D. I like how that guy says Bill. He's like, Bill. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Bill. What's up, guys? It's Grant for FanDuel. It's the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of the fan. FanDuel's the number one sports book for same-game parlays, and right now for hoops, you can get some good ones. Points, rebounds, threes, assists. What do you like? FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same gamer. You track every stat live. You can do it right there on the app. They've got a great stat tracking part of the app for you. Easy to use app. You're going to bet if you win $5, it hits, you get $150. It's a $5 bet. If it wins, you get $150 in bonus bets. You got to go to fanduel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. We'll take you up to 6:30 on the Fan. I've got 5 NFL takes for you, Danny. These are things I think. I want to get your reactions to them here on G&D. We'll start with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think. It is time to blow it up and try something different. I like Mike Tomlin. I think he's a good coach. He needs to modify his approach and the way he views the football world at this point. Do you know Pittsburgh is 6-11 in their last 17 games? 6-11.
I didn't realize that.
Over 17. Their offseason was a nightmare. This is not all on Tomlin. This is also on that front office. They thought Aaron Rodgers could still be a Super Bowl caliber quarterback. Wrong. They traded Minka Fitzpatrick for Jalen Ramsey to upgrade at corner. Didn't work. They downgraded from Pickens to Metcalf, although I would have advised them to do the same. That backfired in a big way. And then here's the issue, maybe largest outside of Rodgers. The contract they gave TJ Watt, $41 million a year. Quietly, TJ Watt is declining in front of our eyes now as a 30-plus-year-old. He's slowing down. His get-off, I saw this in a Benjamin Solak piece on ESPN. This is how quick you get off the line of scrimmage. In 2022, 0.75 seconds. In 2023, 0.79. In 2024, 0.83. This year, 0.87. Every single year, it's gotten worse. It's down over a tenth of a second, which doesn't feel like a lot. But as a speed rusher, it's substantial.
It's a massive thing, yeah.
And his pressure rate for a second straight year is under 10%. He's only got 7 sacks. Again, they gave him more money than Myles Garrett got from the Browns because he got paid after. The offense is gross. Rodgers, 66% of his yards that he's thrown for this year, Danny, have come after the catch. That is the worst for a quarterback. Listen to this. Since 2011, A.J. Feely. 15 years since a quarterback has had that high a percentage of his yards come after the catch. 713 quarterback seasons of sample. He's second worst in that stat. Air yards per attempt, 703 out of the last 713 quarterback seasons. Minus 3.5 air yards to the sticks is 705 out of 713 quarterback seasons. Solak with these numbers. The Steelers have just been bad the last few weeks. If they can't knock off and upset the Ravens this week, they're probably done in the AFC North.
5 of the last 7 years, they've had a negative point differential. 5 of the last 7, despite obviously having winning records in all but one of those years in which they were 500. They are the Cardinals of the NFL. They do not rebuild. They do not tank. They do not ever admit it and blow it up. It's not what they do. They kind of inch along and try to go 9-8 again. And they're in the midst of doing it right now where they're not that good, and yet I bet you they finish right around 8 or 9 wins.
Next thing I think. The Lions and the Chiefs are both playing games this weekend that they need to win or they're not going to make the playoffs. In Detroit's case, it's actually tomorrow night, Thursday Night Football against Dallas. For Kansas City, it's Sunday against the Houston Texans. I've already made the case on the show a couple times. They have to win out to get in. They don't have tiebreakers, so 10-7 is not going to work for them. But the Lions here against the Cowboys are the more interesting one. Because you could say they could lose and still finish strong, except that they actually have the Rams next week.
Yep.
So if you lose, you have to beat the Rams to make the playoffs. You'd be playing a game that is a must-win against LA if you can't beat Dallas on Thursday. Look at them slipping in the standings. The last 3 losses for them to the Packers on Thanksgiving, they were 0 for 3 on 4th down. To the Eagles, that primetime game where Jared Goff was like 11 for 43 passing or whatever it was, 0 for 5 on 4th down in that game. So it's been the margins here. It's been the plays they've always made under Dan Campbell they haven't been making. Weird when you don't have as good a players at tight end, Laporta, running back, a wide receiver with Amon-Ra St. Brown. The O-line's not as good. Now some of these 4th downs aren't getting converted. They lose to the Vikings, 1 for 3 in the red zone. Minnesota, 17 points on short fields. But the big difference here is Jared Goff is not going to be able, in my opinion, to elevate them if they can't win their division in the playoffs. Solak wrote about this. I thought these were some really intriguing points. So Detroit's had great playoff success or done some good things in the playoffs, but they've played all of their playoff games indoors. Do you know that? Mm-hmm. Except for one at Santa Clara in San Francisco when they were up big and lost to the Niners in the NFC Championship game. Pretty decent weather, too, by the way. But here's the numbers on Jared Goff in his career. Indoors, he completes 68% of his passes with a 3.5 touchdown to interception ratio. Outdoors, sub 50 degrees, 57% complete with a 1.8 touchdown to interception ratio.
I mean, that's staggering.
It is staggering. 11 percentage points lower completion percentage indoors versus outdoors in the cold in his career. His success rate as a quarterback, 50% of plays are effective outdoors, 41% indoors, vice versa. But you get the point. It's insane, the difference. So what does this look like? If they don't win the division, which right now they have an 8% chance to win the division, you're going to where? Chicago, outdoors. Green Bay, freezing cold, outdoors. Philadelphia, freezing cold, outdoors. Seattle, not quite freezing, but gross, outdoors. They're already screwed in terms of making a playoff run as far as I'm concerned. But I think if they lose to Dallas, they probably don't make the playoffs.
So that's where I was going to go. If they lose this week, they're 7-6. What's the best record they could finish with? Probably, realistically, 10-7. Just the way they're playing and everything else. Maybe they drop one more. They got the Rams next week, as you alluded to.
You got their schedule in front of you.
Yeah, 10-7 doesn't do it. Is kind of my point here. San Francisco's the 7th seed at 9-4. They have the easiest schedule of all time. They're like a college coach in his first year just wants to add a bunch of cupcakes and get wins. Green Bay's 8-3-1. They don't play Detroit anymore. The only team that in their division they do play is Chicago, who's got a multiple game lead on them and a much easier road ahead
at Soldier Field outside January 4th
to end the season. But Chicago might not need it. I mean, to win the division, maybe they will, but to get in ahead of Detroit, well, that may not matter. Detroit may have to. If they don't win Thursday, I don't think they get in. Is kind of my point.
So they play the Cowboys. Let's just say they lose that game for the hypothetical here. I can't have them beating the Rams. If they upset them, then fine, you're back in it. Steelers, I'll give them a win. Vikings, I'll give them a win. Bears, let's say they win and they go 3-2 in the final 5. That gets them to 10-7.
That's 10-7. And I don't think that's good enough.
And you need tiebreaker help. It probably isn't. So they're in a little bit of trouble here. But again, because of that outdoor element I bring up, I think it's already over in terms of them making a deep playoff run. Now, could they beat a Chicago at Soldier Field in the playoffs? Obviously. Caleb Williams could throw 3 picks and miss 9 throws. Sure. I could see that. Philly is not an insurmountable task. There's nobody that's that good. But this team, the secret sauce here is playing indoors or playing in warm weather. And when that isn't going to be the case, it's going to look very, very different, as we've seen all year long. But those are my first 2 things I think. I've got 3 more I can give you. But of those, disagree with either that the Steelers should move on from Mike Tomlin, part ways, let him go coach the Giants or somebody else. I still think he's a good coach, but it is time to try something else. It's been almost 20 years.
They need a brand new approach. They need to detonate that thing and try to actually build something. They won't do it.
Something modern.
Yeah.
Something very 2020s here. And also, I think the path to fixing quarterback, which is the bugaboo, the Eleanor, it's the thing they can't figure out, is a different situation.
It's harder when you're picking 20 every year.
It is, but I also just think Tomlin, the way that he views the world, which is like defense first, and it's not. They haven't scored 2 touchdowns in the first quarter in something like 3 years or something crazy I saw. Like, they just don't view it like everybody else does. All right, I got 3 more, including 2 AFC teams and an NFC team. We'll get into the 5 things we think continuation on the Fan next on Grant and Danny.